In the vast expanse of a universe, myriad races flourish, while malevolent forces wreak havoc. Su Luo traverses into this realm, awakening a singular and extraordinary demon fruit tree. This tree nourishes itself with the energies of heaven and earth, and feeds on the essences of wicked beasts and fiends. When it bears fruit, it bestows various powers of demonic fruits. The force of tremors, a mere snap of the fingers shatters stars. The gravity of the cosmos, a single thought can subdue demons. The undying azure flames incinerate the 8 desolations, and the body of the azure dragon shakes the universe. The consuming darkness obliterates all existence, while the chill of time and space freezes eternity. Countless forbidden abilities are solely at his command. The prodigies of myriad races pale in comparison, and the divine descendants of ancient clans bow their heads in deference. The world gasps in astonishment. Unrivaled, this child defies all reason. Until the end arrives, with billions of malevolent deities sweeping across the starry sea, and all things teetering on the brink of annihilation. Su Luo stands alone on the front line of the cosmos, with myriad laws swirling around him. With a finger pointed at chaos, the blade hovers between existence and oblivion. Behind him lies the myriad realms of sentient beings, while before him surges the tide of world-destroying evil. His voice reverberates through the universe. Cross this line and perish. All laws converge into a singular entity within him. With a spear, he cleaves the river of stars. With a blade, he inters the malevolent deities. He stands alone against the ages, a solitary guardian against all. Chapter 1. Extraordinary Powers. The Demon Fruit Tree. Planet Blue Ocean. In the kingdom of Huaqing, in the city of Tianshui. Slap. Just as Su Luo was grappling to comprehend the current situation, he was struck sharply across the face by the woman before him. The woman glared at Su Luo with disdain, declaring, "I demand you hand over this month's crystal cores. Did you not hear me?" Su Luo, clutching his stinging cheek, gazed around in confusion. Have I crossed over? He too bears the name Su Luo, sharing it with the original owner of this body. In his former world, he was an orphan, a maritime adventurer weary of the treacherous intrigues, a tumultuous society. In addition to his nautical pursuits, he enjoyed watching animations and films. One of his favorite anime was One Piece, which he had just finished watching the final episode of. Little did he expect the sky to darken with ominous clouds. A thunderclap resonated, followed by a flash of white light. He found himself in this new place. Fortunately, Su Luo was adept at accepting new realities, and he quickly acclimated to this circumstance. At this moment, the memories of the previous owner surged forth like a tide, allowing him to swiftly comprehend his current plight. Planet Blue Ocean, a world where every human awakens extraordinary abilities. These abilities are categorized from low to high, spanning 8 tiers, the lowest being E grade and the highest SSS grade. Yet, the ability awakened by the previous owner happened to be the most inferior E grade power, an ordinary fruit tree. Most crucially, it bore no fruit. The entire tree was merely a bare trunk, with leaves that were exceedingly sparse. He had a father, but no mother. His mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Strangely, when she departed this world, she did so with a smile upon her face. Merely a few days after my mother's burial, my father swiftly remarried. The woman before me, who inflicts violence upon me, is none other than his new spouse, Pan Yun. Shortly after their union, they welcomed a son named Su Ming. Su Ming awakened his extraordinary ability, a B-grade lightning manipulation power, and according to the timeline of his birth, they had already been entangled long before. Su Luo, with his E-grade ability, and Su Ming, with his B-grade power. It is evident to any discerning observer which son holds a brighter future. Su Luo, who is already without a place in the family, finds himself further marginalized now. The school distributes a Grade 1 crystal core each month to aid students in enhancing their abilities. The crystal core is roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, produced by extraordinary beasts. There's a chance to extract it from the brain of these beasts after slaying them. The higher the beast's level, the greater the likelihood of a crystal core appearing. His family cannot be considered affluent. In order to expedite her son Su Ming's growth in strength, Pan Yun has set her sights on Su Luo's crystal core. The previous host, having never experienced paternal love, developed an extremely feeble character. Each time Pan Yun demanded the crystal core from him, he could not refuse. His father, Su Xiong, seemed to tacitly approve of this arrangement. On one occasion, Pan Yun snatched the crystal core from Su Luo's grasp. He witnessed the act, but remained silent. Only when the memories in his mind overlapped with the current scene did he regain his composure. Noticing Su Luo's reluctance to hand over the crystal core, Pan Yun's patience began to wane. Do not waste my time. Quickly bring me this month's crystal core. Su Luo gazed at Pan Yun, targeting her haughty, irksome visage. Drawing in a deep breath, he suddenly raised his right hand, conjuring a full moon. With a resounding clap, he struck her face. Pan Yun stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Covering her face, she stared at Su Luo with wide eyes, disbelief flashing in her gaze. You, Su Luo, you worthless wretch. How dare you show me such disrespect? I am your stepmother. Upon hearing this, Su Luo disdainfully snorted. Coldly regarding Pan Yun, he scoffed. Humph. You vile harlot. Get out of my sight. If you want my crystal core, come and ask my father directly. If you continue to wear that contemptible expression, do not blame me for striking you again. After saying this, he strode back to his room. Pan Yun, having been insulted as a vile harlot, stood in shock before Su Luo's door, her disbelief intensifying. She could not comprehend why Su Luo's demeanor had changed so drastically. The Su Luo of yore would not even dare to meet her gaze. Yet today he had the audacity to strike her and call her a vile harlot. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her countenance transforming into a mask of rage as she dialed her son, Su Ming. Hello, son. Su Luo, that useless wretch, refuses to give us the crystal core and even struck me. When you return from the outskirts tomorrow, ensure you teach him a lesson. It will be best to incapacitate him, so he understands his place. After Pan Yun finished speaking, a sinister chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. All right, mother. I've long wished to do just that. After hanging up, Pan Yun cast a glance in the direction Su Luo had departed, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes before she turned to leave. Su Luo opened the door and surveyed the modest room, his brow furrowing in silent discontent. Su Xiong, as a father, truly leaves much to be desired. The entire room contained but an ancient bed, the age of which was indeterminate, devoid of even a table or chair. The blanket was exceedingly thin. Sleeping here during winter would surely lead to chills and fever. In the memories of the previous host, he had always relied on sheer will to endure each bout of illness. Su Xiong had never deigned to glance at him, not even once offering a glass of water. Sitting on the creaking wooden bed, he gazed at the reflection in the window, taking in his thick black hair and fair skin. Although his attire was simple, it could not conceal his slight handsomeness. However, prolonged malnutrition rendered him somewhat pale and frail. Summoning his little sapling, he looked upon it with a sense of helplessness. Others who traverse worlds often arrive with a formidable system or a magical artifact, yet he possesses nothing. Alas, O heavens, grant me a robust system. No sooner had he uttered these words than his little sapling seemed to respond to his call. With a chime, a panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. The Demon Fruit Tree. Quality, E grade. Capable of bearing demon fruits, 0/3. Advancement conditions. Requires 5 grade 2 beast crystal cores to advance to D grade. Ability description. The fruit tree absorbs the energy from crystal cores, randomly producing various types of demon fruits. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the better the demon fruits produced. Consuming a demon fruit will awaken the corresponding ability and slightly elevate one's own ability level. The demon fruits have no side effects and can be consumed infinitely. Caution. Once the fruit tree bears demon fruits, they cannot be exchanged. The type of demon fruit produced is entirely a matter of luck. Choose the quality of the beast crystal cores wisely. Demon fruit tree. Demon fruit. Su Luo's eyes widened as he confirmed he was not mistaken. He sprang upright from the bed, then glanced at the crystal core clutched in his hand. A smile crept upon his lips, and he chuckled silently. Although the school had issued him only a grade 1 beast crystal core, given his current circumstances, he had no other options. I shall take a gamble. He raised his hand and offered the crystal core to the demon tree sapling. In the blink of an eye, the crystal core vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a demon fruit quietly formed on one of the branches of the demon fruit tree. The panel before him also changed, indicating 1/3 demon fruits could be born. Su Luo examined the demon fruit, diligently searching his mind for information about it. This is the rubber fruit. Rubber fruit. One of the 7 warlords of the sea in One Piece, the fruit of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, possesses the ability to repel all things. Air, damage, even injuries can be expelled from one's body, with effects that are nothing short of extraordinary. Su Luo, in disbelief, plucked the rubber fruit, perplexed as to how such a powerful fruit could result from merely a grade 1 beast crystal core. He had presumed that a grade 1 beast crystal core would only yield inferior animal-type fruits. Yet unexpectedly, he had received a superhuman rubber fruit. This is truly astounding. Without further contemplation, he swiftly devoured the rubber fruit. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the fruit was surprisingly palatable. It bore no foul odor, only the taste of ordinary fruit. Suddenly, a familiar sensation rushed over him, reminiscent of the awakening of abilities. A translucent, flesh-colored orb emerged from within him, gradually enveloping his body. Chapter 2. The levels of superpowers on the planet of Azure Blue. Individuals endowed with superpowers are classified into 10 distinct levels, each further divided into 9 stages. From the lowest to the highest, these are Superpower Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Noble Realm, Transcendent Realm, Celestial Realm, Divine Favor Realm, Divine Blessing Realm, Chosen Realm, and Star Guide Realm. Among his peers, the current superpower level is approximately at the 7th stage of the superpower realm. However, he, possessing an E-level superpower, has had his monthly crystal cores seized by Pan Yun, unwittingly relegating him to the position of the underachiever in the eyes of his contemporaries. Now, at the 8th stage of the superpower realm, he is considered a minor genius among his peers. Even that rascal Su Ming, having utilized his crystal cores, remains at the 7th stage of the superpower realm. One single demon fruit could elevate me by 5 stages. If I consume another Wuxianovel, I leap directly into the extraordinary realm. Yet, I must exercise caution and seek a crystal core of superior quality from a magical beast. After all, each demon fruit pertains to my upper limit of strength. With renewed confidence, Su Luo seated himself on his bed and attempted to cultivate. As anticipated, after awakening the ability of the meatball superpower, his training speed significantly increased. This also indirectly indicated that the level of the meatball superpower was undoubtedly high. Most individuals at school were aware that he had awakened an E-level superpower. As for the suddenly manifesting meatball superpower, he had already devised a plausible explanation. He was a dual superpower wielder, and indeed, such beings existed in the world. Furthermore, the cultivation speed of dual superpower wielders surpassed that of their single superpower counterparts by several folds. Presently, with the demon seed superpower combined with the awakened meatball superpower, he could indeed be classified as a dual superpower wielder. However, being a dual superpower wielder was far from his ultimate ambition. He would continuously awaken new superpowers, and his cultivation speed would only accelerate, showing no signs of slowing down as seen in higher-tier superpower wielders. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, disrupting Su Luo's training. Curiously, he opened the door, only to find his father, Su Xiong, standing there. It was evident that the insufferable woman had reported him, prompting Su Xiong to uncharacteristically visit his room. Upon seeing Su Luo, Su Xiong offered no words of concern, his expression devoid of warmth. As he spoke in an authoritative tone, "Xiao Luo, hand over that crystal core to me. It's of no use to you anyway. Xiao Ming is about to take his college entrance exams, and he needs the crystal core at this critical juncture. As an older brother, you should exhibit some spirit of sacrifice." At these words, Su Luo's expression darkened. He gazed into Su Xiong's eyes, unable to believe that a father would utter such words to his son. Suppressing the fury within, he stepped aside, allowing Su Xiong a full view of his room's environment. "Dad, open your eyes and see clearly. Look at my living conditions. Do I even have one thing that compares to Xiao Ming's room? Have I ever complained to you in all these years? No. Have I ever asked you for anything? No. For the past few months, that wretched Pan Yun has taken my crystal cores for Xiao Ming's use, and you've turned a blind eye. Why is that? Is Xiao Ming your only son? Am I not your biological son?" Listening to Su Luo's grievances, Su Xiong found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the disparity in his treatment of both sons. Yet, to Su Xiong, Su Luo lacked the qualification to speak back or complain. He believed that Su Luo would never achieve anything in life, destined merely to languish at home. How could someone who is fated to squander his life dare to contradict him? "Su Luo, do not forget. I am your father. Do not waste my time. If you do not hand over the crystal core, you won't even have this bed to sleep on." Su Xiong insisted firmly. Su Luo stared at this familiar yet foreign figure. The last remnants of affection he held for his father vanished in that instant. At this moment, Su Xiong was entirely a stranger to him. Utilizing his meatball superpower, he forcefully pushed Su Xiong, who stood in the doorway. "Get out. I will never return to this house. We are no longer father and son. From now on, my affairs are none of your concern." Su Xiong was shoved aside, crashing against the wall. The abruptness of the situation left him utterly astounded, unable to comprehend why the usually timid Su Luo dared to show him such disrespect. Watching Su Luo walk away, Su Xiong's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Su Luo, if you dare step out that door, you shall never return. I will consider you as though you were never my son." Upon hearing those words, Su Luo halted, turning to face Su Xiong, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Su Xiong, mistakenly believing that Su Luo was about to apologize, reverted to his previous demeanor. "Su Luo, listen to me. Go apologize to your stepmother and hand over the crystal core, and you can still stay in this house." In response, Su Luo scoffed mockingly. "Su Xiong, still trying to play the fatherly role? I've told you, we are no longer father and son. You want me to apologize to that wretched Pan Yun? Dream on. Everything exists in dreams." With that, Su Luo slammed the door behind him, leaving Su Xiong standing there in a daze, mouth agape, staring into the emptiness of the corridor. Uncertain of what to say, upon exiting, he gazed up at the pitch-black sky. It was late, and the school must have closed by now. Feeling in his pocket, he found $20 remaining. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spend the night at an internet cafe, and perhaps search online for ways to earn some money. Finding an internet cafe, he secured a computer for the night and perused the nearby requests. Eventually, he settled on one, seeking a private combat trainer. Ideally at the 9th stage of the superpower realm. The requirements included a sturdy physique, with payment to be negotiated. Although he did not meet the 9th stage requirement, his physique was undoubtedly robust, thanks to the unique capabilities of his meatball superpower, which could minimize the damage he received. After adding the contact information of the requester, he began to market himself vigorously, determined to earn money without shame. Finally, the other party responded, "All right, here's the address. Come by tomorrow for a trial day." Taking note of the address, he promptly laid down on the desk before him and fell asleep. The long night swiftly passed, and with the few coins he had left, he purchased some buns for breakfast. Upon returning to Tianshui High School, he entered the classroom to find Su Ming, wearing a mischievous grin, seated at his desk, gazing at him with ill intentions. Sensing the situation, Su Luo smiled mysteriously and approached his seat. "What's the matter, Su Ming? Seeing your dear brother and not even standing to greet him?" Taken aback, Su Ming looked up at Su Luo in surprise. In the past, Su Luo would never speak to him in such a manner. He had always been exceedingly accommodating, fearful of inciting his displeasure. What has happened today that he dares to call himself my elder brother? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he spoke in an authoritative tone. "Su Luo, it has been a long time since we last sparred. Shall we head to the dueling platform today and engage in some practice?" As soon as Su Ming's words fell, everyone around turned their attention to them. Su Ming was already at the 7th tier, while Su Luo was merely at the 3rd tier. Was this not an act of bullying? Indeed. Are they not family? When did they start having conflicts? What family? Just look at Su Luo's attire compared to Su Ming's. Does this resemble a familial ensemble? It is evident that Su Luo has endured much torment at the hands of Su Ming at home. Who would have thought he would also suffer here? How pitiful. Chapter 3, The Potent Air Cannon. Su Ming gazed directly into Su Luo's eyes, seemingly confident that Su Luo would acquiesce to the duel. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, Su Luo replied, "I agree." At these words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Ming's gaze, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. "Let us go at once, otherwise we shall run out of time." The two proceeded to the dueling platform, where a crowd had already gathered below, eager to witness the spectacle. Some had even taken out their phones, pointing them at the two combatants on stage. An E-rank ability versus a B-rank ability. A 3rd-tier ability user against a 7th-tier one. Moreover, it was rumored that the two were brothers. Such an explosive combination was undoubtedly worthy of observation. This Su Ming is the one who awakened the B-rank lightning flash ability, right? Indeed. He returned just today after a hunt for magical beasts outside the city. B-rank ability. A rare lightning type. What incredible luck this person possesses. How long do you think Su Luo can hold out? The disparity in their ability levels was too vast. Su Luo would be lucky to last more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds? I doubt he can last even 5. Su Luo, you slapped my mother last night and called her a filthy wretch. I hope you are prepared to receive a thorough lesson from me. Su Ming glared viciously at Su Luo, hoping to see the familiar fear etched upon Su Luo's face. Yet, Su Luo's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. "Su Ming, your mother is indeed a filthy wretch. Anyone can see that. And if you wish to teach me a lesson, you must first ascertain whether you have the capability to do so." Upon hearing this, Su Ming cast aside any semblance of martial ethics. With a flash of electricity, he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, instantly appearing before Su Luo. Simultaneously, he swung his right hand, intending to deliver a vicious slap to Su Luo, avenging Pan Yun. With a slight smile, Su Luo flipped his palm, dispersing the air in front of him. The forcibly displaced air coalesced into a formidable air cannon. Su Ming, standing before Su Luo, felt a chill run down his spine, struggling to catch his breath. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated suddenly. The onlookers below had yet to comprehend what had transpired when Su Ming was sent flying by a powerful force. The intense impact shattered the railing at the edge of the dueling platform, scattering debris everywhere. As Su Ming fell to the ground, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His chest caved in, clearly indicating broken ribs. Gasping for air, he was experiencing, for the first time, the sensation of death looming near. He glanced at his classmates, desperately seeking their aid. Raising his trembling hand, he tried to open his quivering mouth, but no sound emerged. The crowd, witnessing Su Ming's pitiful state, recoiled in terror, their eyes wide with fear. Who could have imagined that the vigorous individual from moments ago would be reduced to this after enduring a single attack from Su Luo? Turning their gaze back to the expressionless Su Luo, standing proudly, they felt an involuntary shiver run through them. How ruthless! To strike down a blood relative with such ferocity. Would they not perish on the spot? Amidst their fear, many questions flooded their minds. When did Su Luo become so formidable? A 7th-tier ability user like Su Ming could not withstand even one blow from him. Just then, the voice of the headmistress, Wang Yu, rang out. "You lot, why are you not in class? What are you doing here?" Wang Yu, a woman of 21, stood about 1.7 meters tall, her long wavy hair cascading down. Dressed in a sleek black OL professional outfit and sporting glasses, she exuded an air of authority, her strength residing in a noble tier, though the exact level remained unknown. Having served as the headmistress at Tianshui High School for a year, she pushed through the crowd and, upon her first glance, spotted Su Luo on stage. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She recognized Su Luo, a reticent and reserved student, known for his E-rank ability, the lowest in the entire grade. To her astonishment, he was engaged in a duel and seemingly had emerged victorious. Following the shattered railing, she noticed Su Ming lying on the ground, on the brink of death. Her pupils widened in shock. With just one glance, she realized his life was hanging by a thread. Hastily, she took out her phone and called for an ambulance, urging them to dispatch a vehicle immediately. After the ambulance took Su Ming away, the crowd, realizing there was no longer any spectacle to behold, dispersed in a hurry. Just as Su Luo intended to return to class, Wang Yu called out to him, "Su Luo, do not leave just yet. Come here, I wish to speak with you." Approaching her, Su Luo inquired with confusion, "Headmistress, once on the dueling platform, life and death are disregarded. Are you seeking to defend Su Ming?" Wang Yu shook her head with a faint smile. "Once on the platform, life and death are disregarded. Rules are rules, I shall not break them. I am merely curious about how you managed to reduce Su Ming to such a state." Su Luo pondered for a moment, feeling there was little to conceal. Utilizing his ability once more, he propelled the air before him outward. Boom. Before Wang Yu's astonished gaze, a powerful air cannon materialized, instantly creating a massive hole in a distant stone wall. Staring at the gaping hole, a colossal question filled Wang Yu's mind. Is this truly an E-rank ability? Turning back to Su Luo, she eagerly asked, "Was this attack produced by your E-rank ability?" Su Luo shook his head, uttering a statement that left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. "This is my other ability. I call it meatball elasticity." Wang Yu stood dazed for a long while, gradually regaining her composure, her astonishment evident as she grasped Su Luo's shoulders. "You mean to say this is your other ability? You are a dual ability user?" she inquired excitedly. "Indeed." Su Luo nodded casually. After confirming the truth of this revelation, Wang Yu heartily patted Su Luo's shoulder. "Well done. Su Luo, what is your current strength?" she asked curiously. "8th tier of ability cultivation," he replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu murmured, "8th tier of psychic ability?" With some effort. It may not be impossible to break through to the first tier of the extraordinary realm before the college entrance examination. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a level 1 beast crystal core, which he handed to Su Luo. "Su Luo, this is a personal gift for you. I hope it proves beneficial." Perplexed, Su Luo accepted the crystal core and inquired, "Director, why are you giving me this core?" Wang Yu sighed and replied, "In recent years, our school has seen no students admitted to prominent psychic universities. Other institutions in the city boast successful candidates annually. Moreover, our school has yet to produce a single S-class psychic awakener. Su Luo, should you manage to break through to the extraordinary realm, your dual psychic abilities will surely secure you a place in a prestigious university." At this, a smirk crept across Su Luo's face as he feigned helplessness, saying, "Director Wang, the task at hand seems rather daunting. This one crystal core appears insufficient." Wang Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "I shall submit a request to the school for you. Before the college entrance exam, I will ensure you receive 2 additional crystal cores each month. That should suffice, don't you think? That will certainly be adequate. Thank you for your support, Director Wang. I assure you, I will not let you down." Su Luo responded with delight. "Director, I actually have a small favor to ask of you." Su Luo hesitated. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. "What more do you desire?" "One should not be overly greedy. Learn to be content." Su Luo quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Director Wang, you misunderstand. I merely wish to borrow some money. I've had a falling out with my family and currently lack even the funds for meals." His face flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's furrowed brow finally relaxed. A man, unless absolutely necessary, would not borrow money from others. It seemed Su Luo truly was in need. He produced his wallet, extracting 300 yuan to hand to Su Luo. "Take this, and remember to treat yourself to something nice. Most importantly, do not forget to diligently train." "Thank you, Director." Su Luo promptly accepted the 300 yuan, tucking it into his pocket. One cannot deny the comfort that comes with financial stability. Possessing 300 yuan instilled a sense of security within him. "Now, you should return to class," Wang Yu concluded before turning to leave. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Luo noticed his classmates regarding him with peculiar glances, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Paying no heed to their stares, Su Luo remained indifferent to the outside world. After all, in his previous life, he had been rather reticent in class and had few friends. Remaining silent was the wisest choice to avoid drawing attention to any irregularities. The day swiftly passed. Exiting the school, he hailed a cab and made his way to the address he had noted the previous night. Upon alighting, he gazed at the opulent villa before him. Though surprised, he was not entirely taken aback. One would expect nothing less when seeking a psychic as a sparring partner. Ringing the doorbell, a melodious female voice called from within, are you here for the sparring? Yes, we arranged this last night. All right, I will open the door for you. Just come right in. With a click, the door swung open. Su Luo stepped into the yard, approaching the villa's entrance, where the girl was just opening the door. At first glance, she appeared to be around 18 years of age, embodying the beauty of youth. Her skin was slightly tanned, reminiscent of sun-kissed wheat, and she wore her hair in a high ponytail, dressed formally in a fitted combat outfit. A closer inspection revealed a pink strap on her shoulder. Her demeanor exuded an air of innocence, characteristic of someone inexperienced in the ways of the world. Upon seeing Su Luo, she appeared momentarily surprised. You are the one who defeated your opponent with a single strike on the dueling platform this morning? Su Luo, taken aback, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my name is Su Luo. Are you also from Tianshui High School? The girl stepped out from the house, gesturing towards the backyard. Yes, I am Manhwaedit. Let us head to the open space in the back. I want to test your abilities to see if you are fit for the role of sparring partner. Following Manhwaedit to the backyard, both assumed their fighting stances. Manhwaedit took a deep breath and declared, my strength is at the 8th tier as a psychic. With an A-class ability, Tornado. Be cautious. Do not let my wind blades injure you. As soon as she finished speaking, several wind blades materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Su Luo. He raised his hand, deflecting the incoming blades effortlessly. The sharp gusts sliced through the plants in the backyard, leaving them severely damaged. Manhwaedit stood in astonishment. As it was her first encounter with such a situation, her wind blades had been deflected without even a hint of evasion from her opponent. What kind of psychic ability is this? How do you possess such power? Manhwaedit inquired, intrigued. Su Luo casually flicked his hand, sending an air cannon soaring into the sky. From what I understand, this is a novel psychic ability, likely not below S-class. I call it elasticity of the meatball. As the name suggests, it has the capacity to repel anything. While it sounds formidable, I cannot deflect attacks that far exceed my strength. Your power is insufficient to overwhelm me, and your attacks lack the force to breach my elasticity. Manhwaedit was increasingly astonished by his claims. If what you say is true, does that imply you are invincible among those of the same tier? Su Luo pondered for a moment, then nodded. Theoretically, yes. Unless one encounters a monster. Listening to Su Luo's unabashed confidence ignited her competitive spirit. I refuse to believe such a powerful psychic ability exists. Taste my wind blades. With a sweeping motion of her hand, countless wind blades surged towards Su Luo from all directions. Yet, once again, they failed to penetrate the elasticity he had unleashed. As dusk approached, Manhwaedit, panting heavily, gazed at Su Luo before exclaiming, all right. You shall be my sparring partner before the college entrance examination. I refuse to believe I cannot overcome your ability. How about this? For each attempt, I will pay you 1,000 yuan. Deal? Absolutely. It's a deal. Su Luo grinned. Manhwaedit retrieved her phone, signaling for Su Luo to do the same for the transfer. At that moment, Su Luo remembered that his father had never bought him a phone. He looked at Manhwaedit with slight embarrassment. Miss Shen, could you provide me with cash instead? Taken aback, Manhwaedit nodded, realizing he indeed lacked a phone. In this day and age, there are still people without phones. Is he an orphan? Returning to the villa, she asked Su Luo to wait outside while she fetched the money. A short while later, she emerged with 1,000 yuan in hand, handing it to Su Luo. Will you be back tomorrow? She inquired. Of course. Su Luo replied with a nod. After leaving Manhwaedit's home, he took the 1,000 yuan to a mall, where he purchased an inexpensive phone and a new SIM card. After exiting the mall, he casually found a street vendor to enjoy a meal. Sated. He sought a nearby hotel to stay for the night, conveniently close to the school. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital's emergency room, a figure, his body ensconced in bandages and plunged into unconsciousness, was finally wheeled out. Pan Yun and Su Xiong stood anxiously outside the emergency room, and upon seeing Su Ming being brought out, they rushed forward. Pan Yun gazed upon Su Ming's woeful state, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Su Xiong, in disbelief, stared at Su Ming, utterly unable to fathom how Su Luo could have inflicted such grievous harm upon someone far superior in strength. Doctor, what is my son's condition? Su Xiong inquired urgently. The doctor, upon hearing his plea, could only shake his head in resignation and let out a weary sigh. All of his bones exhibit signs of fracture, particularly the ribs, which are severely damaged. His lungs have also been punctured by splintered bones. Given the current circumstances, it is unlikely he will be able to participate in this year's college entrance examination. We shall reassess once he has fully recovered next year. Upon hearing this, Pan Yun, with tears streaming down her face, clenched her teeth in hatred. Su Xiong, this is the son you raised. That little wretch, born of a mother yet raised without one, dares to leave Su Ming in such a state. I shall never forgive him. Listening to Pan Yun's venomous curses directed at Su Luo, Su Xiong's expression darkened, and he refrained from retorting. Instead, he fixated on the unconscious Su Ming, lost in contemplation. Su Xiong, you must demand that Su Luo kneel before Su Ming and apologize. Furthermore, you must care for Su Ming until he returns to his former self. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties. Pan Yun exclaimed, her eyes swollen with grief. Su Xiong nodded in response. Rest assured, I will bring Su Luo back. He is alone out there, without money for food or a place to stay. He must be yearning to return home. The following morning, while enjoying a purchased breakfast, he strolled leisurely to the school entrance, where he immediately spotted Su Luo waiting at the gate. Upon seeing Su Luo, a surge of anger welled up within Su Xiong. Just as he was about to confront Su Luo, to his surprise, Su Luo walked past him as if he were invisible. As Su Luo approached the school gates, Su Xiong hastily blocked his path. Su Luo, I am your father. Have you truly forsaken your own father? Su Xiong said, his voice laced with fury. What father? I have only ever had a mother, and she has been dead for many years, Su Luo replied with indifference. You ungrateful wretch. I have raised you all this time. Su Xiong pointed an accusatory finger at Su Luo, seething with indignation. Raised me? If by that you mean the leftover scraps I consumed growing up, and the thin blanket I had to sleep under, then I shall certainly return those to you, Su Luo retorted, leaving Su Xiong momentarily speechless. He understood that Su Luo's life had indeed been arduous, yet could he not empathize with the struggles of his father? Regaining his composure, Su Xiong continued, Su Luo, regardless of the circumstances, we are still family. What you did to Su Ming is, to say the least, inexcusable. I have work to attend to. And so does Aunt Pan. Su Luo, take a year off from school to help care for Su Ming. Perhaps then, Pan Yun and Su Ming might find it in their hearts to forgive you. After all, we are family, wouldn't you agree? As Su Xiong spoke, Su Luo clenched his fists tightly. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself, recognizing that Su Xiong was indeed his father. Suppressing his fury, he sneered, Su Xiong, listen to your own words. Family? Do you truly believe that? Have you ever treated me as family? To tell you the truth, I intentionally left Su Ming in that state. If he didn't die, it's merely due to his fortune. Should he come after me again, I will not hesitate to strike him once more. And you, our ties have been severed. Do not trouble me again, or I shall not hesitate to show you the same courtesy. With that, Su Luo turned on his heel and strode through the school gates, leaving Su Xiong, face flushed with anger, speechless and pointing futilely at Su Luo's retreating figure. Once Su Luo's silhouette vanished completely, he could only storm away in frustration. Upon entering the classroom, the atmosphere within seemed to freeze instantly. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. Su Luo lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, noticing that his classmates were inexplicably avoiding his eyes. Just then, the school intercom crackled to life. Attention, Su Luo, please report to the office of Director Wang Yu immediately. There is an urgent matter requiring your attention. At this, Su Luo promptly rose and made his way to Wang Yu's office. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu greeted him and immediately handed over the crystal core she had promised him. This is what I secured for you, a secondary beast crystal core. Su Luo, astonished, accepted the crystal core, his eyes wide with disbelief. Director Wang, wasn't it supposed to be 2 primary cores? How did it become a secondary core? The value of this secondary core is equivalent to that of over 10 primary cores. Noticing Su Luo's astonishment, Wang Yu chuckled lightly. After I presented your case to the administration, the principal waved his hand and instructed them to provide you with 1 secondary crystal core each month for your training. Strive to enhance your abilities and do not squander the support the school is offering you. Su Luo nodded earnestly in response. After expressing his gratitude to Wang Yu, he left the office with a sense of elation. Once he composed himself, he placed the secondary crystal core into his pocket and nonchalantly returned to the classroom. After school that afternoon, he continued to visit Shun Huayue's home to practice with her. Shun Huayue executed a high sweeping kick aimed at Su Luo's head. Upon closer inspection, one could see that her leg was adorned with numerous sharp wind blades. It seemed that after the events of yesterday, she was entirely unafraid of Su Luo getting hurt. Indeed, as it turned out, Su Luo merely raised his right hand and waved it gently, sending Shun Huayue flying backward, landing squarely on her back in the garden. Uffed! Shun Huayue spat out the dirt from her mouth. Su Luo, how can you be so heartless? She exclaimed in frustration. Heartless? Miss Shun, do you think a beast will show you any mercy simply because of your beauty? Su Luo replied calmly. Shun Huayue, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, yet she couldn't help but acknowledge the validity of Su Luo's statement. I refuse to believe it. Come again. Face this move. With that, Shun Huayue leaped into action, once more engaging Su Luo in close combat. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, another day came to a close. Follow me. I'll get you your money, Shun Huayue said, wiping the sweat from her brow, ready to lead Su Luo to collect his earnings. Wait a moment, Miss Shun. I have a phone now, Su Luo declared, brandishing his new phone for her to see. As a child of privilege, Shun Huayue could instantly discern that this phone was a newly purchased generic brand, likely acquired after Su Luo had come into money the previous night. Nevertheless, to her, it mattered not. As long as it could facilitate the transfer of funds, she was content. After the money was transferred, Su Luo departed from Shun Huayue's home, hurriedly returning to the motel where he resided, having no time even for dinner. Retrieve that second-level crystal core. The second-level crystal core is currently the highest quality core he possesses. Third-level crystal cores are exceedingly rare, only dropping from third-level beasts, which correspond to the noble realm of humanity. Such entities are far beyond his current capabilities to confront. Resolved not to be greedy, he entrusted the second-level crystal core to the demon sapling. Upon absorbing the energy of the second-level core, the sapling instantly bore a demon fruit. However, he had no recollection of this demon fruit whatsoever. With a furrowed brow, Su Luo plucked the unfamiliar demon fruit. Regardless, as long as it could elevate my supernatural abilities, that sufficed. With a satisfying crunch, he swallowed the demon fruit whole, and that familiar sensation returned. It felt as though something unseen and intangible had suddenly increased within him. This is the gravity fruit. Chapter 6. The Tiger Roaring Mountain Range. The gravity fruit. In the world of One Piece, it is the fruit of Admiral Fujitora. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one gains the ability to summon meteors from space to strike opponents. The gravity fruit. How could I have acquired it so effortlessly? Until this moment, Su Luo was still somewhat incredulous. Tentatively, he released gravity around him, and the floor beneath his feet creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Realizing the potential danger, he hastily retracted the gravitational force. It would be disastrous if the floor gave way and harmed innocent civilians below. Along with obtaining the power of gravity, his supernatural abilities had finally ascended to the first tier of the extraordinary realm, officially making him a true extraordinary ability user. As his physical constitution significantly enhanced, the efficacy of his bouncing ability also improved considerably. After conducting some experiments, Su Luo was delighted to discover that, previously, his bouncing ability could only repel air and attacks. Now, he possessed the power to dispel fatigue and even pain. With that, he expelled the fatigue he had accumulated throughout the day from his body, transforming it into a transparent balloon. He pushed the balloon out the window. Whoever it encountered would be unfortunate. Lying back on his bed, he glanced at his phone and suddenly realized that tomorrow was Sunday, and there were no classes at school. However, he could not afford to be idle. Without parental support, he needed to earn enough for college living expenses. With his extraordinary realm first tier, combined with his bouncing and gravity abilities, he was now sufficiently powerful to venture out of the city and hunt exotic beasts. Tomorrow, he would leave the city. After making his decision, he sent a message to Manhwaedit, informing her that he would not be attending the next 2 days due to personal matters. Upon receiving the message, Manhwaedit replied with an okay. She understood well that Su Luo was human and likely had his own affairs to attend to. As dawn broke, with the sun yet to fully rise, Su Luo arrived early at the city gate. After exiting the city, he followed a woodland path leading to an area teeming with exotic beasts, the Tiger Roaring Mountain Range. Legend has it that deep within this mountain lies a 6th-level beast, with all the beasts in the range being governed by this powerful entity. Yet, for many years, no one has ever laid eyes on this 6th-level beast, leading people to dismiss it as mere folklore. Shortly after entering the forest, he encountered 5 first-level feline beasts, gathered together, feasting on something. Su Luo strode forward confidently, waving his hands to activate his gravity ability. The 5 feline beasts were instantly pinned to the ground, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were devouring a human corpse. Only a human corpse could entice exotic beasts to indulge so ravenously. It was Su Luo's first encounter with a fellow human's remains, and it made him feel somewhat queasy, but he quickly acclimated. In this world, humans risk death the moment they step outside the city, and he needed to adapt swiftly. Seeing him approach, the 5 beasts attempted to pounce, but their movements were entirely stifled by the gravitational force. Tenfold gravity. With this sudden, overwhelming force, the 5 beasts were crushed to death. Blood and internal organs spilled from their mouths, creating a gruesome sight. Crouching down, he retrieved the small knife he had recently purchased and cut open the beasts' heads to check for crystal cores. To his surprise, 3 of the 5 beasts possessed crystal cores. Fortune was indeed on his side. Generally, the higher the level of an exotic beast, the greater the likelihood of crystal cores appearing. First-level beasts have only about a 30% chance of yielding cores, so to find 3 from 5 was exceptional luck. Continuing deeper into the mountains, he encountered numerous remnants of corpses that had been devoured by beasts. These individuals, aside from being killed by exotic creatures, were likely betrayed by their companions. This was precisely why Su Luo refrained from seeking out strangers for teamwork. Who could tell if they were trustworthy? Joining forces without knowing one's true nature could lead to betrayal and death, and that would be a deserved fate. After ascending to the extraordinary realm, his speed had increased approximately 5-fold compared to the ability realm. Utilizing his bouncing ability to propel himself through the air, he achieved rapid movement. An entire area could be swiftly cleared. Before long, he had collected over 10 first-level crystal cores. Based on market prices, first-level cores are valued at around 20,000, while second-level cores fetch about 200,000. Thus, he had effectively earned himself a second-level core within this short time. Earning money is the ultimate goal. Everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Soon, Su Luo had eradicated all the exotic beasts in that mountain area and proceeded to the next peak. A day's time swiftly passed. Gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, he knew it was time to return. Weighing the heavy backpack on his shoulders brought him immense satisfaction. Time to head back to the city. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of dusk. Su Luo's entire body froze in an instant. He scanned his surroundings, unsure of where the sound had originated. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the thicket before him. Cautiously, Su Luo approached to observe. If it were not a beast of second level or higher, he had nothing to fear. There, he spotted a girl clad in a form-fitting combat suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, rushing forward in a panic. She frequently glanced back, as though something terrifying pursued her. Su Luo focused intently. The girl possessed an ability level of 8th tier in the ability realm, marking her as a small prodigy. Not long after she fled, 3 men followed closely behind. Don't let her escape. She has crystal cores on her. We must seize them all. One of them, clutching his eyes in rage, exclaimed, "That little wench dared to poke my eye. I swear I will skin her alive." Su Luo cast a discerning glance. The ability levels of the 3 men were all at the 2nd tier of the extraordinary realm, and he immediately understood their identities. They were clearly individuals who specialized in robbing those in the ability realm. They sought to claim the crystal cores others had painstakingly hunted. Such individuals are truly deserving of their fate. A fleeting glance revealed that the trio behind were burdened with hefty packs, seemingly brimming with contents. A subtle smile graced my lips, radiating a brilliant warmth. To rid the world of malevolence is an unassailable duty. Rising promptly, I stealthily trailed after them. The frantic girl faltered, her steps unsteady, and stumbled to the ground. By this time, the trio had caught up. The swiftness of the enhanced was not something the awakened could rival. In the blink of an eye, one among the trio lunged forward, seizing the girl by her neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Flee! How presumptuous! Did she truly believe that a mere awakened could outrun 3 enhanced? The other 2 watched with malicious glee, as if they were already privy to the girl's fate. The girl gazed defiantly at the man, her breath growing increasingly labored as his grip tightened. Her eyes rolled back, and her legs flailed in desperation. At that moment, a formidable blast of compressed air surged toward the man, throttling her. Chapter 7. A triple execution. His eyes widened in shock, unable to evade the oncoming force. He was propelled backward, his head colliding with a tree, rendering him unconscious. Freed from his grasp, the girl collapsed onto the ground, gulping in the fresh air. The remaining 2, witnessing the scene, instinctively stood back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. Who is there? Step forward for a fair duel. A sneak attack is no mark of a true hero. Hearing this, Su Luo parted the foliage, stepping into view before the 2. Upon seeing his youthful visage, they burst into laughter. Kid, even a hero saving a damsel must possess the requisite strength. One of them noticed the pack on Su Luo's back. Hand over the crystal cores you carry, and we might consider sparing you, the man said greedily. Su Luo scoffed derisively. Huh, you think you can take my crystal cores? How laughable. Place your packs on the ground and leave at once. Comply with my words, and I may grant you your lives. At these words, the 2 exchanged glances, realizing they were indeed fellow travelers. Kid, attempting to rob us of our crystal cores? Your journey ends here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of them unleashed a flame, seemingly awakening a fire manipulation ability of C-grade quality. The other drew his blade and charged at Su Luo. His power appeared to specialize in weaponry. 2 attacks bore down from opposing sides. Su Luo remained rooted in place, hands in pockets, a glint of cold steel in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force descended like a meteor, extinguishing the flames in an instant. The 2 men found themselves flattened against the ground, unable to move. Su Luo strode toward the swordsman, placing his foot upon the man's head and grinding it against the earth. You refuse to flee when I offer you a chance. Then you leave me no choice. With that, he intensified the gravitational pressure upon them. The sound of their bones creaking echoed in their ears, instilling a profound terror that prompted them to plead for mercy. Big brother, please spare us. We'll hand over the crystal cores. Su Luo shook his head disdainfully. TSK. It seems you still fail to grasp reality. Even if I were to kill you, the crystal cores would still belong to me. In the eyes of the terrified men, a tremendous gravitational force crushed them into bloody pulp, their demise swift and devoid of agony. Witnessing their grisly end, the girl's eyes widened in horror as she stared at Su Luo. Clutching her own crystal cores tightly in her hands, she knelt and begged for her life. Please don't kill me. I will give you all my crystal cores. Just spare my life. Su Luo slung the 2 men's packs over his shoulder and glanced at the crystal cores in her palms, his expression one of disdain. Fear not. For your meager offerings, do not tempt me. Here is a piece of advice. Your strength is far too feeble. Unless accompanied by friends, do not venture outside the city, lest you risk your life. With that, he disregarded her, approaching the unconscious man, just as he bent down to check for signs of life. The man suddenly opened his eyes, raising a concealed knife to thrust at Su Luo's neck, hoping to take him by surprise. Yet, he had gravely underestimated Su Luo. In a flash, the meatball ability sent the knife flying from the man's grasp. Seizing the moment of his bewilderment, Su Luo struck with a palm imbued with his power. With a sickening crack, The man's neck snapped, spinning 360 degrees before contorting grotesquely. His eyes bulged in disbelief as blood poured from his orifices. And he perished on the spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luo hefted the man's pack, the weight eliciting a surge of delight within him. How amusing that he attempted to ambush me. This collection of crystal cores shall serve as my mental compensation. Sleep well. Witnessing Su Luo's merciless actions made the girl tremble uncontrollably. She could not help but imagine the terror of such a fate befalling her. At that moment, Su Luo checked the time on his phone. It was past 6, time to return to the city. As he passed by the girl, he cast her a cursory glance. Her features seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place where he had seen her before. The girl, noticing his gaze, quickly averted her eyes. As she dared not meet his gaze, Su Luo continued on, his thoughts occupied with how much he might earn from selling these crystal cores. As Su Luo's figure began to fade from view, the girl staggered to her feet, surveying the desolate surroundings and the 3 lifeless bodies. She summoned her courage and decided to follow him, hoping he would not take offense at her presence. She only wished to return to the city. Upon entering the city, Su Luo turned back to the girl. Hurry home. Do not venture outside the city until you reach the enhanced level. The girl nodded timidly and quickly ran off. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo then made his way to the city gate, where merchants specialized in purchasing crystal cores awaited, displaying 4 bags of crystal cores. The merchant was utterly astonished. It was not the quantity that shocked him, but the fact that one individual had brought back such a bounty. Naturally, curiosity arose regarding the source of such an abundance, yet he dared not inquire. Such a significant client, should they take offense, might refuse to sell to him. Esteemed customer. Upon calculation, there are a total of 75 first-grade crystal cores here. At the market price of 20,000 each, that amounts to a total of 1.5 million. Is there anything else you would like to purchase? If not, I can proceed with the transfer. This was the first time he had encountered such a sum of money. Su Luo's mind momentarily faltered, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. However, it did not take long for him to regain his composure. A mere 1,500,000. There was no need for such excitement. He recalled that he still had a demon fruit awaiting maturation. Reflecting on the market price of a Tier 3 crystal core, which was approximately 2 million, he realized that he was still unable to afford it. He would need to exert more effort to save up. No need for that. I don't require any purchases. Just transfer the money directly to me. Upon receiving the 1,500,000, he returned to the hotel and utilized his meatball ability to expel the fatigue from his body. He opened the window as usual, releasing a balloon, for whoever encountered it would surely bear misfortune. Meanwhile, the girl who had returned to the city stumbled into a villa. Coincidentally, this villa belonged to Shun Huayue. Hearing the commotion, Shun Huayue immediately stepped outside. The girl, disheveled and covered in dirt, burst into tears upon seeing Shun Huayue. Wu sister. Shun Huayue, observing this scene, felt an ominous suspicion rising within her. Huayue, what happened? Speak slowly. Shun Huayue clung to Shun Huayue's shoulder, unable to contain her sobs. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I will never leave the city on my own again. Upon hearing this, Shun Huayue's anger flared. She forcefully pushed Shun Huayue away. You foolish girl. How many times have I warned you not to leave the city on your own? You refuse to listen. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to our parents? As Shun Huayue's fury intensified, Shun Huayue's sobs grew louder. She slowly moved in front of Shun Huayue, her large eyes pleadingly gazing at her. Sister, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. To her surprise, Shun Huayue disdainfully pushed her away once more, commanding, extend your hand. Shun Huayue, trembling and timid, extended her quaking hand. In her fury, Shun Huayue grasped a bamboo stick from the table and struck Shun Huayue's hand repeatedly. Swish, crack, swish. Before long, Shun Huayue's hands were covered in bloodied marks. Despite the pain, she continued to weep silently, refraining from retracting her hands, hoping to quell her sister's anger through this suffering. Shun Huayue, gazing at the wounds she had inflicted upon her sister, fought back her own tears, casting the bamboo stick aside. She gently lifted Shun Huayue's tear-streaked face, forcing her to meet her gaze. Huayue, ever since our parents went missing in the Tiger Howl Mountains, I have repeatedly cautioned you. You may visit friends, but never venture outside the city. It is perilous beyond the walls, beyond your current strength to explore. You could have easily purchased a crystal core with our parents' savings. Yet you chose to disregard my warnings. And now, when faced with danger, you finally understand fear. Why did you not think of this sooner? After her lecture, Shun Huayue collapsed onto the sofa with a sigh. Alas, now your innocence has been tarnished by strangers. What man would ever cherish you? Upon hearing this, Shun Huayue quickly interjected to clarify. Once Shun Huayue grasped the general situation, she felt a slight relief. Phew, at least your innocence remains intact. What is the name of the man who saved you? Where does he reside? We must personally express our gratitude. Shun Huayue wept and shook her head. Sister, I do not know who he is. Moreover, it seems he does not require our gratitude. Shun Huayue cast an irritable glare at Shun Huayue, causing her to lower her head in fright. Now, go back to your room. You are forbidden from using your healing ability. As punishment, you shall not eat for an entire day. Reflect on your mistakes. Upon hearing this, Shen Huayu quickly rose and hurried back to her room. Shen Huayu sat alone on the sofa, shaking her head in exhaustion. Alas, my dear sister, if anything were to happen to you, I would be left all alone in this world. How would I continue living? The next afternoon, after a day of hunting, Su Luo returned to the city. He had not encountered any highwaymen that day, resulting in a rather meager haul. Had he come across them, he would not have hesitated to deal with a few more. After a long day, he had managed to procure over 30 crystal cores. Surprisingly, during his venture outside the city, he had encountered a second-tier beast. It must be said that second-tier beasts possessed formidable strength. While he could effortlessly crush first-tier beasts with one hand, he required both hands to subdue second-tier beasts, which was considerably more taxing. With the earnings from yesterday combined with today's, his total assets finally surpassed the 2 million mark, allowing him to purchase a Tier 3 crystal core to feed the demon fruit tree. However, after acquiring the Tier 3 crystal core, his savings plummeted to just over 200,000, leaving him with a sense of loss. Oh well, out with the old, in with the new, he mused inwardly. Upon returning to the hotel, he immediately took out the Tier 3 crystal core and fed it to the demon fruit tree. For reasons unknown, the demon fruit tree, after absorbing the Tier 3 crystal core, emitted a series of brilliant flashes. It seemed that something extraordinary was about to occur. Once the radiance subsided, a gourd-shaped blue demon fruit, akin to a comet, hurtled towards Su Luo's heart. This is the most powerful paramecia fruit, the tremor fruit. Su Luo found himself at a loss, his pupils quivering violently. Eagerly, Su Luo reached out to pluck the tremor fruit. Gazing at the exquisite fruit, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he took a bite. Upon consuming it, the vibration power emanating from within him affected the entire hotel. The cups on the table shattered from the sheer force of the vibrations. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Luo held his breath, retracting the destructive vibration power from his body. At the same time, his ability level ascended to the 4th stage of the extraordinary realm. In less than a week, he had leaped from the 3rd stage of the ability realm to the 4th stage of the extraordinary realm, achieving a remarkable leap in levels. With school starting tomorrow, he had no time to venture outside the city for more crystal cores. He decided to continue as a sparring partner, earning 1,000 a day, an opportunity too good to pass up. The next day, after completing a day's lessons, he rang the doorbell at Shen Huayue's home. Once she confirmed it was him, she opened the door. After entering, he headed straight to the backyard to await Shen Huayue, instead of standing idly at the entrance. However, as soon as he reached the backyard, an attack descended from above. Yet, with his current strength at the 4th stage of the extraordinary realm, such trivial tactics posed no threat to him. Utilizing his meatball ability, he repelled the air beneath him, achieving an instantaneous movement effect. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo found himself above Shen Huayue, who had intended to ambush him. Shen Huayue's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend how Su Luo had vanished so suddenly. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon her from above. With a thunderous crash, Shen Huayue was abruptly overwhelmed by gravity, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobilized. Struggling to rise, she was horrified to discover that she could not even lift her legs. What kind of force is this? At that moment, the voice of Su Luo suddenly pierced the silence. This is gravity. Gravity? Your ability has such an effect? Shen Huayue exclaimed in astonishment. Well, sort of. Su Luo pondered for a moment before replying. Listening to Su Luo, Shen Huayue felt an urge to curse. What a heaven-defying ability, so extraordinarily versatile. Su Luo stated calmly, this is approximately 5 times the normal gravitational force. When can you stand up and adapt to this gravity? Miss Shen, your physical fitness will significantly improve, particularly your speed, which will increase 4 to 5 times. Upon hearing this, Shen Huayue's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a brilliant idea. Indeed, this is an excellent approach. Before long, Shen Huayue was gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word due to the oppressive weight. Her hands struggled to support her body, the sweat trickling down, soaking the ground beneath her. Chapter 9. The 3 mightiest of Huaping Nation and the strongest. Noticing her struggles, Su Luo ceased speaking, maintaining the gravity and silence. Suddenly, a shrill scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere. You, what are you doing in my house? Shen Huayu stood by the window, her small hands wrapped in bandages covering her mouth. Her terrified gaze darted between Su Luo and Shen Huayue. Su Luo immediately grasped the situation. No wonder he felt he had seen her before. She was Shen Huayue's sister. With a thought, he withdrew the gravity he had imposed on Shen Huayue. Instantly, she felt a lightness envelop her. Rising to her feet, she looked up to meet Shen Huayue's gaze, then glanced at Su Luo, quickly grasping the situation. It seems we share quite a connection, Shen Huayue remarked with a smile. Huayu, come down. Thanks, Su Luo. Shen Huayue admonished her sister sternly. Shen Huayu bit her lip, turning away to descend the stairs. Upon reaching Su Luo, she bowed deeply. Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. Su Luo waved his hand, indicating it was nothing significant. Straightening up, He added, "There's no need for such formality." After Shun Huayu rose, Shun Huayu stepped forward to introduce them. "Su Luo, this is my dear sister, Shun Huayu. Sister, this is my training partner from last week, Su Luo." They shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Noticing Shun Huayu's bandaged hand, Su Luo curiously inquired, "What happened to your hand? Yesterday, it seemed you hadn't injured it?" Shun Huayu was momentarily taken aback, pouting as she cautiously glanced at her sister. Su Luo turned his gaze to Shun Huayu, his curiosity piqued. "I hit her. She insisted on leaving the city alone. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't learn," Shun Huayu declared with righteous indignation. "Oh, indeed, she deserved it." Su Luo nodded in agreement. Shun Huayu felt increasingly aggrieved as the two continued their discussion, turning her face away, unwilling to engage. Su Luo stepped forward, taking Shun Huayu's hand. And under the bewildered gazes of the two sisters, a balloon suddenly floated out from Shun Huayu's hand. At the same time, Shun Huayu was astonished to find that her hand no longer hurt. Why doesn't my hand hurt anymore? Unwrapping the bandage, she discovered that her previously scarred hand had miraculously returned to its original state. Upon witnessing this scene, Shun Huayu angrily approached, pinching her sister's face. "I told you not to self-treat. Did you think my words were mere suggestions? I will ensure you remember this lesson." Shun Huayu was on the verge of tears. "Sister, I didn't self-treat. It was Su Luo who healed me just now." "Su Luo?" Shun Huayu looked at Su Luo in surprise, utterly bewildered by how he possessed healing abilities. Su Luo smiled slightly, pointing to the balloon. "Miss Shun, have you forgotten my ability to bounce away everything?" "Naturally. I can bounce away injuries as well." "You can bounce away injuries? What kind of overpowered ability is that?" Shun Huayu released her grip on her sister's face, astonished. Shun Huayu, with tears in her eyes, rubbed her face, gazing at Su Luo in disbelief, clearly shocked. "The injuries I bounced away are all contained within this balloon. If anyone touches it, they will experience the pain your sister endured." Saying this, he released the balloon. "Whoever touches it will be unfortunate." Shun Huayu rubbed her face, glancing back and forth between the two. "What were you two doing just now?" "I was helping your sister train," Su Luo replied, then released double the gravity. As the weight intensified, both sisters felt their bodies sink. "How heavy! Even walking became a challenge," Shun Huayu exclaimed. "Just right. Huayu, this is a rare opportunity. You should join me in training." Shun Huayu patted her sister's shoulder. Turning to Su Luo, she added, "Rest assured, I'll pay you double." Su Luo readily agreed. Whether it was for one person or two, he felt no pressure. Shun Huayu actually wanted to refuse. As a healer, what use was there in physical training? Yet, she dared not decline, for this was her sister's decision. Reluctantly, she steeled herself to bear the burden. Time passed swiftly, and both sisters, disregarding their appearances, were drenched in sweat, seated on the ground, gasping for breath. However, Shun Huayu was pleasantly surprised. She felt her body had indeed become significantly lighter. "This training method is remarkably efficient. I should do this every day?" Shun Huayu exclaimed with delight. Hearing this, Shun Huayu nearly burst into tears. "Every day? Wouldn't that be torturous?" She glanced at her sister, tentatively asking, "Sister, can I skip a day?" At her words, a cold glimmer flashed in Shun Huayu's eyes. "Skip? Then you shall have nothing but bamboo pole meals every day." Oh, sister, I was only joking. How could I possibly not come?" Shun Huayu forced a smile. Today's training session concluded successfully, earning another 2,000, an amount that was impossible to spend. Back at the hotel, as they dined, Shun Huayu picked up her phone to check recent news from Huaping Nation. The relationship between Huaping Nation and Kanjing Nation had grown increasingly tense. Huaping Nation's foremost figure, Zhang Tai, was reported to possess 3 SSS-level abilities. One of the 3 mightiest. Moto had a daughter, Imo Qinghuan, who had mysteriously gone missing, her whereabouts unknown. 3 SSS-level abilities? Besides me, could there truly be someone with such extraordinary fortune in this world? Shun Huayu was skeptical of this news, suspecting it to be a fabricated sensationalism by the media. Turning off her phone, she focused her attention on the demon fruit tree, awaiting the harvest of demon fruits. He had exhausted all opportunities to collect them. With 3 chances spent, he could only strive to earn money to purchase secondary crystal cores. First, he needed to advance the demon fruit tree to D rank before proceeding with the next plan. A week passed swiftly. Through his own cultivation, Su Luo's ability level had reached the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm. During this time, the principal had also sought Su Luo for a conversation, primarily to assess how much Su Luo's ability level had improved. After all, was it worth providing Su Luo with a secondary crystal core each month? However, after Su Luo demonstrated his prowess, the principal promptly decided to grant him an additional 2nd-level crystal core each month, ensuring a steady enhancement of Su Luo's extraordinary abilities. In preparation for his expedition beyond the city's confines to procure crystal cores, he intended to remain outside for 2 days. His unique ability, the meatball, had matured to the point where it could alleviate fatigue. Thus, he aspired to venture deep into the Tiger Howl mountain range to acquire a greater number of crystal cores. Having already requested leave from Shun Huayu, he received a message from her urging him to prioritize his safety. Shortly after entering the Tiger Howl mountain range, an earth-shattering roar reverberated from the depths of the mountains, causing Su Luo's body to stiffen and his hairs to stand on end. It was a sound that resonated deep within his soul, instilling a sense of dread. He sensed that the owner of this roar possessed formidable strength. It seemed the existence of sixth-tier beasts within the Tiger Howl mountain range was indeed true. Realizing this, he understood that his plan to explore the depths of the mountains required heightened caution. As night gradually deepened, he unfurled the tent he had prepared beforehand and established a temporary shelter beneath a grand tree. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness, prompting Su Luo to tense his senses. Perched in the tree, he cautiously peered toward the source of the noise in the underbrush, suspecting something lurked within. The rustling eventually ceased, returning the surroundings to tranquility. Leaping down from the tree, he gently parted the grass, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman, pale and lifeless, lying amidst the foliage. Her once resplendent attire was now tattered, and her shoulders and back bore deep claw marks. After checking for signs of life, he confirmed she still had a faint breath. He lifted her in his arms and ascended to the tent atop the tree. Placing his hands upon her, he attempted to utilize his meatball ability to alleviate her pain, yet to his astonishment, he could only alleviate 3/10 of her injuries. The remaining wounds resisted his efforts, leading him to ponder that the disparity in their power levels was significant. He surmised that her extraordinary ability must be exceptionally high, rendering his own powers insufficient to fully manifest. Nevertheless, easing 3/10 of her injuries was enough to ensure her survival. As her pallor diminished and the agony etched upon her features faded considerably, he retrieved the alcohol and medical supplies he had prepared before leaving the city, disinfected her wounds, and applied the ointment to the claw marks. Once bandaged, he draped a garment over her and promptly lay down to rest. As dawn broke, the sun's rays streamed through the tent's window, rousing the sleeping woman. Blinking in the light, she gradually awakened, turning to find Su Luo beside her, deep in slumber. Her gaze was momentarily vacant, as if her mind had momentarily stalled. However, regaining her composure, she quickly sat up to inspect her condition. Her clothing was intact, albeit with some tears, and the claw marks had been meticulously tended to. The absence of any signs of violation relieved her. Lying back down, she observed the sleeping Su Luo once more. He stirred awake from her subtle movements and, upon opening his eyes, found her staring intently at him. "It is good that you are awake," he remarked nonchalantly. "I assure you, I did not commit any transgressions against you." She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I know. And I thank you for saving my life. What is your name?" "I am Su Luo, here to hunt for crystal cores," he replied calmly while donning his clothing. The woman, intrigued by his composed demeanor, questioned, "Aren't you curious about who I am and how I ended up here?" Su Luo shook his head resolutely. "Not in the slightest. Your strength is undoubtedly formidable. Someone capable of reducing you to this state must be a significant threat. Therefore, I have no desire to entangle myself in any complications and will refrain from inquiring about your affairs." Listening to Su Luo's astute observations, the woman secretly nodded, impressed by his wisdom in avoiding matters beyond his comprehension. "Young man, I shall repay your kindness. Where do you reside? Upon my return, I will ensure a token of gratitude is sent your way." Su Luo waved his hand dismissively. "I have no home. I reside in an inn, and I require no reward. Our fates intertwined fortuitously, and saving your life was merely a matter of chance. It need not weigh upon your conscience. No home. Are you an orphan? How old are you?" the woman inquired, surprised. Su Luo pondered his current situation. "I am, in truth, no different from an orphan. I am 18 years of age." Upon hearing this, the woman cast a glance at Su Luo's extraordinary ability level and was astonished to discover that, at such a tender age, he had already attained the 5th tier of extraordinary power, superior to many scions of renowned warriors. "Su Luo, which university do you aspire to attend?" she asked. Su Luo shot her a quizzical glance, uncertain of the relevance of her inquiry. "Why should I disclose that to you?" he replied calmly. Her question left her momentarily speechless. Throughout her life, everyone had treated her with utmost reverence. Yet this audacious youth dared to speak to her in such a manner. In her earlier days, she would have swiftly retaliated. However, given that he was her savior, such a response seemed inappropriate. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and a slight smile graced her lips as she slowly said, "Su Luo, do you know the 3 supreme beings of the Hucking Kingdom?" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Luo promptly named them: the strongest force, Modo; the greatest controller, Xian Han; the supreme shapeshifter, Wu Chongxiao. The woman nodded in satisfaction. "Then do you know who Modo's daughter, Mo Qinghuan, is?" Just as Su Luo was about to shake his head, a recollection of the news he had seen the previous day struck him. "You are Mo Qinghuan, the one reported missing on television?" Su Luo exclaimed in surprise. Mo Qinghuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at being labeled as missing, retorted, "I was not missing without cause. I sought to hunt a formidable beast out of boredom. Upon hearing that there was a 6th-tier beast in this vicinity, I ventured here. Little did I know that 6th-tier beast had evolved into a 7th-tier one. As an 8th tier warrior, I was no match for it. After enduring several of its attacks, I recognized my defeat and turned to flee. However, to my dismay, that creature harbored a grudge and relentlessly pursued me. I barely managed to escape here after days of exertion. Having listened to Mo Qinghuan's account, Su Luo gained a clearer understanding of her predicament. Her experiences in childhood had forged her proud and arrogant demeanor, yet she maintained a semblance of decorum in critical moments. A 7th tier beast? Is it merely a tiger? Su Luo inquired. Indeed, it is a pitch-black tiger known as the Yuhui Yohu, she affirmed. Su Luo, how did you know? Mo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Luo recalled the roar of a tiger from that morning. As I left the city, I heard a tiger's roar. Even from a distance, I felt a shudder deep within my soul. I believe only the 7th level extraordinary beasts you mentioned possess such formidable power. Mo Qinghuan nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, Su Luo, how do you feel now that you know my identity? Feelings? What should I feel? Su Luo furrowed his brow in confusion. Listening to Su Luo's tone and observing his unyielding demeanor, Mo Qinghuan was struck by an inexplicable sensation. She had anticipated that upon revealing her identity, Su Luo would grovel and seek to curry favor with her. Yet, it seemed she had overthought it. Her status appeared to hold no significance for him. Don't you have even the slightest desire to please me? Please you? Why would I want to please you? Su Luo replied, bewildered. Based on my identity. Mo Qinghuan lifted her chin proudly. In response, Su Luo shook his head and chuckled. Miss Mo, to speak frankly, your esteemed status means little to me. For in the near future, my own identity, status, and strength will undoubtedly surpass yours, and that of everyone else. Hearing Su Luo's bold declaration, devoid of any jest, Mo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him intently. She found it utterly incomprehensible where this confident bravado of his stemmed from. Su Luo, what gives you such confidence? Pointing to himself, Su Luo replied matter-of-factly. I am my own greatest asset. With that, he revealed the 4 extraordinary abilities residing within him. Mo Qinghuan gazed in astonishment at the 4 abilities Su Luo exhibited, her eyes widening in disbelief. A 4-ability wielder. And aside from that tree, their ranks are formidable. She had thought such individuals existed only in legend. Even the renowned Zhang Tai of Hucking Nation was rumored to possess merely 3 abilities, with their ranks yet to be verified. To encounter a genuine 4-ability wielder in this desolate wilderness was beyond her imagination. Instantly, her admiration for him could no longer be contained. Meeting Su Luo's gaze, she smiled earnestly and said, Su Luo, come to my university. I will ensure you have access to the finest educational resources. With your talent and the best resources, you could become the foremost among the younger generation. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. Your university? What do you mean? Mo Qinghuan produced a business card and handed it to him. In addition to being Mo Qinghuan, I am also the vice president of the Giant Extraordinary Abilities University in Hucking Nation. The principal is my father, Mo Tuo. Su Luo examined the card closely. Hucking Nation boasted 3 world-class Extraordinary Abilities Universities, each founded by one of the Supreme Beings. The Giant Extraordinary Abilities University established by Mo Tuo, the Ice and Flame Extraordinary Abilities University founded by Xian Han, and the Artifact God Extraordinary Abilities University founded by Wu Chongxiao. Each university was named after its founder's characteristics. Miss Mo, if I agree now, will I still need to take an exam? Su Luo raised an eyebrow. No exam is necessary. You will be my specially recruited student. And your tuition will be waived, Mo Qinghuan smiled. All right, I agree. Thank you, Vice Principal Mo. Su Luo replied, producing some water and canned food to offer her. Mo Qinghuan accepted the water and canned food, eating with grace as she spoke. Please give me your address and phone number. I will send you the special enrollment notification after I return. After jotting down the information, Su Luo handed it to her, and once she had eaten her fill, she attempted to rise. However, the pain from her injuries made her wince, causing her to slowly crouch back down. No, I still need to rest. Su Luo, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave. You need not concern yourself with me. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Luo replied, that won't do. I must take you back to the hospital in the city. I have limited supplies of medicine out here, and given your numerous injuries, it would be unwise to risk scarring. At his words, Mo Qinghuan's face flushed for once. Unattractive? Speak. How much did you see? Su Luo's voice faltered, his gaze darting away. Noticing his wandering eyes, Mo Qinghuan raised her hand and playfully flicked his forehead. Still looking around, Su Luo closed his eyes, grimacing as he rubbed his scalp. I wasn't intentionally looking. Who told you to develop so well? Hearing Su Luo's compliment, Mo Qinghuan turned her head, letting out a cold huff. Yet the faint blush on her ears betrayed her inner embarrassment. This matter shall not be mentioned again. From now on, I am the principal. Remember your place. As the pain in his forehead subsided, Su Luo foolishly posed a question that could be perilous for any woman. Vice Principal Mo, how old are you this year? Mo Qinghuan's gaze turned icy as she turned to fixate on him. Su Luo, how old do you think I am? 21. Su Luo ventured, though internally he thought otherwise. With an extraordinary ability level reaching the 8th stage of the Tianqing realm, even if she were a descendant of a supreme being, She would be at least 23. However, looking into Mo Qinghuan's piercing eyes, he felt that saying so might lead to a beating. After all, despite her current condition, the might of an 8-stage Tianqing practitioner was enough to obliterate him 1,000 times over. Indeed, upon hearing Su Luo suggest she was only 21, Mo Qinghuan's expression brightened. Not bad, not bad. Your guess is quite close to my actual age. But let me tell you, never search for my information online. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Su Luo nodded fervently, assuring her that he would never do such a thing. He gathered their belongings and covered Mo Qinghuan's face with a piece of clothing. Should they be recognized upon entering the city, it would undoubtedly create a media frenzy, and he had no desire to deal with those sensationalist journalists. Upon arriving at the hospital, he paid to place Mo Qinghuan in a private room to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. Throughout the day, Su Luo remained by her side, bringing her water and medicine. That night, he chose to sleep on the sofa in her room, too lazy to return to the hotel. As dawn broke, he awoke to the sound of his phone ringing. Vice Principal Mo, I'm heading to school now. I'll come back to see you in the afternoon, he said. Glancing at her sleeping form, Mo Qinghuan, still half asleep, raised a hand and waved it sluggishly, signaling that she understood he could leave. Returning to school, Su Luo found himself with little to do. Just as he was preparing for yet another mundane day, an unexpected announcement shattered his tranquility. Attention, Su Luo. Please report to the office of the head of education. Your guardian is looking for you. Su Luo rubbed his temples, fearing it might be Su Xiong come to trouble him again. He resolved to himself that if Su Xiong spewed any nonsense this time, he would not hold back on their familial ties. Knocking on the door, he entered Wang Yu's office. As soon as he stepped inside, a sharp and exceedingly irksome voice pierced the air. Su Luo, you have injured Xiao Ming. You must compensate us. Pan Yun exclaimed, her brows knitted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Gazing at Pan Yun's haughty demeanor, a flicker of coldness flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He was already calculating how to ensure Pan Yun's silent demise, evading any trace back to himself. Observing the unfolding scene, Wang Yu interjected, Ms. Pan. According to the rules of the battle arena, as long as both parties voluntarily step onto the stage, their lives or deaths are of no concern to one another. Moreover, considering you are family, there is no need to escalate matters unpleasantly. Chapter 12, A Fragrance of Flowers. Director Wang, I assure you, we are no longer family. Su Luo replied coldly. At his words, Wang Yu's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Su Luo's familial discord had reached such an extent as to sever ties completely. Pan Yun, emboldened by Wang Yu's presence, felt secure that Su Luo would not retaliate against her. She unleashed a tirade against him. Su Luo, you are a wretched star-born of a mother who gave you life, but did not nurture you. I suspect your mother is the reason for your misfortune. You have inflicted such harm on Xiao Ming that he has lost his ability to move. He remains bedridden, and I am left to tend to his every need. As his brother, do you not feel a shred of guilt or remorse? Unable to endure Pan Yun's vitriol any longer, Su Luo's fury erupted. With a resounding slap, he struck her face, sending her sprawling backward, her head colliding with the wall, causing her to slide down helplessly. Regaining her senses, Pan Yun was filled with terror as she clutched her cheek. Suddenly, she felt something in her mouth, and upon expelling it, she discovered her own teeth, mingled with blood, landing on the ground. Simultaneously, a series of faint cracking sounds emanated from the bones in her face. This horrifying noise sent Pan Yun into a panic, covering her face as she fled the room like a madwoman. Su Luo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glanced at Pan Yun's retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to his own hand. He had utilized his vibrational powers, carefully controlling the force of his strike. She would not perish but would bear the burden of a disfigured visage for the rest of her life. This was the price she paid for provoking him. Wang Yu, witnessing the scene unfold, let out a deep sigh. Su Luo, regardless of the circumstances, she is still your father's remarried partner. Is your treatment of her not a bit excessive? Not in the slightest, Su Luo retorted decisively. He then recounted the hardships he had endured over the years to Wang Yu. Upon hearing his tale, Wang Yu's face flushed with indignation as he slammed his hand on the table. How can such a person exist? She is nothing but a vile harlot. And your father? What a piece of work. Remarrying so soon after his wife's passing, what does he take women for? I now believe you went too easy on her. A few more strikes would be warranted, Wang Yu stated earnestly. Listening to Wang Yu's serious remarks, Su Luo approached him, laughing as he patted him on the back. Director Wang, calm down. We need not waste our emotions on such a person. She is not worth it. I have some splendid news. Would you care to hear it? Wang Yu, intrigued, raised his eyes to Su Luo. Of course, I want to hear the good news. Speak swiftly. Su Luo produced a business card given to him by Mo Qinghuan and handed it to Wang Yu. I have been recruited as a special student by the Giant Abilities University. Wang Yu's expression turned vacant as he stared at the flawless card. This is Mo Qinghuan's card. But I thought she was missing. Where did you encounter her? Su Luo anticipated this question. He recounted his encounter with Mo Qinghuan in the Tiger Roar mountain range and how he became a special student. Of course, He refrained from mentioning his status as a four-ability wielder, only stating that he was a dual-ability wielder to secure his admission. The fewer who knew of his extraordinary abilities, the better. After hearing Su Luo's account, Wang Yu appeared genuinely excited. Mo Qinghuan, she was my idol in my youth. As a descendant of the formidable giant Mott, she possesses SSS-level abilities and unmatched strength. With her iron fists, she was invincible among her peers. It is a pity that I have never seen her in person. At this, Su Luo pondered privately. Director Wang's idol in her youth? Just how old is Principal Mo? It seems she is considerably older than I had anticipated. Su Luo, could you take me to meet her? Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I cannot. She is currently recuperating, and it would be inappropriate for me to bring anyone to her. Su Luo coldly refused. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pouted, visibly displeased. However, he acknowledged that the request was indeed excessive. Nevertheless, I can inquire whether she would be willing to meet you, Su Luo added. That would be wonderful. Just let her know. If she cannot, I will understand, Wang Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping his hands. Later that afternoon, they headed to Manhwaaudiobuk's home after school. Both sisters had elevated their ability levels by one tier, reaching the 9th tier of ability wielders. With their enhanced abilities, they could naturally endure greater gravitational forces. Su Luo, considering their physical conditions, increased their gravitational training accordingly, ensuring their continued progress. After their practice session, Manhwaaudiobook, panting heavily, inquired, Su Luo, are you still going to hunt for crystal cores outside the city this Saturday and Sunday? Of course, why do you ask? Su Luo replied, puzzled. Manhwaaudiobook produced a photograph from her pocket and handed it to Su Luo. Why not give it to me earlier? It's already damp, he remarked as he accepted the sweat-soaked photo, bringing it closer to his nose to sniff. Manhwaaudiobook, witnessing this, felt a sudden rush of embarrassment. Surprised by Su Luo's boldness, her sister was present, yet he dared to bring it so close. Manhwaaudiobuck's eyes widened in shock as Su Luo showed no regard for modesty. He took the photo and sniffed it, casting a sidelong glance at her sister, who was smirking slightly. In a flurry of indignation, Manhwaaudiobuck approached Su Luo and swatted him. Stop sniffing. There's no scent. Su Luo wrinkled his nose, solemnly observing. Indeed, there's no strange odor, but there is an unusual floral fragrance. Upon hearing this, Manhwaaudiobuck became even more flustered, snatching the photo back and exclaiming, Su Luo, do you even want to hear what I have to say? Seeing her annoyance, Su Luo quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I will be quiet. Manhwaaudiobuck rolled her eyes at him before handing the photo back. The photo is of my parents. You go out of the city every week. I hope you can help us investigate any news about them. Rest assured, I will compensate you handsomely for any useful information. Su Luo took the photo, gazing at the happy, smiling family of four, a twinge of envy flickering in his heart. Deal. I will conduct an investigation for you, and I will inform you at the earliest opportunity if I receive any news. Thank you, Su Luo. The two sisters simultaneously exclaimed. You're welcome. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Luo tucked away the photograph, waved goodbye, and departed from the sisters' home. Manhwaaudiobuck gazed at Su Luo's retreating figure, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she poked her sister, Manhwaaudiobuck. Sister, why not give Su Luo a chance? He seems quite interested in you. Moreover, the scent you exude appears to captivate him greatly. I read online that only those whose bodies are in harmony can find each other's scent appealing. Chapter 13. The Tiger Roars in the Mountains, a Ghostly Encounter. Upon hearing her sister's words, Manhwaaudiobuck's face flushed crimson. She hurriedly smacked her sister's back a few times. Stop that. Stop talking nonsense. What on earth are you thinking? Are you craving that bamboo shoot set again? Manhwaaudiobuck raised her hands to shield herself from her sister's playful slaps, quickly admitting her fault. Sister, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Humph. Go wash up in your room. Manhwaaudiobuck said calmly. Manhwaaudiobuck pouted, reluctantly shuffling her feet. Manhwaaudiobuck followed suit. Su Luo returned to the hospital after purchasing some food. Upon opening the door, he found Mo Qinghuan struggling to sit up. Su Luo rushed over to assist her into a comfortable position. Principal Mo, you should refrain from moving around too much until you fully recover. Just then, Mo Qinghuan's stomach let out a loud growl. I'm starving, she said weakly. Su Luo quickly understood that she had not yet eaten. He unwrapped the food and handed it to her. Mo Qinghuan devoured a rice ball in just 2 bites. Su Luo ensured she was well fed and then helped her lie back down. Su Luo, you have a knack for taking care of me. Why not forego the special admission and become my secretary instead? Mo Qinghuan chuckled. Have the future world's strongest individual serve as your secretary? How delightfully optimistic. Su Luo replied while peeling an apple. At his words, Mo Qinghuan playfully huffed. Humph. Do not speak too confidently, Su Luo. While self-assurance is admirable, one must avoid arrogance. He handed her the peeled apple. All right, you are right. Principal Mo Qinghuan accepted the apple and cast him a sidelong glance. Principal Mo, I mentioned my special admission to our director, Wang Yu. She admires you greatly and wishes to meet you. What do you think? Su Luo said casually. Not interested. Mo Qinghuan replied immediately. Understood, Su Luo nodded. The two then fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, Mo Qinghuan couldn't help but inquire, aren't you curious why? You have already stated your unwillingness to meet, and I do not wish to go against your wishes, Su Luo replied. Hearing this, Imo smiled contentedly. However, I can provide her with an autographed note. Please deliver it to her. She picked up a piece of paper and swiftly wrote her name, handing it to Su Luo. He accepted it, carefully placing it away while also retrieving his phone to add Imo contact information. The two spent the night in silence. On the third day of Imo hospitalization, while Su Luo was in class, he felt his pocket vibrate with a message. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a message from Imo I have been discharged and returned home. The special admission notification will reach you soon. See you at university. A hint of a smile graced Su Luo's lips as he murmured, see you at university. Time flew by, and Saturday arrived. Although he had become a special admission student, he still found himself short on funds and crystal nuclei. Advancing the demon fruit tree required a substantial amount of high-grade crystal nuclei. For the initial advancement, 5 level 2 crystal nuclei were needed. Who knew how many would be required for the next advancement? Thus, while he had the time, he needed to save some money for future purchases of crystal nuclei. After a day of hunting, he managed to acquire over 20 level 1 crystal nuclei, but not a single level 2 nucleus. The returns from the outskirts of the tiger-roaring mountains were dwindling, causing Su Luo to feel a twinge of anxiety. He decided to venture further in. That night, he set up camp in a clearing. As he crawled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes, he sensed the temperature around him plummeting. Confused, he opened his eyes and exhaled, surprised to see steam rising from his breath. What is going on? Was there such a drastic temperature difference in the tiger-roaring mountains? Just as Su Luo was about to snuggle deeper into his sleeping bag and drift off again, he inadvertently caught sight of a figure standing by the tent's small window. Thinking he was hallucinating due to fatigue, he rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to find no one there, which relieved him. Suddenly, a loud zipper sound jolted him awake. Sitting up, he widened his eyes and stared at the tent entrance, where he noticed the zipper inexplicably opening slightly. Alarm bells rang in Su Luo's mind. In this desolate wilderness, the probability of encountering other humans was nearly non-existent. The temperature inside the tent had now dropped to freezing point. He scanned his surroundings. Something had definitely entered his small tent, and likely more than one. Holding his breath, he quietly released gravity in the vicinity. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in Su Luo's ears. He concentrated vibrating energy into his right hand and swung it violently backward. A translucent ghostly figure was shattered by his punch, dissipating instantly. Su Luo's pupils constricted at the sight. So there were indeed ghosts. He rolled out of the tent, surveying the environment outside. A tenfold increase in gravity was unleashed, instantly revealing the hidden ghostly figures. Collectively, there were dozens of them, all pinned to the ground and unable to move. As Su Luo continued to apply pressure, more and more ghosts were crushed and shattered. With the last ghost defeated by a powerful punch, he looked around in confusion, completely baffled as to why such creatures existed in this place. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed from deep within the mountains. Su Luo turned back to the tent, retrieved his phone, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and took off running. Other possessions could be replaced, they were of no consequence. Utilizing his unique ability, he propelled himself forward, achieving rapid movement. Just as Su Luo was making his escape, a massive black tiger descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing down and flattening a swath of trees. With a growl, it lowered its head to sniff at Su Luo's former campsite, realizing he was no longer there. Letting out a mighty roar of frustration, it swiped its paw, crushing the tent beneath it. With that, it lost interest and turned away, striding gracefully into the depths of the forest. Surrounded by a host of ghostly figures that trailed behind the colossal tiger, Su Luo stood at a distance, heart racing as he gazed at the area flattened by the giant tiger. That must be what Imo referred to as a level 7 exotic beast, the ghostly tiger. No wonder it is called the ghostly tiger. It turns out that the U refers to this kind of spirit. Those spirits must have transformed from the individuals it has slain. At this thought, an unsettling idea suddenly arose in my mind. The parents of the Shin sisters went missing in the Tiger's Howl Mountains. Could it be that they have already been killed by the ghostly tiger and transformed into spirits? The more I pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, until the truth is uncovered, I decided it prudent to remain tight-lipped. A glimmer of hope is far better than none at all. I resolved to remember this location and refrain from returning here lightly. Now bereft of camping gear, I could only return to the city. Chapter 14. The Fury of Imo Under the cover of night, I returned to the city and, upon arriving at the hotel, I was utterly exhausted. Too weary to employ my ability to dispel fatigue, I collapsed into bed and fell asleep instantly. When I awoke again, it was already noon. Just as I was having lunch, a stranger called, instructing me to come down to collect a document. Surely, it was my acceptance letter for special enrollment. It had finally arrived. I took the document from the courier and, upon returning to my room, opened it. Indeed, it was my special enrollment notification. Congratulations, Su Luo. You have been accepted into the Giant Ability University as a special recruit. The school term begins on August 2nd. Please take any train to Giant City on August 1st. Upon arrival, there will be personnel responsible for receiving students. Simply present this notification to them. After perusing the letter, I carefully closed it and set it aside. September 2nd. It was only mid-May, and several months remained. In this time, I would exert myself to the utmost to reach the pinnacle of my abilities. In the vice principal's office at Giant Ability University, Mo Qinghuan sat gracefully in her chair, gazing with a smile at the person opposite her. Mu Xiaoyu, my dear fish. What troubles you? She inquired, noticing her expression of discontent. You have betrayed me, Mo Qinghuan. We promised to grow old together in solitude. Mu Xiaoyu crossed her arms, seething with indignation. My dear fish, what brings forth such a declaration? Mo Qinghuan replied, lifting her teacup with an air of composure. Mu Xiaoyu, with disdain evident in her demeanor, pointed at Mo Qinghuan, exclaiming, do not feign ignorance. Ever since you returned from this trip, your smile has been conspicuously more frequent. This is clearly a sign of infatuation. You have someone in your heart. At this remark, Mo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hands dismissively. Not at all. I am merely in a good mood these days. With a huff, Mu Xiaoyu produced a sheet of paper, revealing detailed information about Su Luo. You recently processed special enrollment for this young man, didn't you? Mo Qinghuan raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip while discreetly glancing at Su Luo's information. His talent is exceptionally high. If I don't expedite his special enrollment, it would be a loss for Giant University, she asserted. Exceptionally high. I see no evidence of that. Mu Xiaoyu retorted, reading aloud from Su Luo's file. Su Luo, 18 years old, from Tianshui City, an E-grade ability awakener, merely a fruit tree of no significance. His mother passed shortly after his birth, and his father remarried. His stepmother dislikes him, often resorting to violence. Until a month ago, his ability level was merely at the 3rd stage. I truly see no indication of exceptional talent. Mo Qinghuan, please explain why you chose to enroll him, Mu Xiaoyu pressed, her tone revealing her curiosity. Mo Qinghuan, upon hearing Mu Xiaoyu's words, felt a sense of confusion herself. The information in this document seemed entirely at odds with the Su Luo she had encountered. Upon reflection, the only explanation could be that Su Luo had been concealing his true abilities. Given his difficult family circumstances, he may have deemed it prudent to hide his talents to avoid inciting envy. After a lengthy contemplation, Mo Qinghuan leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, and gazed intently into Mu Xiaoyu's eyes. My dear fish, he is a 4-ability wielder. The moment those words left her lips, Mu Xiaoyu trembled, her body going weak as she sank into the chair behind her, muttering, this is impossible, this cannot be. How could there be such a person? I know. You are deceiving me, aren't you? She insisted, searching Mo Qinghuan's eyes for any sign of deceit. However, her hopes were dashed. Mo Qinghuan remained calm, her chin resting on her hands, a serene smile gracing her features. I wish I could deceive you, but this is indeed the truth. A 4-ability wielder is a miracle in the annals of human history. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon him, and I certainly cannot let him slip away. To do so would be a loss for Giant Ability University. Mu Xiaoyu, in a daze, nodded slowly, still reeling from the shocking revelation of a 4-ability wielder. Mo Qinghuan extended her hand, waving it before Mu Xiaoyu's eyes. My dear fish, snap back to reality. This matter ends here. Exercise discretion and do not speak of it to others, understood? Mu Xiaoyu nodded and, turning stiffly, exited the vice principal's office. Once the door clicked shut, Mo Qinghuan visibly relaxed, exhaling deeply. Yet, she soon wondered why she felt relieved. She had done nothing wrong. Rising slightly, she picked up the detailed information on Su Luo that Mu Xiaoyu had left behind. As she read about Su Luo's experiences at home, her anger intensified. Clenching her fists in fury, she stood up and struck the window with a powerful punch. In an instant, a gust of wind surged through the room. The explosive force of her strike shot upwards like a meteor, resulting in a tremendous crash that shattered the window and the surrounding wall, leaving a colossal hole in its wake. The commotion led the teachers and students throughout the entire building to believe an earthquake had struck. Teachers and students. I am the vice principal, Mo Qinghuan. The noise just now was an accident. I inadvertently exerted too much force and broke the window. My apologies for the disturbance. Upon hearing the announcement, all faculty and students exchanged glances before returning to their previous activities, as if nothing had occurred. After all, it was common knowledge that Mo Qinghuan possessed an SSS-grade ability, the unparalleled Force God, known for its immense destructive power. It was only natural that she might inadvertently damage something. Having vented her frustration, Mo Qinghuan returned to her chair and cast a sidelong glance at the sun outside. She contemplated how to deal with Su Luo's father and stepmother. All the while, Su Luo remained blissfully unaware of these developments. In the afternoon after school, I went to Shun Huayue's home to practice. Su Luo, which university do you wish to attend? Shun Huayue asked, her gaze wandering and her tone hesitant. Standing beside her, Shun Huayu wore a knowing smile, as if she could see through everything. I do not need to take an entrance exam. I have already been accepted as a special recruit at Giant Ability University, Su Luo replied with calm assurance. Special recruit at Giant Ability University. The two sisters stared at Su Luo in astonishment, struggling to comprehend this revelation. However, recalling Su Luo's unfathomable strength, it seemed entirely plausible. Manhwaedit gradually regained her composure. Raising her hand, she bit her nails, making a clicking sound as if perplexed by some arduous problem, caught in a web of indecision. Su Luo, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Manhwaedit, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she gazed at Su Luo. Not bad, not bad, Su Luo replied modestly. You too also possess considerable talent. Seize this opportunity to continue your efforts. It is not impossible for you to enter one of the 3 prestigious universities of extraordinary abilities. Chapter 15, Offending the Year Star. At this moment, Manhwaedit seemed to have made a firm resolution. Su Luo, could you take us out of the city to hunt exotic beasts? Us? Who are you referring to? Manhwaedit looked around in confusion. Are you seeking to gain some practical experience? Su Luo inquired. Precisely. Practical experience is the fastest way to enhance our strength, Manhwaedit affirmed with a nod. Very well. Let us meet at the city gate at 7 o'clock this Saturday morning, Su Luo responded. Sister, I think I shall opt out. My sole ability is healing, and I possess no combat skills. I would merely be a burden, don't you agree? Manhwaedit turned her hopeful gaze towards Manhwaedit. Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit cast a cold glance her way. Dream on, you must go. There is no room for negotiation. After hearing this, Manhwaedit wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. She lifted her eyes in a plea for help towards Su Luo, but he averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Observing this, Manhwaedit pouted, reluctantly surveying Su Luo and Manhwaedit. A couple in sync, she muttered under her breath. Manhwaedit, being in close proximity, naturally heard her whisper. Her face flushed slightly as she swiftly raised her hand and playfully struck Manhwaedit on the back of her head. Little girl, refrain from speaking carelessly. What did I say? Su Luo asked, perplexed. Manhwaedit hurriedly covered Manhwaedit's mouth, smiling at Su Luo. Oh, it's nothing. Su Luo, if there's nothing else, you may leave for now. Su Luo furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the suspicious sisters. He was certain they were concealing something. But if they did not wish to disclose it, so be it. All right then, I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. Once Su Luo departed, Manhwaedit sighed in relief. Then, with a fierce glare, she turned to face Manhwaedit. Realizing the impending danger, Manhwaedit bolted back to her room, swiftly locking the door behind her. Manhwaedit noted that her sister still had a sense of fear. With a cold snort, she returned to her own room. Inside the Tianshui City Hospital, Su Xiong sat quietly beside Su Ming's hospital bed, his eyes vacant, hair unkempt, and beard unshaven. His clothes had not been changed in days, exuding a foul odor. A nearly burnt-out cigarette dangled from his right hand, his demeanor utterly haggard, reflecting the hardships he had endured in recent days. His once proud son, Su Ming, had been reduced to this state by another son whom he had never held in high regard. Confined to bed, Su Ming oscillated between semi-consciousness and oblivion. Meanwhile, his wife, Pan Yun, deemed him useless and secretly sought out Su Luo at school, intending to extract compensation from him. Only to have Su Luo shatter her facial bones with a single slap. Though not life-threatening, for a woman, disfigurement is the cruelest form of punishment, requiring substantial funds for reconstructive surgery. To compound his troubles, the company where he worked abruptly mandated emergency layoffs, and Su Xiong was the unfortunate recipient of this fate. There was no justification, no reason. He was simply to be dismissed. Enraged, Su Xiong caused a scene at the company, destroying numerous expensive pieces of equipment. Initially, he was to receive severance pay, but with the damages he inflicted, that compensation was forfeited to cover the losses he caused the company. The events of recent days had plunged his entire family into a chasm of despair, rendering them incapable of recovery. Su Xiong began to believe he was cursed by the year star. Otherwise, how could he be so unfortunate? At that moment, a nurse entered. Family member of bed 95. Su Xiong, you have outstanding medical fees for a week. If payment is not made, we will have to cease administering medication. You have 2 days to settle this. After delivering her message, the nurse exited the room, leaving Su Xiong in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? I distinctly gave Pan Yun the money to pay the medical fees. He immediately took out his phone and called Pan Yun to inquire about the situation. Hello, Pan Yun. Did you pay the medical fees with the money I gave you? Pan Yun seemed taken aback by Su Xiong's sudden questioning, pausing momentarily before responding with a calm demeanor. I paid long ago. It must be a mistake on the hospital's part. Have them check again. Oh, all right then. It must be a mix-up, Su Xiong concluded. Hanging up the call, he then rose from the bedside, exiting the room to ask the nurses to investigate further. Time swiftly passed, and Saturday morning arrived. The Shin sisters had both ascended to the first tier of the extraordinary realm. Accompanied by Su Luo, they ventured into the Tiger Roar mountain range. Su Luo had begun to regard first-tier exotic beasts with a sense of disdain, dispatching them with a single strike, devoid of any challenge. However, for the Shin sisters, first-tier exotic beasts served as excellent training fodder. Without practical experience, even possessing first-tier extraordinary strength could lead to a counterattack from the beasts. As they traversed the path, upon encountering an exotic beast, Manhwaedit took the lead while Manhwaedit provided support to her sister. Their collaboration yielded a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. As previously agreed, Su Luo was responsible for their protection, and the crystal cores they obtained would be divided with Su Luo, receiving 80% while they would share the remaining 20%. Su Luo positioned himself at an elevated vantage point, observing the sisters' combat, while also scanning the surroundings for any second-tier exotic beasts. He still required 2 second-tier crystal cores to upgrade the demon fruit tree to D-tier ability, which would enable him to continue acquiring demon fruits. Currently, all 3 demon fruits he possessed were of the superhuman type. He eagerly awaited the emergence of a nature-type demon fruit. Thunder, lightning, ice, magma, flames, poison, storm. He would not be picky, as long as it wasn't smoke. As Su Luo was lost in thought, the battle below approached its climax. Manhwaedit focused intently on the several exotic beasts before her, panting as she called out, "Huayu, restore my strength." Manhwaedit raised her hand, unleashing a wave of healing energy that provided Manhwaedit with substantial recovery. Manhwaedit's breathing steadied considerably, and her fatigue dissipated. Storm dance, she proclaimed as several violent tornadoes suddenly enveloped the exotic beasts. The tornadoes, laced with numerous wind blades, transformed into a meat grinder, leaving the beasts bloodied and powerless. Manhwaedit stepped forward to collect the spoils of their victory, netting 3 first-tier crystal cores in total. Just then, a series of thunderous booms resonated. Boom, boom. The Shin sisters exchanged puzzled glances, trying to discern the source of the noise. From his perch on a branch, Su Luo squinted his eyes. Gazing at the distant trees gradually succumbing to their demise, it was evident that a colossal creature was charging in their direction. Su Luo leapt down from the towering tree and addressed the 2 sisters. Huayu, you 2 should retreat at once. I will handle this. The sisters exchanged glances and, intrigued by Su Luo's confidence, decided to heed his advice, eager to witness his true prowess. With a graceful leap, they ascended onto the branches of a nearby tree. Boom, boom. Chapter 16, The Greatwood Fortress, The Entrance Examination. One by one, the trees before Su Luo toppled over, revealing a creature of utter darkness, a pig-like beast, glistening ominously. A black obsidian boar, a level 3 beast. Huayu exclaimed in alarm. The black obsidian boar's fangs were composed of exceptionally hard obsidian, and its body was encased in a thick layer of the same material, rendering its defenses formidable. With such protection, it could contend with beasts a level higher without succumbing. At that moment, the black obsidian boar panted heavily, fixating its gaze on Su Luo as if he were a delectable feast. Droplets of saliva dripped from its massive jaws, splattering onto the ground. Observing this, a faint smile crept across Su Luo's lips. In that instant, he comprehended the true meaning of battle fervor. He adjusted his stance and clenched his right fist. The sisters, witnessing Su Luo's tightened grip, exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by his intentions. The black obsidian boar, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly frail human, let out a furious roar and lunged forward with its gaping maw, intent on swallowing Su Luo whole. As the beast charged towards him, Su Luo inhaled deeply. A brilliant white light suddenly emanated from his fist. The sisters' eyes widened in astonishment, for Su Luo had never exhibited such power before. This was a brand new technique of his. And as the black obsidian boar approached, a glint of cold determination flickered in Su Luo's eyes as he shouted, "Shatter." He then swung his fist forward with tremendous force. Crack, crack. At the moment his fist made contact with the boar's formidable fangs, the space around his fist seemed to tear apart, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. The sisters gasped in disbelief. Su Luo, not much older than them, was capable of matching a level 3 beast with just his fist. In comparison, they felt utterly insignificant. Crack, crack. White fissures radiated from Su Luo's fist. The black obsidian boar's once proud fangs shattered like glass under the impact of a blow powerful enough to rend space. The beast's pupils dilated in shock as it gazed vacantly at the scattered shards on the ground. In a panic, it turned tail and fled, abandoning its earlier bravado. Seeing its prey attempt to escape, Su Luo leapt forward with determination, positioning himself in front of the black obsidian boar. He gestured with his hand, beckoning it to come again. The boar, having never faced such humiliation, succumbed to its primal instincts, charging at Su Luo once more with its lone remaining fang. Su Luo raised a finger and pointed downward. A tremendous force of gravity immediately bore down upon the boar, forcing it to the ground. Yet, even so, the black obsidian boar struggled to rise, laboriously advancing towards Su Luo. However, under the relentless pressure of gravity, it ultimately collapsed, gasping for breath in a futile struggle. Su Luo strolled leisurely to the fallen beast, reaching out to touch its fangs. What a fine specimen. Had I known, I would have spared it for profit. Just then, the black obsidian boar let out a furious roar from its position on the ground, as if incensed by Su Luo's words. With all its might, it attempted to rise again. Su Luo scoffed disdainfully, leaping atop the boar's head and raising his fist high, delivering a powerful blow to its skull. Roar! The black obsidian boar cried out in agony, blood streaming from its orifices. It was evident that Su Luo's strike had obliterated the beast's brain. and with a series of pitiful wails, it succumbed to its fate. Once the beast lay lifeless at his feet, Su Luo willed the gravitational force that enveloped the black obsidian boar to dissipate. He descended from the carcass, extracting its fangs and, in the process, unearthing a level 3 crystal core. Initially intending to hunt a level 2 beast, he found himself face to face with a level 3 instead. Perhaps this was fate. Meanwhile, the sisters atop the tree were still in a state of disbelief. They could not fathom why, despite being of the same age, Su Luo could effortlessly hunt level 3 beasts while they struggled to contend with even a horde of level 1 beasts. How unfair this world seemed. They gazed up at the sky, trying to suppress the tears threatening to spill from their eyes. While Su Luo had completed his task, they remained lost in their thoughts. "Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry down," Su Luo called, waving his hand. The sisters suppressed their emotions and descended from the branches, continuing to follow Su Luo. After a day of practical training, they gained a clearer understanding of their roles in combat, developing their own insights into what actions to take and how to execute them. As dusk approached, Su Luo urged the two to return to the city. The dangers lurking in the night within the Tiger Howl mountain range were beyond their current capabilities. Time flowed like water, and before they knew it, the eve of the entrance examination had arrived. This year's examination would take place at the Great Wood Fortress, located south of Tianshui City. The Great Wood Fortress spanned an impressive 30,000 square kilometers and was constructed from the remains of an 8th-level beast known as the Giant Divine Wood. Discovered by the foremost figure of the Hucking Kingdom, Zhang Tai, on a remote island, this beast resembled a colossal tree, its girth reaching hundreds of thousands of meters, towering into the clouds. After Zhang Tai defeated the Giant Divine Wood with unmatched strength, he deemed the exquisite timber too precious to waste and transported it back to the Hucking Kingdom. After being processed, it was distributed to various cities to construct fortresses capable of withstanding beastly onslaughts in times of crisis. The Great Wood Fortress was one such creation. The entrance examination would proceed in teams of 3, where participants would engage in an elimination format. They would board a plane and could choose any location within the Great Wood Fortress to parachute down. Over 3 days, they would aim to eliminate other teams and accumulate points, with the final results determined by their scores. Of course, none of this concerned Su Luo. After spending days with the Shin sisters, he had developed a bond with them, akin to that of mentors and friends. During a casual conversation, Manhwaedit learned that Su Luo had been residing in a hotel without a home to return to, prompting her to prepare a room for him to stay in. In gratitude, Su Luo offered to assist them with specialized training, utilizing a gravity simulation chamber to enhance their physical strength. Over the past few days, the sisters had exerted themselves to the point of breathlessness, yet their abilities surged remarkably. Both sisters achieved extraordinary prowess, reaching the 6th stage of the extraordinary realm. Su Luo was confident that with the two of them working in tandem, they would undoubtedly face no rivals below the 9th tier of the extraordinary realm. However, this time they were in a trio, and an unfamiliar individual had unexpectedly joined them. Thus, he felt a twinge of concern for the two girls, fearing that their coordination might falter. Chapter 17, Lu Uni. The 3 days of the college entrance examination swiftly passed. The two sisters returned home on the afternoon of the 4th day, bursting through the door with jubilant shouts. "Su Luo, we placed second. We are second." Manhwaedit exclaimed excitedly as she entered. "Giant Superpower University. It's a sure thing." Manhwaedit chimed in with equal enthusiasm. At that moment, Su Luo was seated on the sofa, and upon hearing the delightful news, he too felt a surge of happiness for them. Rising to his feet, he approached the two girls, congratulating them. "Congratulations to both of you on achieving such an impressive second place." Suddenly, Manhwaedit stepped forward and embraced Su Luo. "Thank you, Su Luo. Without you, we certainly wouldn't have achieved such a remarkable result." Su Luo smiled and gently patted her back, taking their backpacks and slinging them over his shoulder. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just finished preparing dinner. Quickly wash your hands, and let us dine." Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged glances, both reflecting the delight in each other's eyes. Since Su Luo moved in, he had taken charge of their meals entirely, having tasted his culinary creations. They lost all interest in dining out. His dishes were a feast for the senses, yet despite observing him closely, they had failed to grasp the essence of his cooking. Consequently, they had resigned themselves to the notion that, if they couldn't master the art of cooking, they could at least enjoy the fruits of his labor. During Su Luo's stay, both sisters had gained a bit of weight. There was simply no escaping it. Previously, they either dined out or ordered takeout. Now, with a balanced diet rich in both meat and vegetables, it was hardly surprising that they would gain a few pounds. After washing their hands, the two sisters joyfully took their seats at the dining table. Su Luo served his culinary delights, one dish after another. Following a delightful feast, the sisters reclined in their chairs, feeling so full that they could hardly move. Su Luo stood up to clear the table and wash the dishes before returning to sit across from them, his demeanor suddenly serious. "Why did you only achieve second place this time? Tell me about it." The sisters' expressions froze for a moment. Ever since Su Luo had devised a special training plan for them and personally instructed them in combat techniques, Their relationship had evolved into one of both teacher and friend. His question now felt akin to a teacher inquiring of his students about their mistakes, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. In truth, we were just a hair's breadth away from first place, Manhwaedit replied, closing one eye and gesturing with her hand to indicate a tiny margin. Indeed, Su Luo. Our opponents were quite underhanded. When only 3 teams remained, the other 2 unexpectedly allied to ambush us, Manhwaedit added, rubbing her stomach in frustration. But we still gave it our all and managed to eliminate one team, only to have the remaining team seize the opportunity. Manhwaedit expressed indignantly. After listening, Su Luo had a general understanding of the situation. Who was the other member of your team? He inquired. She is our close friend from school, named Lu Yuni. An A-grade swordsmanship master, Manhwaedit responded. Manhwaedit added excitedly. Yuni's swordsmanship is truly formidable. She can easily take on 3 opponents at once. Thanks to her, we were able to fight 3 against 6 and eliminate one of the teams. Su Luo nodded, recognizing that with their abilities being relatively equal, her skill in swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, qualifying her as a prodigious talent. You are close friends, yet I have never seen her visit you during this time. Why is that? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Yuni is obsessed with swordsmanship. When she returns home, she either practices her swordplay or studies techniques, leaving no time to visit us. Manhwaedit sighed in response. Su Luo nodded inwardly, appreciating her dedication. Without rigorous training, how could one attain combat prowess that surpasses their peers? After finishing the meal and resting for a while, the sisters retreated to their respective rooms to take baths. Su Luo, meanwhile, relaxed on the sofa, leisurely watching television. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Su Luo furrowed his brow in confusion. After many days of residing there, this was the first time he had heard the doorbell. Approaching the intercom, he peered at the figure on the screen. A striking girl dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her waist adorned with a long sword, stood at the door. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and a fierce gaze, she exuded an aura of confidence. Su Luo immediately recognized her as Lu Yuni, the girl the sisters had mentioned. Perhaps she had come to visit them to unwind after the exams. Are you Lu Yuni? Su Luo asked tentatively. Upon hearing a male voice from the intercom, Lu Yuni's expression cooled instantly. Indeed, I am Lu Yuni, she replied curtly. After confirmation, Su Luo opened the door, and Lu Yuni stepped inside, gripping the hilt of her sword as she approached. Reaching the threshold, she knocked on the door. Su Luo opened it, slightly sidestepping to gesture with his right hand. Miss Lu, you must be here to see them. They are currently taking baths. Please come in and have a seat. I will prepare you a cup of tea. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Lu Yuni remained rooted in place, silently observing him with a gaze filled with intensity. It's fortuitous that they are not here. I am not here to see them. I have come to challenge you, Lu Yuni declared, drawing her sword and pointing it at Su Luo. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Su Luo paused for a moment before recovering and chuckling lightly. Miss Lu, may I inquire as to why you wish to duel? Because they said you are very strong. And I want to determine just how powerful you are to have been directly recruited by Giant Superpower University, Lu Yuni answered, her voice resonating with confidence. Is that the sole reason? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Lu Yuni scoffed before continuing. Of course not. It is quite inappropriate for a man to reside in a house with 2 girls. If I win, you must swiftly vacate this place. Upon hearing this, Su Luo scrutinized Lu Yuni, grasping her intentions. The Shin sisters were indeed both stunningly beautiful, each with their unique charm. As their close friend, it was understandable that Lu Yuni would feel uneasy about a man living in their home. In a situation with 1 man and 2 women, one could only imagine the potential complications. Therefore, immediately after the exams, she had come to confront Su Luo with the aim of driving him out. Her concern was certainly valid, and Su Luo bore no ill will towards her. However, if she sought a fight, he would not hold back. Very well. I shall fight you, Su Luo replied readily. Let us move to the backyard. It offers more space. He stepped out of the house, gesturing for Lu Yuni to follow him. Upon reaching the backyard, they positioned themselves on opposite sides. Lu Yuni was brimming with fighting spirit, her eyes gleaming with determination as she lowered her stance to steady herself. Meanwhile, Su Luo stood relaxed, arms crossed, wearing a carefree smile, seemingly dismissive of Lu Yuni as a worthy opponent. Chapter 18. Oh, no wonder she has such a fiery temperament. Upon witnessing Su Luo's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Yuni tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword even further. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Luo stood quietly with a radiant smile, sensing an overwhelming pressure, as if drawing her sword would result in instant annihilation. Her heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. What is happening? Lu Yuni, where has your indomitable swordsmanship spirit gone? You're already sweating before the duel even begins. How pathetic. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept through the backyard, tousling their hair and the edges of their clothing. With a sharp sound akin to a sword's cry, Lu Yuni took advantage of the wind and sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward, sword drawn, aiming for Su Luo's shoulder. She expected Su Luo to evade, but to her astonishment, Su Luo made no attempt to dodge. The sword's tip pierced her shoulder and emerged from the back. Yet, Perplexingly, no blood flowed forth from the wound. Lu Yuni was utterly stunned by this chilling scene. What is going on? Why is there no blood? At that moment, a great confusion filled Lu Yuni's mind, rendering her momentarily frozen in place, forgetting even to withdraw her sword. Su Luo raised her hand and grasped the blade, exerting a gentle force. A tremendous explosion echoed. Lu Yuni was propelled backward by an unseen force, crashing against the wall and sliding helplessly to the ground, rubbing the back of her head. She grit her teeth and stood up, still unable to comprehend the nature of Su Luo's abilities. She had previously inquired with the Shin sisters, but the information they provided was vague and inconclusive, merely stating it was a completely new type of power. This left her to battle, while simultaneously trying to decipher what kind of ability Su Luo possessed. Instinctively gripping her sword, she realized, to her shock, that it was still embedded in Su Luo's shoulder. Just as she thought she had dealt a grievous blow, Su Luo smiled faintly. Under Lu Yuni's astonished gaze, she gripped the sword's hilt and slowly pulled it from her body. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood spilled during the process, as if Su Luo had no blood within her at all. As the entire blade was extracted, an unknown azure flame suddenly erupted from the wound and began to burn fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo's injury healed completely. Lu Yuni gasped in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? The self-healing power is astonishingly potent. Meanwhile, the two sisters in the upstairs bathroom, alerted by the commotion in the backyard, instinctively opened the window to peer out. Upon catching sight of Lu Yuni below, they bounced excitedly and called out, "Yuni! Sister Yuni!" The sisters, engrossed in their excitement, completely overlooked Su Luo standing across from them. When Su Luo turned her gaze toward the sound, her pupils widened in shock at the sight of four buns bouncing uncontrollably. She hastily averted her eyes and turned away. Lu Yuni, hearing their voices, looked up to greet them, but as she registered their current state, she suddenly shouted, "Quick, retreat!" The sisters, puzzled by Lu Yuni's urgent warning, furrowed their brows, not yet comprehending the situation. It wasn't until they glanced at the turned Su Luo and then back at their own state that they realized the absurdity. Two piercing screams rang out simultaneously. The sisters immediately crouched down, their faces flushed as crimson as blood, their ears burning with embarrassment. After exchanging cautious glances, they each covered their blazing cheeks with their hands. The bathroom fell into an awkward silence as Lu Yuni leaped toward the window, peering down at the two blushing girls, who were too shy to make a sound. Without uttering a word, she closed the window to allow them a moment to gather themselves. Hearing the window close, Su Luo cautiously turned her head, observing Lu Yuni's fury as she prepared to confront her. A light chuckle escaped her lips. "What is this? Do you wish to kill me?" Su Luo teased. Lu Yuni, already irate, felt her anger swell further at Su Luo's audacity to smile. "You shameless rogue. How can you still laugh? You've ruined the innocence of those girls." Su Luo waved her hand dismissively. No, don't place the blame on me. If it weren't for your duel with me, they wouldn't have opened the window for me to see. Thus, the true culprit behind this incident is you, and I bear no responsibility. You, Su Luo. How can you take advantage of this situation and act innocent? I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Lu Yuni scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Luo. "Oh, but here you are witnessing it," Su Luo replied with a smile. "Give me back my sword," Lu Yuni shouted, charging forward. Su Luo, with a mere thought, unleashed gravity upon her. Lu Yuni was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Desperately struggling to rise, she found herself incapable of lifting even a finger. Observing this, Su Luo sighed and shook her head. "Lu Yuni, cease your struggles. You are no match for me. Simply admit defeat." Lu Yuni, begrudgingly lifting her head to gaze at Su Luo, felt a profound humiliation. Since awakening her A-grade ability and becoming a swordsmanship master, she had never endured such disgrace. Her sword was taken, and her body was pinned to the ground, unable to move, while her opponent mocked her. "Su Luo, I vow that in my lifetime, I will defeat you," Lu Yuni declared resolutely. At her words, Su Luo displayed a rare, playful smile. She reached out to caress Lu Yuni's ear, then whispered in a tone of haughty superiority, "Those who fall to me no longer possess the qualification to be my adversaries. I grant you time to catch up, until you can no longer see me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni's face flushed crimson. She was uncertain whether it was Su Luo's arrogance that rendered her speechless or the stimulation of Su Luo's whisper. As the words left Su Luo's lips, she retracted the gravity enveloping Lu Yuni and placed the sword beside her before stepping away from the backyard. Not long after Su Luo departed, a mixture of emotions coursed through Lu Yuni as she rose from the ground. Regaining her composure, she bent to retrieve her sword, sheathing it with a deep sigh before also leaving the backyard. As Lu Yuni entered the villa's living room, Su Luo tossed her a can of chilled drink. "Have some. It will cool your temper," Su Luo smiled. "I cannot drink anything cold," Lu Yuni replied, shaking her head and placing the drink back on the table. At this, Su Luo appeared momentarily perplexed. Oh, no wonder you were so irritable. Don't worry, I'll make you some ginger tea with brown sugar. Both of you said it was delightful." Chapter 19. No one is allowed to mention it again. "That is unnecessary," Lu Yuni exclaimed, her face flushed, hastily responding. Su Luo chuckled as she rose, waving her hand dismissively while walking into the kitchen. Why the formality? Just wait. A few minutes later, Su Luo emerged, cradling a steaming bowl of ginger tea infused with brown sugar, and placed it delicately before Lu Yui, urging her not to hold back. Subsequently, he directed his attention toward the television, seeking to catch up on the recent news. His primary interest lay in discovering if any prodigies had emerged during the college entrance examinations in Hucking Country. To his surprise, this year boasted a notable number of SSS-level ability awakeners. However, he found himself somewhat underwhelmed by the reported talents, feeling assured that even a collective effort from them would scarcely graze his prowess. With a sigh of disappointment, he turned his head only to find Lu Yui had already finished her tea, her expression one of contentment as she gently rubbed her slightly warm belly. Upon catching Su Luo's gaze, she feigned nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. A faint smile graced Su Luo's lips as he rose to retrieve the bowl. There's still some ginger tea left. Let me prepare another bowl for you. During this time, it's best to avoid strenuous activities for your health. His considerate demeanor stood in stark contrast to the proud Su Luo of yesteryear, leaving Lu Yui feeling perplexed and bewildered. As he placed another bowl of tea before her, she could not help but inquire, Su Luo, why does your current demeanor differ so greatly from that during our battle? Shouldn't one approach combat with seriousness to defeat their opponent? Su Luo, taken aback, responded with confusion. Lu Yui was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the gravity of his words. Indeed, he was correct. One should treat battle with utmost seriousness. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that despite having been soundly defeated, Su Luo's current tenderness was jarring. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, heralding the arrival of the two sisters, who had finally composed themselves. They appeared at the top of the stairs, their faces flushed, hesitating to descend any further. As they cast timid glances at the two seated in the living room, Su Luo sighed, approaching the sisters with a serious expression. Huiwe, Huiyu. I recognize that what transpired earlier must have been quite embarrassing for you. If it troubles you, I can leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yui secretly smiled with delight. Given the awkwardness of the situation, it was unlikely that the sisters would allow him to remain in their home. Although the incident had been unexpected, it had ultimately yielded a favorable outcome. As Su Luo finished speaking, the sisters exchanged glances, suppressing their shyness as they summoned courage to meet his gaze. Shun Huiwe spoke earnestly. We have reflected on this matter, and the primary fault lies with us. We were simply too careless. Su Luo, we bear no ill will toward you. Shun Huiyu followed with a stammer. Su Luo, let's consider this matter closed. None of us are to mention it again. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Yui, adding, including you, Sister Yui, we must not speak of it again. Lu Yui nodded vacantly, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How could they tolerate this man remaining in their home after such an incident? Did they not fear the ensuing awkwardness? The affectionate exchange between the sisters warmed Su Luo's heart. Very well, I promise that no one shall speak of this again. Following this, a palpable silence enveloped the living room. Observing the atmosphere, Su Luo promptly declared, I shall return to my room. You may converse freely. He swiftly retreated to his room, granting the sisters and Lu Yui the space to share their whispers. Upon hearing the door to his room click shut, the sisters exhaled a collective sigh of relief, glancing nervously at Lu Yui, who regarded them with a peculiar expression. Yui, Sister Yui, they greeted. But she remained unresponsive. Rising, she approached the sisters, scrutinizing them closely to ascertain whether they were indeed her friends. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yui suddenly posed a question. You two are notorious at school for being the thorny roses. What has inspired such leniency toward this man, named Su Luo? The sisters found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Well, Su Luo. Shun Huiyu's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted, struggling to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Shun Huiyu stepped forward. If it weren't for Su Luo's special training, my sister and I could not have progressed as rapidly as we have. Thus, we feel a sense of gratitude toward him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yui nodded in agreement. After 3 days of teaming up with the sisters, she had indeed observed their remarkable advancement, not only in physical prowess, but also in combat skills. Initially, she had underestimated their potential for the upcoming examinations, but the reality had proven otherwise. This rationale seemed sound. Lu Yui regarded the nervous sisters with newfound understanding. With Lu Yui's affirmation, the sisters finally felt a sense of relief, knowing they would not face further scrutiny from her. Back in his room, Su Luo peeled off his clothing and admired the smoothness of his shoulders, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the panel for his demon fruit tree. Demon fruit tree degrade. Requires 10 third-tier crystal cores for advancement. Currently bearing demon fruits, meatball fruit, gravity fruit, shockwave fruit, phoenix fruit. 1 third-tier crystal core in exchange for a phoenix fruit is indeed a worthy trade. As he successfully advanced the demon fruit tree to degrade using the third-tier crystal core obtained from slaying the obsidian boar, he fed it to the tree, resulting in the acquisition of the phoenix fruit, a mythical fruit associated with the character Marco, the 1st Division commander and ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Consuming this fruit grants the user extraordinary regenerative capabilities, allowing them to recover even from the destruction of the heart and brain. However, this regeneration requires a substantial expenditure of stamina, and the more severe the injury, the greater the stamina required for recovery. If one's stamina is excessively depleted, regeneration becomes impossible despite the injury sustained. With the consumption of the phoenix fruit and diligent training over the past few days, his ability level had reached the esteemed 5th stage, significantly surpassing his peers. He remained in his room until the afternoon, emerging only when it was time to prepare dinner. At that moment, the three girls lounged leisurely on the sofa, while the television before them broadcast an urgent news report. The gist of the report indicated a large-scale epidemic had erupted in a certain southern city, now under complete lockdown. Following a thorough investigation, it was revealed that the cause lay with a world-class evil organization, the Star God Society, specifically one of its 13 demon generals, the Capricorn Demon General. An SSS-level ability awakener, Avon Habibis, was responsible for disseminating the epidemic virus within the city. Currently, Avon Habibis had been defeated by a coalition of powerful individuals within the city, after which he vanished without a trace. Chapter 20, Star God Society. 13 Demon Generals. Su Luo stood behind the sofa, quietly absorbing the entirety of the news report. The world-class evil organization, Star God Society, was one he had researched online. Its headquarters remained a mystery, with members scattered across the globe, including individuals from all nations among the 13 demon generals at the organization as pinnacle. At the very least, they possessed the strength of the celestial favor realm, with one or two even attaining the status of the chosen realm. Utilizing their formidable powers, they instigate a series of terrifying conspiracies across various nations, yet ultimately, these plots are subdued. The ultimate objective behind their actions remains a mystery to this day. Su Luo cast a glance at the three sisters lounging on the sofa, then turned and entered the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. The sound of the door closing startled the relaxed trio, prompting them to sit up straight. Manhwaedit cautiously glanced back towards the busy figure in the kitchen, feeling an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Manhwaedit also regarded Su Luo with a hint of gentle amusement in her eyes. Lu Yuni, holding a cup of ginger tea, discreetly observed the expressions of the Shin sisters. A startling thought flashed across her mind. Could it be that these two sisters have developed affections for the same individual? But she swiftly dismissed the notion. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. She must be overthinking it. Such melodramatic scenarios surely wouldn't unfold in her life. Before long, the enticing aroma of food filled the entire house. Su Luo emerged from the kitchen, presenting 6 dishes and calling out, "Everyone, wash your hands. It's time to eat." The Shin sisters immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash their hands, while Lu Yuni approached the dining table, scrutinizing the spread before her. After a moment, she earnestly remarked, "Su Luo, it would be a shame if you didn't pursue a career as a chef." Su Luo chuckled heartily in response. Such praise was the highest compliment regarding his culinary skills. "You should wash your hands too, in preparation for the meal." Lu Yuni nodded and followed suit into the bathroom. Following a hearty feast, the three sisters found themselves languidly sprawled out on the sofa. How infuriating. I feel utterly stuffed, yet I can never seem to stop eating. Manhwaedit lamented, rubbing her belly. "You always eat the most. It's no wonder you feel this way. Be careful, or you might end up gaining too much weight." Manhwaedit teased with a smile. Now I understand why you two have been putting on weight," Lu Yuni observed softly. Upon hearing Lu Yuni's words, the sisters froze in surprise. "Yuni, do you really think I've gained weight?" Manhwaedit asked incredulously. Manhwaedit also looked up with a curious expression directed at Lu Yuni. "Indeed, compared to before, you both have gained quite a bit. I estimate at least 10 pounds. Lu Yuni stated firmly. The sisters exchanged glances, quickly rising from the sofa and heading towards the storage room. They retrieved a long-neglected scale from a cabinet. Manhwaedit tentatively removed her top and stepped onto the scale. The number that flashed before her nearly sent her into a panic. "How is this possible? I've gained so much weight," Manhwaedit exclaimed, her face paling as she pointed at the digits in shock. Manhwaedit, witnessing this turn of events, felt a wave of dread wash over her as well. After all, she had consumed even more than Manhwaedit during meals. Her situation might be even worse than her sister's. Gradually accepting the harsh reality, Manhwaedit stepped off the scale. Manhwaedit took a deep breath, shedding her burdens before tentatively stepping on the scale herself. When she beheld the number displayed, her world seemed to dim, leaving only that figure etched in her mind, haunting her for what felt like an eternity. Regaining her composure, she donned her metaphorical weights once more. The two sisters emerged from the storage room with heavy hearts. Upon seeing them, Su Luo waved cheerfully. Come over. I've prepared your favorite dessert, caramel pudding." 2 plates of caramel pudding sat invitingly on the table. Naturally, Lu Yuni's portion was also included. At that moment, Lu Yuni was savoring a spoonful, her face illuminated with joy after each bite. The sisters exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads with regret. "Su Luo, we're not in the mood to eat," Manhwaedit said, turning away with a subdued tone. "Yes, Su Luo. We really don't want any," Manhwaedit added, her voice trembling. Huh, you both used to adore this dessert. What has changed? Su Luo inquired, puzzled. Just then, Lu Yuni clarified, they're afraid of gaining weight, which is why they don't want to eat. Upon hearing this, Su Luo scrutinized the figures of the Shen sisters before earnestly stating, whereas the weight gain. This is perfect. A curvaceous figure, a balanced physique. You both were too thin before. This looks much better. Su Luo's words shone like the dawn's first light, warming the hearts of the sisters. Really? They asked eagerly. Absolutely. Su Luo affirmed with unwavering certainty. Their mouths slowly curled into smiles, blooming with radiance, accompanied by a hint of blush on their cheeks. Come on, let us eat. Su Luo beckoned. The sisters approached the table, momentarily casting aside their concerns about weight, and began to indulge in today's dessert. Seeing how easily the sisters were coaxed, Lu Yuni, who had already finished her pudding, observed them with a glimmer of something unusual in her eyes. As evening approached, it was time for Lu Yuni to take her leave. Exiting through the door, she glanced down at the sword at her waist and sighed in disheartenment. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. She never anticipated that such an extraordinary individual would be her contemporary. Shaking her head, she took her leave from the Shun residence, yet her grip on the sword's hilt tightened unconsciously. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Although the sisters had completed their college entrance examinations, they understood the necessity of remaining diligent. The giant ability university was teeming with prodigies. And A-class ability users like themselves were far from rare. Only through continued training could they stand out amidst the multitude of talents. Notably, Lu Yuni had also joined their training sessions, enduring gravity to enhance her physical strength. Engaging in close combat with Su Luo had proven immensely beneficial for her. Ding dong. While they were training, the sound of the doorbell suddenly rang out. Upon hearing it, Su Luo sprouted azure flame wings from his back and swiftly flew to the front door. A delivery person stood there, extending 2 letters through the door crack. These are for Miss Shenhuayue and Miss Shenhuayu. Please sign for them. Su Luo accepted the letters, recognizing them as correspondence from the Giant Ability University. He surmised that these 2 letters likely contained their acceptance notifications. After signing for them, he soared back to the backyard and presented the letters to the sisters. Huayu. It's a letter from the Giant Ability University, Su Luo announced as he handed the letters to them. Chapter 21, Well Deserved. Upon receiving the letters, the sisters were elated. They swiftly tore open the envelopes, revealing a notification letter inside. Extracting it, they read, Giant Ability University Admission Notification. Upon seeing the prominent characters at the top, they joyfully jumped in place, then embraced each other in celebration. Su Luo and Lu Yuni, witnessing their exuberance, couldn't help but smile in delight. The 2 sisters, having regained their composure, turned to Su Luo and bowed deeply. Thank you, Su Luo. Thank you, brother Su Luo. Su Luo hastily stepped forward to encourage them to lift their heads. There is no need for such formality with me. This is all the fruit of your hard work. Just then, Lu Yuni suddenly spoke up. Su Luo, Huayu, my acceptance letter should have arrived as well. I'm going to head home for a bit. All right. Return promptly, Su Luo replied. Before long, the day passed swiftly. After finishing dinner and preparing some desserts, Su Luo placed them on the table and stepped out for a walk. The 3 girls, however, were content to lounge at home watching television, not wishing to stir from their spots. Exiting the villa district, he took a car to a nearby large supermarket, intending to stroll around and pick up a few items to replenish the refrigerator. As he navigated through the aisles with a cart, he casually glanced at a snack stall and was taken aback to see an unexpected figure, his biological father, Su Xiong. At that moment, Su Xiong was fervently promoting snacks at the stall. Although their relationship had been severed, the bond of blood is not so easily dissolved. Su Luo was perplexed as to why Su Xiong was selling snacks, but chose to dismiss it, as it no longer concerned him. Pushing his laden cart, he nonchalantly walked past Su Xiong. Upon spotting his long-lost son, Su Xiong's pupils constricted in shock, and he involuntarily called out, Xiao Luo. Su Luo halted momentarily, but then pretended not to hear and continued forward. Seeing Su Luo attempt to leave, Su Xiong hurriedly abandoned his stall and stepped in front of him. Xiao Luo, no matter what, I am still your father. Who taught you to be so impolite? Su Xiong angrily grasped the handle of Su Luo's cart. Su Xiong, if you dare utter that you are my father again, don't blame me for ruining your face. Su Luo coldly retorted, tightening his grip on the cart. Upon hearing this, Su Xiong's furious expression shifted to one of fear, and he released his hold on the cart. No longer daring to press the issue. Just get out of my way, unless you want me to file a complaint against you, Su Luo scoffed disdainfully. Hearing this, Su Xiong suppressed his anger and sighed heavily. Xiao Luo, come home. Don't wander outside any longer. We need you at home. I've lost my job. And that wretched Pan Yun has taken off with the medical expenses for Xiao Ming. It's just me now, trying to earn a living while also taking care of Xiao Ming. I truly can't manage alone. Xiao Luo, please come back and help me. Listening to Su Xiong's words, a smirk crept upon Su Luo's lips. He never anticipated that his slap would have such a significant impact, an unexpected delight. Su Xiong, I can only say that this is all of your own making. That vile Pan Yun values only her own interests. Now that you're out of work, and with Su Ming barely hanging on, she will undoubtedly abandon you both and flee. You remarried so soon after my mother's death. It was clear you were having an affair while she was pregnant. Anyone could see that someone like her can only share in prosperity, not in hardship. You have only yourself to blame for being blind and mistaking her for a treasure. By the way, I have a splendid place to stay, so you needn't worry. Lastly, let me give you 2 words. You deserve it. With a sneer, Su Luo pushed past Su Xiong, whistling a tune as he departed. Su Xiong stood by, his expression a complex blend of emotions, unable to retort because Su Luo spoke nothing but the truth. Indeed, he had strayed during Su Luo's mother's pregnancy with Pan Yun, and it was true that he had been blind to her true nature. Everything was his own doing, and he bore full responsibility. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, Su Xiong bitterly shook his head and smiled wryly before returning to his snack stall, shouting out to attract customers, though his voice sounded particularly forlorn. After completing his purchases, Su Luo exited the supermarket, carrying 2 large bags with surprising ease. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of a homeless man slumped against the wall, his clothes tattered, lacking legs, and his face obscured by unkempt hair. Without uttering a word, Su Luo took out a bag of bread and a few bottles of milk from his purchases and placed them before the homeless man before turning and hailing a cab to leave the area. Once Su Luo departed, the homeless man finally lifted his face. To his astonishment, his eyes were a striking green, and his overall appearance did not resemble that of a typical citizen of Hucking Nation. The homeless man glanced in the direction Su Luo had gone, then at the food before him, a flicker of something unusual passing through his gaze. Upon returning home, Su Luo found the 3 sisters sprawled across the sofa, fast asleep. The dessert plates remained untouched on the table. He stowed the groceries in the refrigerator and washed the plates. The sound of running water abruptly jolted the 3 sisters awake, and they blinked in confusion, realizing Su Luo had returned. Lu Yuni glanced at the clock and noted it was already past 9. It's late. I should head home, she said. Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit also checked the time. It's so late. You might as well stay the night here, she suggested. Exactly, Sister Yuni. It's late. Just stay for the night. Manhwaedit chimed in. The sister's enthusiastic insistence made it difficult for Lu Yuni to refuse. All right, I'll stay for the night. From the kitchen, Su Luo overheard Lu Yuni's words. Ladies, would you care for a late-night snack? He called out. Originally, the 3 had felt no hunger, but Su Luo's suggestion suddenly made them aware of their empty stomachs. They exchanged glances and unanimously agreed. Let us eat. Time of joy is always fleeting. Before they knew it, mid-July had arrived, and with just over 10 days remaining until the Giant Ability University commenced. According to the principle that the more abilities one possesses, the faster one can cultivate, Su Luo had reached the noble 9th level of ability due to his 5 powers, just a step away from advancing to the Transcendence realm. The Transcendence realm signifies shedding mortal limitations, elevating oneself beyond the realm of ordinary humanity, resulting in a substantial enhancement of all attributes. In battle, as long as vital organs such as the brain and heart remain unscathed, regrowth of severed limbs would not pose a problem if time permitted. Chapter 22. The Scaled Armored Lion Tiger. On a bright morning, Su Luo had already prepared his supplies, ready to embark on another journey to the tiger-roaring mountain range. With his current strength, hunting a level 4 beast should pose no challenge. The level 4 crystal cores he acquired would nourish the demon fruit tree, as he planned to consume another demon fruit before the school year began. Regardless of the type of demon fruit produced this time, it would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement to the Transcendence realm. At the tender age of 18, achieving the Transcendence realm at such an age is a rarity on Blue Sea Star, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Only in this manner would the giant superpower university take him seriously, leading to an abundance of crystal core resources at his disposal. Upon opening the door, he entered the living room. Hearing Su Luo's entrance, the 2 sisters simultaneously opened their doors, prepared to see him off. Su Luo, please be extremely careful and stay safe, Manhwaedit expressed her concern. Brother Su Luo, if you want to let us accompany you, we want to go, but you must promise to take care of yourself, Manhwaedit added in agreement. I'll return shortly, so don't overthink it, Su Luo reassured them, gently patting their heads. His sudden affectionate gesture instantly quelled the sisters' worries. Leaving the city, he returned to the familiar Huishao mountain range. His body ignited with azure flames as fiery wings sprouted from his back, propelling him deep into the mountains. At this point, first-level exotic beasts no longer captured Su Luo's interest. Only second-level beasts would warrant his descent for a hunt. Unbeknownst to him, he had been flying for quite some time. Glancing back, he could no longer discern even a trace of Tianshui City. Looking down, he spotted a long, winding river. Just as Su Luo contemplated landing to take a rest, a series of furious roars erupted from the dense forest in the distance. The sound suggested a confrontation between exotic beasts. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to land. Flying directly towards the commotion would draw unwanted attention from the beasts. He smoothly descended to the ground and rushed towards the source of the noise. Taking cover behind a large tree, he peered toward a nearby cave. The series of angry roars emanated from within. Holding his breath, he remained still, waiting for the tumult inside to subside. He intended to execute a clever ambush. After what felt like an eternity, the sun had ascended to its zenith, indicating that it was now noon. The activity inside the cave had ceased for approximately half an hour. With a powerful leap, he approached the cave entrance. Observing the cave's dimensions, he noted that its height was around 7 or 8 meters, suggesting that the creatures residing within were likely of similar stature. Shining his flashlight inside, he regrettably found the interior shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of its contents. Cautiously, he stepped inside, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Not far in, he felt a sticky substance beneath his feet. A glance downward revealed splatters of blood and a dragging trail. Crouching, he dipped his finger into the blood, testing its warmth. It still bore residual heat. This indicated that the exotic beast within had not strayed far. Continuing deeper into the cave, he noticed the temperature rising, accompanied by a distinct pungent odor. He waved his hand in front of his nose, but to little effect. He could only hope to locate the target exotic beast swiftly and escape. Suddenly, a series of heavy gasps echoed from somewhere nearby. Su Luo promptly extinguished his flashlight and halted in his tracks. His instincts warned him that an exotic beast was close at hand. A flicker of azure flame ignited on his fingertip, providing a faint illumination. Utilizing this dim light, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted 2 third-level exotic beasts. The scale-armored lion tigers, peacefully resting on their respective beds of grass. Nearby, several human skeletons lay scattered, alongside carcasses of partially devoured exotic beasts, still oozing blood. Observing these third-level beasts, Su Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated effortlessly fulfilling his goal of hunting a 4th-level beast. But it seemed he would need to continue his search. Nevertheless, 3rd-level beasts were not to be wasted, as he required their crystal cores to upgrade his devil fruit tree. He cautiously approached the 2 scale-armored lion tigers. Seeing them in such a deep slumber, he hesitated to disturb them. The black fur of the scale-armored lion tiger reminded him of the ghostly tiger. An unusual thought struck him. Could these 2 scale-armored lion tigers be descendants of the ghostly tiger? The Huishao mountain range had historically been home to many tiger-like exotic beasts, and it was plausible that these were indeed offspring of the ghostly tiger. If he were to hunt them, would the ghostly tiger harbor a grudge against him? This safety concern plunged Su Luo into a state of distress. Just as he grappled with his thoughts, one of the scale-armored lion tigers slowly opened its eyes. Observing this, Su Luo made a decisive choice. Clenching his right fist, he struck the beast's head with immense force. The shockwave generated by his punch shattered the brain of the scale-armored lion tiger, rendering it voiceless and lifeless in an instant. The other scale-armored lion tiger, alerted by the commotion, sprang to its feet, enraged to find a human intruding upon its lair. It lunged at Su Luo, aiming to sever his throat with its powerful jaws. Su Luo merely scoffed. Ever since his ascension to a noble realm, 3rd-level beasts posed no threat to him whatsoever. He effortlessly seized the long fangs of the scale-armored lion tiger, exerting overwhelming strength to subdue it, before flinging it aside. The beast crashed into the wall with a thunderous thud, but due to its protective scales, it emerged unscathed and stood back up with agility. Its tiger eyes fixated on Su Luo, betraying a hint of confusion. How could a human possess the strength to grasp its fangs and hurl it away? Wasn't humanity merely its prey? Why was this human so powerful, capable of overpowering it? Of course, these inquiries were far beyond the comprehension of its limited intellect. Casting a glance at its fallen kin, it finally grasped the concept of fear. Its brother lay on the ground, blood oozing from its orifices, lifeless and beyond recovery. Its limbs trembled uncontrollably. It was terrified. It did not wish to meet the same fate. Upon witnessing the scale-armored lion tiger quivering in fear, Su Luo erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that a creature of such limited intelligence would possess the capacity for fear? How utterly fascinating! The scale-armored lion tiger, enraged by Su Luo's mocking laughter, allowed its fury to eclipse its fear. Its temper flared, and it charged once more at Su Luo. Emerging from the cave, Su Luo lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun was gradually descending. He checked his phone, noting that it was already past 4 o'clock. He decided to remain for another 2 hours. If no trace of a 4th-level exotic beast materialized, he would hastily return to the city. The nighttime Huishao mountain range was perilous, and lingering was unwise. Chapter 23, Hunting the Three-Eyed Dark Tiger, a Mortal Danger. Casting a glance back at the cave, he recalled that powerful exotic beasts possess a sense of territoriality. Given that a 3rd-level beast resided in this cave, it was unlikely to harbor a 4th-level beast. Igniting azure flames, he soared into the sky, his eyes fixed on the forest below, hoping to spot a 4th-level beast. Unfortunately, 2 hours passed with naught to show for it. The sun had begun its descent, and night was imminent. Alas, 4th-level exotic beasts are indeed not so easily found. As he soared over the meandering river, he suddenly caught sight of a formidable beast resembling a tiger, quenching its thirst at the water's edge. It was slightly larger than a scaled lion tiger and adorned with a mane as dark as the night. Suspended in the air, Su Luo scrutinized the creature with keen interest, only to be astounded by the discovery of a singular eye nestled upon its forehead. This was a level 4 beast, the three-eyed nether tiger. The three-eyed nether tiger, possessing 3 eyes, had the ability to unleash a disorienting mental assault through the eye on its forehead. This attack could inflict excruciating headaches upon its adversaries, disrupting their judgment and perception. Those with particularly fragile minds would be rendered utterly foolish. Moreover, the third eye of the three-eyed nether tiger could be harvested to create potent mental assault artifacts, making it exceedingly valuable. Noticing that the three-eyed nether tiger remained oblivious to his presence as it continued to drink, Su Luo stealthily approached from behind. He raised his hand ever so slightly, channeling the power of vibrations, and then dove down with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as his fist struck the tiger's spine, sending the beast tumbling into the river. The three-eyed nether tiger quickly regained its composure after a few rolls in the water, turning its head to reveal its sharp fangs and fixating its gaze on the ambusher. The third eye on its forehead snapping open. Su Luo felt a surge of shock. The creature seemed entirely unfazed by the blow. Any animal, when harmed at the spine, would at least find its mobility compromised. Yet, this formidable level 4 beast appeared completely unscathed. The physical prowess of a level 4 beast was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the third eye of the three-eyed nether tiger unleashed an invisible energy beam. Caught off guard, Su Luo was struck by this energy, causing a deafening thrum in his mind, swiftly followed by a searing pain that compelled him to clutch his head in agony. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment, realizing the sheer malevolence of the mental attack. Clenching his fists, he reassured himself that when the time came to extract the eye, he would feel no remorse. Employing his unique ability to create a protective barrier capable of repelling mental assaults, Su Luo established a shield around himself. The three-eyed nether tiger, noticing the effectiveness of its mental attack, attempted to unleash it once more. However, this time, the assault met with Su Luo's protective barrier, which effortlessly deflected it aside. Observing this, a smirk crept across Su Luo's lips. "I have my sights set on your eye, three-eyed nether tiger." Furious at these words, the tiger let out a thunderous roar as if provoked beyond measure. Utilizing its superior physical attributes, it leapt from the turbulent waters. Its massive jaws opened wide as it lunged towards Su Luo's head. During its charge, it continued to unleash mental attacks, all of which were repelled by Su Luo's barrier. With a mere thought, Su Luo summoned an overwhelming gravitational force that bore down upon the three-eyed nether tiger. A thunderous impact resounded as the beast was forcibly pinned to the ground, creating a deep indentation in the riverbank. Yet, the three-eyed nether tiger quickly adapted to the newfound weight and rose once more. Witnessing this, Su Luo gasped in astonishment. The disparity between level 3 and level 4 beasts was astonishing. A level 3 beast would have struggled to rise under such gravity, while this level 4 beast rebounded with remarkable speed. It seemed that level 4 beasts experienced a transformation akin to the transcendent state of humanity, resulting in a significant elevation in their life tier and capabilities. "Come forth, three-eyed nether tiger," Su Luo challenged, as the tiger, undeterred by the increasing gravitational force, bared its fangs and charged forward. Flames of azure ignited around Su Luo as he leapt onto the tiger's head. The beast raised its paw in an attempt to swat the audacious intruder away, but Su Luo was not inclined to afford it such an opportunity. Channeling the power of vibrations, he struck downward with ferocious intent, shattering the tiger's 2 eyes. The excruciating pain elicited a primal roar from the three-eyed nether tiger, echoing through the mountains. This roar awakened the true sovereign hidden deep within the Tiger Roar Mountains. Rising to its feet, the colossal creature, with its mighty tail sweeping through the trees, prepared to respond to the source of the roar. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of black light. Racing toward the sound, the three-eyed nether tiger, now blind with its eyes obliterated, could see nothing. Fortunately, it retained one eye. Su Luo, mounted atop the tiger's head, continued to rain blows upon its skull, intent on incapacitating the creature. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through its head, the three-eyed nether tiger displayed unwavering tenacity, refusing to yield. It leapt repeatedly, ramming its head against the trees in a desperate attempt to dislodge Su Luo. However, Su Luo clung fiercely to the tiger's head, refusing to relent. Even as sharp branches scraped against his body, leaving wounds that oozed azure flames, he healed almost instantaneously. This battle boiled down to a contest of endurance. The first to falter would meet their demise. Yet, Su Luo possessed the resilience of a phoenix, his regenerative abilities awe-inspiring. The struggle raged on for over 10 minutes until the three-eyed nether tiger, having lost too much blood from its shattered eyes, finally succumbed, its massive frame crashing to the ground. Su Luo remained vigilant, perched atop the tiger's head, awaiting the cessation of its heartbeat. With a final thump, the three-eyed nether tiger's heart fell silent. Exhaling deeply, Su Luo leaned down to extract the intact third eye from its forehead. This singular eye could fetch an astronomical price, not to mention the level 4 crystal core. The bounty from this three-eyed nether tiger was truly remarkable. However, the effort had been arduous, relying solely on endurance rather than sheer force to secure victory. The leap in life tier following the transformation had elevated its capabilities significantly, yet it still paled in comparison to his own prowess. Just as he finished collecting his spoils and prepared to depart, a chill coursed through his body, as if a dire threat loomed on the horizon. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, but then his body ignited with azure flames. And with a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he ascended rapidly toward the city. Just as Su Luo made his escape, a dark light appeared on the horizon, crashing down beside the fallen three-eyed nether tiger with a thunderous boom. As the dust settled, the true ruler of the Tiger Roar Mountains emerged. A level 7 beast known as the Ghostly Tiger. Upon arriving at the corpse of the three-eyed nether tiger, the Ghostly Tiger let out a heart-wrenching roar, its anguish echoing through the forest. Three-eyed, my most gifted child, I shall avenge you. The human who killed you shall become a wretched spirit, doomed to suffer for eternity. The Ghostly Tiger proclaimed with an eerie intensity. With that, it sprang into action, a force to be reckoned with. Inhaling the sense of the surrounding humanity, he ultimately discerned a direction and transformed once more into a shadowy light, propelling himself forward. As Su Luo soared through the sky, he felt an unsettling chill prickling at the back of his neck. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he retrieved several jars of spices from his backpack, cumin, salt, and chili, originally intended to enhance the flavor of his bread. Unbeknownst to him, these would soon serve a different purpose. Pinching his nose, he unscrewed the lids, allowing a portion to cascade onto his head and smear upon his garments. The remainder he scattered into the air around him, masking his original scent. Subsequently, he hurled the empty containers in various directions, before resuming his desperate flight for survival. Before long, the ominous presence of the Ghostly Tiger arrived at the scene. The air was thick with a cacophony of conflicting odors, inciting its fury. It quickly deduced that these scents had been deliberately scattered to confuse its sense of smell and squander its time. Yet, despite this clever ruse, the creature found itself powerless against its cunning foe. Its eyes glowed red with frustration as it strained to catch even the faintest trace of human essence. As moments ticked by, its acute olfactory abilities finally led it to the faint hint of humanity's direction. With jaws agape and a cruel smile gracing its face, it vanished from sight in an instant. At that moment, Su Luo was exerting every ounce of his strength to fly. A dark silhouette had already materialized behind him. Before he could comprehend the peril, the Ghostly Tiger had positioned itself directly overhead. Su Luo felt as though an immense storm cloud had enveloped him. Just as he was about to look up, a formidable paw descended before him. In that critical instant, Su Luo was unable to unleash his unique ability. With a thunderous impact, the Ghostly Tiger struck, sending Su Luo plummeting to the ground. His body spiraled uncontrollably, crashing to the earth like a comet, producing a resounding explosion. The tremendous force generated a shockwave, kicking up clouds of dust. As the haze settled, Su Luo lay motionless on the ground, his bones shattered, limbs severed, and blood gushing from his mouth. The Ghostly Tiger's furious blow had left him gravely injured. Fortunately, endowed with the body of a phoenix, he clung to life, whereas any ordinary person would have perished beyond resurrection. The Ghostly Tiger descended, looming over Su Luo, its gaze fixed intently upon the half-conscious figure, seemingly intent on making him endure the agony of his fading life. Under such catastrophic injuries, Su Luo closed his eyes, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing his state, the Ghostly Tiger raised its claw, poised to deliver a final blow. Yet, just as its paw lifted, it froze in place, for a peculiar, ragged man, exuding a foul odor, had unexpectedly appeared a few meters before it, one whose presence it had not sensed until now. In an instant, the previously silent man spoke. "Oh dear. Little tiger, retreat while you still can. I have no desire to take your life at this moment." The Ghostly Tiger's pupils widened in shock. This was a humiliation it had never before endured. However, as a creature endowed with awakened intelligence, it understood that rash actions could prove disastrous. "Who are you?" it inquired. The man did not respond to the question. Instead, he retrieved a piece of bread and began to chew. "If you do not depart now, you may find it impossible to leave later," he warned, subtly releasing his aura. The Ghostly Tiger felt the weight of the man's presence and trembled. Without hesitation, it transformed into a shadowy light, fleeing at unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, the Ghostly Tiger's form vanished from sight. The man looked down at the battered Su Luo and sighed deeply. "Alas, while I have spared your life for now, with injuries this severe, survival seems unlikely. However, at least you shall not become a wraith, and that is a small repayment of your earlier kindness." Having murmured to himself, the man turned to leave, but suddenly, a surge of azure flames erupted from Su Luo's body, startling the man mid-step. What extraordinary power is this? Such unique flames. The fire enveloped Su Luo, yet spared his garments from harm. Tentatively, the man extended his hand. Upon contact with the flames, he was astounded by the powerful energy they contained. A mere brush against them significantly alleviated his own injuries. Such potent healing power. It approaches the brink of rebirth. Even that fellow Ares does not possess such fearsome capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, the man knelt beside Su Luo, placing his hands above him to bask in the healing flames. A fortuitous opportunity for restoration was too precious to overlook. Soon, Su Luo's form began to mend under the azure flame's nurturing embrace. His eyelids and fingers twitched slightly. Observing Su Luo's imminent awakening, the man swiftly rose and departed, wishing to keep his presence a secret. As Su Luo gradually opened his eyes to the dimming sky, a sudden realization jolted him to sit upright. Scanning his surroundings, he found no trace of the ghostly tiger. Rising to his feet, he examined his body from head to toe, noting he was not a specter but very much corporeal. What is happening? Where has the ghostly tiger gone? I was not torn to shreds and transformed into a wraith. His body had returned to its former state, which he expected, given his phoenix-like resilience. Yet, he could not fathom why the ghostly tiger had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Had a passing strongman intervened on his behalf? Searching his surroundings, he found no signs of battle. Ultimately, he decided to set aside his puzzlement. Night was falling, and lingering here was unwise. Should the ghostly tiger return, it would be ill-fated. Ascending into the sky, he sped toward Tianshui City. Meanwhile, hidden behind a great tree, the man gazed intently at Su Luo's retreating figure. Young one, perhaps fate will reunite us one day. Who knows? We may even become colleagues. After flying for half an hour, the sky had fully darkened. Su Luo spotted the brightly lit Tianshui City in the distance. Upon returning, a profound sense of safety surged within him. He had narrowly escaped death, but fortune had not abandoned him. During this venture, he had acquired 2 level 3 crystal cores, 1 level 4 core, and over 10 level 2 cores. Selling all the level 2 cores, along with the eye of the three-eyed hell tiger, had yielded over 2 million. The merchant confirmed the authenticity and quality of the tiger's eye, offering 15 million, which Su Luo eagerly accepted. His fortunes had significantly increased, and he now possessed over 20 million in savings. After a brief contemplation, Su Luo resolved to purchase 8 level 3 crystal cores directly. With the 2 level 3 crystal cores already in his possession, he could elevate the demon fruit tree to the next tier, achieving a quality level of C. However, when he expressed his intention to acquire 8 level 3 crystal cores, the merchant could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. Dear customer, level 3 crystal cores are exceedingly rare. I do not possess such a quantity. Currently, I have only 4 level 3 crystal cores available. Would you care to purchase them? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the scarcity of level 3 crystal cores rendered the lack of stock understandable. He proceeded to purchase the 4 available cores, saying, "Boss, should you acquire any more level 3 crystal cores, please set them aside for me. I am willing to pay a 10% premium and will return in a couple of days." The merchant nodded repeatedly in agreement. Upon returning to the Shun family residence, he retrieved his keys and entered the courtyard. Pushing the door open, he stepped into the living room, where the 3 sisters sprawled across the sofa in slumber, the remnants of instant noodle boxes littering the dining table. He raised his hand to tidy the table and then retreated to his room for a shower. The mingling sense of seasoning powder and blood had caused the taxi driver to regard him with evident disdain, unable to comprehend how someone could emit such an odor. After showering, he toweled off his hair and retrieved the level 4 crystal core, gently lifting it to feed the demon fruit tree. In a short while, a familiar pink demon fruit materialized before Su Luo's eyes. It was the slippery fruit, renowned for its beautifying properties, capable of rendering the skin exquisitely smooth, achieving a zero-friction effect. In the world of One Piece, this fruit belonged to Alrita, the captain of the Alrita pirates. After consuming the fruit, she transformed from a corpulent woman into a striking beauty. The cosmetic effects were undeniable, and ordinary weapons found it challenging to harm her. At the sight of this demon fruit, Su Luo could not help but chuckle wryly, exhaling a sigh. After all this effort, nearly losing my life. And you reward me with this? He stood in place, feeling dejected for a few minutes. However, refusing to let it go to waste. He decided to consume the slippery fruit, devouring it in 2 swift bites. Before long, a sudden warmth enveloped his body. He hurried into the bathroom, adjusting the water to the coldest setting, and began rinsing off. As the internal heat intensified, his body expelled some unknown impurities. Simultaneously, under the influence of the slippery fruit, Su Luo's physique began to undergo a gradual transformation. Though he had always been handsome, his previous malnourishment had rendered him pale and frail, obscuring his potential from others. Since leaving home, however, he had enjoyed ample food and rest, evolving into a striking figure. On the streets, countless girls had approached him, and now, with the consumption of the slippery fruit, his attractiveness and physique would soar once more. Time passed, and the mysterious warmth within him gradually subsided. The transformation induced by the slippery fruit had reached its conclusion. Looking down at the black impurities scattered across the floor, Su Luo displayed a hint of distaste. He sensed that his ability level had ascended to the first tier of the transcendence realm, shedding the mundane body and experiencing a leap in life. Although his ability level had only increased by 1 tier, the enhancement to his physical attributes was far from trivial. Turning on the shower, he washed himself once more before exiting the bathroom and sitting on the edge of his bed. He took a knife, resting it in his palm, and drew a gentle line across his skin. To his astonishment, the cut healed almost instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. This signified that his physical form had transcended the ordinary. He was no longer merely human. Although he had previously achieved similar feats through his phoenix ability, that was merely the effect of his power. His body had still been akin to that of an ordinary human. He flexed his arm muscles and glanced down at his familiar 8-pack abs. The muscles felt firmer. Yet he noted no significant change. Is that all? Su Luo pondered, just as he was about to retrieve a mirror to assess his current appearance. A voice called from outside. Su Luo, is that you back? His hand, poised to grasp the mirror, froze mid-air. He promptly replied yes. Just a moment. I've just finished showering and will be out shortly. With that, he swiftly dressed and exited his room. Upon entering the living room, he turned his gaze towards the 3 girls on the sofa. The moment they beheld his current appearance, they were rendered speechless. His visage resembled a finely crafted work of art, with defined brows and deep-set eyes, a nose as majestic as a mountain, and a slight smirk that hinted at irresistible allure. His freshly washed hair, still damp, resembled sharp feathers that pierced the hearts of the girls. The 3 girls gaped, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Su Luo, perplexed, wondered why they had fallen silent. Dismissing the thought, he pointed to the instant noodle boxes in the trash. Ladies, it would be best to limit your consumption of instant noodles. Allow me to prepare something more substantial for you. With that, he turned and entered the kitchen, rummaging through the fridge for ingredients. As Su Luo busied himself in the kitchen, the 3 girls outside collectively exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the sofa, instinctively burying their faces in their hands. 10 minutes later, after Su Luo had diligently prepared the meal, he called out to the 3 girls on the sofa, ladies, it's time to wash your hands and eat. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, freezing the 3 girls in place. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to be the first to turn and respond. Ultimately, it was Lu Yuni who, burying her head, stood up and made her way to the dining table. The other 2 sisters followed suit, mimicking her shy demeanor as they approached the table. Su Luo found it curious that none dared to meet his gaze. What is wrong with you all? He inquired, prompting the 3 girls to feel a mix of embarrassment and indignation, their grip on their chopsticks tightening further. How dare you ask us why? Are you not aware of the situation? How is it that you have returned from your outing looking so remarkably handsome? You have put us 3 to shame in front of each other, and yet you nonchalantly inquire about our feelings. Infuriating. The 3 of us raised our chopsticks, ready to hurl them at Su Luo's face, hoping to teach him a lesson about not flaunting his looks so freely. However, as we lifted our hands and observed the perplexed expression on Su Luo's face, our resolve faltered. We simultaneously lowered our heads, relinquishing our chopsticks, silently admonishing ourselves. He is merely blessed with good looks. It is not a crime to be attractive, and we need not vent our frustrations on him. Manhwaedit let out a sigh. Attempting to regain her composure, Su Luo, you seem to have grown significantly more handsome than before. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, fully aware that this was the result of the effects of the slippery fruit. Yet, he had not yet had the chance to assess the extent of his transformation. Observing the expressions of the 3 girls, he surmised that he had likely become more than just a little more handsome. Perhaps it is due to my advancement to the transcendent realm, Su Luo responded with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 sisters, who had been looking down, froze in shock. They had yet to reach the noble realm, and here was Su Luo, already a transcendent. Was he still even human? However, upon reflection, it was clear that Su Luo's exceptional talent had been evident for quite some time. It was not surprising that he had advanced to the transcendent realm. After all, they had sought his assistance for their special training. The world knew that ascending to the transcendent realm meant shedding one's mortal coil, inevitably resulting in a profound transformation. It was only natural that one's physique and appearance would improve. With this in mind, the 3 girls quickly reconciled their feelings. As they lifted their heads again to see Su Luo's smile, they instinctively ducked their heads once more like startled birds. Su Luo, could you possibly find something to cover your face? Manhwaedit asked bashfully. Su Luo was momentarily speechless, then chuckled softly. All right, you all continue eating. I will return to my room for a moment. With that, he turned and left the living room, heading back to his room. Once Su Luo had departed, the 3 girls finally immersed themselves in their meal. Back in his room, Su Luo went straight to the bathroom, gazing at the reflection staring back at him. Momentarily lost in thought, he raised his hand to pinch his cheek in disbelief. Is this really me? He had anticipated that the slippery fruit would enhance his looks, but he had not expected such a dramatic change. Staring at the figure in the mirror, he could only describe it in 2 words: perfect. That face was flawless beyond reproach. If one were to nitpick, the only fault one could find was that it was too perfect, much like a character from a story. There was no way one could find another individual in the entire Azure Blue Star who matched such perfection. With this face alone, he could live a life of luxury without lifting a finger. Su Luo mused aloud. Mo Qinghuan will surely be taken aback upon seeing me again. The thought of Mo Qinghuan's astonished expression made him chuckle. After emerging from the bathroom, he rummaged through the nightstand, recalling that there were a few masks inside, which he had received from a supermarket employee during a shopping trip. Due to the outbreak of a viral plague in the south, masks were mandatory in Tianshui City to prevent the spread of the virus. He had nearly forgotten about them. but now they would come in handy. Once he donned the mask, concealing much of his newfound charm, he stepped out into the living room, where the three girls were finishing their meals. They had thoughtfully saved him a portion of food. As he returned to the dining table and was about to remove his mask, the three girls hurriedly interrupted him. Wait, just a moment. We will finish right away. A few seconds later, they all set down their bowls and chopsticks simultaneously, quickly retreating to the sofa, careful not to glance in the direction of the dining table. After Su Luo finished his meal and tidied up the kitchen, he noticed the three girls were engrossed in the television and chose not to disturb them. Feeling a bit weary today, he returned to his room, removed his mask, and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Not long after, the door to Su Luo's room creaked open slightly, revealing Manhwaedit peeking in. Seeing Su Luo breathing steadily and peacefully asleep, she tiptoed into the room, took out her phone, turned off the flash, and snapped a picture of his face. Then she swiftly retreated back to the living room, where she sent the photo to her eagerly awaiting companions. With a serious demeanor, she instructed them, "The photo has been sent. You both need to acclimatize quickly. If you cannot even bear to make eye contact with him, do not entertain any other thoughts." Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit and Lu Yuni both nodded earnestly before returning to their respective rooms to commence their adaptation training. Lu Yuni had been staying here for convenience's sake. The following morning unfolded as usual, with Su Luo rising early to prepare breakfast. After they all had their meal, they commenced their training for the day. However, for reasons unknown, Manhwaedit and the others exhibited markedly poor performance. During breakfast, their voices were weak and lackluster. The gravity they had grown accustomed to seemed unbearable today, and they struggled to even stand. Observing their plight, Su Luo, masked and frowning, inquired, "What is wrong with you three? Did you stay up all night gaming? Why do you all look so drained today?" His question prompted them to recall the events of the previous night. After a brief silence, Lu Yuni quietly confessed, "We did stay up all night. We promise it won't happen again." Chapter 27. Lu Yuni's mother, Qianxiu. Not long after they had entered training mode, a doorbell echoed from a distance. Su Luo heard it and immediately dashed to the door. Upon opening it, he was met by an elegantly dressed woman holding a large thermos. The moment she laid eyes on Su Luo, her expression darkened with anger. Confused by her hostile demeanor, Su Luo asked, "May I inquire who you are and whom you seek?" "I am Qianxiu, Lu Yuni's mother. Tell her to come out and see me at once," she replied, her tone laced with irritation. "Certainly, please come in. I will fetch her," Su Luo said, opening the door wider for Qianxiu to enter the courtyard. He then hurried to the backyard to find the three girls. "Yuni, your mother Qianxiu is here. She wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni froze in place, her body rigid as she contemplated how to respond. While she was deep in thought, Qianxiu had already entered the backyard, setting down the thermos and glaring at her daughter with evident displeasure. "Yuni, you mentioned wanting to stay at a classmate's house, and I agreed, assuring you that there would be no boys around. Now, what is this situation? Explain yourself." Qianxiu gestured towards Su Luo and then back to Lu Yuni, who stood there, utterly flustered. She indeed told a lie, refraining from mentioning the presence of a male companion. Her desire to stay here stemmed from the fact that Su Luo could assist her in becoming stronger. Without him, she would not have chosen to reside here. Observing Lu Yuni enveloped in an awkward silence, the two sisters of the Shin family exchanged knowing sighs. They beckoned Su Luo to approach. As he stepped forward, unexpectedly, Manhwaedit raised her hand, swiftly removing the mask that obscured Su Luo's allure. With a sudden shove, she propelled him towards Qianxiu and Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni merely cast a fleeting glance before quickly lowering her head, too intimidated to meet his gaze again. Qianxiu caught sight of Su Luo and was taken aback that he had the audacity to approach, just as she intended to reprimand this wretched man. The moment she fully beheld Su Luo's face, her raised hand froze in midair. An eerie silence enveloped the courtyard, only to be disrupted by Qianxiu turning her head away, followed by a few awkward coughs that shattered the stillness. Cough, cough, cough. Gradually regaining her composure, Qianxiu forced herself to suppress the strange feelings within and faced Su Luo with a benevolent smile, inquiring, "Child, what is your name?" Su Luo, sensing the shift in atmosphere, responded with a smile, "Auntie, my name is Su Luo. Please do not misunderstand our relationship. We are merely good friends." Upon hearing this, the smile on Qianxiu's face gradually faded. Misunderstanding? She then turned to the downcast Lu Yuni, shooting her a disapproving glare. Next, her gaze shifted back to Su Luo, and she picked up the thermos from the ground. "Xiao Luo, take this thermos. I have been simmering a nourishing ginseng blackbone chicken soup since last night. It's exceptionally restorative. Save it for your lunch and savor Auntie's culinary skills." Su Luo graciously accepted the thermos with both hands, nodding with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie. We will definitely finish it." With his response, Qianxiu abruptly turned her head, grasping Lu Yuni's hand and leading her aside. "Yuni, what are your thoughts?" Lu Yuni, mistakenly believing her mother was referring to her lie, quickly blurted out, "Mom, I was wrong. I won't stay here anymore. I'll go back home." Hearing this, Qianxiu furiously raised her finger and gave Lu Yuni a sharp poke on the head, prompting Lu Yuni to grimace and draw a sharp breath. Mom, what are you doing? I said I won't stay here anymore. Why are you hitting me? Chi Yingqiu retorted, what do you mean why? I hit you for being useless. All you do at home is practice swordplay. I thought you'd never have a man in your life. But look at your luck. Encountering such an exceptional one. Yet, you let him slip away to those two sisters. They are blood relatives and will undoubtedly leave you with nothing. By that time, regret would be futile, and you would only have tears to shed. Lu Yuni understood her mother's implication, but felt such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Mom, you're overthinking it. We are just ordinary friends, without any ambiguity. I came here solely to have Su Luo help me with special training to become stronger. Shi Yingqiu scoffed at this. Do you think I believe you? Don't think I can't see that Xiao Luo is the same age as you. Seeking his training? How ridiculous to use that excuse to deceive me. Lu Yuni smiled wryly. Mom, I'm not lying. Don't let his age fool you. His ability level has already reached the Transcendence Realm. What? The Transcendence Realm. Shi Yingqiu turned to glance at Su Luo, who had already donned his mask again. With her noble status, she genuinely couldn't discern Su Luo's true strength. Then we must secure him. Shi Yingqiu grasped Lu Yuni's shoulders and whispered conspiratorially, Yuni, find a chance to be alone with him. Alone man and woman, sparks may fly, and the rice may become cooked. That's quite normal. If you happen to conceive, he will inevitably belong to you. Don't tell me you don't desire that. Lu Yuni felt her face flush with embarrassment at her mother's blunt remarks, a mix of shyness and indignation surging within her. Is there a mother who pushes her daughter to surrender like this? Mom, am I adopted? Is this how you, as a mother, educate your daughter? As if you fear I won't be able to find a partner. Chi Yingqiu sighed deeply, pondering something, and earnestly replied, Yuni, I fear you may regret it. With his unparalleled talent, his future status will surely be elevated. Not to mention, he possesses a handsome visage. Once he truly enters the vast sea, embarking on his brilliant journey, you will only find yourself drifting further away. Perhaps, in a fleeting moment, he may remember you, but it will be but a fleeting thought. He won't hold it dear. You will merely be a blade of grass along his journey. Chi Yingqiu's words left Lu Yuni speechless, standing there in a daze, unmoving. Seeing her daughter lost in contemplation, Chi Yingqiu stepped forward and embraced her. Darling, think it over carefully. Chapter 28, The Mother's Keepsake. Chi Yingqiu turned back, waving goodbye to Su Luo and the Shin sisters. Auntie is leaving now. Xiao Luo, Xiao Yu, remember to drink the soup. With that, she departed from the backyard. A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Yuni's eyes, but she soon returned to her training as if nothing had happened. After a day's training, Su Luo entered the kitchen and discovered the refrigerator was empty. I'm going to the supermarket. Who wants to join me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni immediately recalled her mother's instruction. Find an opportunity to be alone. I'll go with you. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the three of them would continue to lounge in front of the television, leaving him to go alone. He certainly did not anticipate Lu Yuni to be so eager today. All right, let us go. They dressed appropriately, donned their masks, and took a taxi to the supermarket. Upon entering, both the staff and customers wore masks uniformly. Su Luo pushed a shopping cart while Lu Yuni walked beside him. They chatted and laughed as they navigated through the aisles, selecting various items. Before long, Su Luo's cart was filled with an assortment of goods. Just as they approached the checkout, a voice called out, Xiao Luo? Su Luo halted in his tracks. Turning around, he was met by none other than Su Xiong, who was still working as a snack promoter at the supermarket. Su Xiong looked flustered as he glanced between Su Luo and Lu Yuni. Su Xiong, do you need something? Su Luo asked coldly. Hearing Su Luo's icy tone, Lu Yuni turned to him, puzzled. This was the first time she had heard Su Luo speak in such a manner. He usually had a warm tone, only adopting an arrogant and confident demeanor during combat. However, today's frigid demeanor of Su Luo intrigued her somewhat. Listening to Su Luo's tone, Su Xiong felt a tinge of awkwardness as he rubbed his hands together. Xiao Luo, in order to provide treatment for Xiao Ming, I intend to sell that house. While clearing out the basement, I stumbled upon some items your mother left for you. Do you wish to have them? As he spoke, Su Xiong retrieved a uniquely shaped white stone necklace from his pocket and presented it to Su Luo. The mention of mother caused Su Luo to momentarily freeze. The image of his mother had long since faded into obscurity within the recesses of his distant memories, and he could only rely on scattered fragments of recollections to conjure a semblance of her visage. Su Luo reached out to accept the stone necklace. Gently tracing the patterns upon its surface, he sensed no energy emanating from it. It appeared to be merely an ordinary stone. After tucking the necklace into his pocket, he cast a final glance at Su Xiong and produced a second-grade crystal core, tossing it to Su Xiong. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing. May we both find peace. Yun-yi, let us depart, he declared, turning on his heel without hesitation. Lu Yun-yi promptly replied, all right, and smiled, nodding at Su Xiong before stepping in line with Su Luo. Observing Su Luo's decisive exit, Su Xiong offered a bitter smile. In recent days, he had reflected deeply on everything, from Su Luo's birth to the present. He felt a profound sense of guilt. Acknowledging that he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, he had visited the small dwelling where Su Luo once resided, touching the tattered quilt on the bed. It was only then that he comprehended the depth of Su Luo's resentment toward him. He truly deserved the consequences he faced. Since that fateful night when Su Luo left home, they were no longer a family. Su Luo would no longer recognize him, and he lacked the courage to ask for recognition. Thus, it was perhaps for the best. As long as Su Luo found happiness, that was all that mattered. Su Xiong stood in place, lost in thought, before slipping the second-grade crystal core into his pocket. Returning to his designated stall, his voice quivered as he resumed his calls to customers, delicious snack bundles for sale at a bargain. After completing a transaction and exiting the supermarket, both Su Luo and Lu Yun held 2 hefty bags of goods. With the assistance this time, Su Luo had deliberately purchased more. Standing amidst the bustling street, Lu Yun turned to Su Luo and tentatively inquired, "Is that your father?" "He was," Su Luo replied. "Could you share why?" Lu Yun asked, curiosity piqued. Taking a deep breath, Su Luo began recounting his story. With each revelation, Lu Yun's anger intensified. She had never encountered such an incompetent father before, and the thought of how Su Luo had managed to endure such a household filled her with disbelief. If it were her, she would have long ago plunged a sword into that woman named Pan Yun. Yet, against all odds, Su Luo had persevered, emerging mature, composed, and resilient. Simultaneously, amidst her indignation, she felt a flicker of joy. It was surprising how much she had learned about Su Luo's past from this solitary outing. Clearly, solitude had its merits. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a taxi arrived. Upon reaching home, Su Luo immediately set about preparing a meal, as 2 hungry sisters awaited his attention. After dining, Su Luo lay down to rest, his thoughts drifting to the stone necklace. After a simple cleansing and drying, he adorned it around his neck. Awakening from his slumber, he felt refreshed. While brushing his teeth, a sudden and urgent ringing of the doorbell pierced the air. Su Luo, having risen the earliest, assumed the other 3 had yet to awaken. After donning his clothes and mask, he approached the electronic screen at the door. There he beheld 2 young men bearing bouquets, appearing to be of similar age to him. Judging by their attire, they likely hailed from affluent families and bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely twin brothers. Upon opening the doorbell, he queried, "Who are you?" The 2 brothers, upon hearing a man's voice, momentarily faltered. They had conducted their inquiries prior to arriving and knew that the male head of the household had long been missing. They presumed only the Shun sisters remained in the residence. The sudden emergence of a male voice left them somewhat disoriented. Su Luo, sensing their silence, prodded, "Hey, why are you silent?" One of them finally spoke, "I am a suitor of Miss Huayu, and he is a suitor of Miss Huayu. We have come to deliver flowers to the 2 ladies. Are they at home?" Upon hearing the term suitor, Su Luo's brow furrowed. "Suitors? Have you come all the way here? Wait a moment, I will fetch them." He knocked on the door to rouse the sisters, informing them, "Your suitors have arrived." Upon hearing this, the sisters jolted awake, rushing out of their rooms to the electronic screen. Gazing at the 2 young men on the screen, their expressions twisted with disdain. "Qinhai, Jinyong," they exclaimed. "To be frank, you despicable scoundrels don't even register on our radar. Get lost immediately, or we won't hesitate to call the police and have you arrested for harassment." Listening to the sisters' furious retorts, Su Luo, who had been in the kitchen chopping vegetables, felt perplexed. This was the first time he had witnessed the sisters so incensed since moving in. At that moment, Lu Yun emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes and instantly noticing the sisters' furious demeanor. Huayu, what is the matter?" The sisters pointed at the screen, urging Lu Yun to take a look. Upon approaching, Lu Yun's expression shifted to one of anger as she exclaimed, "How could it be these shameless guys? How did they find us here? Who knows? We blocked them everywhere, yet they still managed to come to our home." Shun Huayu lamented. "To engage in such unscrupulous acts and still seek to pursue us? They must be delusional." Shun Huayu clenched her fists in indignation. Su Luo, still in the kitchen, remained baffled. What did they do to provoke such anger? "It was they who bribed another team to ambush us," Lu Yun explained. "Indeed, otherwise, we would have surely secured the top spot in this exam." Shun Huayu added with a pout, "Winning through foul means is not a testament to their true abilities, which is why we detest them." As she spoke, she activated the doorbell intercom once more. "Leave now, otherwise, we will indeed notify the authorities." Hearing the disdainful words through the intercom, the Qian brothers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their frustration and embarrassment. Ultimately, they turned and retreated to their sports car, driving away. Once the 2 had finally left, the sisters let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yun remarked, Huayu, they won't give up easily. They will undoubtedly utilize the Qian family's influence to privately investigate this address. Be prepared for continuous harassment." Upon hearing this, the sisters' faces fell into expressions of dismay. "Indeed, there exists such a possibility," Shun Huayu remarked with a furrowed brow. "These 2 rascals are exceedingly bothersome. They have been incessantly harassing us online, persistently changing their accounts to add us as friends." Shun Huayu exclaimed indignantly. "However, the Qian family is a prominent clan in Tianshui City. We cannot afford to provoke them, so we must keep our distance," Shun Huayu stated earnestly. After venting their frustrations, the two sisters retreated to their room to freshen up, with Lu Yunzi following closely behind. Su Luo observed the agitated figures of the sisters and pondered how to alleviate their troubles. Ultimately, he returned to his room and dialed a contact. At that moment, Mo Qinghuan had just arrived at the office. As she was about to turn on her computer to indulge in some leisurely activities, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Su Luo calling, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She answered the call, switched to speaker mode, and placed the phone on the table before her. Su Luo, you rascal, what prompted you to call me? Her tone held a hint of playful reproach. Hearing Mo Qinghuan's voice brought a smile to Su Luo's face. It's nothing significant. I merely wish to hear your voice, he replied softly. In that instant, Mo Qinghuan felt a jolt to her heart, leaving her momentarily flustered. She hastily turned off the speakerphone, picked up the phone to her right ear, and quickly made her way to the door, glancing around the corridor. Noticing no one was around, she promptly closed and locked the door before returning to her chair. Mo Qinghuan's heart raced as she asked, Su Luo, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just missed you and wanted to hear your voice. What's wrong with that? Su Luo questioned, puzzled. Such things should not be said indiscriminately. Do you understand? Mo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and her irritation was evident. Upon hearing this, Su Luo obediently replied, all right, I shall remember that. I won't utter such words lightly again. Humph. Mo Qinghuan snorted. For some inexplicable reason. Hearing Su Luo say he wouldn't say such things lightly made her somewhat displeased. However, she quickly redirected the conversation. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Su Luo hurriedly said, indeed, there is another matter. I am currently staying at a friend's house, but someone has been persistently bothering her. Moreover, it seems that the person has considerable influence. Su Luo did not elaborate further, but Mo Qinghuan understood his implication. Clenching her small fists, she exclaimed angrily, humph. I knew you must have something to ask of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called. You actually thought of asking me to help you shake off other men's pursuits. What a scoundrel. Hearing Mo Qinghuan label him a scoundrel, Su Luo could only chuckle helplessly. Principal Mo, please do not misunderstand. We are merely friends. I am staying at her house, and since she is troubled, I naturally wish to assist her. Mo Qinghuan did not believe a word of it. She was well aware that her father had more than one woman in his life. To her knowledge, all the powerful male ability users had multiple partners, and Su Luo, being the most extraordinary individual she had encountered, would undoubtedly have more than one woman in the future. The thought of many women surrounding Su Luo ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within her. What a scoundrel! Don't bother me. With that, Mo Qinghuan abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sounds on the other end, Su Luo could not help but smile wryly. Her temper is quite fiery. Has a relative come to visit? Sighing, he decided to wait until she calmed down before calling her back. After hanging up, Mo Qinghuan, her cheeks puffed in anger, awaited Su Luo's return call. However, after half an hour, her phone remained silent. How infuriating. He doesn't even consider my feelings. I went out of my way to help him. Mo Qinghuan lamented. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Huan, why did you lock the door? Mu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled from outside. Mo Qinghuan composed herself and opened the door to let Mu Xiaoyu in. As soon as Mu Xiaoyu entered, she scrutinized Mo Qinghuan's face, as if attempting to discern something from her expression. Mo Qinghuan felt uneasy under Mu Xiaoyu's gaze, which only added to her already foul mood. Why are you staring at me? Is there money on my face? Mo Qinghuan exclaimed, wide-eyed. There's no money. But there is desire. Mu Xiaoyu squinted, as if seeing through everything. Mo Qinghuan's face stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. Huan, be honest. Are you sneaking around behind my back? Mu Xiaoyu pressed, gazing intently into Mo Qinghuan's eyes. Mo Qinghuan rolled her eyes. Go away. I have matters to attend to. You can leave for now. Noticing Mo Qinghuan's phone on the table, Mu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with curiosity. Who were you chatting with earlier? Mo Qinghuan's hand holding the pen trembled momentarily before she relaxed. I don't understand what you're talking about. I need to get back to work, she insisted. Seeing that Mo Qinghuan refused to acknowledge anything, Mu Xiaoyu had no choice but to leave. Coincidentally, just as Mu Xiaoyu departed, Su Luo's call came through again. After some persuasion, Mo Qinghuan finally calmed down. I will ensure that the Qian family in Tianshui City knows their limits. At the same time, you should also be mindful of your own boundaries. Mo Qinghuan's words sent a chill down Su Luo's spine. I will be cautious. See you at university. After hanging up, he felt a swirl of mixed emotions. He sensed a hint of jealousy from Mo Qinghuan, but he dared not voice it, unsure how she might react. Time swiftly passed, and the school term commenced. Before departing, Su Luo made a point to bid farewell to his homeroom teacher, Wang Yu, expressing his gratitude for her assistance. He also visited his biological mother's grave to pay his respects. Meanwhile, the three sisters successfully ascended to the first tier of the noble realm just before the start of the new term. During the break, Shen Huayue and Shun Huayu were both quite puzzled. They had initially feared being bothered by the two members of the Qian family, but to their surprise, the two had shown remarkable restraint and did not disturb them again. The four of them disembarked from the train and emerged at the station. Standing in the city where the Giant Ability University was located, Giant City, they immediately spotted the reception staff from the university. The group approached and shook hands with the representative. "Hello, I am Lishan, the student reception officer for Giant Ability University. Please hand me your admission letters so that I can verify your identities." The three sisters presented their admission letters, while Su Luo offered his special admission notice. Lishan glanced at the document and was taken aback. According to the information provided, this year, there were actually 3 special admissions to Giant Ability University, something unheard of in previous years. Undoubtedly, these 3 individuals were exceptional talents. He scrutinized Su Luo closely. Although masked, it was likely he was quite handsome. Lishan opened the notice to verify its authenticity against the official seal. Once confirmed, he stood up and returned the notice to Su Luo. "Classmate Su Luo, you are one of the 3 specially enrolled students this year. A dedicated person will personally escort you to the school. Are these 3 young ladies your friends?" Lishan inquired, pointing at the trio of sisters. "Indeed." Su Luo nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Please follow me, all 4 of you." Lishan responded with a beaming smile, gesturing for them to accompany him. The 4 followed Lishan to an open area where 3 luxurious RVs were neatly arranged. Lishan waved his hand, signaling the drivers to open the doors. He then turned to the 4. "Classmate Su Luo, these opulent RVs have been specially prepared for the specially enrolled students. All your needs for food, drink, and entertainment are catered for. I wish you a pleasant journey." Su Luo allowed the 3 young ladies behind her to board first before turning to Lishan. "Thank you, Senior Lishan, for your guidance." Lishan was momentarily taken aback by Su Luo's politeness, slightly bowing his head. Previously, the specially enrolled students had always carried themselves with an air of superiority towards ordinary students. He did not expect such courtesy from Su Luo, leaving him somewhat flustered. "No need for such formality. Do hurry and board," Lishan urged. After bidding farewell with a wave, Su Luo entered the RV. The interior of the RV indeed boasted an abundance of amenities, various beverages, snacks, and an enormous movie screen for entertainment. As the door closed, the RV began its journey, transporting the 4 towards the campus of the Giant Abilities University. 2 hours passed, and suddenly the light within the RV vanished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The 4 opened the windows to gaze outside, where a towering wall loomed, seemingly reaching the clouds. It was estimated to be several hundred meters high and dozens of meters thick. Only one of the 3 supreme powerhouses, Moto, could have constructed such a wall. 4 Moto possessed the unparalleled SSS-level ability of transforming into a giant. This transformation amplified all of his physical attributes 100-fold. Such an extraordinary effect secured his position as one of the 3 supreme beings. Legend has it that he fervently desired to pass this extraordinary ability to his offspring, fervently encouraging his wife to bear children. Unfortunately, none of his descendants awakened this ability, which left him deeply disappointed. As the 4 marveled at the sight, the RV entered the university square, where many students were already gathered, awaiting their arrival. Unlike them, these students had arrived independently, without the luxury of a dedicated vehicle. "Who is that? Why does he have a private car? You clearly don't understand anything. He must be one of this year's specially enrolled students." "Specially enrolled? He must be a genius." Indeed, insider information suggests there are 3 specially enrolled students this year, each possessing extraordinary talents. Extraordinary? Just how extraordinary? S-level abilities? S-level abilities are nothing. They are likely all SSS-level ability awakeners. Indeed, that is exceptionally extraordinary. The RV halted beneath a raised platform adorned with 3 stone seats, evidently reserved for this year's specially enrolled students. At this moment, the driver informed Su Luo and her companions that it was time to disembark. The 4 gathered their belongings and stepped off the RV. As they did, a teacher approached them, scanning their faces before finally resting her gaze on Su Luo. "You must be the specially enrolled student, classmate Su Luo?" Su Luo nodded, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, I am Su Luo. May I ask your name, teacher?" Mu Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I am Mu. You may call me Teacher Mu." "Teacher Mu, is there something you need?" Su Luo inquired. Mu Xiaoyu raised her hand, pointing towards the 3 stone seats on the platform above. The 3 positions up there are specifically designated for this year's specially enrolled students. Please choose a seat you prefer and await the commencement of the test. "Test? What test?" the 4 asked in unison. Upon hearing their question, Mu Xiaoyu pointed towards a stone tablet behind them. As per tradition, every year, new students must undergo a test to assess their ability levels and qualities. That stone tablet is the instrument used for the assessment. Currently, not all students have arrived. The testing will commence once everyone is present. After listening to Mu Xiaoyu's explanation, the 4 nodded in understanding. "Very well, Su Luo, please ascend and choose a suitable position," Mu Xiaoyu urged. After exchanging glances with the 3 sisters, Su Luo proceeded onto the platform. After climbing over 30 steps, she arrived before the 3 stone seats. The crowd below turned their attention to Su Luo, curious about which seat she would select. Ultimately, she disregarded the 2 side seats and settled directly into the central seat, placing her hands on the armrests. casting a proud gaze upon the assembly below. The onlookers were captivated by the air of confidence emanating from Su Luo. Just then, another luxury vehicle arrived at the base of the platform. Chapter 31. SSS Level Ability, the Infernal Flame Dragon. A fair-skinned girl emerged from the vehicle. The moment she appeared, all the other girls present lost their luster. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her eyes obscured by an enigmatic purple fabric. She was assisted from the vehicle by a female attendant. With a mere thought, the girl grasped her surroundings. She lifted her gaze to the platform and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Luo. At that moment, Mu Xiaoyu approached the girl to explain the situation. The girl gestured for her attendant to step back, then turned and ascended the platform. Although her eyes were covered, she navigated the steps with unerring confidence. Each step taken with a decisiveness that was almost intimidating. Upon reaching the 3 stone seats, she stood before Su Luo, scrutinizing her intently, lost in contemplation. Su Luo, too, regarded the strangely attired girl with curiosity. "Hello, I am Su Luo." She extended her right hand. The girl, recognizing the gesture, also extended her hand, her voice gentle and flowing like a mountain stream. "Hello, I am Kong Yu." The two exchanged greetings, effectively introducing themselves. Moments later, Kong Yu decisively relinquished her claim to the central position and seated herself on the right stone seat. The crowd below had anticipated a spectacle, only to find the girl unexpectedly timid. The atmosphere shifted, becoming rather dull. Mu Xiaoyu observed this with a faint smile, for the girl's identity was not to be underestimated. The fact that she introduced herself and initiated a handshake indicated her belief that Su Luo was indeed worthy of such recognition. Finally, the last luxury vehicle arrived at the square. It halted beneath the platform, and a man clad in black and red attire disembarked. Standing beneath the platform, he arrogantly surveyed Su Luo and Kong Yu above, disdain evident on his face. Just as Mu Xiaoyu was about to approach him and provide an overview of the situation, the man leaped directly to the 3 stone seats. He glanced at the empty seat on the left before stepping up to Su Luo. "Stand up. You are occupying my spot," the man declared arrogantly. His fiery words elicited renewed interest from the onlookers, who were eager for the unfolding drama. Su Luo regarded the brash individual before her, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. In the shadowy realm of the esteemed 9th rank of nobility, the man's prowess was commendable. Though obscured by a mask, he discerned the mirth glimmering in Su Luo's eyes, igniting within him an uncontainable fury. "How dare you look down upon me?" Su Luo exhibited no semblance of deference. "If you wish for my respect, demonstrate your strength." No sooner had Su Luo's words settled than the man unleashed a torrent of black flames, aimed directly at Su Luo's visage. With a mere flick of his fingers, Su Luo effortlessly deflected the black inferno, only to follow it with an overwhelming force of gravity that bore down upon the man. With a thunderous crash, the man found himself pinned to the ground, rendered immobile beneath Su Luo's presence. A chill flickered in Su Luo's gaze as he placed his foot atop the man's head. "You are pathetically weak, so diminutive, akin to an ant. With but a slight exertion, I could crush you where you lie." The onlookers below were momentarily stunned, having anticipated a battle of equals, only to witness one side utterly vanquished. Why, they wondered, was there such a vast chasm between 2 individuals of the same elite class? The man, feeling the weight of Su Luo's foot upon him, felt his eyes blaze crimson, his fingers trembling involuntarily, as dark flames erupted from his being. To the astonishment of the crowd, the man's form began to swell, his arms transforming into dragon talons, wings sprouting from his back, and a long tail emerging from below. In a mere moment, a towering black dragon materialized before them, its colossal body occupying the entirety of the platform. The dragon's enhanced physique rendered Su Luo's gravity ineffective against him. The dragon's wings blotted out the sun as its eyes fixated on Su Luo, smoke curling from its maw, as if it were poised to unleash a torrent of searing fire. Su Luo regarded the dragon head before him, a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. This creature indeed possessed the audacity to be proud an SSS level ability, the Infernal Dragon of Darkness. Transformed into a dragon, the man experienced a significant augmentation of strength, enabling him to unleash scorching black flames at will, securing his invincibility among his peers. Mu Xiaoyu anticipated that Su Luo might feel the weight of pressure upon witnessing the man's dragon transformation, but she was sorely mistaken. Su Luo's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with that air of disdainful amusement. Turning to his 3 companions, she noted their utter lack of concern, replaced instead with unwavering confidence in Su Luo. Furrowing her brow, she attempted to discern the level of Su Luo's abilities, only to be taken aback by her inability to penetrate the veil surrounding his prowess. "How peculiar," she mused, "that I cannot perceive the specifics of Su Luo's abilities. Could it be a result of his own powers?" The dragon raised its talon, aiming to strike down Su Luo with lethal intent. Su Luo rose to his feet, clenching his right fist, which suddenly radiated with a brilliant white light. The collision of the massive dragon claw and his diminutive fist produced a thunderous reverberation, accompanied by a gust of forceful winds that swept over the spectators. compelling them to shield their eyes. Amidst the chaos, there was an odd sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Moments later, a mournful cry erupted from the dragon. The crowd turned in unison to witness the dragon's scaled claw beginning to fracture along its seams, crimson ichor seeping forth, while Su Luo's fist remained unscathed. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the assembly. Was this being truly human? The dragon stared in disbelief at its own claw, the excruciating pain coursing through it, the blood flowing forth, rendering it devoid of reason. With a thunderous roar, it opened its maw, intent on devouring Su Luo whole. At this juncture, Su Luo's patience waned. Seeing the beast's unwillingness to relent, he exerted a slight force beneath his feet, teleporting directly before the dragon. With a forceful punch, he struck the dragon's face, sending it crashing down from the platform. The dragon landed with a resounding thud, reverting to its human form. Now unconscious, the man lay there, his face fractured, blood oozing from his palm. Su Luo's decisive blows had subdued the crowd below, who could not help but acknowledge him as the reigning champion of this cohort. Mu Xiaoyu, witnessing the scene, felt no surprise but hastened to summon assistance for the fallen man. Such incidents were commonplace among elite students vying for the coveted C position. She had grown accustomed to it. Returning to his rightful place, Su Luo's demeanor remained serene, as though nothing had transpired. Kong Yu sat quietly in her position, betraying not a hint of astonishment, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Mu Xiaoyu surveyed the surrounding students, noting the crowd had nearly gathered. Approaching the stone tablet, she proclaimed loudly, "Now, let us commence the testing of abilities and their qualities." Chapter 32, The Three Abilities? I shall call upon each student one by one. Upon hearing your name, please ascend to the stage for testing without delay. With that, Mu Xiaoyu produced a list detailing the hundreds of newly admitted students. Chen Xiao, present. A male voice rang out. With approximately 300 students to assess, the testing proceeded swiftly. During this time, Lu Yuni, Shen Huayue, and Shun Huayu completed their assessments as well. Among the 300, several awakened abilities of S or SS rank were evident. The majority possessed A rank abilities, while B rank abilities were nearly non-existent. As the last individual completed their assessment, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the stage, where Mu Xiaoyu declared, "You two, who will go first?" At the sound of her voice, Kong Yu rose first, her body gradually lifting into the air as she glided toward the stone tablet. Upon reaching it, she slowly raised her hand. The moment her hand made contact with the surface of the stone tablet, a surge of purple energy erupted forth, soaring skyward and stirring the clouds above the plaza. This was the exclusive effect triggered only when an SSS level ability was detected. Gradually, the purple energy began to dissipate, revealing Kong Yu's information inscribed upon the stone tablet. Ability quality, SSS level ability, mind communication with the divine. Ability rank, 9th rank of nobility. The 9th rank of nobility placed her leagues above the others. Yet, those who achieved elite status were hardly to be underestimated. Thus, few were genuinely astonished. However, when they beheld the words mind communication with the divine, the crowd collectively gasped in sheer astonishment. This particular ability belonged to the Kong family, esteemed founding figures of the Huaqing nation, known for their patriarch, Kong Sheng. Since the establishment of the Huaqing nation, the Kong family had withdrawn from public life, avoiding conflict and remaining shrouded in mystery. Ordinary citizens possessed no knowledge of their affairs. This girl was undoubtedly a member of the Kong family, and awakening such an ability likely indicated she was the next potential head of the Kong lineage. Mu Xiaoyu seemed to have anticipated the situation long before. With a casual wave of her hand, she signaled Kong Yu to descend. Kong Yu nodded slightly, and then floated back up to the high platform. At this moment, among the gathered students, only Su Luo had yet to undergo the examination. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Su Luo, eager to discern just how formidable he truly was, especially considering how the other special student had been utterly defenseless against him. In the crowd, Su Luo spotted a familiar face, Mo Qinghuan, whom he had not seen in quite some time and missed dearly. He contemplated waving to her but decided against it, given the seriousness of the occasion. Upon noticing that Su Luo had recognized her, Mo Qinghuan immediately gave him a thumbs up, accompanied by a reassuring glance, indicating that he should feel free to showcase his abilities, as she would have his back. Su Luo nodded slightly, exerting a gentle force beneath his feet, and in an instant, he arrived beside the stone tablet. Mu Xiaoyu's gaze was piercing, eagerly anticipating the revelation of Su Luo's information. Lu Yuni, Shen Huayue, and Shun Huayu were equally curious about Su Luo's current prowess. They had all privately inquired about his abilities, but Su Luo had kept it a secret. Now, the three of them were fully alert, ready to witness the specifics of Su Luo's capabilities. Su Luo raised his hand and placed it on the stone tablet, but contrary to everyone's expectations, no extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Only silence enveloped the air, just as the crowd began to suspect that the tablet might be malfunctioning. Several beams of energy in varying colors erupted skyward from the tablet. The immense energy fluctuations cleared the sky above the square in an instant. At that moment, the tablet appeared to struggle under the weight of such powerful energy, its surface gradually cracking, as if it might shatter at any second. Mu Xiaoyu stood nearby, her eyes wide in shock as she observed the fissures on the tablet. This was the first time such an occurrence had happened. The tablet was seemingly unable to contain the extraordinary abilities within Su Luo. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the energy began to dissipate, and the tablet ceased its cracking. Su Luo lowered his hand, patiently awaiting the tablet's feedback. The crowd remained silent, not a single soul uttering a word, all fixated on the tablet. Finally, the tablet stabilized and began to reveal Su Luo's information. Ability quality, C rank, strange fruit tree. A C rank ability? Upon seeing this, the crowd murmured in disbelief, ridiculing Su Luo's supposed talent. A C rank ability? My grandmother's abilities are far superior. Indeed, my family hasn't seen a C rank ability in 3 generations. A special student? Is this a joke? What kind of special student is this? Yet, a puzzling thought lingered. How could such a seemingly insignificant C rank ability allow him to dispatch another special student with such ease? Was he perhaps employing an actor? If you can find me an SSS rank ability user, a fiery dragon wielder, as an actor, then I'll concede. You don't need my concession. Go help your grandmother cross the street. As they debated among themselves, the 3 sisters couldn't help but roll their eyes. They understood that Su Luo possessed far more than just one ability. There was the gravity ability he had used against them, the elasticity ability that could repel anything, the vibration ability that could shatter space, and the azure flame ability that could heal wounds rapidly. It was merely that the stone tablet had not yet revealed these capabilities. As expected, the tablet began to display more text. Just as the audience anticipated the unveiling of Su Luo's true ability level, it read, Ability quality, SSS rank, elasticity sphere. As those words appeared, the expressions of the crowd, which had been filled with schadenfreude, froze instantaneously. What was happening? Why was it still displaying ability quality? Wasn't it a C rank ability? How had it transformed into an SSS rank ability? Mu Xiaoyu, witnessing this turn of events, hurriedly took out her notebook to document this unprecedented SSS rank ability. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a voice broke through the stillness. He is a dual ability user? At that moment, the audience finally grasped the reality. They were in the presence of an exceedingly rare dual ability user. With this logical explanation, they began to regain their composure. Dual ability users were not non-existent. They were just remarkably scarce. They simply had not encountered one before, which had momentarily bewildered them. Just as they were nodding in acknowledgement, the tablet astonishingly revealed more text. Ability quality, SSS rank, gravity manipulation. Gasp. As those words emerged, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The tablet had displayed yet another ability. This could only mean that Su Luo was, in fact, a tri-ability user. Unlike dual ability users, tri-ability users existed solely in legends. No nation possessed any records of tri-ability users. Only recently had it been revealed that Zhang Tai, the foremost individual from Hucking Nation, was a tri-ability user, yet no one had concrete evidence. Now, right before their eyes stood a living example of a tri-ability user. They had no choice but to believe in the existence of such extraordinary beings. As the crowd marveled at this revelation, the tablet displayed yet another line of text. Ability quality, SSS rank, vibration of the heavens. Another SSS rank ability. At this point, the audience felt their minds go blank. Some even pinched themselves, desperate to awaken from this surreal dream. Standing beside Su Luo, Mu Xiaoyu trembled uncontrollably. For abilities, 3 of which were SSS rank. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a prodigious individual could exist. This day would undoubtedly be etched in history, as a living 4-ability user emerged at the Giant Ability University. Having witnessed Su Luo unveil his true talents, Emo Qinghuan squinted her eyes, her excitement palpable as she clenched her fists, reflecting on her remarkable fortune to have discovered such a prodigy. The entire square, filled with hundreds of people, fell into a profound silence, unable to comprehend this truth. Observing the crowd's stunned silence, Su Luo smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, "Let me bring a little shock to the world." Mu Xiaoyu, standing beside him, was taken aback by his words. What did he mean? Wasn't a 4-ability user shocking enough? While Mu Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the tablet began to display yet more text. Ability quality, SSS rank, Azure Flame Phoenix. From low to high, 5 abilities lined up neatly, 1 C rank ability and 4 SSS rank abilities. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, had grown somewhat numb. Now, even if Su Luo were to reveal another ability, they would hardly be surprised. At that moment, even Emo Qinghuan in the crowd was left speechless. Wasn't he a 4-ability user? How had he become a 5-ability user? Mu Xiaoyu, closest to the action, was the most astonished. Turning to glance at Emo Qinghuan, she saw that Emo Qinghuan wore a similarly bewildered expression. It dawned on her that Emo Qinghuan was likely unaware of Su Luo's status as a 5-ability user. Su Luo had only revealed 4 of his extraordinary abilities to Emo Qinghuan. Lu Yuni, Shun Huayue, and Shun Huayu had prepared themselves mentally for this revelation. Yet even so, they were taken aback. 5 extraordinary abilities, a singularity in this world. The name Su Luo would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history, forever etched in the memory of humankind. At this moment, Kong Yu sat serenely upon a stone seat. Although her eyes were covered, her psychic abilities allowed her to perceive her surroundings without the need for sight. The instant she laid eyes on Su Luo, she sensed his remarkable nature. Firstly, she could not discern the level of his powers, which clearly indicated that his abilities were formidable enough to overshadow her own. Standing before him, the aura emanating from Su Luo was overwhelmingly potent, suffused with a subtle pressure that rendered her incapable of even the slightest resistance. Hence, she refrained from contesting him for the central stone seat. Given the current circumstances, her intuition proved correct. A monstrous being with 5 extraordinary abilities. Even she could only serve as an accessory to his brilliance. At that moment, the final display on the stone tablet revealed Su Luo's extraordinary power level, 9th stage of transcendence. A 9th stage transcendent, a full 2 major realms above an ordinary student. This level was entirely beyond what a freshman should possess. The man who had previously been knocked unconscious by Su Luo's 2 punches had now regained his senses. Upon arriving at the square and glancing at Su Luo beside the stone tablet, he caught sight of the information that had manifested there. His pupils constricted, and his heart jolted violently. Raising his hand to rub his eyes, he confirmed that he had not misread the words. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his hands fell limply to his sides, followed by a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. His name was Zhou Yan. He hailed not from a grand family, but rather from a humble household. Ever since awakening his SSS level ability, the Infernal Dragon, his path had been remarkably smooth. Relatives and friends he had not seen in ages arrived at his home bearing gifts. His parents received promotions and raises at their jobs. The number of women vying for his affection was countless. After experiencing all of this, his personality underwent a tremendous transformation. He believed himself to be the chosen one, the foremost leader of the younger generation in this era. He had expected to shine during the testing phase, thinking it would pave the way for an even smoother journey ahead. However, he never anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy. 5 extraordinary abilities, 4 of which were SSS level, all concentrated within a single individual. He felt utterly unworthy to even be in Su Luo's shadow. Reflecting on his earlier bravado in front of so many people, he now wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Su Luo, masked and concealed, merely stood quietly, exuding an aura of royalty that left his peers in despair. To be born in the same era as such a person was indeed a lamentable fate. Just then, a resounding voice rang out. Luo Shun, remove your mask. We wish to behold your true visage. With this provocation, the crowd below erupted into a clamor. Take it off, take it off, take it off. Observing the uproar, Su Luo raised his hand to silence them. Instantly, the venue fell silent. He then removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. His features seemed to be the work of divine artistry. His eyes were like deep, tranquil pools, shimmering with a radiant light amidst their darkness. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of captivating charm. The entire audience was momentarily rendered speechless by his striking good looks. Among all present, perhaps only Mo Qinghuan was the most astonished. The transformation in Su Luo's visage was so profound that she scarcely recognized him. Afraid to gaze too closely lest she be irresistibly drawn in. Beside Su Luo, Mu Xiaoyu stood in a daze, wiping the corner of her mouth, enveloped by an inexplicable impulse. As the crowd began to regain their senses, many pulled out their phones, snapping pictures of Su Luo. After all, both his prodigious talents and enchanting appearance were events worthy of documentation. With the testing ceremony concluded, Su Luo emerged with an undeniable superiority over his peers, earning the title of Newcomer King. Information about Su Luo began to circulate online, slowly gaining traction. Many expressed disbelief that such a person could exist, accusing the giant ability university of deception and fraud. Yet, none of this concerned Su Luo. At that moment, he found himself in Mo Qinghuan's office, subjected to her intense interrogation. You slippery rascal, how dare you deceive me into thinking you only possess 4 abilities? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your deception? Mo Qinghuan glared at Su Luo, her eyes wide. Su Luo chuckled heartily, thinking to himself that she was unaware of how much more there was to discover. Everyone needs to harbor a few secrets. Don't you agree, Principal Mo? Mo Qinghuan, upon hearing this, quietly concurred. Indeed, everyone ought to have some secrets, not revealing every facet of themselves. Regaining her composure, she shifted her tone to one of gravity, inquiring, So, you have more secrets then? Chapter 34, The Continent of Beasts. Su Luo remained silent, merely observing Mo Qinghuan. Noting his reticence, she ceased further inquiries. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press you. Turning, she retrieved a map of the aqua blue star from her drawer and laid it before them. Su Luo had seen the map online. The northern part of the planet was the realm of humanity, while the south was an endless expanse of ocean. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this map was unlike any ordinary depiction of aqua blue star. To his astonishment, the southern ocean contained an unknown continent, a place devoid of any information online. Observing Su Luo's confusion, Mo Qinghuan remarked, It seems you have discerned the discrepancy. Why does this map differ from the one online? Su Luo inquired, puzzled. Because this is the true map of Aqua Blue Star. The online version is merely a ruse to deceive the masses, Imo Qinghuan replied nonchalantly. Why go to such lengths? Su Luo asked, gazing down at the map, perplexed. This continent is known as the continent of beasts. Imo Qinghuan indicated the vast landmass. The continent of beasts. This was the first time Su Luo had heard such a name. Imo Qinghuan nodded. This continent is enormous. Roughly twice the size of the human realm in the northern part of Aqua Blue Star. It is rich in mineral resources, with diverse geographical features. Inhabited by countless extraordinary beasts, making the environment perilous for humans. Consequently, nations have agreed not to disclose information about the continent of beasts. Only those who gain admission to world-class universities are privy to its existence, bound by an oath to keep this secret. Upon hearing this, Su Luo still failed to grasp why Imo Qinghuan had chosen to divulge such information to him. Why tell us this? Imo Qinghuan rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing at the serene campus outside. Su Luo, do you think the area of Giant Ability University is vast? Su Luo hesitated, recalling the size of the school. Indeed, it did not seem commensurate with that of a top-tier university. Aside from the towering walls at the entrance, there were no significant facilities. At that moment, a bold thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Realizing that Su Luo had begun to suspect, Imo Qinghuan decided to no longer keep secrets. The headquarters of the Giant Superpower University is not located here, but rather far away on the Beast continent. Despite his prior suspicions, Su Luo was still taken aback by this revelation. How do we get there? By boat, he asked, furrowing his brows in confusion. Imo Qinghuan playfully shook her finger. No. The sea is teeming with formidable beasts. If a ship were to be sunk, it would be far too dangerous and a tremendous waste of time. Within the school, there exists a spatial gate specifically leading to the university's headquarters. A spatial gate? Do such things truly exist in this world? Su Luo involuntarily exclaimed. In response, Imo Qinghuan pointed at a portrait of Zhang Tai on the wall. All of this is thanks to the foremost individual of the Huaqing nation, Zhang Tai. He is the only person in the world with spatial abilities to facilitate the joint development of the Beast continent by various nations. He has established spatial gates in top universities around the world that lead to the Beast continent. Zhang Tai's selflessness, transcending national borders, has earned him immense respect globally. Gazing at the portrait radiating a subtle aura of authority, Su Luo could not help but feel a surge of reverence for Zhang Tai. This is the demeanor that a true stronghold should possess, Su Luo marveled. Imo Qinghuan nodded in agreement and continued, tomorrow, you will pass through the spatial gate and commence your training at the university's headquarters. The weather on the Beast continent is unpredictable, so remember to bring plenty of seasonal clothing. Aren't you coming with us to the headquarters? Su Luo inquired. Imo Qinghuan shook her head. I cannot. The Star God Society has been rather restless these past few months, and the giant city needs someone to keep watch. Upon hearing about the Star God Society again, Su Luo's curiosity surged. I saw in the news that the exact location of the Star God Society's headquarters is a mystery. Do you think it could be situated in some corner of the Beast continent? Su Luo whispered. Imo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly gestured for him to hush. If the Star God Society's headquarters truly is on the Beast continent, it would imply a connection to Zhang Tai. After all, he is the only one capable of transporting people or objects to the Beast continent. Su Luo, you must never speak such words upon entering the university headquarters. Such insinuations would indirectly tarnish Zhang Tai's reputation, and you could easily find yourself overwhelmed by a tide of criticism. Realizing his faux pas, Su Luo instinctively covered his mouth, signaling that he would refrain from speaking indiscreetly again. After leaving the office and returning to his temporary dormitory, an individual room equipped with all necessary amenities provided specifically for special enrollees, he was soon greeted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the familiar faces of the three sisters. We're here to see you. Su Luo stepped aside to let them in. Shenhuaya surveyed the room, ensuring no suspicious figures were present, and nodded to herself. Where did you go earlier, Su Luo? We came looking for you, and you were gone. Shenhuayu tilted her head in inquiry. In response, Su Luo recounted everything Imo Qinghuan had shared with him, urging them to keep it confidential and not to mention it to their families. Well, they will find out tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't hurt to know sooner, he reasoned. The astonishing news left the three sisters momentarily speechless. Tomorrow, they would be heading to a continent that had never appeared on any world map, and the excitement was palpable. I knew it. A world-renowned university could not possibly occupy such a small area. It turns out this is not the university's headquarters at all, Lu Yuni exclaimed with delight. We're truly embarking on a new journey. Shenhuaya clenched her fists in excitement. Let's go buy some clothes first. Didn't Su Luo say the weather on the Beast continent is capricious? The clothes we brought might not suffice, Shenhuayu suggested. Let's go. And we can grab a meal outside, Su Luo replied, standing up and putting on a mask to avoid being recognized. The four of them crossed the towering walls and exited the school, entering the giant city. As they walked along the unfamiliar streets, the striking trio of women and one man attracted the attention of many male passers-by, who paused to gaze at the masked Su Luo, curious to discern his allure. The four remained oblivious to the stairs as they browsed through each shop. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes from a luxurious car across the street were fixated on Su Luo. As they exited a store with their purchases, an unfamiliar figure approached them, blocking their path. "Good day, Mr. Su Luo. My master requests your presence." The man gestured towards the luxury vehicle across the street. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luo replied, "I'm not going," and turned to leave. Caught off guard by Su Luo's dismissive attitude, the man's expression momentarily stiffened. As Su Luo began to walk away, the man hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. "Mr. Su Luo, you may not be aware of my master's identity. He is," before the man could finish, Su Luo raised a hand to interrupt him. "I have no interest in your master's identity. I am quite satisfied with my current situation and do not wish to join any family organization. Please excuse me." With that, he exchanged a glance with the three sisters, signaling them to continue their way. The man was left speechless, unable to articulate further as Su Luo and the others gradually distanced themselves. He returned to the car, leaning close to the rear window to speak softly. "Master, it appears that Su Luo is not inclined to join any organization. What shall we do?" The man seated within the car took a sip of his drink and replied, "If he does not wish to, then let it be. Such a talented individual with a proud demeanor will not easily submit to dependency. Inform Reneo at the university headquarters to keep a close watch on his every move. If an opportunity arises, we shall ensure he owes us a favor. In that way, we can establish some form of connection." "Understood, master," the man responded. The following day, all new students, led by Mu Xiaoyu, gathered at a secluded square within the school. At the center of the square stood a slightly elevated platform, upon which the spatial gate for interdimensional travel was located. Notably, throughout their journey, Zhou Yin had not dared to meet Su Luo's gaze, as the fear he harbored had been deeply imprinted in his mind, preventing him from acting recklessly in Su Luo's presence. Mu Xiaoyu ascended the platform and raised her hand to signal for silence. "Students, please form an orderly line to enter the spatial gate. Su Luo, you go first." Mu Xiaoyu beckoned, pointing to the spatial gate behind her. Su Luo stepped up the stairs and approached the gate. The moment he touched it, he felt an invisible force pulling him in. Without hesitation, he stepped through the spatial gate. In an instant, he was greeted by a blinding light, and as he blinked, he found himself on another elevated platform. Exiting the spatial gate, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered he had arrived at a bustling city square with roads radiating in all directions, leading to various regions. The vast expanse of the city rendered Su Luo unable to see its limits. As Su Luo surveyed his surroundings, the spatial gateway began to gradually usher in a multitude of individuals. Within a short span, several hundred people had gathered. Mu Xiaoyu, serving as the instructor, was the last to emerge. She surveyed the environment and commenced her introduction. "This city is the headquarters of the Giant Abilities University, divided into 5 distinct zones: the Commercial District, Training Zone, Ranking Battle Area, Combat Zone, and Living Area. The Commercial District is a marketplace for various goods, where weapons, energy cores, and insights from fellow practitioners of similar abilities can be procured. The Training Zone, as the name suggests, is a space dedicated to honing the skills of our students. The Ranking Battle Area has instituted a ranking reward system. The higher your rank, the better the monthly benefits you can receive. The Combat Zone allows you to step through the spatial gateway onto the Beast Continent, where you can hunt magical beasts and acquire a plethora of energy cores, with the stipulation that 2/3 of the cores obtained must be surrendered to the school. Beneath your feet lies the Living Area, designed for students to rest and rejuvenate. Now follow me. I will assign you your accommodations." The throng of students trailed behind Mu Xiaoyu, navigating through the towering edifices. As she referred to the list in her hand, she allocated lodgings to each student. Coincidentally, the 3 sisters were assigned to the same apartment. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, Manhwaedit had turned back and gestured to Su Luo with a phone sign, indicating he should not forget to call them. Su Luo smiled and nodded, signaling an okay with his hand. Once all the ordinary students had been assigned, only Su Luo, Kongyu, and Zhou Yin, the 3 special recruits, remained without accommodations. "Come with me," Mu Xiaoyu instructed, lightly waving her hand. Suddenly, a stream of water appeared beneath their feet, lifting the 4 into the air without soaking their clothes. They soared until they reached a villa district on the opposite side of the high-rise buildings, where they gently descended. Mu Xiaoyu pointed to the villa area. "This district is specifically reserved for special recruits or exceptionally outstanding students. Each villa is equipped with a personal butler, responsible for your daily meals. There will also be personnel assigned to clean the villa in the mornings or evenings. However, if your performance does not meet the school's expectations, the villa may be reclaimed." With that, Mu Xiaoyu produced 3 keys and handed one to each of the 3. Upon receiving his key, Su Luo noticed it was labeled with the number 66, indicating his villa assignment. "Thank you, Teacher Mu," Su Luo murmured softly. Mu Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, her task complete. And with no further reason to linger, she bid farewell to the trio before soaring away. Su Luo then began his search for the villa numbered 66 in the district. Kong Yu and Zhou Yan also dispersed in search of their respective lodgings. As he walked through the villa area, Su Luo carefully observed the numbers on the doors, 606, 36566. At long last, he located his assigned residence. He retrieved the key, opened the grand entrance, and stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a long pathway flanked by blooming flowers and trees. After traversing the path, he arrived at the front of the house and gazed upward. The villa boasted 3 stories, making it feel somewhat spacious for a solitary occupant. He pushed open the villa door and entered. The first thing that caught his eye was a large living room, capable of accommodating dozens of people. The air was devoid of any unpleasant odors and instead was filled with a refreshing fragrance, suggesting that it was regularly cleaned. After adjusting his backpack and surveying his surroundings, he ultimately chose the largest room on the 3rd floor to reside in. Subsequently, he descended to the backyard, where a swimming pool came into view. Its crystal clear water indicating it had just been refreshed. At that moment, a sound of the front door creaking open reached his ears. Someone had entered through the main entrance. Turning away from the backyard, he made his way back to the living room, where he spotted a beautiful girl dressed in a maid's outfit, standing straight with her hands clasped at her waist. Beside her were her belongings and freshly purchased groceries. Upon noticing Su Luo, she bowed her head respectfully. Mr. Su Luo, I am your personal butler, Yuzi. From this day forth, I shall attend to your daily needs. Surprised, Su Luo paused for a moment, unable to fathom how the school had convinced such a girl to take on the role of a personal butler. However, he refrained from probing further into her personal affairs. Clearing his throat, he spoke warmly. Yuzi, please raise your head. Since we are to share this space daily, there is no need for such formalities. Aside from the room on the 3rd floor, you may choose any other room to make your own. Yuzi was taken aback by his words. This was her first time in such a role. During her training, her instructor had informed her that her client was an exceptionally talented special recruit, urging her to do her utmost to ensure his satisfaction. She had anticipated that he might be arrogant and difficult to relate to, perhaps even demanding more than she could provide. Yet, it appeared her assumptions had been misguided. Thank you, Mr. Su Luo. I will go put away my luggage and prepare your meal right away, Yuzi replied before heading upstairs, clearly having already decided which room she would occupy. After lunch, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that her training had been thorough, her culinary skills were commendable and rivaled his own. Yuzi, who had been standing beside Su Luo, was still in a state of shock. Earlier, when Su Luo had been wearing a mask, she couldn't discern his appearance. But when he removed the mask during the meal, she was utterly taken aback, realizing her good fortune. Not only was her charge gentle, but he was also remarkably handsome. Yuzi, I am new here and unfamiliar with most things. Please take a seat and share what you know. Su Luo gestured to the sofa across from him with a smile. Upon hearing Su Luo call her, Yuzi quickly regained her composure, settled herself on the sofa, and replied, Mr. Su Luo, what information would you like to know? First, please tell me about some of the more important matters, Su Luo requested. Yuzi frowned thoughtfully at his words, contemplating where to begin. In that case, let me first tell you about the top 5 prodigies within the school. As soon as Su Luo heard this, he became serious, nodding for her to continue. Ranked 5th is Song Xunyan male, possessing an SSS level ability known as the Demon Heaven Black Hole, classified as an extraordinary realm ability. Among the 5, he is regarded as the most troublesome opponent. 4th is Lu Wuyan, female, also with an SSS level ability called Mechanized Armament, also of extraordinary realm classification. She is known for her endurance. 3rd is Feng Yike, female. Her SSS level ability is the Destructive Thunderstorm, and she is recognized as the most volatile among them. 2nd is Mo, male, with an SSS level ability called Behemoth, also of extraordinary realm. He is known for his resilience. Finally, ranked 1st is Jianbu Bai, female, possessing an SSS level ability known as Sword Path Ascendant, with an unknown realm classification, and she is considered absolutely invincible among the 5. Jianbu Bai? That name sounds masculine, Su Luo remarked, puzzled. Yuzi patiently explained. Jianbu Zhai is the adopted daughter of Principal Moto. The reason behind her surname Jian, rather than Moto, remains a mystery. As for the second-ranked Mo, he must be a descendant of Principal Moto, right? Su Luo inquired. Indeed. Mo is the youngest son of Principal Moto and bears the closest resemblance to him, Yuzi responded. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo followed up with another question. Is this ranking based on the standings in the ranking battle zone? Yes, Yuzi nodded. What rewards are available in the ranking battle zone? Su Luo asked. Crystals, money, weapons. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. And one's status within the school also rises accordingly, Yuzi explained. Su Luo pondered for a while, contemplating his next course of action, given his current abilities. Breaking into the top 5 seemed quite challenging. His supernatural power level was still too low. He required more high-quality devil fruits and a wider variety of abilities. Tomorrow, he would venture into the combat zone to hunt for crystals. Since this is the beast continent, it must be teeming with high-quality beasts. Unlike before, when he could spend an entire day searching without finding a suitable creature. As Su Luo was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number calling. He answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? I am Moto. Hearing the voice on the other end felt surreal to Su Luo. Yes. Principal Moto, is there something you need from me? Su Luo, please come to my office. I would like to discuss something with you. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Moto hung up, leaving Su Luo in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, he rose to prepare for the visit. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know the way and turned to Yuzi. Yuzi, do you know where Principal Moto's office is? Oh, it's located in the southernmost tall building in the villa area. You can find it by following the signs at the entrance. Yuzi pointed southward. Su Luo nodded and exited his villa, heading south. Following the signs, he finally arrived at a tall building. Upon entering, the reception staff guided him to the door of Principal Moto's office. He raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Principal Moto, it's Su Luo. Come in. As he opened the door and stepped into the office, a powerful pressure enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, that sensation dissipated in mere seconds. Feeling suddenly lighter, he looked up at the man seated behind the desk. The man had a well-proportioned physique, muscular and perfectly sculpted, though his shining bald head slightly marred the overall aesthetic. Principal Moto, Su Luo greeted with a bow. Moto did not respond but gestured to the chair across from him, indicating Su Luo should sit. Su Luo stepped forward and took a seat. When will you marry my daughter? Moto's unexpected statement caught Su Luo off guard, nearly leaving him breathless. Cough, cough, cough. Principal Moto, what do you mean by that? My relationship with Mo Qinghuan is utterly innocent, devoid of any romantic implications. Moto stared at Su Luo with wide eyes. Are you serious? Absolutely. Su Luo replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Moto finally broke into a smile. Ha, wonderful. I was beginning to think my daughter had found someone else. What a relief. Su Luo felt a wave of exasperation. It turned out Moto was quite the doting father. Then, Moto shifted the conversation, his expression turning serious. Su Luo, would you like to become my disciple? Su Luo was taken aback, his expression freezing in shock. Why? He asked, puzzled. He simply could not fathom why Moto would suddenly wish to take him as a disciple, especially since today was their first meeting, and their supernatural abilities bore no resemblance. Moto laughed heartily. Ha! Su Luo, your talent is unparalleled in my experience. It would be a pity to let it go astray without proper guidance. As he spoke, Moto opened a drawer and retrieved a book, handing it to Su Luo. Su Luo stood to accept the book, noticing 3 bold characters inked on the cover. 9 heavens. 9 heavens. Su Luo looked up at Moto, confusion flickering in his eyes. Moto smiled slightly and began to explain. All powerful beings in this world have their own formidable techniques they have developed. This book, 9 heavens, is a powerful technique I created based on my profound understanding of strength. I have reviewed your profile, an astonishing 5 superhuman abilities, including 4 SSS level powers. I am particularly intrigued by one of your SSS level abilities, shattering the heavens. The violent shockwave can effortlessly shatter space. If you learn this 9 heavens, your combat prowess will undoubtedly soar. Upon hearing this, Su Luo eagerly flipped to the first page. 9 heavens. 1 force corresponds to 1 level, and each level represents a realm. Once mastered, the punches you throw will conceal immense hidden strength, with explosive power surging forth. Upon reaching the pinnacle of 9 heavens, 9 layers of hidden strength will overlap, each stronger than the last, possessing the might to shatter anything. The more Su Luo read, the more he was enamored. This technique was indeed perfectly suited for him. He immediately stood and bowed to Moto. I wish to become your disciple, and I am grateful for the precious technique you have bestowed upon me. Hearing this, Moto burst into laughter. Ha! Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. The first is Jian Buzhai, the top-ranked student in the academy, and your senior sister. Train diligently, and do not slack off. Yes, master. Su Luo replied respectfully, then asked, where is my senior sister? Oh, she can never sit still. She must be out hunting beasts somewhere at this moment. Moto replied with a hint of exasperation. Su Luo nodded in understanding. Moto continued. Su Luo, there is a tower in the training area called the Illusion Tower, which houses various illusions of beasts. When you have time, you should venture into the Illusion Tower. With your abilities, you should be able to reach around the 90th floor, thus establishing your reputation within the academy. Su Luo nodded in agreement, immediately deciding to go after this meeting. The master and disciple exchanged contact information. After exiting Moto's office and reaching the ground floor, Su Luo encountered a man who bore a striking resemblance to Moto, presumably Manhwa, the second-ranked student in the academy. The remaining 2 points of difference were that Manhwa had hair. Without it, he would look exactly like Moto. Upon seeing Su Luo, Manhwa approached with a smile and, upon reaching Su Luo's side, threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey, brother, you must be Su Luo, the extraordinary 5 superhuman abilities wielder. As Su Luo sensed the familiarity with which this individual approached him, he felt a twinge of discomfort and extricated himself from Manhwa's grasp. Steadying his stance, he gazed at Manhwa. Indeed, I am Su Luo. You must be Manhwa, correct? Manhwa grinned widely, flashing his impressive teeth as he gave a thumbs up and cheerfully proclaimed, "That's right, I am Manhwa, the strongest among the students." "The strongest, you say? I recall the academy's top rank belongs to Jianbu Bai, does it not?" Su Luo inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing the name Jianbu Bai, Manhwa's expression momentarily stiffened. He then stepped closer, chuckling as he patted Su Luo on the shoulder. "Ha, don't take it seriously. I was just speaking casually. Remember to keep it a secret." Observing this exchange, Su Luo nodded in bemusement. It appeared that Manhwa harbored a certain trepidation towards Jianbu Bai. "Enough of this idle chatter. Su Luo, what brings you here?" Manhwa inquired. In response, Su Luo produced the tome of the Nine Heavens techniques and disclosed to Manhwa that he had been accepted as an apprentice by Mo Ta. Manhwa glanced at the Nine Heavens and, lost in thought, adopted a melancholic expression. "Nine Heavens? This is no trivial endeavor. It took me quite a while just to grasp the basics. Even now, I have only managed to cultivate up to the fifth heaven. Yet, its power undoubtedly matches its cultivation difficulty. Best of luck. I shall take my leave." With that, Manhwa ascended the stairs with remarkable swiftness. Su Luo returned to the villa, placing the invaluable Nine Heavens tome safely within his home, for it would be ill-fated to lose such a significant item. As he descended the stairs, he happened upon Yuzi. "Yuzi, I shall step out for a while. You need not prepare my meal this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Yuzi nodded obediently with a smile, signifying her understanding. After stepping outside, he retrieved his phone and called Shun Huayu to inquire if she and the others were heading to the training area. "We are on our way down now," Shun Huayu joyfully replied. As Su Luo awaited the three at the entrance of the dormitory area, boredom settling in, he began scrolling through the news on his phone when suddenly, a pair of large hands landed on his shoulders. Startled, he spun around to find a striking girl adorned in a purple short-sleeved shirt and matching shorts, her face radiating enthusiasm as she fixated on him, clearly intrigued. Feeling uncomfortable under her unabashed gaze, Su Luo instinctively took a few steps back. However, the girl, undeterred, followed closely, as if she had made up her mind about him. Noticing this, Su Luo raised his hand to block her advance, forcing a smile as he queried, "What is it that you wish, classmate?" "You are Su Luo, the prodigious wielder of 5 extraordinary abilities, are you not?" the girl stated, her eyes locked onto him with an intense fervor. With a glance at the girl's rapidly rising chest, Su Luo thought to himself, "Could it be that she is here to provoke me?" "Indeed, my lady. What business do you have?" he replied, maintaining a facade of composure. Her lips curled into a smirk, a disdainful chuckle escaping her as she retorted, "Umph. I can only inform you that trouble has come your way." Su Luo's brow furrowed, realizing that she was indeed here to stir up trouble. Yet, he was utterly baffled as to how he had offended her. "Do we know each other? When have I wronged you?" he questioned, bewildered. The girl paused for a moment. Then, in a fit of anger, thrust her finger accusingly at Su Luo's face. "It is precisely because of your face. It caused my girlfriend to break up with me. Tell me, do you think I should teach you a lesson?" Chapter 38. The strange girl. Su Luo's expression transformed into one of utter confusion. "Girlfriend?" He glanced down at his slightly protruding chest, reaffirming that indeed, this individual was a girl. But what did she mean by girlfriend? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his eyes widened in realization as he gasped. He found it unfathomable that there existed such a peculiar method of inciting ire. "A Yuri situation?" Su Luo murmured softly, glancing at the girl. Instead of feeling embarrassed, the girl appeared quite proud as she gazed back at him. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" "And no. I am merely a bit surprised," Su Luo stammered, hastily waving his hands. With a piercing gaze, the girl scrutinized him. "Su Luo, how do you think we should resolve this matter? Ever since my girlfriend saw your face online, she has insisted on breaking up with me. She even wants me to introduce her to you. What a blatant insult." As she spoke, her fists clenched tightly, revealing a genuine anger. Listening to her grievances, Su Luo was rendered speechless. "Classmate, your romantic entanglement is not my responsibility. You should have an earnest conversation with your girlfriend. Perhaps there is still a chance for reconciliation." To his surprise, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her hair standing on end. "I never look back. If she wants to break up, let her. There are countless women in the world." At that moment, Shun Huayu and the others happened to arrive. Seeing Su Luo in conversation with the girl, they assumed she was merely attempting to flirt. The three promptly formed a protective circle around Su Luo, blocking any escape. "Who are you?" Shun Huayu demanded, pouting in annoyance. Shun Huayu and Lu Yun exchanged glances, silently watching the girl. As the girl noticed Shun Huayu's furious demeanor, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by an arrow. She half sank to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Could this be the sensation of love at first sight? Su Luo gazed down at the girl crouched on the ground, pondering that her mind must have been somewhat unhinged, perhaps afflicted by intermittent episodes. He gently ushered the three girls ahead of him, suggesting, "Let us depart and leave her to her antics," leaving the girl behind. They followed the signs to the school's training area. The training area boasted a vast arena for student sparring, with a towering structure at its center that was presumably the illusion tower Mo Tua had mentioned. Let us first test the waters at that illusion tower, Su Luo indicated. The three exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Su Luo wished to go there. As they walked, he clarified his intentions. And their excitement grew upon hearing that this facility offered risk-free combat simulations, perfectly aligning with their desires. Upon reaching the base of the tower, they were met by a guard stationed at the entrance, indicating that entry was not permitted without proper procedure. Su Luo stepped forward first, inquiring, "Hello? We are the new students who just arrived this year, and we wish to undertake the tower challenge. What is the process we should follow? Greetings. I am the intelligent guardian robot, designated number 0956. Please register here," the robot replied, producing a touchscreen display. The four were left astonished, staring at the robot before them, unable to believe that such a lifelike entity was a mere machine. However, astonishment aside, they understood they needed to follow the necessary procedures. One by one, they signed their names on the touchscreen. Subsequently, the robot began inputting their information into its database. It then gestured towards the tower's entrance. With a creaking sound, the tower door slowly swung open. "The tower door is now open. You may enter," the robot announced respectfully. Su Luo took the lead, stepping into the tower, followed closely by the other three. In an instant, he felt as though the world was spinning, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in confusion. The surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Alone, he arrived at a secluded island. The briny sea breeze caressed his nostrils, imparting an overwhelming sense of reality. Before him appeared a creature of the turtle kind, an entity he had never encountered before, yet it was merely a rank 1. With a gentle flick of his finger, gravity descended instantaneously, crushing the creature into a pulpy mass. In a mere moment, the creature perished, unable to utter even a single cry of despair. At that juncture, a voice resonated. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the first level. You will enter the second level in 10 seconds. When the time elapsed, he was automatically transported to the second level. The environment shifted from the island to a dense forest. The beast in the second level was still a rank 1, and it too fell victim to Su Luo's instantaneous obliteration. At this pace, he ascended to the 11th level, where he finally encountered the first rank 2 beast. However, it too succumbed to a single strike. After an indeterminate passage of time, he fought his way to the 90th level. The beast at this level was a rank 5 elephantine creature, towering several dozen meters high, with tusks extending over 10 meters in length. Its body was encased in a suit of regenerative rock armor, rugged and resilient, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. For an ordinary practitioner of the Transcendence realm, defeating this monstrosity would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet for Su Luo, it was merely a trivial task. Infusing his fist with vibrational energy, he propelled himself skyward and struck the giant elephant on its forehead. The sound of cracking reverberated through the air, a testament to the fracturing of space itself. The tremendous vibrational force rippled through the elephant's body. Su Luo leapt onto the giant's head. After a moment of silence, the elephant's rock armor began to shatter, its tusks splintering and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the 90th level. The difficulty of the 91st level is immense. Please decide whether to continue." "Continue," Su Luo declared without a moment's hesitation. As his words echoed, the surroundings transformed into a grand arena in the blink of an eye. What caused such a sudden change? Su Luo murmured to himself. Just as he pondered this, an enormous head descended from the heavens of the arena. Su Luo gazed up in astonishment. Wasn't this the head of his master? How could it possibly be here? At that moment, 2 colossal hands descended from above, aiming directly at Su Luo. Reacting swiftly, he sprouted wings from his back and soared away, narrowly escaping the impending slap. The entire arena crumbled into ruins beneath the force of that strike. Floating in midair, Su Luo stared in disbelief at the behemoth before him. This was his master's extraordinary ability. Chapter 39, SSS Level Supernatural Power, Transformation into a Giant. SSS Level Supernatural Power, Transformation into a Giant. Looking up, the giant towered at least 800 meters tall, muscles rippling across its body, emanating an intense heat. Su Luo felt that even a moment's proximity would incinerate him. Had his master fashioned himself into a level to challenge him? Su Luo was astounded. The giant possessed no consciousness, only an instinct to attack. Clenching its fists, it continued to strike at Su Luo in midair. Su Luo, wielding his wings, could only evade the giant's onslaught. He darted around, occasionally flying before the giant to deliver a powerful punch. Yet, the damage inflicted was negligible. Each time he applied vibrational energy against the giant, a green glow enveloped it, healing its wounds instantaneously. It was an utter rogue. During this prolonged engagement with the giant, Su Luo discerned the true extent of its power. It was significantly stronger than him, with an ability level around the 9th tier of the Transcendence realm, a vast chasm separating their realms. After what felt like an eternity, Su Luo began to feel fatigue. The giant's recovery and defensive capabilities were astounding, far beyond what one would expect from an SSS level ability. If he were to reassess this power, he would deem it at least a UR level. Soaring to the back of the giant's head, He inhaled deeply and delivered a mighty punch. He anticipated that striking the back of the giant's head would momentarily incapacitate it. However, the giant remained unfazed, instead enhancing its reflexes. It swiftly spun 360 degrees, swatting at Su Luo with a colossal hand. Su Luo was sent crashing to the ground like a meteor. As the flames of the phoenix ignited around him, he attempted to rise and continue the fight, only to have the giant's foot come crashing down. Boom. Su Luo felt his bones shatter instantaneously. A wave of suffocation surged through him. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Student Su Luo, you have been defeated. Your highest score is the 90th level. The data will be saved in the database for your next challenge. 321. A blinding white light flashed before him. The environment began to shift. When Su Luo regained his bearings, he was astonished to find himself alone, with only a virtual screen hovering in the air, displaying his information succinctly. Name, Su Luo. Ability level, 9th tier of the Transcendence realm. Highest score, 90th level. School ranking, 11. In 3 seconds, you will exit the illusion tower. Please prepare. With a flash, he opened his eyes once more. He had exited the illusion tower. Standing at the entrance, turning to leave, he found the three sisters, Manhwaedit and her companions, waiting for him. Upon seeing Su Luo emerge, Lu Yuni waved her hand. To what level did you ascend? Su Luo inquired as he approached the trio. I reached the 59th level, but at the 60th level, I faced a rank 4 beast, which I stood no chance against. I was obliterated in a single blow, Manhwaedit said, gritting her teeth in frustration. Like Huayue, I too was stymied at the 60th level. The rank 4 beast was far too formidable, its strength incomparable to that of a rank 3 beast. It seems that only those who have transcended can contend with it, Lu Yuni remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Manhwaedit interjected. I am a healer, so my approach to the tower differs from yours. I follow a virtual entity of the same ability level, collaborating to combat the beasts. My primary challenge is to evade attacks and heal my allies. Unfortunately, I too was halted at the 60th level. That beast dispatched my virtual ally with a single blow. Without a partner, I had no combat power left, and was likewise struck down in an instant. As she spoke, Manhwaedit shook her fist in indignation. After hearing the accounts of the three, Su Luo nodded in understanding. As he had surmised, they had all been trapped at the 60th level. This was due to the rank 4 beast, equivalent to a human at the Transcendence realm. There was an enormous chasm between the Transcendence realm and the Noble realm. Only by advancing to the Transcendence realm do humans undergo their first leap in life, extending their lifespan from the ordinary century to 5 centuries. The various attributes exhibited an explosive growth. It can be said that the Transcendent stage and the Noble stage are entirely 2 different realms of existence. Thus, it is understandable that they would find themselves stuck at the 60th level, a predicament that Su Luo had already anticipated. However, once they ascend to the Transcendent stage, even a mere level 4 beast would be easily dealt with. Su Luo, to what level have you advanced? Manhwaedit inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Su Luo, without a hint of hesitation, replied, I reached a maximum of the 90th level. The moment the number 90 was uttered, it left the crowd in a state of astonishment. Even passers-by intending to enter the illusionary tower halted in their tracks, turning around with incredulous expressions, utterly unable to fathom that this unfamiliar figure could have ascended to the 90th level. 90th level? Su Luo, you are incredibly strong. Manhwaedit exclaimed, her mouth agape, her pupils shimmering with admiration. Manhwaedit and Lu Yunzi also stared at Su Luo with wide-eyed astonishment, though a flicker of doubt had briefly crossed their minds. It vanished in an instant. Su Luo would never jest about such matters. If he claimed to have reached the 90th level, then it was undoubtedly true. Su Luo, does this mean you are stuck at the 91st level? Manhwaedit asked. Indeed, Su Luo nodded in affirmation, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to that overwhelmingly powerful giant. What kind of beast resides at the 91st level? A level 5? Lu Yunzi asked with curiosity. Su Luo shook his head with a wry smile. No, it is not a beast, but a human. A human? Upon hearing this, the new students present were instantly filled with confusion. Su Luo continued, at the 91st level, there exists the Phantom of Principal Moto, a towering giant several hundred meters tall, radiating intense heat. His strength is at the pinnacle of the Transcendent realm, exhibiting formidable regenerative, defensive, and reactive capabilities. Given my current strength, it is difficult for me to inflict any effective damage. I could easily be crushed by a single step from him. Listening to Su Luo's words, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the illusions within the tower would not only feature beasts, but also human powerhouses. Alas, they might not even have the opportunity to encounter such a formidable foe. Su Luo stepped forward, signaling to the three that it was time to leave. The four departed the training area and made their way to the commercial district, where they sought a place to dine before browsing the market for various technique manuals. Thunderbolt Pill. Training requirement. Lightning attribute ability user. 1 word / Training requirement. Sword type ability user. Fire avoidance shield. Training requirement. Water Attribute Ability User. Su Luo, having already acquired the manual titled 9 Heavens, found himself rather disinterested in these commonplace technique manuals. Chapter 40, Manuals of Personal Preference. Turning to the other three, he observed them each standing before a counter, their eyes aglow with excitement, evidently having found their desired technique manuals. Su Luo approached Manhwaedit first, following her gaze. There, he beheld a manual titled Record of Wind Refinement. Lowering his gaze to the description of the technique, he read, Record of Wind Refinement. Creator, unknown. Training requirement, Wind Attribute Ability User. Manual effect, provides comprehensive enhancement to all attributes of a Wind Attribute Ability User, particularly focusing on destructive power and speed. Conclusion, tornadoes can devastate parking lots. Note, there is a chance of enhancing ability quality during training. Please do not be surprised. The secret realm is divided into 5 levels. The price for the first level is 50 level 3 crystals. The second level is priced at 30 level 4 crystals. The third level costs 20 level 5 crystals. The fourth level is 10 level 6 crystals. The fifth level is 5 level 7 crystals. Upon reviewing the manual, it was evident that this technique was exceptionally suitable for Manhwaedit, not to mention the allure of the potential enhancement of ability quality, which was enough to captivate anyone. There were also other benefits to consider. Turning to the eagerly gazing Manhwaedit, Su Luo gently remarked, This record of wind refinement is undoubtedly perfect for you. Upon hearing Su Luo's voice, Manhwaedit snapped back to reality, turning to him with a hint of frustration. Indeed, but alas, it is far too expensive for me to afford at the moment. Noticing her dismay, Su Luo quickly reassured her, Do not fret. This is the Beast Continent, where crystal resources are plentiful. We can team up tomorrow to venture into the combat zone and hunt for crystals. In a day, we should be able to gather enough to purchase the first level. Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit's spirits lifted considerably, her eyes twinkling as she nodded enthusiastically. All right. Subsequently, the two approached Lu Yunzi, who stood nearby, eager to inform her of their plan to hunt for crystals the following day. Manhwaedit gently tapped Lu Yunzi on the shoulder, saying, Yunzi, let us hunt for crystals together tomorrow. Lu Yunzi, startled by the tap, snapped back to attention, exhaling deeply upon recognizing Manhwaedit and Su Luo. My apologies, I was lost in thought while looking at something. What has captivated your attention? Su Luo inquired curiously as he stepped closer. Indomitable Sword Technique. Creator, the Unyielding Sword. Training requirement, Specialist in Sword Type Abilities. Manual effect, contains various sword techniques uniquely crafted by the Unyielding Sword, emphasizing the wielder's unwavering determination. Conclusion, with a single strike, I remain undefeated. Note, there is a chance of enhancing ability quality during training. Please do not be surprised. The levels of the manual are yet to be determined. The price for the first level is 50 level 3 crystals, the second level is 30 level 4 crystals, and the third level is 20 level 5 crystals. After completing the overview of this manual, Su Luo was left utterly astonished, staring at the words the Unyielding Sword. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to ensure he was not mistaken. 2 questions arose in his mind. What realm has the Unyielding Sword achieved? And how can someone so young create their own technique manual? Regaining his composure, he relegated his questions to the depths of his mind, and turned to Lu Yunzi to inform her of their plan to hunt for crystals the following day. That sounds wonderful. I am in dire need of crystals to purchase this manual, Lu Yunzi exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The three then made their way towards Manhwaedit, who was brimming with excitement. Upon seeing them approach, she hurriedly bounced over to greet them. Sister, Yunzi, Su Luo, I have found a manual that suits me perfectly. Oh, which one? Manhwaedit asked, glancing at the cabinet behind Manhwaedit. The latter beckoned them over to the display, joyfully pointing at one of the books. The Art of Celestial Mastery. Creator, Inin. Training requirement, Healing Type Ability User. Manual effect, significantly increases the healing capacity of the healer. In critical moments, it allows the user to sacrifice a portion of their own vitality to extend the life of the one being healed. Conclusion, I exchange my life for yours, and it is worth it. Note, there is a chance of enhancing ability quality during training. Please do not be surprised. The manual is divided into 5 levels. The price for the first level is 50 level 3 crystals. Second level pricing, 30 for a level 4 crystal core. Third level pricing, 20 for a level 5 crystal core. Fourth level pricing, 10 for a level 6 crystal core. Fifth level pricing, 5 for a level 7 crystal core. After reviewing the introduction, everyone unanimously concluded that this tome was indeed the pinnacle of healing type abilities. Not only could it significantly enhance healing output, but it also had the capacity to sacrifice one's own vitality at critical moments to safeguard the lives of teammates. Which team would not yearn for such a healer? Isn't it remarkable? Manhwaedit, beaming with joy, turned to the trio and inquired. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The effectiveness is truly formidable, Su Luo remarked earnestly. Subsequently, Manhwaedit informed Manhwaedit of the plan to team up and hunt for crystal cores the following day. Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit excitedly grasped Su Luo's hand and suggested, Brother Su Luo, How about we gather at the dormitory entrance at 7 tomorrow? Naturally, Su Luo had no objections and nodded in affirmation. The four of them procured some supplies from the mall. After leaving the mall, they escorted the three sisters to the dormitory entrance. As dusk descended, the sky transformed into a deep black. Su Luo unfurled his azure flame wings and soared back to the villa district. As he flew past a certain villa, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure standing on the balcony. However, when he glanced back, the figure had vanished. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Once Su Luo passed the villa, a shadow cloaked in darkness quietly reappeared on the balcony. This figure watched Su Luo fly away. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes, quickly morphing into greed. 5 ability users, 4 of whom possessed SSS grade abilities. What an enviable and loathsome individual. Those born with SSS grade abilities ought to be cursed. Unlike myself, who toiled from the lowest E grade abilities to finally reach SSS grade. Once I consume his 5 abilities, my own should surpass SSS grade and ascend to an entirely new echelon. Suddenly, the figure erupted into laughter, contemplating, at that point, defeating the formidable Jian Bubi, that extraordinary woman, will be a mere trifle. Hee hee, Jian Bubi, I can hardly wait to see the expression on your face when I defeat you. It will surely be entertaining. Haha. Upon returning to the villa, Su Luo found Yuzi tidying up the living room. Upon seeing him, she promptly asked, Mr. Su Luo, welcome home. Would you like to take a bath? Perfectly. Su Luo had been yearning for a relaxing soak. Yes. Chapter 41, Yuzi's determination. After indulging in a bath, he lay upon the soft bed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, and before long, he drifted into slumber. Once Yuzi completed her tasks within the villa, she retreated to her own room. After freshening up, she had just settled onto her bed when her phone on the nightstand rang. Picking it up, she noticed it was her mother calling. Hello, Mom, how are you? She greeted. No sooner had she spoken than her mother's voice came through, laden with reproach. You little girl, what can I possibly say to you? We're merely a B-grade ability family. Isn't it better to attend a second-rate university quietly? Why must you break your head trying to get into that giant ability university to work as a maid? So, how was your first day? Any regrets? Listening to her mother-esque complaints, a faint smile of bitterness crossed Yuzi's lips. Mom, if my grades had been just a tad better, I could have gotten into one of the top 3 universities. I simply cannot resign myself to a second-rate university. At that moment, when I received the call from Giant Ability University asking if I would be willing to be a maid, I was initially furious. I thought I would never stoop so low. But once I witnessed the educational resources of a top-tier university, my resolve was solidified. Even if it meant being a maid at a top university, I refused to remain a standout at a second-rate institution, Yuzi declared with unwavering conviction. Mom, I signed a confidentiality agreement. There are some things I cannot disclose, but I can assure you that the resources here far exceed your imagination. I know you worry about me being bullied or humiliated, but I believe this is the necessary price for my ascent. After hearing Yuzi's words, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Finally, her mother sighed deeply. Sai, you truly are just like your father with that stubborn temperament. Once you set your mind to something, not even 10 elephants could pull you back. Since you feel this way, I shall support your decision. Just be cautious. Don't show up in front of me with a noticeable belly. Yuzi's face flushed crimson at her mother's words. Mom, what are you talking about? Her mother, hearing her reaction, let out a cold snort. A young man and woman together, sparks are bound to fly. If he has intentions, what can a little maid do to resist? But remember to take precautions. Don't end up pregnant without him acknowledging it. Yuzi's irritation grew with each passing moment. Mom, he is a charming gentleman, not a ruffian. I won't allow you to make baseless assumptions and insult him. Her mother, sensing the anger in Yuzi's tone, ceased her teasing. All right, I won't say anything more. You should get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Yuzi sighed. Having such a whimsical mother was truly exhausting. Silently critiquing her in her mind, she lay back on her bed and soon fell asleep. Morning sunlight streamed onto Su Luo's face, coinciding with the ringing of his phone. Quickly rising, he washed up, had breakfast, and then, with supplies in tow, flew toward the entrance of the high-rise dormitory. It wasn't long before the 3 sisters appeared in Su Luo's line of sight simultaneously. As the trio approached, Su Luo took note of Shun Huayu, who seemed quite distressed compared to the previous day. Huayu, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well? Su Luo inquired, puzzled. Shun Huayu glanced around, at a loss for words and somewhat embarrassed to speak. Noticing her sister's hesitation, Shun Huayu decided to answer on her behalf. Su Luo, do you remember that strange woman who had a fit yesterday afternoon? Su Luo certainly recalled her. Encountering a genuine Yuri flower in such a manner was indeed unforgettable. Yes. What about her? She publicly confessed to Huayu, asking her to be her girlfriend. Lu Yuni exclaimed, shocking Su Luo. He turned to the bashful Shun Huayu, his mind racing back to the scene when that woman witnessed Shun Huayu's episode. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Hesitantly, Su Luo asked, so, Huayu, did you accept? Upon hearing Su Luo's question, Shun Huayu quickly shook her head. No, I'm not that kind of person. Su Luo sighed in relief. That woman always gave him the impression of calm before a storm, as if a moment's inattention could unleash chaos. It would be wise to keep our distance from her and avoid her whenever possible, Su Luo advised with a resigned expression directed at Shenhuayu. She nodded in agreement. Recognizing their inexperience in such matters and deciding to tread carefully, the four individuals subsequently followed the directional signs to the farthest combat zone, walking nearly 3 hours on foot. Upon arriving at the combat area, they were greeted by hundreds of spatial gates arranged throughout the expanse. At the very center of the combat zone stood a counter where they encountered a familiar visage. Yet again, it was a robot. Greetings, esteemed students, the robot began. I am the intelligent robot, designated number 0957. As this is your inaugural visit to the combat zone, kindly inscribe your names here. The robot produced a touchscreen, inviting them to sign. After recording the 4 students' details into the system, it extended its hand into a cabinet below and retrieved 4 mechanical wristbands, presenting them to the group. Welcome, new students. These devices are known as spatial transition wristbands. By pressing the activation button, a portal leading to this location will manifest before you. This item serves as a crucial life-preserving tool. Please ensure it remains intact and secure. The 4 gazed in astonishment at the wristbands, marveling at the school's advanced technology. At that moment, the robot suddenly inquired, "You may now enter any spatial gate. Please exercise caution in all endeavors." Heeding this advice, they casually selected a nearby gate and stepped through together. A blinding white light enveloped them, and they found themselves amidst a dense forest. Surrounding them were overgrown weeds, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, instantly sharpening their senses. Standing back to back, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Ears perked to catch any subtle sounds. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and the environment fell eerily silent, as if a switch had been flipped to mute the world. Abruptly, a piercing howl from a primate shattered the stillness. The ground trembled violently, but it was not the tremors of an earthquake. With a screech above, countless ape-like beasts cascaded from the trees like raindrops. Chapter 42, The Four-Tailed White Ape. In mere moments, the 4 were surrounded by a horde of black-furred primate monsters, an estimated 300 or more. Su Luo scrutinized these creatures, noting the varying numbers of tails sprouting from behind them. Some possessed 1, others 2, while a few had 3 tails and appeared larger than their counterparts. Judging by their aura, these 3-tailed primates were classified as level 3 beasts, as the throng of over 300 primate beasts encircled them tightly. A resounding howl echoed from an unknown source. Instantly, the beasts parted like the Red Sea, creating a path. From the end of this pathway emerged a larger primate beast, striding with heavy steps. This creature bore 4 eyes and was cloaked in white fur, wielding 4 tail-like appendages that whipped through the air. "The four-tailed white ape," exclaimed Lu Yuni in shock. Upon hearing her recognition of the creature, the other 3 were taken aback. "Yuni, how do you know of this beast?" "It's not mentioned in our textbooks," Shenhuayu queried, puzzled. Lu Yuni calmly explained. "I chanced upon it in an extracurricular book titled Strange Worlds. The description of the four-tailed white ape closely resembles this creature, though it mentions only 2 eyes, while this one possesses 4. The text stated that if an ordinary primate tribe were to receive celestial favor and produce a four-tailed white ape, the tribe's intelligence would evolve, resembling that of humans, complete with a sophisticated societal structure. Listening to Lu Yuni, Su Luo's curiosity about the four-tailed white ape intensified. The creature merely stood there, greedily fixating on the 4. The pressure exerted by a level 4 beast was palpable, causing the 3 sisters to struggle for breath, while Su Luo remained unfazed. He had faced level 5 beasts during his trials in the Illusion Tower, making this mere level 4 beast seem trivial in comparison. "Do not panic, I shall handle this," Su Luo softly reassured the trio. As his words faded, a flash of purple light flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand and forcefully pressed downward. Millionfold gravity. In an instant, a wave of purple gravitational energy enveloped the dense forest. The four-tailed white ape, sensing an ominous shift, glanced around in trepidation. With a thunderous boom, the ground around the 4 remained intact, while the surrounding area crumbled as if struck by a comet. Under the immense gravitational force, ordinary trees were crushed instantly. The once thick forest was stripped bare in the blink of an eye. The weaker level 1 primate beasts were flattened, their innards shattered, while the level 2 and 3 beasts writhed on the ground, bleeding profusely and unable to move a single digit. The sheer devastation left the 3 sisters astounded. They had anticipated a protracted battle, only to witness Su Luo clear the field in one fell swoop. A peculiar sense of exhilaration coursed through them. Struggling against the overwhelming gravity, the four-tailed white ape barely managed to remain upright. Its sudden bewilderment was compounded by the scent of blood from its fallen kin, flooding it with profound sorrow and guilt. Its 4 eyes turned crimson with rage as it glared at the standing figure of Su Luo, its tails whipping like steel whips as it charged recklessly towards him. "You deal with those level 3 beasts. I will take on this one," Su Luo instructed, casting a glance back at his companions. In response, Shenhuayu and Lu Yuni swiftly darted to either side, each taking on a portion of the horde, while Shun Huayu, a healer, remained in place, focusing her attention on her comrades. Su Luo raised his right hand, aiming at the oncoming four-tailed white ape. With an explosive crack, a massive air cannon erupted before him, striking the charging beast like a shooting star. With a sickening sputter, the four-tailed white ape expelled a torrent of blood as it was sent hurtling backward by the force of the attack. It flew over 100 meters, crashing into the thicket, and fell silent. Seeing this, Su Luo felt a wave of relief and turned to observe his companions. Shun Huayu and Lu Yuni had efficiently divided their tasks, each responsible for a side, systematically hunting down the level 3 beasts that remained, most of which had already been incapacitated by Su Luo's initial gravitational assault. The pressure had stripped away the vast majority of their combat prowess, rendering the hunt for the two remarkably effortless. Shun Huayu remained stationary, continuously casting healing spells to ensure that both individuals remained in a state of vigor. Before long, they had completely eradicated all the third-tier ape beasts and extracted their cores. The injured second-tier and first-tier ape beasts held no interest for them, lacking any semblance of hunting value. "Follow me," Su Luo beckoned with a gesture, signaling the three to accompany him. They promptly trailed behind him to the location of the four-tailed white ape that Su Luo had sent flying. At this moment, the four-tailed white ape lay unconscious, its body riddled with a multitude of wounds, and it would not awaken anytime soon. With a graceful leap, Su Luo landed upon the chest of the four-tailed ape. Just as he intended to probe it, the four-tailed white ape suddenly opened its four eyes wide. A mysterious glow emanated from those eyes. Upon locking gazes with them, Su Luo's body experienced a brief moment of rigidity. Seizing the opportunity, the four-tailed white ape raised its fist and struck fiercely at Su Luo. Regaining his senses in an instant, Su Luo quickly raised his hands to shield himself, bracing for the blow. Though he sustained minimal damage, he was still sent flying by the force of the strike. Seeing that the four-tailed white ape could still resist, Shun Huayu immediately tensed, entering a state of combat readiness. The four-tailed white ape flipped over and regained its footing, taking a deep breath before emitting a piercing howl towards the sky. At that moment, a massive black ape lurking on the other side of the dense forest heard the call and leapt into action, charging wildly toward the four-tailed white ape's direction. Towering nearly 50 meters tall, the colossal creature was covered in thick black fur and sported 5 long tails. Its immense frame shook the very ground with each step, causing the forest to tremble. The four-tailed white ape, sensing the subtle vibrations beneath its feet, displayed a cruel smile toward the 4 individuals. Chapter 43. The 5th-level giant ape witnessing the four-tailed white ape's audacious grin despite its dire state. Su Luo propelled himself through the air, achieving a momentary teleportation effect. In an instant, he was before the four-tailed white ape, whose smile abruptly stiffened, its pupils dilating in shock. Su Luo's fist shimmered with vibrational energy as it descended upon the four-tailed white ape's 4 eyes. A cacophony of shattering space ensued, followed by a sickening squelch. Under the overwhelming force of his blow, the four-tailed white ape's eyeballs were crushed as if they were mere watermelons. The excruciating pain rendered the creature unconscious on the spot. With a cold glance, Su Luo confirmed that the four-tailed white ape posed no further threat. Just as he was about to extract the core, a sudden tremor surged through the ground. Instinctively sensing an impending danger, the 4 retreated in unison. The ground quaked violently, and a series of thunderous footsteps echoed ominously, accompanied by the sound of trees collapsing. Abruptly, they felt the sun overhead obscured by an unseen presence. In unison, they looked up to behold a dark, enormous ape, panting heavily, bewilderedly gazing at the unconscious four-tailed white ape. As the giant ape shifted its gaze from the fallen creature to its shattered eyes, the gruesome sight prompted an earth-shattering howl of anguish. The mournful wail stirred up a cloud of dust, mingled with the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant ape. Just by its oppressive aura, the 4 could discern that this was undoubtedly a 5th-level aberrant beast, akin to a transcendent human. The giant ape's heartache was beyond the capacity of words to convey, for the four-tailed white ape was its most distinguished offspring. It had evolved from an ordinary black-furred monkey into a white ape, significantly enhancing its intelligence. Moreover, it had the ability to elevate the intellect of its kin, an achievement impossible for the giant ape itself. Most crucially, it possessed extraordinary wisdom and 4 eyes capable of paralyzing other beings. These eyes had assisted their clan in winning numerous battles, securing bountiful forests, and eliminating humans who trespassed upon their territory. It could be said that the existence of the four-tailed white ape had enabled their clan to flourish to its current state. Yet today, all of that was obliterated. With its eyes rendered useless and gravely wounded, while still alive, the creature was left in a state indistinguishable from death. The giant ape turned its gaze upon Su Luo and his companions, its overwhelming hatred now bubbling to the surface. It raised its front limbs and pounded its chest ferociously. Subsequently, it lifted its right hand and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath Su Luo and the others trembled violently, fissures spreading rapidly across the ground. Observing this, Su Luo summoned azure flames to sprout wings from his back. Grasping the hands of his companions, he soared into the air. Seeing this, the giant ape leaped up, swinging its fist towards Su Luo and his allies. Reacting swiftly, Su Luo enveloped the group in azure flames just as the giant ape's colossal fist struck the fiery shield, sending them hurtling away. The azure flame shield careened into the forest, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt in safety. Once assured of their security, Su Luo gradually allowed the azure shield to dissipate, revealing the four, unscathed. The giant ape, witnessing this, was filled with rage, pounding its chest in frustration. After ensuring his companions were settled and gave them a reassuring glance, Su Luo charged toward the giant ape, ready to engage in close combat. Eager to test whether this formidable creature was more challenging than the colossal elephant from the illusionary tower. As Su Luo approached within mere meters of the giant ape, he clenched his right fist, channeling vibrational energy before striking forward with force. The giant ape, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a punch of its own. The collision of their vastly disparate fists produced a resounding boom that compelled the watching trio to cover their ears instinctively. A powerful shockwave surged outward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, obscuring the scene from view. Amidst the swirling dust, the sound of cracking bones echoed, leaving uncertain whether it was Su Luo or the giant ape that had sustained injury. Following an eerie silence, the air was suddenly filled with a rapid-fire exchange of blows, akin to a downpour. The three could only listen as the sounds of combat intensified, growing faster and faster until finally, Su Luo burst forth from the dust. His fists enveloped in azure flames, clearly showing signs of injury from the earlier fierce confrontation. Su Luo's gaze remained as tranquil as water, quietly attuning to the movements amidst the swirling dust. As the debris settled, a colossal ape emerged before the four onlookers, its forelimbs utterly incapable of lifting. The immense creature's arms hung limply, bones shattered and bloodied, with fragments of bone visible in some areas. The giant ape looked up at Su Luo, its gaze ultimately resting on his arm, which had just been healed by azure flames. As the ethereal flames dissipated, Su Luo's arm returned to its former alabaster appearance. Upon witnessing this transformation, the ape's eyes widened, its pupils seemingly shaken by an earthquake. It struggled to comprehend how this human could possess such formidable strength. The previous intruders in its territory had either been effortlessly defeated and consumed or had vanished without a trace. This extraordinary human was unlike any it had encountered before. As Su Luo observed the ape with an expression of calm, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within the creature. So this is what it feels like to be crushed and defeated. It is indeed an unpleasant sensation. Noticing that the giant ape was no longer capable of fighting, Su Luo refrained from further dialogue. In an instant, he teleported before the beast and delivered a single, devastating punch that shattered the ape's skull. The creature's consciousness vanished entirely, and its massive body succumbed to gravity, collapsing helplessly. Su Luo retrieved the fifth-level crystal core from the ape and pocketed it, then turned to the three spectators, signaling them to approach. At that moment, Manhwaedit and her companions were still reeling from the shock of witnessing Su Luo's unscathed triumph over the fifth-level giant ape. How could there be such a vast disparity among beings of the same species? Yet, this was not the first time Su Luo had astonished them. The three composed themselves and stepped towards Su Luo. Just then, he had already arrived before the four-tailed white ape. The creature now exuded a feeble aura, as if it were on the brink of death. Compassion welled up within Su Luo as he could not bear to see it suffering. He struck the ape's head with a single punch, instantly extinguishing its life. Chapter 44. One of the 7 celestial demonic worms, the eye worm. As Su Luo reached to extract the crystal core, a small white worm, measuring only a few centimeters in length, suddenly emerged from one of the four-tailed white ape's eyes. It resembled a hairless caterpillar. Su Luo gazed at the white worm in confusion, unable to fathom why such a creature resided within the ape's eye. Just as he was about to grasp the worm, it abruptly leaped and landed on Su Luo's forehead. A sharp pain shot through his brow, and he was instantly alarmed, realizing that the worm intended to burrow into his brain. Hurriedly, Su Luo pinched the worm's body with his fingers and yanked it away from his forehead. He raised his hand to touch the area, discovering that it had indeed bled and split open a small wound. Had he reacted any later, the worm might have succeeded in infiltrating his mind. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt a chill of dread, his eyes widening in shock as he glared at the increasingly feeble worm in his grasp. With growing pressure, he contemplated crushing it. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Wait, if you squeeze any harder, I will truly perish. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's expression froze. His brow furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze on the worm, his grip loosening. Was that you speaking? The worm, appearing weak and distressed, nodded feebly. Dear human brother, could you please release me? Being pinched like this is rather uncomfortable. Su Luo's eyes narrowed, and he snorted derisively. Oomph, you nearly burrowed into my brain. Yet you expect me to let you go? You truly have a high opinion of yourself, little worm. Nevertheless, he slightly eased his grip, intrigued by the creature and wishing not to inadvertently kill it. As Su Luo relaxed his hold, The worm sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the three sisters had approached Su Luo from behind, exchanging glances at the sight of him holding a white worm. Su Luo, why are you holding a worm? It looks so disgusting, Manhwaaudiobook remarked with a look of disdain. At her words, the worm seemed to take offense. You insolent female creature, do not conflate me with the common insects of your planet. Do not think that just because you have a powerful mate, I will not discipline you. The worm's indignant voice resonated in the minds of the four. Manhwaaudiobook's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes darting away in shame. Su Luo gently nudged the worm with his finger, signaling it to be mindful of its speech. Manhwaaudiobook and Lu Yuni exchanged glances but remained silent, redirecting their focus to the curious matter of why this worm could speak. Su Luo, why can this worm talk? Where did you find it? Manhwaaudiobook inquired with curiosity. It emerged from the eye of the four-tailed white ape. I am as baffled as you are regarding its ability to speak. Su Luo held the worm closer to his eyes. Tell me, what is your origin? The worm haughtily snorted. Humph, my origins are not something you lowly beings are entitled to know. Seeing its arrogance, Lu Yuni drew her sword and pointed the tip at it. Su Luo, may I slay it with a single thrust? Sensing the chill from the sword's tip, the worm hurriedly appeased Lu Yuni. Wait, no need to be so agitated. I never said I wouldn't tell you. Please, put away your weapon, and let us converse amicably. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly disclose your origins. Waste any more of our time, and I shall crush you. Su Luo's eyes glinted with cold fury as he spoke icily. The worm, recognizing the murderous intent in Su Luo's gaze, understood that it could no longer withhold its revelations. Yet, it felt a profound sadness at being coerced by such inferior beings. With a heavy sigh, it began to narrate its story. Over a decade ago, I hatched from an underground cavern. In the instant of my birth, the inherited memories of my race flooded into my mind. These memories revealed to me that I am one of the 7 celestial demonic worms, the eye worm. Upon hearing the worm's account, the 4 of them exchanged puzzled expressions. The 7 celestial demonic worms? The eye worm. So, you are an extraterrestrial being? Su Luo asked, astonished. Indeed. But for reasons unknown, I found myself born on this primitive planet, the worm explained with confusion. Did you just call us primitive? In what way are we primitive? Manhwaaudiobook retorted, adamantly seeking an explanation. Dear, somewhat irritable female creature, I understand your urgency, but please, allow me to elaborate, the worm soothed. Though I have not witnessed other planets firsthand, compared to the civilizations that flash through my inherited memories, your planet's civilization is indeed behind. The measure of a planet's advancement lies in whether its beings can traverse the cosmos, whether through physical prowess or advanced technology. Possessing the capability to traverse the cosmos opens the door to potential communication with extraterrestrial civilizations, as well as the means to conquer them. However, based on my observations, your civilization remains in a profoundly primitive state, utterly incapable of meeting any criteria necessary for interstellar travel. Upon hearing the words of the small insect, the 4 individuals could not suppress their astonishment. It dawned on them that beyond the starry expanse, other races existed. Alongside their awe, a sense of urgency surged within them. If these other races sought to invade Ocean Blue Star, could its formidable inhabitants withstand such an onslaught? Sensing the heavy atmosphere among the group, Su Luo hastily shifted the topic. You mentioned the 7 great magical insects of the cosmos. Aside from your kind, the eye insect, what else exists? The small insect responded with newfound enthusiasm. Apart from us eye insects, the remaining 6 races are the fantastical dragonfly, the thunder domain centipede, the immortal cicada, the star-eating ant, the ethereal butterfly, and the maternal nest spider. Each magical insect possesses a long lifespan and unique, formidable abilities. As long as a magical insect forms a symbiotic bond with a living entity, it can bestow enhancements upon the host. For instance, once I establish a symbiotic relationship with a living being, I can facilitate the evolution of their eyesight. Naturally, the abilities obtained post-evolution vary depending on the host. Take this rather mediocre white ape. After I bonded with it, it sprouted 2 additional eyes. The psychic waves emitted from these eyes can force adversaries into a momentary paralysis. Listening to the insect's narrative, Lu Yuni discerned a perplexing issue. Wait a moment, if each of you possesses such formidable capabilities, why do you insist on forming symbiotic relationships with hosts? The small insect stiffened momentarily before sheepishly confessing. In truth, among the 7 great magical insects, our eye insects lack any significant combat abilities. Our powers only manifest when we establish a symbiotic bond with other organisms. Without such a host, we cannot survive in harsh environments on various planets. Therefore, unlike the other 6 magical insects that show little interest in finding hosts unless they encounter particularly intriguing life forms, we are perpetually in search of one. Upon finishing, the small insect glanced at the 4, who were staring back with lifeless eyes, seemingly regarding it as a worthless creature. No, please do not look at me that way. You 4 inferior beings. It whimpered, writhing in dissatisfaction atop Su Luo's fingertip. Su Luo, this is your find. How shall we proceed? Manhwaaudiobook inquired, directing her gaze towards Su Luo. After a long moment of contemplation, Su Luo produced a transparent glass jar and placed the insect inside. Let us take it for now and see if we can fetch a good price once we return to school. He then grasped the small insect, which protested vigorously, and tossed it into the glass jar. He tightened the plastic lid, puncturing several small holes to ensure the insect wouldn't suffocate. Turning back, he retrieved the 4 crystal cores from the white ape and pocketed them. Let us continue. Aside from these ape-like creatures, there should be no other beasts in this forest. He beckoned the 3 to join him, and they obediently offered their hands. Su Luo grasped their hands tightly, sprouting his azure flame wings and soaring into the sky, carrying the trio far away. As the 4 ascended, the surviving first and second level ape beasts, battered and bruised, quietly fled the scene. With their king gone, the forest would soon fall to other beastly factions, leaving these creatures awaiting their inevitable demise. Selecting a new leader to guide them to a safer haven was of utmost importance. Su Luo darted through the air at breakneck speed, and after several hours of flight, the vast forest showed no signs of an end. Surrounded by an endless expanse of dense foliage, the 4 began to feel visually fatigued. Suddenly, a massive lake appeared in the distance, capturing Su Luo's attention. The lake was enormous, its diameter estimated to span several kilometers. Considering that beasts also required access to water, it seemed prudent to wait for them to come forth. Let us take a moment to rest here, have a meal, and perhaps lay in wait for our quarry, Su Luo proposed. The 3 exchanged glances, recognizing the brilliance of the plan, and nodded in agreement. They descended upon a large clearing by the lake's edge. To their astonishment, they found several well-erected tents, seemingly untouched, yet the entrance gaped wide as if forcefully breached. The remnants of a once vibrant campfire lay scattered in ashes. As they approached, they found the tents equipped with all manner of supplies, yet not a single soul remained. Frowning, they reconvened, shaking their heads in unison. With all the supplies intact, yet no living person in sight. This is quite eerie, Manhwaedit remarked solemnly. Either these individuals were extraordinarily wealthy, or they have met their demise. I leaned toward the latter, Lu Yuni asserted, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword as she cautiously surveyed the surroundings. If these 10 or so people were slain by beasts, how could there be no traces of blood? The camp remained so orderly, Manhwaedit questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Su Luo furrowed his brow as though he had made a discovery. He strode toward the lake's edge, crouching to touch a mysterious liquid on the ground, then lifted his hand to examine it. It was viscous, alarmingly so. This substance conveyed a sense of danger. The other 3 approached, also noting the enigmatic liquid before them. What is this? Manhwaedit inquired, curiosity piqued. It appears to be a secretion from an unidentified beast. It suggests that beneath this lake lies a perilous threat. Su Luo replied, a smile creeping across his face. Oh, should we still wait here for our prey? Manhwaedit asked anxiously. High risk, high reward. Besides, we have our safety rings, which can teleport us back to school if necessary, so we need not worry excessively. Su Luo reassured her with a comforting smile. All right, let us proceed with the plan. The 3 sisters chimed in unison. The 4 reignited the campfire and prepared a large pot of porridge using their provisions. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the slumbering beasts beneath the lake. One by one, the creatures awakened from their dormancy, opening their eyes and patiently awaiting their body temperatures to normalize before they could act. After consuming their meal, the 4 gazed at the tranquil lake surface, which showed no signs of impending danger. They then selected a spacious area to set up their tents, positioning them closely together to mitigate any unforeseen incidents. Seated around the campfire, the 4 engaged in idle chatter until dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, and rain began to fall, drizzling upon their necks. It's raining. Let us hurry back to the tents, Lu Yuni exclaimed, rising to her feet. The 4 individuals returned to their respective tents, zipping up the flaps to ward off the encroaching rain. As the downpour intensified, it pounded against the fabric, producing a cacophony of sounds. They couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable climate of the beast's continent. In the span of a mere minute, the clear daylight had transformed into a tempestuous storm, with dark clouds looming overhead. As time progressed, the rain's ferocity escalated, suggesting it would persist for quite some time. Lying on his mat, Su Luo listened to the rhythmic patter of the rain and was suddenly overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. In an effort to rouse himself, he retrieved a glass jar containing a small insect from his backpack, hoping to engage it in conversation to alleviate his fatigue. Upon seeing Su Luo, the insect stood upright and angrily tapped against the glass. Let me out, you lowly creature. Do you even comprehend the nature of the being you have provoked? Chapter 46, True Symbiosis. Ignoring the insect's hostile outburst, Su Luo chose to observe quietly, watching its antics unfold. Before long, the insect grew weary, collapsing on the ground and gazing at Su Luo, lost in thought. Tired, are we? Let's have a chat then, Su Luo said with a smile. Humph. There is nothing of interest to discuss with a being of your lowly status, the insect retorted, raising its head proudly. Amused by the insect's constant assertions of superiority, Su Luo inquired curiously, why do you wish to burrow into my forehead? Do you seek to coexist with me? Indeed. The insect replied without the slightest hesitation. Why? Su Luo asked, prompting a shift in the insect's tone to one of seriousness. From the moment you effortlessly defeated that white ape, I became fixated on you. Subsequently, your ability to kill higher-level beings without sustaining injury is an extraordinary rarity. I can sense that you harbor several potent powers within you. You are a genius, a rare talent amidst the stars. It would be a grievous oversight not to seek a symbiotic relationship with you. Upon hearing the insect's words, Su Luo fell into contemplation. He then posed a question that left the insect perplexed. You claim to have established a symbiotic relationship with that white ape, yet when I killed it, you suffered no repercussions? The insect's voice faltered at the question. Well, realizing the difficulty with which the insect grappled to answer, Su Luo instinctively sensed that something was amiss. I knew it. You cannot be so forthright. You would not easily form a symbiotic bond with another being. That white ape likely never had a true symbiotic relationship with you, did it? You merely sought to exploit it, seeking a safe haven to await the next suitable host. With just a few words, Su Luo had unraveled the insect's deception. Faced with his revelation, the insect quieted down, no longer shouting, and instead lay still. Since you've seen through my ruse, I shall cease my pretense. The truth is as you have articulated. I had no choice. The entire forest is inhabited by creatures devoid of intelligence. When I finally encountered one with a modicum of intellect, I seized the opportunity. While it slept, I infiltrated its eyes, instigating a series of beneficial evolutions. For years, it remained oblivious to my presence, believing the changes to be its own doing. I had intended to remain until the day the white ape perished before seeking my next host. Who could have anticipated you, a prodigy, would capture me and confine me so abruptly? Su Luo nodded subtly, his thoughts aligning with his suspicions. The insect had not truly coexisted with the white ape, otherwise. As one of the 7 great demonic insects of the cosmos, how could it have allowed such a mediocre ability to manifest in the 4-tailed white ape? What do you intend to do if I agree to this symbiosis? Su Luo asked. The insect sprang to life at his words, exclaiming, if you agree, I shall genuinely coexist with you and provide you with my utmost assistance. Su Luo remained skeptical of the insect's assurances, wary of what tricks it might play. Sensing his distrust, the insect felt deeply disheartened. In its ancestral memories, any intelligent being that learned of the opportunity to coexist with the insect clan was typically filled with elation. Such profound skepticism was unprecedented in its experience. I cannot easily place my trust in your words. What if you burrow into my eyes without truly coexisting with me? I would be powerless to extract you. Su Luo replied, spreading his hands in resignation. We can first establish a symbiotic bond, and then you can determine the truth of my claims, the insect countered, indignant. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. He unscrewed the lid of the glass jar and held the insect in his hand. The insect's body shimmered with a white glow, and a peculiar energy chain extended from it. The chain pierced Su Luo's forehead, and he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, leaving his body tingling. Moments later, a profound energy enveloped Su Luo, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. After a few seconds, the energy chain connecting them abruptly vanished. Looking down at the insect in his palm, he found it gazing back at him. An inexplicable sense of mutual trust blossomed between them at that moment. Their symbiotic relationship had been successfully established. From this point forward, they would evolve together. As Su Luo grew stronger, so too would the insect. Should Su Luo perish, the insect would meet the same fate. The bond could only be severed with the consent of both parties, otherwise it would remain unbreakable. Since we are to coexist indefinitely, allow me to bestow upon you a name, Su Luo said, lightly stroking the insect. Indeed, having a name would be quite convenient. Many of my esteemed predecessors in the ancestral memories bore names, the insect acknowledged. How about Su Tong? My name is Su Luo, and I shall name you after my surname, Su Luo proposed. After some contemplation, the insect nodded in agreement. The character Tong represented the unique abilities of its clan, making it a fitting choice for its name. Excellent. From this day forward, I shall be known as Su Tong. Su Luo beamed at the insect's approval. Su Tong then inquired, now that we have established our symbiosis, I would like to know what type of eyes you prefer. 3-eyed, 4-eyed, 6-eyed, double pupil, or heterochromatic. While I cannot dictate what abilities manifest, I can certainly guide the evolution of your eye's appearance. As Su Luo listened to Su Tong's words, his imagination conjured images of himself with 4 or 6 eyes, a rather terrifying prospect. Su Tong, which of these options would be the least conspicuous? Appearing to change little in outward appearance? Su Luo asked. The 3-eyed configuration would be the most unobtrusive. It features a narrow slit at the center of the forehead that is hardly noticeable unless the eyes are open, Su Tong explained after a moment's thought. Then let us proceed with the 3-eyed design. I am ready, Su Luo declared earnestly, gazing at Su Tong in his hand. Upon hearing this, Su Tong leapt energetically to Su Luo's forehead and gently cut a fine slit. Su Tong's form transformed into a radiant mass of energy, gradually merging into the slender crevice. Before long, Su Luo felt a peculiar itch at his brow, quickly followed by a tingling sensation of pressure and pain. Chapter 47. The Third Eye, Summoner of Rain Toads. Time passed unmeasured until Su Luo slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a strange energy, which he attempted to perceive, yet found himself utterly at a loss. Clearly, this was a higher form of energy, one that his current prowess was insufficient to comprehend. Lowering his gaze to the glass bottle, he caught sight of the third eye at his brow through its reflection. This eye bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary eye, save for the uniqueness of its pupil. While typical pupils are either brown or black, his was a mesmerizing black gold. At first glance, it appeared purely black, yet it emitted glimmers of golden light. Quite handsome indeed. Su Luo couldn't help but smile, genuinely impressed. At that moment, the voice of the little insect, Su Tong, echoed suddenly in his mind. Su Luo, this eye of yours is not merely handsome. Oh, you're aware of its function? Do enlighten me. Su Luo inquired eagerly. When this eye is activated, the unknown energy it emanates possesses the ability to nullify energy attacks. In other words, any energy assault directed at you will be rendered ineffective, placing you in a state of absolute invincibility. Su Luo gasped in astonishment at Su Tong's words. Such a formidable effect. Does that mean I am invincible against any opponent wielding energy attacks? He murmured, eyes wide with disbelief. Su Tong pondered briefly before responding. While that is indeed the principle, activating this, I will rapidly deplete your stamina, significantly increasing the energy consumed during combat. When your stamina runs low, the eye will automatically close. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from using this eye casually unless in a critical situation. The substantial increase in stamina consumption was a side effect that Su Luo had already begun to feel. In the short span since he first opened his eye, he sensed a slight fatigue creeping over him. Although it wasn't overwhelmingly burdensome, he resolved to limit its use. With a mere thought, the eye at his brow swiftly closed, leaving only a narrow slit. Unless one were to approach and scrutinize closely, it would go unnoticed. He reached up to touch the slit at his brow, finding no peculiar sensation. Glancing at his reflection in the glass jar, he saw that it had returned to its previous state. Excellent. The concealment is truly commendable. It can serve as a trump card. Just as Su Luo was engaging in light conversation with Su Tong, a sudden shout pierced the air. Ah, a snake. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's expression turned grave. He immediately sprang to his feet, conjuring a protective shield around himself that would repel the rain. The raindrops falling upon him were instantaneously deflected, leaving him completely dry. Bursting out of the tent, the scene before Su Luo was one he would never forget. A horde of blue-green toads, each towering 3 to 4 meters high, was bounding towards the shore from the lake, evidently targeting the 4 of them. Regaining his composure, Su Luo glanced towards the 3 sisters. He noticed Shun Huayu timidly standing behind Lu Yuni and Shun Huayue. Nearby lay a severed, elongated tongue and the corpse of a toad, clearly a recent kill. The moment the 3 saw Su Luo emerge, they found their confidence restored. Su Luo. As Su Luo approached them, he regarded their pale faces. The frigid rain could lead to hypothermia, posing a significant threat to them. Raising his hand, he flicked away the rainwater that had soaked them, simultaneously enveloping them in protective rain shields. Instantly, their damp clothing dried, and their body temperatures began to warm. As they felt the effects, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Does anyone have information about these toads? Su Luo asked softly, standing before the 3. These creatures are known as summoner rain toads. As their name implies, their kind possesses the ability to summon rain. It is likely that this torrential downpour is their doing. Shun Huayue explained. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Luo scrutinized the rain toads before him, only to realize they were all first-level beasts, with not a single second-level among them, rendering them of little value for hunting. Alas, they are all first-level beasts. Such a letdown, Su Luo lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. The abilities of the practitioners within these tents could never be defeated by first-level beasts. Surely, there are larger ones lurking, yet to reveal themselves, Shun Huayue stated earnestly. I'll take the lead. Once we dispatch these nuisances, the larger ones are bound to appear. Huayu, keep an eye on my condition, Lu Yuni declared, drawing her sword from her waist and charging forward. Against first-level beasts, Lu Yuni could fell one with each strike. In the rain, she wielded her sword with precision, slashing, stabbing, and cleaving, relishing the thrill of the hunt. With the protective rain shield Su Luo had set up around her, she need not worry about her clothes getting wet. Seeing Lu Yuni enjoy herself so thoroughly sparked Shun Huayue's interest. She leaped into the air, unleashing a whirlwind technique. The tornado, infused with rain, transformed into a massive water vortex. Within it, sharp wind blades tore through the rain toads, shredding them to pieces in an instant. Shun Huayu remained focused, attentively watching her 2 sisters, occasionally casting stamina restoration spells to aid them. Su Luo quietly observed their teamwork, nodding in approval. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, as though they were siblings born of the same mother. Before long, the shore was splattered with the foul, viscous blood of the first-level rain toads. The rain toads that had initially surfaced from the lake, intending to join the fray, caught the scent of their kin's blood, and, witnessing the ferocity of the 4, were overcome with trepidation, retreating back into the water, vanishing from sight. Though the rain toads ceased their offensive, the group knew that the main event was yet to come. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a new wave of significantly larger rain toads emerged from the lake, evidently second or third level creatures. With their appearance, the already fierce rain intensified further. Yet, regardless of how heavy the downpour became, it posed no threat to the four. They remained untouched. The toads' tactic of using the rain to sap human warmth and stamina would prove futile against them. As the new batch of rain toads surfaced, they refrained from immediate action. Instead, they opened their wide mouths and extended their lengthy tongues towards the group, seemingly intent on dragging them down into their domain. A flash of purple light flickered in Su Luo's eyes as he raised his hand, summoning a tenfold gravity field that bore down upon the rain toads. Suddenly, their extended tongues halted mid-air, plummeting to the ground, rendered utterly immobile. Chapter 48, The Sixth Level Toad King. Seeing this predicament, the rain toads attempted to retract their tongues, but they remained stubbornly fixed, as if their tongues were no longer theirs to control. Lu Yuni and Shun Huayue exchanged glances and launched their assaults upon the immobilized tongues. Lu Yuni swung her sword while Shun Huayue unleashed wind blades. Sizzle, sizzle, dozens of slimy tongues were ruthlessly severed in twain, blood splattering in every direction. The rain-calling toads' tongues were severed, resulting in a profuse loss of blood coupled with excruciating pain. This caused the entire batch of rain-calling toads to flip over onto their backs, floating on the surface of the lake as if they had succumbed to slumber. Shun Huayue and Lu Yuni were panting heavily, indicating a significant depletion of their energy. Observing this, Shun Huayu quickly cast a stamina restoration spell. The blood of the rain-calling toads flowed into the lake, seemingly igniting something. Gradually, the lake's surface began to churn, resembling the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo's gaze sharpened immediately. A formidable creature was approaching. Huayue, Yuni, retreat at once. The two, upon hearing this, hastily withdrew, but unfortunately, they were one step too late. Several thick tongues shot forth from the lake, latching onto their backs and dragging them backward. Millionfold gravity. Su Luo raised his hand, unleashing a gravitational field upon the lake's surface. The immense force of gravity erupted like a bomb, creating a deep crater in the water. Soon, a vast expanse of blood emerged from the lake, the sheer volume altering the color of the surrounding waters. Simultaneously, the tongues that had ensnared Shun Huayue and Lu Yuni fell limp and powerless. In the brief seconds they were dragged backward. The two women envisioned their grim fate, drowning in agony, to be devoured by the rain-calling toads. They exchanged glances, each revealing a smile of relief from their narrow escape. Then, they simultaneously rose and swiftly approached Su Luo, expressing their gratitude. No need for such formality. Gather your spirits, Su Luo responded with a stern countenance. The four of them formed a cohesive formation, their eyes fixed intently on the lake. Just then, a colossal whirlpool erupted on the lake's surface, revealing a gigantic shadow at its center. Gradually, the shadow emerged from the whirlpool. It was a rain-calling toad king, its head spanning 10 meters in width, its coloration shifting from bluish-green to a pure blue. Judging by its life force fluctuations, it was evident that this was a sixth-tier beast, the true sovereign of the Great Lake. The sixth-tier toad king fixed its large eyes upon the four figures on the shore, extending its tongue as drool dripped into the lake, clearly eager to feast upon their flesh and blood. The three sisters trembled under the intense aura of danger emitted by the Toad King. After all, this creature towered over them by two realms, making their reaction entirely understandable. Su Luo regarded the Toad King with newfound seriousness. He had effortlessly defeated a fifth-tier ape king with minimal injury. While he had bled, he could heal instantly with the Phoenix Flame, rendering the encounter relatively unscathed. However, this sixth-tier Toad King reignited his interest. A sixth-tier beast, two whole realms above him. He wondered if he could still prevail. Retreat, the three of you. I intend to confront it. Su Luo's eyes sparkled with confidence as he addressed his companions. What? Su Luo, don't be reckless. It surpasses you by two realms. Shun Huayue turned to the self-assured Su Luo, her voice tinged with concern. Su Luo, please think it through. This isn't a fifth-tier beast, but a sixth-tier one. Is it truly wise to engage in battle? Shun Huayu implored with a worried expression. Indeed, Su Luo. Given the current circumstances, it would be far more prudent to use the spatial ring to escape back to school. Lu Yuni also expressed her dissent towards Su Luo's plan. Su Luo shook his head, speaking with unwavering confidence. Trust me, I will not be defeated. With that, he stepped forward, approaching the lakeshore, and revealed a provocative smile to the colossal creature before him. The Toad King, infuriated by the audacity of such a diminutive human daring to provoke it, let out a deafening roar that echoed through the skies. As the Toad King bellowed, the heavens darkened abruptly. The rain transformed from transparent to murky, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The tainted rain fell upon nearby trees, causing their leaves to wither instantly, indicating the toxicity of the downpour. The Toad King, glancing down at the four figures on the shore, was enraged to see that they remained unscathed by its poisonous rain. The three sisters, recognizing the futility of attempting to restrain Su Luo, retreated to grant him space. The Toad King raised its upper body from the lake, its massive form creating waves that inundated the shore. Su Luo soared into the air, confronting the Toad King with unabashed arrogance. Great frog, if you wish to avoid death, take this battle seriously. The Toad King, now completely incensed, willed the lake's waters beneath it to morph into hundreds of thick water dragons, charging directly toward the airborne Su Luo. Su Luo, observing the extensive assault from all directions, displayed a hint of disdain in his gaze. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the entire area was enveloped by a field of millionfold gravity. The torrents of water that had aimed for him, unable to ascend due to the gravitational influence, collapsed back into the lake in a swirling mass. Although the Toad King felt the weight of the gravity pressing upon it, and while it did not inflict significant harm, a flicker of astonishment shone in its eyes. Though a sixth-tier beast, it did not possess the extraordinary intelligence of a seventh-tier beast capable of speech. However, it had developed a rudimentary understanding of the world's laws of power. The Toad King glared at the diminutive human before it, astonished that such a weakling could wield the rare power of gravity. In a fit of fury, it opened its mouth wide, expelling a blue orb. Su Luo, perceiving the immense water energy contained within the orb, felt a jolt of shock. What is this? Resorting to cheats when overwhelmed? Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. It was the voice of the little insect, Su Tong. Su Luo, that object is extraordinary. You must seize it. A smile crept across Su Luo's face. He had the same intention. The Toad King regarded the orb before it, a glimmer of tenderness in its gaze. This was a treasure forged from its life's energy, containing vast quantities of water energy. It was this orb that allowed it to guard the lake and reign supreme over it. Other beast clans seeking to drink from the waters had to offer their offspring as tribute to earn the right. Chapter 49, The Third Eye, Activate. The Toad King, once again channeling the orb's internal water energy, watched as the blue orb radiated a blinding light, coalescing into a wave of blue energy that surged towards Su Luo in the air. Clenching his right fist, white vibrations manifested in his hand as he aimed a punch at the oncoming wave of energy. However, he was swiftly overwhelmed, being struck and sent flying after only 2 seconds of resistance. He landed harshly on the ground, sliding for a distance before finally stabilizing himself. Rising once more, he gazed at the azure flames igniting around him, astonished. The power of that energy wave was staggering. Merely grazing it had inflicted such severe injuries upon him. More importantly, the extraordinary power of the meatball's ability to repel all things had no effect on this wave of energy. As Su Luo fell into contemplation, Su Tong's voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Su Luo, the water energy of this orb has been refined to an exquisite purity by this toad. Subtly touching upon the cosmic laws, it is unwise to confront it directly. Cosmic laws? That sounds incredibly formidable. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Su Luo found himself increasingly intrigued by the orb. However, since it is energy, can my Eye of Awakening withstand it? He inquired. Indeed, you can. Activate it and eliminate it swiftly to seize the orb, Su Tong replied earnestly. No, it is not merely the orb I desire. I also want its level 6 crystal core, Su Luo declared with unwavering confidence. Under the healing powers of the blue flame, Su Luo's injuries rapidly mended. He closed his eyes, activating the third eye located at his forehead. Observing Su Luo suddenly shut his eyes, the Toad King opened its mouth wide and emitted a series of loud, mocking guffaws, convinced that this feeble human had resigned to his fate and ceased to struggle. However, if I can utilize this orb to eliminate you, you should have no regrets. Once more, the Toad King unleashed the orb's energy, directing it toward the motionless Su Luo. Seeing this, Manhwaedit and the other 2 sisters called out urgently, Su Luo, quickly dodge. However, Su Luo paid no heed to their warnings, remaining rooted in place, murmuring, Third Eye, activate. As the energy wave approached, a cruel smile crept across the Toad King's face. Boom! The surging energy wave struck Su Luo, producing a deafening sound. Yet, in the next instant, the Toad King's expression inexplicably froze. Even the 3 sisters behind Su Luo wore expressions of utter bewilderment. For, despite enduring such a terrifying assault, Su Luo had not budged an inch. He stood resolute, as if the attack had never struck him at all. The Toad King rubbed its eyes, gazing at Su Luo, who remained unscathed, a profound confusion filling its heart. Its orb had never failed to claim lives. All the aberrant beasts of this forest had succumbed to it. How could this frail human emerge from an attack completely unscathed? Unwilling to accept defeat, the Toad King launched another energy assault towards Su Luo. Yet, rather than retreat, Su Luo charged directly forward. As the energy wave struck him, it vanished without a trace, leaving the Toad King in disbelief. How could this be? The attack struck him, yet it simply disappeared. Seizing the moment while the Toad King was dazed, Su Luo surged forward, closing the distance between them. Clenching his right fist, He concentrated his vibrational power and infused it with the first layer of the Nine Heavens technique, unleashing it with this punch. With a swift motion, he struck the Toad King's large head. The sound of cracking space echoed as the skin atop the Toad King's head split open. Yet, that was not the end. The power of the first layer activated. Boom. With a resounding crash, the already fractured space expanded by over 10 meters, completely engulfing the Toad King's head. The three sisters, witnessing this spectacle, held their breath in awe, fearful that Su Luo might falter due to their distraction. Initially, the Toad King believed that this punch had inflicted no significant damage. After all, it was tough-skinned and robust, and this weak human should pose no real threat. At worst, merely scratching its surface. However, as time passed, it began to feel an unexpected pain in its head, which only intensified. Finally, with a splatter, blood erupted from the Toad King's resilient skull, spraying in all directions. The speed of the blood spray was such that within mere seconds, its entire head was drenched in crimson. Roaring in agony, the Toad King suddenly realized that this human had sprouted another eye, radiating a mysterious power it could not comprehend. Su Luo quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the Toad King. After its furious roar, the Toad King felt a wave of dizziness wash over it, ultimately stumbling and collapsing into the water, evidently disoriented by Su Luo's blow. Suspended in midair, Su Luo regarded the lake's surface with icy eyes. The Toad King was, after all, a level 6 aberrant beast, the strongest he had ever faced, and it would not succumb so easily. Suddenly a long, barbed tongue shot from the lake with lightning speed towards Su Luo. Narrowing his eyes, Su Luo raised his hand, conjuring an elastic shield to block his front. As the tongue neared, it was repelled, unable to breach his defenses. The Toad King, realizing its tongue could not make contact, attempted to retract it, only to have Su Luo seize it with a firm grasp, unperturbed by the barbs. He yanked forcefully, determined to compel the Toad King out of the water for a fair fight. Otherwise, the prolonged activation of his eye would deplete his stamina significantly. Seeing its tongue firmly held, the Toad King had no choice but to unwillingly resurface. Su Luo, still gripping the Toad King's tongue, propelled himself backward, endeavoring to drag the creature onto the shore. The Toad King recognized that this human aimed to pull it from the water, thereby nullifying its advantage and rendering it vulnerable. In that moment, it regretted its reckless attempt to ambush this human, who showed no fear of its toxic barbs, pulling it out with sheer force. Yet, Su Luo was not naive. He had anticipated the potential toxins on the barbs and had already enveloped his hand in an elastic shield, ensuring the barbs could not penetrate his skin. Unbeknownst to them, the Toad King was forcefully yanked from the lake by Su Luo, standing several dozen meters tall. Every step it took reverberated through the ground. At that moment, the wound atop the Toad King's head split open once more due to its movement, blood gushing forth. The blood splattered onto the trees, instantly wilting them, indicating the toxicity of its blood was not to be underestimated. As the wound reopened, the Toad King felt a wave of dizziness wash over it. In a moment of carelessness, it stumbled over a tree, falling clumsily among the foliage. Witnessing this, Su Luo could not help but smirk with satisfaction. The Nine Heavens technique bestowed by his master was indeed formidable. Merely the first layer, combined with the vibrational force, had such devastating power, severely injuring the Toad King and impacting its brain. He could only imagine the sheer might of the Nine Heavens at its pinnacle. Igniting a fervor within him, the Toad King, sprawled on the ground, began to ooze blood from its eyes, its vision turning a vivid crimson, as if it had entered a world drenched in blood. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of terror enveloped the Toad King, sending chills down its spine. It recalled how it had ascended from a mere level 1 aberrant beast, propelled by its extraordinary talent, to become a level 5 beast, and how it had refined the blue orb through its profound understanding of water power, evolving into a 6th level beast. It aspired to reign as the sovereign of the vast lake. Suddenly, a profound realization struck it. Its life had reached an impasse, due to the limitations of its race. Any further advancement appeared exceedingly arduous, leaving it stagnant. Over the prolonged passage of time, its heart became increasingly ensnared by fear. It dreaded the prospect of losing its throne and the coveted blue orb to a new ruler. Consequently, it exerted every ounce of effort to eradicate the 4th and 5th level beasts inhabiting the lake, including its own kin, the rain-calling Toad clan. This ruthless pursuit resulted in the lake being devoid of any beast surpassing the 4th level, save for itself. It would not permit any creature that posed a threat to its dominion to exist, even if they belonged to its own lineage. Now, as the monarch of the rain-calling Toad clan, it found itself in dire straits, yet no one from its kin came to its aid. Perhaps this was the consequence of its actions. Suddenly, the Toad King, in a moment of desperation, expelled the blue orb from its mouth and cast a glance towards Su Luo, seemingly seeking to barter its freedom for the precious gem. However, Su Luo remained utterly unmoved by the spectacle before him. The blue orb, a crystal core of a 6th level beast, was an acquisition he intended to seize entirely. Realizing Su Luo's icy demeanor, the Toad King surmised his intentions. Ultimately, with a grim determination, it forcefully severed its own tongue, swiftly turning to plunge into the depths of the lake. At its level of existence, a severed tongue could regenerate, but a lost life was irrevocable. Witnessing the Toad King's resolute action, Su Luo felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow such a prize to elude him. Employing a water-repelling barrier, he hastily followed the Toad King into the inky depths of the lake. Although the waters were shrouded in darkness, his third eye illuminated the murky surroundings as if it were day. Glancing downward, he observed the Toad King frantically swimming towards the lake's bottom. Su Luo was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He needed the 6th-level crystal core to nourish the demon fruit tree. Perhaps, this time, it would yield a natural-type demon fruit. He dove deeper, making a beeline for the Toad King. Meanwhile, on the shore, Manhwaedit and her companions were taken aback by Su Luo's audacity in pursuing the beast into the water. The underwater realm was vastly different from the surface. There, the Toad King held the advantage. What were they to do? Manhwaedit expressed her concern, looking anxiously at the others. Do not fret, Huayu. Su Luo would not dare plunge into danger without confidence. We must wait patiently for his return, replied Lu Yuni, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though her furrowed brow betrayed her worry, Manhwaedit remained silent, her gaze fixed on the lake's surface, silently praying for Su Luo's safety. As the three awaited by the lake, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind them. They turned in unison to discover 4 figures emerging, seemingly of similar stature to their own. Instinctively, they assumed a defensive stance, recognizing the need for caution in such a perilous wilderness. The 4 individuals, holding umbrellas, stepped into view. Upon seeing the trio by the lakeshore, their expressions shifted from surprise to astonishment, evidently unprepared to encounter living souls in this desolate area. However, upon noticing the trio's dry hair and clothing, despite the rain, their astonishment morphed into disbelief, as if the raindrops had vanished upon contact with the 3. The trio discerned the newcomers, a group comprising 3 men and 1 woman, evidently explorers of this region. Approaching under their umbrellas, the apparent leader, a man named Li Qingtian, surveyed the surroundings and the carcasses of the lake's beasts before stepping forward to address Manhwaedit and her companions. Greetings, ladies. We are second-year students from the Qi God Academy of Abilities. I am Li Qingtian, the captain of this team. After introducing himself, he stood expectantly, awaiting their response. Manhwaedit and her companions exchanged glances, reassured by the sight of the spatial rings adorning the newcomers' wrists. Clearly, only students from various academies possessed such artifacts. After a brief moment, Manhwaedit stepped forward, saying, "We are first-year students from the Giant Academy of Abilities. I am Manhwaedit. Our captain has descended into the lake to pursue a 6th-level beast, and we await his return." Her revelation left the 4 students momentarily speechless. A first-year student pursuing a 6th-level beast? Was their captain possibly a third-year student, having reached the transcendent 9th stage or the heavenly traveler realm? It seemed plausible, as first and second-year students could hardly possess the strength to hunt such formidable foes. Realizing this, the 4 students from Qi God Academy exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing that the trio must hold a respectable position within their institution, having secured the assistance of a powerful third-year student. "Ah, I see," Li Qingtian replied with a smile, gesturing to his companions. "Allow me to introduce my reliable teammates. This is Wu Hao, an A-ranked ability user and a master swordsman. Next is Qian Xing, also an A-ranked ability user, specializing in archery. Lastly, we have Chao Yuer, the only girl in our team, an A-ranked ability user and a master of hidden weapons. As for myself, Li Qingtian, I am an S-ranked ability user, the Gun King." Upon hearing Li Qingtian's revelation of being an S-ranked ability user, Manhwaedit and her companions were momentarily taken aback, though their surprise quickly faded. An S-ranked ability was merely one among many they had encountered, with several possessing SSS-ranked abilities, predominantly held by a single individual. Clearing her throat, Manhwaedit introduced herself. "I am Manhwaedit, an A-ranked ability user specializing in tornadoes." She gestured towards her companions. "This is my younger sister, Manhwaedit, an A-ranked healer, and our dear friend, Lu Yuni, an A-ranked sword master." After their brief introductions, Li Qingtian posed a question that had been nagging at him. "Miss Shun, how is it that you remain dry despite the rain?" Taken aback, the trio exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Our captain has employed his ability to create a rain-repelling barrier around us," Manhwaedit declared proudly, her chin held high. Li Qingtian and his companions observed closely, noting the thin protective shield enveloping the 3. The raindrops that fell upon them were instantaneously repelled, maintaining their dryness. In light of this revelation, the 4 could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Navigating the forest under umbrellas was indeed cumbersome, often becoming entangled in the thick branches. However, foregoing the umbrella left them vulnerable to the rain, risking both dampness and a drop in body temperature, an unfortunate trade-off. Li Qingtian cast a sweeping glance over the more than 10 tents, and then turned to Manhwaedit and her companions, inquiring with curiosity, "Are these tents all yours?" "No. No, no. These 4 tents belong to us, while those more than 10 are abandoned. No one resides in them anymore, Shenhuayue replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian turned his attention to his teammates. Let us utilize these abandoned tents to construct a shelter, and we shall proceed once the rain ceases. Wu Hao, Qian Xing, and Chao Yue all nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Li Qingtian's proposal. The 4 immediately set about erecting their makeshift shelter. Observing this scene, Shenhuayue and her companions felt that since they had little to do, they might as well lend a hand. With their combined efforts, the 7 soon completed a rain shelter that was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people. Finally, Li Qingtian and his trio could set aside their umbrellas and take a moment to rest. I, Li Qingtian, on behalf of my 3 teammates, extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Ladies, Li Qingtian said, bowing in thanks. There's no need for such formality. In the realm of the beast of anomaly, humanity ought to assist one another. Besides, we have little else to occupy our time. Lu Yuni replied with a smile, returning the gesture. Lu Yuni's spirited demeanor, coupled with her every smile and frown, caused Wu Hao among the 4 from the Instrumental Deity University to experience a quickening heartbeat, leaving him somewhat flustered. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? Wu Hao's gaze began to dart cautiously towards Lu Yuni's face, his hand gripping the hilt of his dagger, growing clammy. Suddenly, Wu Hao ventured to ask Lu Yuni, Miss Lu, why did you choose to attend Giant University instead of the Instrumental Deity University, which specializes in weapon-based abilities? The moment Wu Hao posed this question, the other 3 from Instrumental Deity University were taken aback. This was quite unexpected from Wu Hao, who was typically taciturn. He usually spent his time sharpening his blade or practicing combat skills, speaking only when necessary during battles. So what had prompted him to speak up today? Lu Yuni smiled softly, glancing at her 2 sisters, her mind briefly flashing to Su Luo's face, before she gently replied, because we do not wish to be separated. So you were classmates before? Chao Yue exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we have been friends since childhood, growing up together without ever parting ways, Shenhuayue stated with pride. Wow, that's wonderful. Over a decade of friendship, and now you're all attending the same university, Chao Yue said enviously as she looked at the trio. It was no wonder that Chao Yue felt envious. During her high school years, she was the only one who gained admission to Instrumental Deity University. Without friends to support her, she had arrived at school completely lost. Initially, she had to endure everything on her own, but fortunately, she now had these 3 reliable teammates. Chao Yue stepped forward, smiling as she engaged in conversation with the 3 sisters, finding camaraderie among the girls. Standing beside Wu Hao, Qian Xing was the first to notice something amiss with him. As the team leader, Li Qingtian also recognized Wu Hao's unusual behavior, and the 2 promptly pulled him aside for a private conversation. They retreated to a quiet corner. Qian Xing, with a teasing grin, inquired, Haozi, tell me honestly, are you smitten with her? Wu Hao was taken aback by the question, swiftly covering Qian Xing's mouth with his hand. Shoo! Seeing Wu Hao's exaggerated reaction, Li Qingtian couldn't help but smile knowingly as he looked at him. Haozi, I'm not trying to criticize you, but usually, you're as silent as a clam. Yet your taste is indeed commendable. Realizing his feelings were laid bare, Wu Hao felt there was no point in hiding it any longer, so he released Qian Xing. He then discreetly glanced at Lu Yuni, who was animatedly conversing with her companions, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to his 2 friends, he confessed shyly, Captain, Xingzi, I believe I have fallen for her at first sight. The 2 gasped in unison upon hearing this. The notion of such a declaration from the imposing figure of Wu Hao left them feeling somewhat uneasy. However, as brothers, they knew this was not the time to mock him. Qian Xing thoughtfully articulated his perspective. Haozi, you need to consider this carefully. She is not a student at our university. The 2 institutions are worlds apart, and a long-distance relationship can be quite challenging. Wu Hao furrowed his brow at this reminder, as he had indeed contemplated this very issue, which was why he had earlier questioned Lu Yuni about her choice of university. Li Qingtian, observing the exchange, shook his head with a chuckle. Xingzi, you're being a bit hasty. They aren't even together yet, and you're already worrying about the future. In response, Qian Xing playfully grabbed Wu Hao's chin and pointed to his face, saying to Li Qingtian, Captain, with Haozi's brooding charisma and striking looks, which girl wouldn't be captivated? After a moment of scrutiny, Li Qingtian smiled slightly before composing himself. With a serious demeanor, he nodded and advised, Haozi, if you don't express your feelings now, you may never have the opportunity to do so again. Go forth and declare your intentions. I wish you luck. Following a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Hao exhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his dagger tightly, and made his way towards Lu Yuni. At that very moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom! The sudden jolt startled the 7 individuals beneath the rain shelter, prompting them to stagger out into the open. The 4 from Instrumental Deity University barely managing to grab their umbrellas. As the ground continued to shake, the intensity only seemed to escalate. Chapter 52. Is this still human? Before long, the tremors subsided, and the rain began to lighten. The 7 no longer needed to crouch low to maintain their balance against the quaking ground. What is happening? Was that an earthquake? It doesn't seem quite right, Li Qingtian remarked, still shaken. It could be that a powerful beast is moving nearby, Qin Xing suggested, his brow drawn as he scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing the possibility of a formidable beast in the vicinity, the other three from Instrumental Deity University immediately adopted a defensive stance, forming a protective circle. Meanwhile, Shen Huayue and her companions exchanged knowing glances, concluding that the tremors were certainly not caused by a beast, but rather a result of Su Luo's battle beneath the lake, which had generated such upheaval. Xiaoyue, noticing that Shen Huayue and her companions remained stationary, anxiously called out, "You three, hurry over. There may be dangerous beasts nearby." In response, Shen Huayue waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she reassured, "Sister Yue, the recent tremors were likely caused by our captain's battle beneath the lake. There is no need for concern." The four were momentarily taken aback, but soon relaxed. Upon reflection, they realized their captain was a third-year student capable of contending with level 6 beasts. So such disturbances were indeed not surprising. "Ha ha ha, I see now. We may have been a bit jumpy and made you laugh," Li Qingtian chuckled, scratching his head. "Indeed. Our captain's battles do tend to create quite the ruckus, so it's understandable that you would worry," Shen Huayu added with a smile. Li Qingtian gazed skyward, feeling the rain gradually subside. Reflecting on the earlier tumult, he marveled at the formidable strength of the third-year students at Giant University. It was truly fearsome. Shen Huayue and her companions, however, furrowed their brows in confusion. The terrifying strength of the third-year students? So fearsome? Who are you referring to? Is there anyone present who is a third-year student? Cough. Captain Li, are there any third-year students among us? Shen Huayue inquired with a hint of confusion. I was referring to your captain. Isn't he a third-year student? Li Qingtian responded, equally perplexed. The three of them exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. It was no wonder they believed Su Luo to be a third-year student. After all, who would suspect a first-year student could possess such terrifying strength? Capable of hunting a level 6 exotic beast in the lake? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they too would have found it hard to believe. Captain Li, you are mistaken. Our captain is not a third-year student. He is in the same cohort as us, a freshman, Shen Huayue replied, her face alight with joy. Her words detonated like a bomb in the minds of Li Qingtian and his companions. Boom. They stood there, momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate their astonishment. The tumultuous aftermath of the underwater battle against the exotic beast had triggered a severe quake. And to suggest that a freshman could accomplish such a feat? Ultimately, it was Captain Li Qingtian who first regained his composure. Heh, you ladies certainly have a knack for humor. If it weren't for our basic understanding, we might have been convinced. The other three quickly snapped back to reality, exhaling in relief. If not for Li Qingtian's reminder, they might have almost accepted that absurd notion. Any ordinary human ability user, no matter how gifted, would find it exceptionally rare to reach the transcendent stage during their freshman year, completing a leap in their life. Such a talent would already rank among humanity's elite. Moreover, with the academic year just beginning, many prodigious freshmen would still be grappling with the noble stage. To entertain even the hypothetical scenario where someone could become transcendent before the semester commenced, it is vital to note that the transcendent level only equates to a level 4 exotic beast. Beneath the surface lay a level 6 exotic beast. The disparity in strength between a level 6 exotic beast and a human at the transcendent level was enough to render any confrontation utterly futile, let alone a pursuit. Seeing that they remained unconvinced, Shen Huayue and her companions ceased their attempts to argue further. Once they witnessed Su Luo's prowess firsthand, they would come to understand the adage that facts speak louder than words. As the rain gradually diminished, transforming into a mere drizzle that barely touched the skin, a sudden commotion broke the silence. Xiao Yue, trembling as if confronted by something terrifying, raised her hands and pointed toward the lake. Instantly, all eyes followed her gaze. In the center of the lake, a surge of blood emerged, staining a large area crimson, a scene both horrifying and surreal. Gasp! The onlookers inhaled sharply at the sight. Before they could collect their thoughts, a massive corpse surfaced from the bloody depths. Upon seeing the corpse of the Toad King, Shen Huayue and her companions beamed with delight. The Toad King's body was riddled with cracks, devoid of any sound flesh, clearly the work of Su Luo's hand. It was astonishing that he had managed to slay it underwater, truly a testament to his capabilities. Li Qingtian and his companions, upon witnessing the Toad King's remains and sensing the immense power it contained, recognized it as a level 6 exotic beast, igniting their anticipation for their captain. To defeat such a creature in the water, their captain must undoubtedly be a 9th-tier transcendent ability user, one of the most formidable in their school. As the skies began to clear, a beam of sunlight broke through the dispersing clouds, illuminating the earth below. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an individual emerged from the water. Enveloped in a water-repelling barrier, it was Su Luo. At that moment, Su Luo had closed his third eye, returning to his original appearance. Having utilized the third eye for an extended period, he appeared somewhat pale, in dire need of energy replenishment. After retracting the water barrier, and unfurling his azure flame wings. He hovered in the air, surveying his surroundings. He noticed Manhwaedit and her companions all waving at him simultaneously. Then, his gaze sharpened, landing upon 4 unfamiliar figures that had appeared behind them. They seemed to be university students, likely transported here for exploration. With a graceful glide, he descended before them. His demeanor serious. Sunlight illuminated him, casting an almost regal aura around his presence. "Who are you?" Su Luo asked, his tone tinged with suspicion as he clasped his hands behind his back. It was understandable for Su Luo to be wary. Encountering strangers in such a desolate wilderness warranted caution. Manhwaedit and her companions, noticing Su Luo's brusque tone, hurried to clarify the situation. After grasping the full context, Su Luo's demeanor softened. "Ah, I see. Second-year students from Chi-Shin University. My name is Su Luo, a freshman at Titan University. I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you can forgive me," he said, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian and his companions widened their eyes, quickly waving their hands in disbelief. "This is a freshman? Is this even possible?" Just then, Chao Yuer seemed to have had a revelation. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her saved photos, tapping on one she had preserved. Looking up at Su Luo, then back at her phone, she exclaimed, You are the one known as Luo Xin Online, the one with 4 SSS class abilities." Chao Yuer's eyes sparkled, her fingers trembling as she spoke excitedly. Her recognition triggered memories for the others of the viral news from a few days prior. Titan University's freshman, an astonishing 5-ability user, possessing 4 SSS class abilities. Initially, they had dismissed the news as a fabrication, a playful tale concocted by Titan University. Yet, here was the living proof before them. Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the moniker Luo Shun. While the claims online were not entirely unfounded, he preferred simply being called Su Luo. Luo Shun felt somewhat immodest to him. Chao Yuer stepped closer, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she said, "Su Luo, may I take a photo with you?" With a gentle smile, Su Luo moved beside her, silently agreeing to her request. After they captured the moment together, Li Qingtian approached Su Luo. "Hello, I'm Li Qingtian, a 4th-tier transcendent and captain of this team. May I inquire about your current level of strength?" "9th-tier transcendent," Su Luo replied candidly, without a hint of reservation. His declaration left Li Qingtian, Wu Hao, and Xian Xing stunned, their minds racing with disbelief. They had toiled for years, narrowly escaping countless life-threatening situations, only to find themselves overshadowed by a freshman. The realization stung, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. At that moment, Manhwaedit and her companions noticed Su Luo's pallor. "Su Luo, why do you look so pale?" Lu Yuni asked, concern etched on her face as she gazed up at him. "Indeed. We have never seen you looking this unwell," Manhwaedit chimed in with worry. "Su Luo, are you injured?" Manhwaedit began to examine him closely. "No. I merely experienced significant fatigue and am a bit hungry. A little food will suffice," he reassured them, waving his hand to dismiss their concerns. "Hungry? That makes sense. Defeating a level 6 exotic beast is indeed taxing. Let us prepare something for you to eat," Lu Yuni suggested, taking the hands of her 2 sisters as they headed to start a fire for cooking. Upon hearing this, Su Luo smiled knowingly and refrained from further comment. He turned to gaze at Li Qingtian and the other 3, only to suddenly notice a peculiar expression on Li Qingtian's face. "Captain Li, what troubles you?" Su Luo inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Li Qingtian, in response, offered a wry smile. Turning his gaze towards Wu Hao, he observed him with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Witnessing Wu Hao in such a state, Li Qingtian couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He then looked back at Su Luo and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, merely astonishment at your prowess. To defeat a 6th-level beast with a mere transformation realm body, you are truly one of a kind in this world." Su Luo smiled faintly, choosing not to respond with false modesty. After all, the truth was as it stood. "Captain Li, you and your team must not have eaten yet. Allow me to invite you all to share a meal with us," Su Luo proposed. Li Qingtian immediately nodded in agreement, as they indeed had not dined and their stomachs were beginning to grumble. Over the crackling fire, a delicious porridge made with salted meat simmered. The 8 of them gathered around the fire, using discarded tents as makeshift cushions, engaging in conversation. Chao Yuer and Manhwaedit sat together, growing increasingly familiar, even adding each other as friends. Noticing that the porridge was ready, Su Luo promptly served each person a bowl, paired with their own provisions. It was quite a satisfactory meal in the wilderness. As they ate, Li Qingtian glanced at Wu Hao before turning to Su Luo with a question. "Su Luo, do you have a girlfriend?" "No, why do you ask?" Su Luo replied, bewildered. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing serious. I was merely curious about the type of girl that someone with your extraordinary talents would be drawn to." Li Qingtian chuckled. Upon hearing this, Su Luo fell into contemplation. As Su Luo lapsed into silence, the 3 girls, Manhwaedit, and Lu Yuni, simultaneously lost interest in their previous chatter, focusing intently on the next words Su Luo might utter. Wu Hao turned his gaze towards Lu Yuni, noticing her eyes fixed on Su Luo, her entire being tense. Fingers gripping tightly, as if awaiting a pivotal moment. Witnessing this scene, Wu Hao's face paled, and a chill coursed through him, akin to plunging into the depths of despair. At that moment, he recognized the nature of her gaze. It was filled with affection and admiration. Reaching this juncture, he had to concede that the girl he secretly adored had long since given her heart to another. After being single for so long, he finally found a girl he liked, only to have fate intervene unexpectedly. The overwhelming blow caused Wu Hao to drop his bowl of porridge, which shattered upon hitting the ground. The sound of the breaking bowl immediately drew everyone's attention. "Wu Hao, what's wrong?" Xiao Yuer exclaimed, surprised to see the usually composed Wu Hao shatter a bowl. Qian Xing, sitting beside Wu Hao, observed his expression that seemed to signal the end of the world and shook his head in exasperation, offering Wu Hao a few tissues. Wu Hao numbly accepted the tissues, forcing a smile. "Haha, I'm just a bit dizzy, probably coming down with a cold. I think I'll set up my tent and rest for a while." He quickly cleaned up the broken pieces and walked to a nearby clearing to pitch his tent. After this brief interlude, Li Qingtian continued, "Su Luo, you haven't answered my earlier question. What type of girl do you like?" "To be honest, I don't quite know," Su Luo replied with a wry smile. "Due to family circumstances, I have been somewhat withdrawn throughout my life, and I have hardly spoken to any girls. The only exception was a girl I befriended in elementary school when I was around 7 or 8, but she transferred schools within a couple of years, and I can hardly recall her appearance now. Since then, I have had no female friends until I fortuitously became friends with the 3 of them in my senior year of high school, and we all ended up attending the same university. So, when you ask what type of girl I like, I truly find myself at a loss for words." Su Luo expressed his frustration. Li Qingtian, upon hearing this, waved his hand dramatically, gesturing to the 4 girls present. "Su Luo, if you can't answer a question, then allow me to present you with a choice. Among these 4, whom do you find most captivating?" His light-hearted remark resonated in the minds of the 4 girls like a thunderclap, jolting them from their brief stupor. They straightened slightly, adopting a modest demeanor, appearing oblivious to the external world, yet their rapidly beating hearts betrayed their facade of calm. Su Luo, upon hearing the question, also momentarily faltered but quickly regained his composure. He turned to the seemingly composed girls, and then back to Li Qingtian, admonishing him in a slightly irritated tone, "Captain Li, girls are not mere objects to be chosen at will. I hope you will show respect to both my teammates and yours." Li Qingtian, caught off guard by Su Luo's words, chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. "I apologize for my thoughtless jest. It was merely a joke. You should not apologize to me. Rather, you owe them an apology," Su Luo asserted, pointing towards the 4 girls nearby. "Ah, yes. My apologies, lovely ladies. I should not have made such a jest," Li Qingtian said sheepishly. The 4 girls smiled and shook their heads, signaling that it was no trouble at all. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the disappointment reflected in the other's eyes, yet they felt comforted by Su Luo's respect for them. Seeing Li Qingtian willing to humble himself in apology, Su Luo silently nodded in approval of his character, before returning to a calm demeanor. "Captain Li, the principal of Qixin University, is one of the 3 supreme beings. Wu Chongxiao, correct?" Li Qingtian nodded proudly. "Indeed, that is correct. Wu Chongxiao possesses an SSS-level ability, the god of weapons, proficient in all forms of weaponry, and has created countless martial arts manuals. All the techniques our team practices were personally crafted by Principal Wu." At this point, Li Qingtian turned to Lu Yuni. "If I recall correctly, your ability is an A-grade talent, a master of the sword. If you are in search of any swordsmanship manuals, we can help you find some when we return to school. While our university may not have an abundance of other types of manuals, we surely have plenty related to weaponry that would suit you." Lu Yuni, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hands. No need. Captain Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a manual I favor." "Oh, that's good to hear," Li Qingtian nodded in response. Time slipped by swiftly. Throughout their casual conversation, they had unwittingly lost track of the hour, and before long, night had fallen. The group rose to return to their respective tents. Li Qingtian and Qian Xing, concerned for Wu Hao, walked directly to his tent. They unzipped the flap to find Wu Hao lying quietly inside, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. The 2 entered the tent and sat beside him. "Haozi, what are you pondering so deeply? Share with us," Qian Xing asked with a broad grin, teasingly. Wu Hao glanced at Qian Xing with a look of disdain, ignoring his irritating comments, and sank back into his own thoughts. Li Qingtian, ever the capable leader, shook his head in exasperation, a mixture of amusement and disbelief, and gently urged Wu Hao to rise and engage with them. After all, it must be stifling to keep everything bottled up. "Wu Hao, get up. If you have any thoughts, share them with me." Wu Hao, inclined to heed Li Qingtian's words, propped himself up on the ground. "You too, be honest with me. Am I really that cowardly, too timid even to ask for a contact number?" He gazed earnestly at Li Qingtian and Qian Xing. Upon hearing this, Qian Xing placed a comforting hand on Wu Hao's shoulder and sighed, speaking with a tone of sympathy. "To be frank, you and Su Luo are not on equal footing. One is the most extraordinary genius in history, while the other is merely a pitiful soul consumed by self-doubt. Wu Hao, your timidity is not your fault. Your opponent is simply too formidable. The moment Wu Hao absorbed these words, he clutched his chest in anguish, deflating like a punctured balloon, and lay back down, cocooning himself in his clothing. You both should leave. I crave solitude. Observing this situation, Li Qingtian could no longer restrain himself and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Qianxing's head, chastising the incautious braggart. Although Qianxing's words held truth, the directness of his delivery left much to be desired. Clearing his throat, Li Qingtian said, "Cough, cough, Wu Hao. Do not rush to dismiss yourself. In my view, you possess opportunities yet untapped." Wu Hao sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with intrigue. "Really? Do you think I still have a chance?" Li Qingtian nodded confidently. "Of course. Consider this, a prodigious talent like Su Luo, with his rapid advancement, will only continue to widen the gap between you. Meanwhile, Lu Yunyi's powers are merely of the A grade, which will only serve to distance her further from Su Luo until she is entirely eclipsed. This is when you make your entrance, a serendipitous encounter, gradually weaving into her life, leading to affection blossoming between you two." Li Qingtian's words illuminated Wu Hao's face with hope. Yes, Captain, you are absolutely correct. However, Qianxing frowned, expressing his dissent. "I can't shake the feeling that Su Luo is not the type to abandon his friends. I trust his character implicitly. The principle of one ascending while others are left behind is well known. Even if Su Luo distances himself from Lu Yuni, with his assistance, her status should remain substantial." Qianxing continued to speak, oblivious to the warning glances Li Qingtian cast his way. "You truly are a master at dismantling morale. Surely he understands this principle. He simply does not wish for Wu Hao to languish in despair. Is it not better to offer him a glimmer of hope to sustain him?" At last, Li Qingtian could no longer contain his frustration and landed a punch in Qianxing's abdomen, silencing the incessant chatter of the one who thrived on tearing down others. "Wu Hao, disregard Qianxing's nonsense. Trust my words, for I never deceive. What you need most right now is time. Time to train, time to live well. I believe that soon enough, you will achieve the results you desire." In that moment, Wu Hao, under Li Qingtian's fervent encouragement, felt a surge of determination ignite within him. "I will absolutely wait patiently." Meanwhile, upon returning to his tent, Su Luo eagerly retrieved the 6th-level crystal core. "Su Tong, behold my greatest secret," he declared, fixating on the crystal core as he mentally recited its significance. Su Tong, piqued by Su Luo's cryptic words, perked up in curiosity. Su Luo summoned his devil fruit tree and, with a swift motion, fed the 6th-level crystal core to it. Su Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something remarkable. Mere seconds later, the devil fruit tree bore a vibrant purple devil fruit. Chapter 55, the 6th devil fruit. This is the dark fruit. The dark fruit, one of the devil fruits of the infamous Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Although classified as a natural fruit, it could not transform into an elemental form. Touching others with it would nullify their abilities. Once consumed, it could not evade damage like other natural types. Instead, it would absorb it, rendering the pain felt by its user more acute than that of an average person. When activating its powers, the user's hands would turn black, and their body would emit dark smoke, allowing them to consume everything that came into contact with darkness and compress and shatter it with immeasurable force. The abilities of the dark fruit are exceptionally malevolent. After consuming this devil fruit, Blackbeard's power soared, swiftly securing his position as a monarch of the seas. The dark fruit. It truly is the dark fruit. Su Luo carefully plucked it from the tree, cradling it in his hands, still struggling to believe his fortune. Su Tong, perplexed, gazed at the fruit with intrigue. What an unusual fruit. What an extraordinary ability. In the memories of my ancestors, there has never been a fruit with such powers. Su Luo, what is this fruit's purpose? This is the dark fruit. Consuming it will awaken the dark power of devouring all things within me. As soon as Su Luo uttered these words, he eagerly took several bites of the dark fruit. Not long after, wisps of black smoke began to rise from Su Luo's form, signaling the successful awakening of his dark power. He gazed at his hands, now enveloped in swirling black smoke, suppressing his inner excitement. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, propelling him from the 9th stage of the transcendence realm to the 3rd stage of the supernatural realm. The overwhelming force of this breakthrough attracted the attention of those nearby, who peered out from their tents, seeking the source of this energy. As they traced the energy back to Su Luo's tent, clarity washed over them. Indeed, he is the most extraordinary genius in history, having achieved yet another breakthrough. All they could do was envy him, shaking their heads and lament for the unfairness of fate before retreating back into their abodes. I have advanced to the 3rd stage of the supernatural realm. Su Luo marveled at his own body, feeling that he had become more than 10 times stronger than before. Faced with the 6th-level Toad King, he felt confident he could defeat it in mere moments, leaving it no chance to escape. Upon returning, he pondered whether the colossal illusions within the illusion tower would still be able to hinder him. A fierce resolve ignited within Su Luo's gaze, as thoughts of his previous self, who couldn't even withstand a defense, filled him with indignation. Su Tong watched in awe as Su Luo's strength surged, feeling a wave of exhilaration. Due to their symbiotic relationship, as Su Luo grew stronger, so too did it. Su Luo's recent breakthrough to the supernatural realm brought it considerable benefits as well. Firstly, its vitality had increased significantly, allowing it to live longer. Secondly, the enhancement of its mental strength transformed it from a powerless insect into a being capable of defending itself against foes. Yet, it remained astonished at the sheer magnitude of Su Luo's incredible abilities. Su Luo, were you born with this power? Su Tong queried, utterly bewildered. Well, something like that. Su Luo replied after a moment of contemplation. The devil fruit tree was indeed the innate ability he awakened, though in his previous life, he had not understood how to wield it. And what about your other powers? Did you awaken them by consuming the fruits produced by this tree? Su Tong inquired. Indeed. At the outset, my extraordinary ability was confined to this fruit tree, responded Su Luo. Su Tong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In the annals of my inherited memories, I have never encountered such a capability. A fruit tree that appears unremarkable can bear fruit imbued with miraculous powers. Consuming these fruits may awaken corresponding abilities, truly a force to be reckoned with. Su Luo, you must ensure to have many children in this lifetime. At least hundreds, or even thousands. Such a phenomenal ability cannot become extinct with you, Su Tong stated with utmost seriousness. Su Luo's expression darkened at her words. This little creature, in the midst of their conversation, had begun to speak rather frivolously. Nevertheless, this question warranted contemplation. Would such an ability be hereditary? If it could indeed be passed down, his progeny would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, the likelihood of inheritance seemed rather slim. Take his master, Manhwaaudiobook, for instance. In a fervent attempt to pass on his abilities, he fathered numerous children, yet after all these years, none of his descendants had awakened the power to transform into a giant. This illustrates the challenge of transmitting potent abilities. Could you refrain from being so preoccupied with my future offspring? Su Luo remarked in an exasperated tone. But isn't the propagation of descendants a fundamental instinct of life? Su Tong replied with conviction. Especially for beings like us, endowed with such formidable talents, it would be a tragedy to face extinction. Su Luo silently nodded in agreement. Then curiously inquired, by the way, Su Tong, how does your clan, the Tongchong, reproduce? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Tong responded, according to my inherited memories, our methods of reproduction are not dissimilar to those of ordinary creatures, mating, laying eggs, and hatching. However, I am still in my juvenile stage and have yet to mature. It will take at least another century before I can bear offspring. A century to mature? What is your average lifespan? Su Luo asked, astonished. The longevity of our Tongchong clan primarily depends on the realm of our symbiotic partner. The higher the realm of the partner, the longer our lifespan. There are Tongchong who have lived for tens of thousands of years amidst the boundless cosmos, Su Tong declared proudly. Tens of thousands of years. That would indeed make one an ancient being, Su Luo exclaimed, his eyes widening in awe. The vast and limitless universe holds endless possibilities. Do not be so uninformed. Su Tong replied, sounding rather sage. Take, for instance, the immortal cicada, one of the 7 great demonic insects of the starry sky. Their lineage is naturally endowed with immortality. They only cease to exist when faced with cataclysmic events that obliterate their very essence. Listening to Su Tong's account, a fervent desire ignited within Su Luo. He was determined to venture into that vast cosmos and carve out his own tale. Suddenly, he remembered the blue orb, hastily extracting it from his pocket. He closely examined it while asking, Su Tong, what is the specific use of this object? Upon seeing the orb once more, Su Tong was once again filled with admiration. The worth of this item is truly incalculable on this planet. Who would have thought it was successfully condensed by a mere frog? This indicates the frog's remarkable talent. Though regrettably limited by its species constraints, otherwise, it could have achieved even greater heights. The orb contains a trace of the weak water principle, making it a rare treasure. Take the time to experience it. It will aid you in grasping the power of the principles, which will be beneficial when you awaken the true laws in the future. The most crucial aspect, Su Tong added in a grave tone, is that in times of crisis, this object may very well save your life. Even though the orb contains only a minuscule hint of the invisible power of the laws, its influence over the abilities on your planet is undeniable. Therefore, safeguard it well. Upon hearing of the orb's profound utility, Su Luo's face lit up with joy. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he gazed at the translucent orb that radiated an extraordinary glow. I shall name you Water Pearl. A serene night swiftly passed, and dawn broke, heralding the sun's ascent. However, the beast continent seemed to be under some bizarre enchantment. The previous day's balmy weather had transformed overnight into a frigid chill, plummeting to below 10 degrees Celsius. None of the group awoke naturally. They were all roused by the sudden drop in temperature. Achoo! Su Luo sneezed violently as he came to. He promptly sat up from his mat, retrieved his belongings, and donned the thick winter coat he had prepared. This cursed weather on the beast continent is truly treacherous. I cannot fathom how the beasts residing here manage to adapt, he mused, fully awake after the cold shock. Upon unzipping the tent, he was greeted by a sea of white. It snowed. Su Luo stepped out, astonished by the wintry spectacle. Outside, the landscape was draped in silver. The once verdant forest was now cloaked in snow. Snowflakes continued to drift down from the sky, and the expansive green lake ahead was entirely frozen, encased in a thick layer of ice. This cold. Stay close to me, he thought, shaking his head to rid his mind of errant thoughts. Bundled in his heavy coat, he set out to kindle a campfire. In such weather, a warm bowl of soup was essential to stave off the chill. Soon, the enticing aroma of the simmering soup wafted through the air, rousing the others from their tents, who gathered around the fire with their bowls in hand. Su Luo ladled soup into each bowl, and it was undeniable that, in such frigid conditions, a sip of hot soup was an exquisite comfort. Ah, how delightful. Thank you, Su Luo, for rising so early to prepare soup for us. Li Qingtian expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he savored the warmth. No need for thanks. There's plenty left in the pot, Su Luo replied, gesturing towards the cauldron. At that moment, Su Tong's voice echoed in Su Luo's mind. Su Luo, a massive clash among beasts is unfolding. What? Su Luo exclaimed, immediately scanning the surroundings, only to find tranquility devoid of any sign of conflict. Where? I don't see anything, he asked, bewildered. Quite a distance away, but my enhanced mental acuity allows me to detect it. I estimate there are over 3,000 beasts engaged. Su Tong asserted confidently. 3,000. Su Luo's lips curled into a smile, excitement flickering in his eyes. If they could handle these 3,000 beasts, their expedition would yield tremendous rewards, with ample surplus as well. However, a frown creased his brow as he glanced at Li Qingtian and the others, who were relishing their meal. Having advanced to the third tier of the transcendental realm, his power had expanded exponentially. He was confident that the four of them could swiftly manage the 3,000 beasts. Yet, should he allow them to partake in the spoils? Human nature tends toward selfishness. It was only natural that he wished to retain as much of the bounty for himself. Moreover, if the others joined in, would the rewards be sufficient for Shen Huayue and the others to acquire the coveted scrolls? It was truly a dilemma. However, upon further reflection, they were merely some crystal cores. What harm would it be to share a portion with them? If it proved insufficient, they could always seek out other beast clans. Resolute in his decision, he turned to Li Qingtian beside him. Captain Li, I have detected with my spiritual energy that several groups of exotic beasts are engaged in fierce combat nearby. Why not join us? There may be significant rewards to reap. The others looked around, sensing the stillness in the air. Yet, they harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of this matter. They trusted that Su Luo would not jest about such things. Wu Hao, Qin Xing, and Xiao Yuer were greatly intrigued, but their participation hinged on their captain's choice. Li Qingtian, having regained his composure, fell into deep contemplation, visibly torn. In the wilderness, the willingness to share benefits with outsiders reflected Su Luo's magnanimity and open-mindedness. He too was tempted, yet it felt somewhat inappropriate for their quartet to partake in the spoils discovered by Su Luo. Su Luo, this is your quarry. It seems a bit improper for us to share in it, Li Qingtian remarked with a wry smile, clearly conflicted. It's nothing of great consequence, merely some crystal cores. Come now, make a decision, Su Luo replied with an air of confidence. Li Qingtian furrowed his brow, glancing at his three teammates, who were equally eager. Very well. We shall go, but the crystal cores we acquire will be divided 6-4, with us taking the latter. Agreed. Let us hasten and prepare for departure, Su Luo commanded, and the group promptly returned to their respective tents to gather their belongings. Before long, all preparations were complete. Su Luo took to the skies, leading the way, while the 7 others hurried to keep up. It wasn't long before their bodies warmed from the exertion. They pressed onward at full speed for over 2 hours until finally, Su Luo came to a halt at the edge of a cliff. Bending slightly, he gestured for those behind him to crouch as well. The group crawled forward to join Su Luo, and were instantly taken aback by the scene below the cliff. The ground was littered with the corpses of exotic beasts, blood staining the snow beneath, creating an unsettling sight. Not far from the cliff, 3 clans of exotic beasts were embroiled in a fierce battle, numbering at least 3,000. Su Luo's earlier words rang true. Most of the beasts were of 2nd tier or higher. 1st tier beasts had no chance of participating in such a grand conflict. The spike-scaled giant python, the iron-armored violent bear, the crimson fire-red ape. Why are these seemingly unrelated clans clashing? Shen Huayue inquired, perplexed. Su Luo surveyed the bodies below and ventured a conjecture. It must be due to this unexpected snowfall. Both the iron-armored violent bear and the spike-scaled giant python belong to species that require hibernation. The sudden arrival of snow has left them without sufficient food reserves, forcing them to target other beast clans. Coincidentally, while searching for sustenance, they encountered the crimson fire-red ape clan, igniting this fierce conflict. Observe the corpses of the crimson fire-red apes. They bear numerous bite marks, indicating that both clans are likely at the brink of starvation. Chapter 57. The Fisherman's Gain. Upon hearing Su Luo's analysis, everyone expressed their agreement with nods of understanding. Su Luo, Shall we simply wait here and reap the benefits like fishermen? Shun Huayu suggested with a mischievous grin. In response, Su Luo clapped his hands in approval. Clever. We shall bide our time until all three clans are utterly exhausted. Then, we will strike when they least expect it. The group nodded in unison, their focus intensifying as they observed the three clans below, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to act. Time flew by, and an hour later, the three beast clans below had grown increasingly weary from their relentless battle. Clearly, it was now their moment to act. The iron-armored Violent Bear clan had 3 fifth-tier beasts. The spike-scaled Giant Python clan had 2 fifth-tier beasts, and the Crimson Fire Red Ape clan also had 2 fifth-tier beasts. All fifth-tier beasts shall be mine, while my 3 teammates will handle the third-tier ones. The fourth-tier beasts are all yours. Is there any dissent? Su Luo organized the plan and looked around at the group. Seeking their approval, everyone nodded in agreement, signaling their acceptance of the arrangement. Excellent. Su Luo raised his hand lightly, and an invisible, transparent shield suddenly enveloped them. This shield would mitigate some damage, but not entirely block it. Everyone, please exercise caution. Now, let us commence our operation. As Su Luo's words faded, he took flight, wings unfurling as he soared into action. The others followed suit, leaping from the cliff and using the slope to descend smoothly. They charged toward the 3 beast clans before them. Li Qingtian and his companions, having teamed up for a year, displayed remarkable synergy in their hunt for exotic beasts. Li Qingtian forged ahead like a streak of golden light, confronting a weary 4th-tier iron-armored Violent Bear and driving his weapon through it with a single thrust. Qian Xing readied his bow, launching arrows with precision. Zhao Yuer, with a flick of her hands, produced several throwing knives from seemingly nowhere. The arrows and knives struck simultaneously at the iron-armored Violent Bear, with the arrows piercing its heart and the knives finding their mark in its eyes. Finally, Wu Hao leapt forward, wielding his large blade with deadly intent, cleaving the iron-armored Violent Bear in two with a single, decisive strike. Their teamwork was seamless, allowing them to dispatch a 4th-tier beast with minimal exertion, swiftly claiming their prize. Meanwhile, Shun Huayue and her 2 companions also executed their strategy effectively. Shun Huayue focused on area attacks, conjuring a tornado that rendered the beasts powerless and unable to move. Lu Yuni was tasked with finishing off the weakened foes, dispatching a 3rd-tier beast with a single stroke. Though it required some effort, with Shun Huayu providing continuous rejuvenation spells, they faced no concerns. Su Luo positioned himself at the center of the battlefield, where the 5th-tier beasts from the 3 clans were clashing. At this moment, several 5th-tier beasts from the clans appeared fatigued and were taking a brief respite, casually consuming the carcasses of other exotic beasts nearby. However, the 2 5th-tier beasts from the Crimson Fire Red Ape clan refrained from partaking in the bloodied remains on the ground. Su Luo's silent approach instilled a sense of unease in the 5th-tier beasts, a bad premonition rising within them. Roar! The 3 irritable iron-armored Violent Bears could no longer contain themselves, roaring fiercely at Su Luo, as if to assert their dominance. In response, Su Luo's gaze turned icy, and a mocking smile crept across his lips. Let us see how my current strength measures against you 3 foolish bears. Gravity domain, Su Luo declared, raising his right hand, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow. Suddenly, a vast purple gravity field materialized in the sky, crashing down upon the 3 iron-armored Violent Bears with a thunderous boom. In an instant, the 3 bears vanished without a trace, along with the ground beneath them. Looking up, one could see that the 3 iron-armored Violent Bears had been forced deep underground, buried dozens of meters below the surface, as still as stones, their fates uncertain. This astonishing scene sent shivers down the spines of the 2 spike-scaled giant pythons and the 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes, leaving them utterly aghast. The 3 iron-armored Violent Bears, though lacking in intellect, possessed formidable strength. In the face of a 4-on-3 assault, they held their ground, even exhibiting a subtle dominance. Yet, at that moment, they were swiftly vanquished by the seemingly insignificant human before them, leaving them utterly defenseless and filled with dread. 2 spike-scaled giant pythons exchanged glances and, perceiving the futility of the situation, turned tail and fled. In their eyes, there was no point in engaging a battle they could not win. Despite their lack of legs, the pythons slithered away with remarkable speed, disappearing several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. However, Su Luo was determined not to let the precious crystal cores escape his grasp. With tendrils of black smoke emanating from his body, he bellowed, "Dark Sea." Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, a tumultuous wave of darkness surged forth, akin to a tsunami, charging towards the 2 fleeing pythons. Though cold-blooded creatures, the pythons suddenly felt an icy chill coursing through them. Unable to resist, they glanced back, but before they could discern the nature of the encroaching darkness, they were consumed by the Dark Sea. Su Luo smirked disdainfully, retracting the Dark Sea with a mere flick of his wrist, only to find that 2 5th-level crystal cores had mysteriously materialized in his hand. It was evident that these 2 cores belonged to the spike-scaled giant pythons. In the instant they were engulfed by the Dark Sea, their flesh had been stripped away, leaving only what Su Luo sought. Witnessing this spectacle, The two Crimson Fire Monkeys were so terrified that they nearly soiled themselves. They immediately dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy, babbling incoherently. Just as Su Luo raised his hand to slay the two monkeys and claim their cores, he was halted by Su Tong. Wait, Su Luo. Let me hear what they have to say. Surprised, Su Luo wondered how Su Tong could understand the speech of these strange beasts. Without further inquiry, he gradually lowered his hand, awaiting her translation. After a prolonged moment of chattering, the two monkeys finally ceased their vocalizations and gazed expectantly at Su Luo, who felt a bit uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. What did they say, Su Tong? He inquired impatiently. After a brief contemplation, Su Tong began, Su Luo. They claim that their tribe has never harmed humans. In fact, they have assisted humans on several occasions and hope you will spare them. If you release them, they will offer you treasures passed down through their lineage. Their tribe has never harmed humans? They've helped humans? Su Luo narrowed his eyes. Skepticism etched on his face as he regarded the two Crimson Fire Monkeys. Su Luo, my mental energy allows me to perceive the emotional fluctuations of others. I can assure you, they are not lying, Su Tong replied confidently. Oh, very well then. Although I shall forfeit 2 5th-level crystal cores, I will spare their lives in light of their past assistance to humanity. With that, Su Luo sheathed his combat intent and turned to his companions. Chapter 58. Distribution of Spoils, the Inherited Treasures of the Crimson Fire Monkey Tribe. Everyone, do not hunt the Crimson Fire Monkeys. Focus solely on the iron-armored violent bears and spike-scaled giant pythons. Upon hearing this, the group halted their actions, casting bewildered glances at Su Luo. Observing their confusion, he declared emphatically, simply follow my instructions. The Crimson Fire Monkeys will not harm you. Complying with Su Luo's command, the others refrained from attacking the monkeys. The Crimson Fire Monkeys indeed posed no threat, which intrigued the group, as they had never encountered beasts that did not wish to harm humans. Su Luo descended slowly into the pit, approaching the 3 iron-armored violent bears. The bears, bleeding from their orifices and with ruptured eyes, were still gasping for breath. Their vitality remarkably tenacious. Unable to witness their suffering any longer, Su Luo summoned the dark sea once more. Swiftly engulfing the 3 bears and leaving only their crystal cores behind, he then ascended gradually, moving towards the 2 Crimson Fire Monkeys. With obsequious smiles, the monkeys bent low before him. What are the treasures of your tribe? Su Luo inquired. The monkeys immediately gestured, mimicking the act of drinking, indicating it was some sort of beverage. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that such a claimed treasure was unlikely to be mundane and might possess unexpected effects. Turning to his companions, he noted that the iron-armored violent bears and spike-scaled giant pythons had mostly been dealt with. Although many had escaped, the haul was still substantial. Just as Lu Yuni dispatched the last spike-scaled giant python, the operation reached a satisfactory conclusion. Su Luo waved his hand, and everyone gathered around him. They began to present the crystal cores they had acquired for distribution, following a 4-to-6 split. The total of 245 third-level crystal cores yielded 98 for them and 147 for the others. The 115 fourth-level crystal cores were divided into 46 for them and 69 for the others. Finally, the 5 fifth-level crystal cores were apportioned as 2 for them and 3 for the others. Is everyone in agreement with this distribution? Su Luo asked, meeting the gaze of his companions. With expressions of joy, they all shook their heads in agreement, showing no dissent. Very well, let it be so. Within mere minutes, the crystal cores were distributed among everyone. Should there be an uneven number of cores among the 4, the excess would rightfully belong to the captain. After all, a captain's role is not without its rewards. Shun Huayu, and Lu Yuni each received 36 third-level crystal cores and 17 fourth-level crystal cores. They decided against claiming the 3 fifth-level cores, leaving them entirely for Su Luo. The 4 members of Li Qingtian beamed with excitement at their 2 fifth-level cores, as their strength resided in the Transcendence realm, and they had yet to encounter the power to hunt 5th-level beasts. Encountering a formidable 4th-level beast could still spell disaster. They had not anticipated such a bounty from this venture. Indeed, it was a blessing to be sheltered beneath a great tree. Su Luo then turned to the 2 Crimson Fire Monkeys. Let us. At his command, the monkeys patted their shoulders, signaling for everyone to climb aboard. The onlookers hesitated, unsure whether to trust these beasts. Su Luo, with a confident smile, leaped onto the head of one of the monkeys. Come aboard, they dare not harm you. Reassured by Su Luo's words, the group set aside their reservations and climbed onto the shoulders of the 2 Crimson Fire Monkeys. With a mighty roar, the monkeys sprang into action, charging forth. The other Crimson Fire Monkeys on the battlefield, upon hearing the call of their leaders, rallied with renewed vigor and followed suit. Despite the fierce battle, many of the Crimson Fire Monkeys had survived, numbering no fewer than 800. As they raced together, they resembled a surging crimson tsunami, creating ripples across the snow-white forest. The stronghold of the Crimson Fire Monkey tribe lay not far away, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. Young first-level Crimson Fire Monkeys, eager to greet their leaders, halted in their tracks upon seeing the humans perched atop their heads and shoulders. The presence of these unknown humans rendered them cautious, leading them to stand aside and quietly part the way for their leaders to enter. 2 Crimson Fire Apes entered their tribal territory, resolutely continuing their journey toward the mountain's rear. Su Luo surveyed the surroundings of the Crimson Fire Apes' domain, casting a glance at the ground below. Indeed, there were no signs of human bones, only various types of berry seeds. It seemed that the Crimson Fire Ape clan subsisted on berries rather than feasting upon the flesh and blood of other races. In this land where it is often a matter of eat or be eaten, such a dietary habit appeared rather peculiar. Upon reaching the rear mountain, the 2 leader Crimson Fire Apes were greeted by a large group of first-tier Crimson Fire Apes, who immediately set aside their tasks to welcome them. The 2 leaders quickly waved their hands, signaling them to return to their work. Su Luo looked up and observed that this group of Crimson Fire Apes was busily crushing a type of red berry into a wooden barrel, then covering it with a stone slab, seemingly awaiting fermentation. Brewing wine. A strange thought flitted through Su Luo's mind. Could these extraordinary beasts truly know how to brew? With this question lingering, he gently patted the head of the Crimson Fire Ape beneath him. The creature understood, seizing a large wooden spoon and approaching a barrel to sniff at its contents. Confirming that fermentation had completed, it lifted the stone slab, revealing a deep red liquid within the barrel. The Crimson Fire Ape scooped a spoonful and presented it to Su Luo. He accepted the sizable spoon, inhaling the rich aroma of fruit wine that instantly invigorated his senses. Indeed, it was wine. The intelligence of these simian-like extraordinary beasts was evidently far superior to those creatures that knew only to consume. Su Luo murmured to himself. He took a sip, feeling the fruity wine slide down his throat, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Almost immediately, he sensed a sudden warmth coursing through his body, only to have the sensation swiftly dissipate. In that moment, Su Luo felt as if he had discovered something remarkable. He gazed at the fruit wine in the wooden spoon, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This wine, it seems to have slightly enhanced my physical constitution. Though the improvement was almost negligible, it was undeniably real. What a splendid discovery! Su Luo exclaimed, then turned his attention to Manhwaedit and the others below. You 3, catch this. Don't let it spill. With that, he tossed the wooden spoon to them. Manhwaedit raised her hand, conjuring a gentle breeze to catch the spoon, which was then deftly received by Lu Yuni. Chapter 59, The Dominant Effects of Fruit Wine. The 3, relying on their keen sense of smell, immediately recognized it as wine. Although surprised that extraordinary beasts could brew, their overwhelming curiosity compelled each of them to take a sip. The moment it touched their lips, they were met with a burst of fruity flavor. Once it settled in their stomachs, the wine's effects took hold almost instantaneously. They felt a warmth enveloping their bodies, their ears and cheeks flushing with heat. Before long, the internal warmth subsided. They distinctly sensed an enhancement in their physical constitution, with their muscles becoming remarkably resilient. The strengthening of their leg muscles particularly elevated their speed to a new level. The trio stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances, utterly astonished by the wine's formidable effects. Su Luo noted that their reactions were evidently more intense than his own. It appeared that this fruit wine elicited a stronger response from humans of lower ability levels, with even greater efficacy. Suddenly, a captivating thought struck Su Luo's mind. What if this wine were sold at school? Given his status as a principal, there should be little hindrance in vending such a product within the institution. Moreover, the allure of its effects would be irresistible to most. A comprehensive enhancement of one's physical constitution. Who could possibly resist such an offer? Even his master, Moto, would likely be extremely tempted. The more he pondered, the more promising this venture appeared, completely forgetting that 4 others were present. Li Qingtian and the others were intensely curious, yet, seeing Su Luo lost in thought, they refrained from interrupting him. When Su Luo snapped back to reality and noticed their gazes, he suddenly realized he had overlooked them. He gestured to another Crimson Fire Ape, instructing it to scoop a spoonful of fruit wine for Li Qingtian and his companions. Upon tasting it, they experienced the enhancement of their physical abilities. Astonished that such a miraculous substance existed in the world, Su Luo leaped down to the ground, observing him descend from the Crimson Fire Ape. The others dared not remain atop the creature and promptly dismounted, aware that the Crimson Fire Ape feared Su Luo, not them. Standing firmly on the ground, Su Luo gazed intently at the 2 Crimson Fire Apes, speaking in a calm and measured tone. What do you say to making a trade? The 2 Crimson Fire Apes exchanged puzzled glances. Though they understood the concept of trade, they were uncertain of Su Luo's intentions. They wondered what he had in mind. Su Luo, exuding confidence and pride, declared, I require a monthly supply of fruit wine from you. In exchange, I will provide protection for your tribe and assist in eliminating any nearby extraordinary beast clans that pose a threat to you. In essence, this entire forest will belong to your Crimson Fire Ape clan, and your obligation will be to supply me with fruit wine each month. How does that sound? The 2 Crimson Fire Apes exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by Su Luo's proposal. Their clan's survival was challenging, although they generally avoided conflict with other extraordinary beast clans. They could not escape the provocations from others. Each skirmish resulted in significant losses among their young and strong, causing them great distress. If the entire forest were theirs, it would significantly increase their numbers, potentially reaching tens of thousands in due time. However, if they agreed, would they not become mere tools for humans to produce wine? Their population might expand, but at the cost of their dignity. The two Crimson Fire apes furrowed their brows, deeply conflicted, before turning away to confer quietly, as if to deliberate thoroughly. Observing this, Su Luo revealed a mysterious smile. If they agreed, all would be well, leading to mutual harmony and satisfaction. If they refused, however, he would ensure an additional 2 level 5 crystal cores would be added to his spoils. Moments later, after deliberation, the two Crimson Fire apes turned back, prepared to speak, only to be met with the piercing glint in Su Luo's eyes. They had initially intended to reject his proposal, but after their discussion, they deemed their dignity more important. Without dignity, what was the point of such a vast territory? Yet, the chilling gaze from Su Luo instilled a profound fear within them. The words of refusal they wished to utter were forcefully silenced, trembling on their lips, no longer daring to voice them. They had no doubt that should they express a refusal, the next year's anniversary would mark their demise. Have you made your decision? Do you accept my proposal? Su Luo inquired, his pupils flashing with a dangerous violet light, yet his expression remained warm and inviting. Two Crimson Fire monkeys gazed at the smiling visage before them, trembling uncontrollably, as if they might lose consciousness and vanish entirely from this world at any moment. Horrific images of the 3 armored iron bears and 2 spike-scaled giant pythons flashed through their minds. Having been dispatched by this very human without leaving a trace of flesh or blood, the mere thought of potentially meeting a similar fate weighed heavily upon them. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, the 2 Crimson Fire monkeys prostrated themselves at Su Luo's feet, nodding in reluctant agreement. Ugh ugh, they communicated, indicating their consent to Su Luo. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's gloomy demeanor evaporated instantly, replaced by a booming laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems you two are quite wise after all. Let us make this a delightful arrangement. Supply me with a barrel of fruit wine each month, and I shall assist you in dealing with your formidable adversaries. Here's to our prosperous collaboration. With a beaming smile, Su Luo patted the shoulders of the 2 Crimson Fire monkeys. In response, the monkeys crafted a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, desperately attempting to appease Su Luo. After all, their lives depended on it. The others, witnessing this domineering side of Su Luo for the first time, felt a sense of novelty. After all, he had always exuded warmth in their presence, never displaying such a confrontational demeanor. How mischievous. Yet, it's not entirely unappealing, Lu Yuni remarked, stifling a chuckle, then glanced at Shenhuayu and Shenhuayu, seeking their opinions. They nodded in unison, wholeheartedly agreeing with Lu Yuni's sentiment. A man who is not slightly wicked is not appealing to women. Moreover, this concerns matters of significant benefit. They felt that refraining from using force to compel the Crimson Fire monkeys to brew wine for them was already a display of great mercy. Meanwhile, Li Qingtian and his 3 companions exchanged glances, none of them perceiving any impropriety in Su Luo's actions. If they were in his position, they too would undoubtedly pursue such enticing benefits. Chapter 60. May I have your contact information? In the subsequent 3 days, Su Luo led the group in searching the forest for beastly tribes that posed a threat to the Crimson Fire monkeys, while simultaneously hunting for crystal cores. The Crimson Fire monkeys were not idle either, working tirelessly to brew enough fruit wine to please Su Luo. Time passed swiftly, and before long, their supplies were nearly depleted. It was time to return. Li Qingtian and his companions had packed their belongings. Su Luo, and to the 3 lovely ladies, may our paths cross again. Li Qingtian said with a gentle smile as he slung his pack over his shoulder. Until we meet again. Su Luo nodded and shook Li Qingtian's hand. Huayu Yuni. Do not forget me. I shall send you a message. Chao Yuer stepped forward to embrace each of the 3, before engaging in hushed conversation. Qianxing, feeling bored, turned to his companion Wu Hao, who exhibited a resolute gaze, fists clenched, as if he had made a firm decision. If he missed this opportunity, he might never see her again. Regardless of the outcome, he wanted to take a chance. Li Qingtian's persuasive rhetoric could no longer deceive him. He refused to wait for an elusive hope alone. Taking a deep breath, he strode determinedly toward Lu Yuni. Seeing this, Qianxing shook his head with a sigh, seemingly having predicted the unfolding events, and immediately shifted into an observer's mindset. Li Qingtian felt a jolt of alarm at Wu Hao's actions, realizing he had failed to intervene. Su Luo looked at Wu Hao with confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Wu Hao approached the 4 girls, who were still engaged in quiet conversation. Summoning his courage, he locked eyes with Lu Yuni and said, Lu Yuni, may I have your contact information? As he uttered these words, Wu Hao's hands instinctively tightened, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The onlookers froze momentarily, quickly grasping Wu Hao's intentions. Shenhuayu, and Chao Yuer exchanged glances, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama, and quietly moved aside. Lu Yuni snapped back to reality, immediately comprehending Wu Hao's meaning. Although he merely requested contact information, it was evident to all that he harbored feelings for her. Why else would he disregard Shen Huayue and Shun Huayu's contact details in favor of hers? Though she had been confessed to before, she had resolutely rejected every suitor without exception. Yet, this time, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling flutter in her chest. She glanced sharply at Su Luo, only to find him smiling, entirely unperturbed. Su Luo's calm demeanor caused Lu Yuni to clench her fists in frustration, her teeth gritting in irritation. This insufferable blockhead. Even if he were expressionless, it would be better. Why is he smiling? Does he wish for me to provide my contact information to him? Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she directed her gaze back to Wu Hao, forcing a smile tinged with regret as she gently replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot give it to you." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his body jolting, his heart momentarily halting before dimming in despair. So, this was the inevitable outcome. After a prolonged silence, he managed to muster a faint smile toward Lu Yuni. "I understand. I may have been too forward. My apologies." He then turned away, head bowed, activating the spatial bracelet on his wrist. In an instant, a portal to the Instrumental God University opened before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hao stepped through. As he vanished from sight, the remaining trio of Li Qingtian knew it was time to bid farewell to this place. After Su Luo and his companions waved their goodbyes, Lu Yuni pouted and shot an exasperated glare at Su Luo. She then turned away in fury, heading toward the territory of the Crimson Fire Monkeys. Su Luo, perplexed, scratched his head, puzzled by Lu Yuni's evident animosity toward him. Shun Huayue and Shun Huayu exchanged sighs, gaining a new understanding of Su Luo's obliviousness. Upon returning to the territory of the Crimson Fire Monkeys, the two monkey leaders presented the 10 barrels of fruit wine they had prepared in advance. If bottled in human containers, it could easily fill thousands of bottles, sufficient for their current needs. "Marvelous. You managed to produce 10 barrels in such a short time. I shall return in 30 days. Next time, I require 20 barrels, so do not forget," Su Luo said, his tone gentle yet tinged with firmness. The two Crimson Fire Monkeys nodded earnestly, assuring him they would fulfill the task. Satisfied, Su Luo nodded in return. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy emanated from beneath his feet, engulfing the 10 barrels of fruit wine in an instant. When Su Luo retracted the dark energy, the barrels had vanished, absorbed into his shadowy domain. Shun Huayue and her companions stood agape, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Darkness? When did Su Luo acquire such power? They had never witnessed him employ this ominous ability before. During the entrance examination for abilities, he had concealed this skill, indicating he had yet to reveal his full potential. The realization sent shivers down their spines, simultaneously casting their gazes towards the man who had instilled fear in them, yet wore an expression of calm. The three enchanting ladies snapped out of their stupor. "Ladies, no time for dawdling. We must take our leave," Su Luo declared, revealing the spatial wristband upon her arm. At her words, the trio promptly regained their composure, dismissing any further thoughts. They would not speak of this outside. Since Su Luo wished to keep things under wraps, they would do so on her behalf. Activating the spatial wristband, a portal to another realm opened, and the four of them stepped through without hesitation. Upon witnessing Su Luo's disappearance, the two leaders of the Crimson Fire Monkeys could hardly contain their delight. For days, Su Luo's presence had loomed over them like a sharp sword, and now they could finally exhale in relief. They were overjoyed, almost bursting into celebrations. However, the thought that Su Luo would return in 30 days cast a shadow of dread over them. "My dear, shall we consider a mass migration? The pressure from that human is unbearable," one of the Crimson Fire Monkeys suggested, trembling at the prospect. "I concur. That human is far too dangerous. A moment's inattention could lead to our demise," the other monkey replied, echoing his sentiment. After much deliberation, the two Crimson Fire Monkeys resolved to migrate, determined to evade Su Luo and ensure she could never find them again. Just as they were about to inform their kin of this decision, a sudden pain surged through their chests, causing them to collapse helplessly to the ground, covered in sweat and gasping for breath. They were utterly perplexed by the source of their agony. Chapter 61, The Mark of Disrespect. After a bout of excruciating pain, they quickly returned to normal, as if the torment had never transpired. In a panic, they tore away their fur to reveal their chests, which were inexplicably covered in a dark energy emitted by Su Luo. This ominous energy was interspersed with strands of a greenish hue. "What is this?" The two Crimson Fire Monkeys were aghast, their hearts racing as they realized this was undoubtedly connected to Su Luo. Cautiously, they prodded the mass of energy on their chests, but it remained unresponsive. However, the moment they contemplated communicating their migration plan to their clan, the intense pain returned. As if the energy would strike at their hearts the instant they entertained any thoughts detrimental to Su Luo. After a few seconds, the pain subsided once more. The two monkeys, clutching their chests in anguish, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over them. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with tears. The despair of being so thoroughly ensnared by Su Luo prompted them to weep uncontrollably. Upon passing through the spatial portal and returning to school, Su Luo felt an inexplicable sensation, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. The dark energy mingled with the greenish hue was the mark he had crafted using dark water combined with the eternal phoenix's blue flame, which he aptly named the mark of disrespect. As the name suggests, any being upon whom Su Luo bestowed this mark would be unable to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards him, should they entertain notions harmful to him. The dark water would assault their hearts, inducing excruciating pain for several seconds. Yet, with the eternal phoenix's blue flame present, the afflicted would not perish. It would heal the damaged heart, restoring it as if the agony had never occurred. The two crimson fire monkeys, having undoubtedly experienced this heart-wrenching torment, would think twice before showing him any disrespect. As for when the mark of disrespect was instilled, let us not forget how fond he was of patting the shoulders of the crimson fire monkeys. In that moment, he had surreptitiously planted the mark, eluding detection. Seeing Su Luo standing there with a mischievous grin, Manhwaayue and the others were filled with curiosity. Su Luo, why are you so cheerful? Manhwaayue inquired inquisitively. Oh, it's nothing. This journey has been incredibly fruitful, thus I am quite elated, Su Luo replied with a smile. Hearing this, the three sisters couldn't help but smile, their faces lighting up with radiant joy. Each of them had made significant gains during this expedition. Su Luo had encountered the eye bug and formed a symbiotic relationship, acquiring a bug-level eye. He had also obtained the dark fruit, waterflower pearl, and a fruit wine that enhanced his physical constitution. Furthermore, he had utilized 34th level crystal cores to elevate the demon fruit tree from C grade to B grade, which would yield 3 additional demon fruits upon maturity. The three sisters had reached the 3rd tier of the noble realm in their abilities and successfully acquired crystal cores to purchase the first layer of coveted skill manuals. With diligent training, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Su Luo could personally attest to this. Without the 9 Heavens manual bestowed upon him by his master, he would have struggled to defeat the Toad King with a single punch, let alone harvest its 6th level crystal core. It was fair to say that the 9 Heavens manual had indirectly granted him the dark fruit. Su Luo, shall we head to the commercial district to buy manuals? Will you join us? Manhwaayue asked. No, I have urgent matters to discuss with Principal Moto. You 3 go ahead. Su Luo waved his hand in farewell. As Lu Yuni watched Su Luo's departing figure, she let out a huffy snort, turning away in apparent displeasure. Manhwaayue and Manhwaayue quickly followed suit, wrapping their arms around Lu Yuni in an attempt to lighten the mood with casual conversation. Su Luo soared to the base of the principal's building and made his way directly to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he overheard voices from within. Oldemo, who are we to each other? It's merely a student after all. What could you possibly gain from this? Dream on. That's not just any student. She is the adopted daughter of Inin and my most cherished disciple. You want me to hand her over? Only if I were to perish first. Ah, you old miser. Humph. Say what you will. Listening to the lively exchange, Su Luo surmised that the individual conversing with his master held a status equal to her own. There were only a few people in the world who could stand on equal footing with her. As their conversation grew more animated, Su Luo hesitated to interrupt and decided it best to return to his villa to rest before revisiting. Upon entering the villa, he found Yuzi on her knees, diligently cleaning the corners beneath the cabinets. Hearing the door open, she turned and, upon seeing Su Luo, her face brightened with a smile. She quickly stood, washed her hands, and rushed over to take Su Luo's luggage from him. Welcome home, Mr. Su Luo. She beamed. I'll prepare your bath first, then I'll start on dinner. Please rest for a moment, she said, hurrying upstairs with his belongings. Su Luo nodded in approval, appreciating her responsible demeanor. It puzzled him why someone like her would choose to become a maid. After sitting on the sofa and sipping some water, Yuzi soon returned downstairs. Mr. Su Luo, your bath is ready. I will go prepare your meal now. Su Luo smiled slightly and went upstairs to enjoy a bath. When he finished and descended, Yuzi had already prepared dinner. Once again savoring the culinary delights prepared by Yuzi, Su Luo felt that her culinary skills had significantly improved. Glancing at Yuzi beside her, he gestured for her to take a seat. Yuzi initially intended to decline, but upon meeting Su Luo's authoritative gaze, she swallowed her words of refusal and obediently settled down. Yuzi, having been here for several days, I have been meaning to ask you, as a young and beautiful girl, why have you chosen to work here as a maid? Su Luo inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this question, the smile on Yuzi's face instantly vanished, and she fell into contemplation. She feared that revealing the truth would lead Su Luo to look down upon her with a mere B-grade ability. The notion of advancing at the giant university by working as a maid seemed utterly fanciful, bordering on delusion. However, she had long prepared herself for the possibility of being underestimated. Taking a deep breath, she began to articulate the reasons behind her decision to become a maid. Once she finished speaking, she lowered her head, unable to meet Su Luo's gaze, terrified of detecting even a hint of pity or disdain in his eyes. Chapter 62. Good lad. I am proud of you. As Su Luo regarded Yuzi before him, a flicker of respect arose within him for this girl who was determined to grow stronger at any cost. Furthermore, he felt that Uz was indeed worthy of cultivation. Not only for her resolve to enhance her abilities, but also for her responsible attitude. Uz, I admire your determination to become stronger. Raise your head. There is no need for you to feel inferior. Upon hearing this, Uz abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Su Luo. Eager to discern whether his words stemmed from genuine compassion, Su Luo remained steadfast, his words devoid of any insincerity, and he did not shy away from her gaze. From now on, simply call me Su Luo. There is no need to add the title Mr. to it. Let us treat each other as equals, Su Luo stated earnestly. As Uz gazed into Su Luo's sincere eyes, a warm tide surged within her heart, eliciting tears that shimmered in her eyes as she turned away, unable to contain her emotions. With a choked voice, she replied, "All right." Once Uz had regained her composure, Su Luo curiously inquired, "Uz, what is your ability?" "A B-grade ability, Moonlight Rabbit," Uz replied softly. "Moonlight Rabbit? Is it the type that can only unleash its full power at night?" Su Luo asked uncertainly. "Indeed. My ability can only reach its full potential under the moonlight at night. During a full moon, I can exhibit strength comparable to that of a top-tier A-grade ability." Uz answered confidently. While it should be a commendable ability, the limitation of night renders it somewhat awkward. No wonder it is merely a B-grade ability," Su Luo remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Finishing their meal with efficiency, they promptly set off again towards the principal's office. Upon arriving at the door, Su Luo leaned in to listen, noting the absence of sound. "Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, it's Su Luo. May I come in?" "Come in." Su Luo pushed open the door to the principal's office. Ma was seated in the reception area, 2 teacups on the table indicating that another visitor had just departed. "Come. Sit down," Ma waved, gesturing for Su Luo to take a seat, secretly astonished at the rapid progress of this young man. Although he was deeply impressed, Ma's expression remained unchanged. If Su Luo chose not to speak of it, he would feign ignorance. As Su Luo settled down, Ma poured him a cup of tea. "Here, give it a try and see how it tastes." Su Luo raised the cup to his lips and, upon tasting it, was enveloped by the rich aroma of the tea, which was worlds apart from ordinary brews. "Delicious. This is undoubtedly fine tea," Su Luo praised without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, you have a discerning palate. This is tea brought by an old friend of mine. It is not something just anyone can enjoy," Mott boasted. Seeing this, a mysterious smile crept onto Su Luo's face. "Teacher, I also brought back some beverages for you to taste." Ma was momentarily taken aback. You returned to the human continent? But wait, weren't you out in the combat zone with your 3 women these past few days? Where did you obtain these beverages?" At this, Su Luo nearly choked on his hot tea. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. After about a violent coughing, he finally managed to calm down, thumping his chest a few times. Mott, witnessing this, patted Su Luo's back with a smile of understanding. As men, especially those of extraordinary talent like us, it is quite normal to engage in such matters. There is no need to feel shy. Upon hearing this, Su Luo hastily brushed aside Mott's reassuring hand. "Teacher, you misunderstand. We are merely friends and do not share any inappropriate relations." However, upon hearing Su Luo's denial, Mott's expression only grew more approving, nodding with pride. "You even know about inappropriate relations. Good lad. I am proud of you. From today onward, you will be my most esteemed disciple. No one else will do." Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly awkward, Su Luo chose to stop explaining and quickly shifted the topic. "Teacher, do you drink?" "I can drink, but I dislike the feeling of being inebriated," Mott replied. Upon hearing this, Su Luo waved his hand, summoning a barrel of fruit wine he had stored in his dark space. As a wooden barrel suddenly appeared before them, Mott's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Another ability beyond the 5 types? A spatial ability? Mott speculatively glanced at Su Luo, hoping for an explanation. "This is indeed an ability I have never displayed before in front of others. It possesses some characteristics of spatial abilities, but it can only store inanimate objects," Su Luo stated casually. Upon hearing that this was an ability he had never showcased before, Mott nearly felt himself faint with excitement. However, when Su Luo added that it could only store inanimate objects, Mott's exuberance diminished significantly. He had briefly entertained the notion that his disciple was another spatial ability user. Well, being able to store inanimate objects isn't so bad, Mott said with a hint of disappointment. Su Luo stood up, opened the barrel, and poured a cup of fruit wine, placing it before Mott. "Teacher, please." Mott smiled with satisfaction. He raised the cup to his nose, inhaling the rich, fruity aroma, then tilted his head back and downed the entire contents in one go. 5 minutes later, Mott stared at the empty cup, furrowing his brow in deep thought. "You mean to say that this drink, which can enhance physical constitution, is brewed by the Red Fire Monkey clan?" "Precisely," Su Luo affirmed confidently. Receiving Su Luo's confirmation once more, Mott was utterly astonished. Though the drink's effects were negligible for him, it would undoubtedly be highly enticing to lower-tier ability users. After all, who wouldn't want to enhance their physical constitution? "Teacher, you can see it for yourself. This is undoubtedly a substantial fortune," Su Luo declared with ambition. "What do you intend to do with it?" Mott inquired. Teacher, I will supply the product, and you will handle the distribution of this wine across the nation, including all ability universities, with profits split evenly between us. What do you think? Su Luo suggested with a smile. Indeed a commendable proposal. However, I am curious. What do you intend to do with such earnings? Maud asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Su Luo turned to gaze out at the campus, responding with fervent ambition. In the land of exotic beasts, I aspire to establish cities that belong to humanity, ensuring that my name is forever etched in the hearts of mankind. Manhwa gazed upon the ambitious Su Luo, overwhelmed with joy. What a spirited lad. So audacious and full of aspirations. Yet, as if struck by a fleeting thought, his expression shifted to one of melancholy. Once upon a time, I harbored such ambitions myself, yearning for my name to resonate throughout the world. It seems I have indeed achieved that now. Nevertheless, the nameless void within my heart often rouses me from slumber in the dead of night. Alas, if only I were not so renowned, like you. With a bit of a struggle ahead. Chapter 63, The Moonlight Scripture. First, listening to Manhwa's unabashed display of grandeur, Su Luo remained unfazed. As long as he refrained from engaging, Manhwa's pretentiousness would not affect him. Noticing Su Luo's lack of response, Manhwa feigned indifference, clearing his throat a few times. Ahem. Su Luo, seizing the moment, exclaimed, Master, you are truly remarkable. To have you as my mentor is indeed a blessing from my past life. Manhwa's lips curled into a subtle smile. Humility fosters progress. Refrain from uttering such phrases in the future. Raising his cup, he downed the remaining wine in one gulp. Disciple, what name do you wish to bestow upon this wine? Su Luo had already contemplated a name, Crimson Fire Wine. Excellent. I will reach out to some acquaintances in the coming days. Such a fine product will surely find a market, and I expect news shortly, Manhwa replied. Exiting the principal's office, he bypassed the villa and made his way directly to the commercial district, arriving at the area dedicated to the sale of scriptures. After perusing numerous tomes, he finally discovered one suitable for Yuzi's cultivation, the Moonlight Scripture. Author, unknown. Cultivation requirements. Moonlight ability user. An ability user drawing power from the moon. Cultivation effects. Enhances the practitioner's training speed and aids in comprehending techniques. Capable of absorbing lunar energy for personal storage, allowing full strength even during the day. However, caution is advised. If the lunar energy is depleted during daytime combat, one's fighting capacity will significantly diminish. Conclusion. If only there were only the moon in the world. Note. There is a probability of enhancing the quality of abilities during cultivation. Please do not be surprised. The scripture is divided into 5 tiers. First tier price, 50 tier, 3 crystals. Second tier price, 30 tier, 4 crystals. It appeared to be quite promising. After careful consideration, Su Luo decided to purchase the first tier of this scripture. Yuzi's ability level currently stood at the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm. The first tier would suffice. Upon returning to the villa, he found Yuzi diligently cleaning. Yuzi, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Su Luo beckoned from the sofa, inviting her to sit across from him. Yuzi felt a pang of anxiety, suspecting that Su Luo might be dismissing her. Observing her flustered demeanor, Su Luo poured her a glass of water and then produced the first tier of the Moonlight Scripture, placing it on the table between them. Upon seeing the title of the scripture, Yuzi's gaze was immediately captivated. Just the name suggested that this scripture was extraordinarily suitable for her cultivation. In disbelief, she looked up at Su Luo, pointing at the Moonlight Scripture before gesturing to herself. Su Luo smiled and nodded. This is a scripture I specifically selected for you. Its effects are perfectly aligned with your needs, allowing you to maintain peak combat effectiveness even during the day. Yuzi's eyes sparkled with desire as she reached out. But suddenly a thought struck her. There are no free lunches in this world. She looked up at Su Luo, her expression resolute, and asked, Su Luo, I do not believe in free gifts. Tell me, what do you wish for me to do? Su Luo responded with a mysterious smile. Witnessing this, Yuzi sighed deeply. Realizing she could not evade the situation, she promptly stood, shedding her outer-made attire in mere seconds, leaving only her delicate lace undergarments. Her fair skin glistened like moonlight under the illumination, her figure tall and slender, devoid of any excess flesh. While she appeared fragile, the contours of her waist revealed a commitment to fitness. At that moment, Yuzi buried her face, peeking shyly at the stunned Su Luo, and murmured, I am still a novice, please be gentle with me. Su Luo stood transfixed, eyes wide with astonishment, his heart racing. Regaining his composure, he shut his eyes, suppressing the surging flames of desire. Wiping away the drool, he reluctantly diverted his gaze. That is not what I meant. I wish for you to be my follower. You have made me quite flustered. At this, Yuzi felt as though struck by lightning, her face flushing, her body stiffening in place without a hint of movement. In mere seconds, her mind raced through her life experiences, questioning her actions. What was she doing? Exposing herself to whom? With such a meager allure. Who could she possibly entice? Thus, she spiraled into self-doubt. Su Luo sensed that the flames of desire were finally under control, and the dragon within him was subdued. Rising to his feet, He cast a sidelong glance, bent down, and draped the maid's outfit over Yuzi. I shall be upstairs. Take your time to contemplate this scripture. It will greatly aid you, and do not disappoint my expectations. As Su Luo ascended the first step, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Yuzi, still rooted in place. Do not doubt your allure. You possess a captivating charm. With that, he hurried up the stairs, leaving Yuzi to gather her thoughts. Once the door closed behind Su Luo, Yuzi slowly returned to the sofa, gazing at the scripture on the table. Suddenly, a faint smile tugged at her lips as she murmured, without any action, he claims I am charming. What a deceiver. Back in his room, Su Luo clutched his chest. Exhaling deeply, what is this girl consuming to grow up? Her figure is simply too alluring. I almost lost my composure. He first entered the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and then watched a couple of melodramatic episodes to divert his thoughts from the enticing vision. The next day, all that transpired seemed as if it had never happened. Everything felt splendid. Early in the morning, Yuzi informed Su Luo of her willingness to become his follower. Naturally, Su Luo was overjoyed and, in his excitement, poured her a glass of crimson fire wine. Seeing Su Luo serving her wine, Yuzi mistakenly assumed he intended to intoxicate her. Su Luo, given your kindness, I shall not resist whatever you wish, but why must you get me drunk? Is this your preference? She lifted the wine glass, regarding him with an odd gaze. Su Luo, upon meeting Yuzi's eyes, could only express his utter disbelief. Then adopting a stern demeanor, he declared, Little rabbit, spare me the chatter. Drink when I say so. If you refuse, I shall force it upon you. For reasons unknown. After the events of the previous night, Yuzi found herself trembling at Su Luo's domineering presence, an uncontrollable urge to submit to him rising within her. Ultimately, under Su Luo's insistence, Yuzi downed the wine in one go. After merely swallowing the drink, Yuzi was immediately taken aback by its astonishing effects. This cup of wine, it has remarkably enhanced my physical constitution. Chapter 64, Defeating the Giant Phantom, Top 10. How does it feel? Su Luo inquired with a cheerful smile. What an incredible beverage. It has nearly augmented my physical prowess by 10%. Yuzi exclaimed, gazing in wonder at the empty wine glass. Then looking up at Su Luo with eager eyes, clearly desiring another cup. Su Luo, ever generous, readily prepared another drink for Yuzi. Just 2 cups a day will suffice. Do not indulge too much, he cautioned gently. After consuming the fiery red wine once more, Yuzi's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a small apple, inciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Upon exiting the villa, Su Luo soared directly towards the training area. He intended to challenge the giant phantom in the illusionary tower once again, testing whether he could defeat it with his current abilities. As Su Luo flew past the villa district, a figure that had long lurked in the shadows emerged at that moment. Transcendent realm. Dreadful. How has he advanced so swiftly? Is he even human? The shadowy figure seethed. No more waiting. If I delay any longer, this fellow's strength will inevitably catch up to mine. I must take the risk and act. The figure pondered for a long time, casting a glance at Su Luo's villa. Soon, a circular black hole appeared behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Su Luo reached the illusionary tower, completed a simple registration, and entered. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar arena. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the sky, shattering the arena with a single blow. This time, Su Luo did not hesitate. He leaped into the air, flying straight towards the giant's head. As he flew, he released a gravitational field, which, while not inflicting significant damage, greatly diminished the giant's mobility, drastically slowing the speed of its punches. As Su Luo approached the giant's head, the creature opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of scalding steam. Su Luo promptly conjured a resilient shield to protect himself from the onslaught of steam. Then, with his right fist clenched, he unleashed the most powerful punch of his life. The force of vibration combined with the second layer of the 9 heavens. His fist struck forcefully at the giant's brow, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. Crack! Crack! Following that, the second layer of power surged forth. Boom! Boom! The tremendous force rendered the giant unable to maintain its balance, causing it to topple backward with a thunderous crash. To Su Luo's astonishment, a green light suddenly emanated from the giant, and it began to heal its injuries autonomously. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Su Luo furrowed his brow. He knew he could not afford to cease his assault, for if he did, the giant would surely regenerate. Resolutely diving down, he unleashed a flurry of punches that fell upon the giant like torrential rain, preventing it from recovering. Seeing that the giant was nearly subdued, Su Luo emanated a dark smoke, pressing his hand against the giant's body as he shouted, "Dark Sea." The pitch-black abyss spread from Su Luo's form, enveloping the giant below. As the giant was consumed by the Dark Sea, its once massive body began to shrink. Realizing this, Su Luo quickly grasped that he possessed the ability to weaken supernatural powers. In the anime, the user of the dark fruit could nullify the abilities of others through touch. In his case, he could diminish the powers of those with supernatural abilities through contact. The giant shrank to a certain extent before halting its reduction with his current strength. This was the limit of his weakening ability, but it was sufficient. With a powerful shockwave, Su Luo's fist struck down upon the weakened giant. In an instant, waves of intense shockwaves, intermingled with a tempestuous air current, surged outward, causing the giant's skin to rupture and blood to flow profusely. Congratulations, Tower Challenger. You have passed the 91st level. Do you wish to continue challenging the 92nd level? Continue. Su Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh. The scene shifted instantly. Opening his eyes, Su Luo found himself atop a city wall. Gazing outward, he beheld a vast plain, with a sprawling forest stretching to the horizon. Looking around, he found the area deserted, save for a faint tremor beneath his feet, signaling an impending unrest. Suddenly, the tremors intensified. As the first aberrant beast charged forth from the distant forest, a veritable tsunami of creatures followed, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. The cacophony of thousands of aberrant beasts sprinting caused the very city wall on which Su Luo stood to show signs of cracking. Fixing his gaze on the oncoming horde, he noted a mix of 6th grade and 1st grade aberrant beasts, a chaotic amalgamation of various types. Feeling a surge of fierce battle spirit, Su Luo leaped down from the city wall. Clenching his right fist, he struck the ground with great force. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar erupted. The earth trembled. Following the trajectory of Su Luo's punch, the ground cracked open with hundreds of fissures. The cracks spread like a spider web, causing the ground to crumble and dust to billow, reaching into the midst of the aberrant horde. Countless aberrant creatures were ensnared within the fissures, their anguished cries filling the air. Crack, crack. From within the fissures came the sound of shattering bones, as aberrant blood gushed forth, staining the earth red. Su Luo stood, gazing coldly at his handiwork, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. This was the true destructive power of the vibration force. Yet, the horde of aberrant beasts had not been entirely vanquished. The larger, soaring creatures continued to charge at him unabated. A flicker of purple light flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he raised both hands, then swung down with great force. A millionfold pressure. Whoosh. Boom. The overwhelming weight engulfed the area. The aberrant beasts charging towards Su Luo, whether airborne or terrestrial, all met their demise as their innards exploded under such immense pressure. Spewing blood as they collapsed lifelessly, the ground, which had been riddled with hundreds of fissures, became remarkably even under this heavy burden. Even so, from the distant forest, more aberrant beasts continued to spill forth, as if endless. As one wave was eradicated, the next swiftly followed. Su Luo welcomed them all. He would slay as many as came. Gradually, the quality and level of the aberrant beasts began to rise. A 7th grade aberrant beast emerged, the golden-scaled dragon. This 7th grade beast possessed the ability to speak, displaying intelligence akin to that of a human. It commanded the horde of aberrant creatures to mount several coordinated assaults against the city behind Su Luo. The golden-scaled dragon, undeterred, engaged Su Luo in fierce combat, leaving him little opportunity to deal with the other aberrant beasts, ultimately allowing a number of them to breach the city. Tower Challenger, it is with great regret that, due to the aberrant beasts invading the city, you have failed the challenge. Highest record, 91st level, ranked 6th in the school. Congratulations, Su Luo, for entering the top 10 challengers for the first time. Your name will appear on the top 10 leaderboard of the Tower Challengers. Please proceed to the front desk of the Illusionary Tower to claim your reward. In 3 seconds, you will automatically exit the Illusion Tower. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 65, The Extraterrestrial Race, The Soul Devourers. Upon hearing the voice announcement, Su Luo felt a twinge of helplessness. He was indeed overwhelmed, having allowed the beast to invade his home. This golden-scaled dragon possessed remarkable intelligence, opting not to confront him directly, but rather harassing him incessantly, leaving him unable to manage both threats simultaneously. However, he had managed to clear the 91st floor, astonishingly ascending to the 6th rank, evidently. Moto's giant illusion had impeded numerous challengers. Upon exiting the illusion tower, he arrived at the front desk. The guardian robot, upon spotting Su Luo, promptly retrieved a transparent small box from the cabinet before it, containing a shimmering dust of unknown origin. It then presented the box to Su Luo. Student Su Luo, this is your reward for breaking into the top 10 challengers. Su Luo accepted the small box, peering into its contents, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. What is this? A box of dirt? Is this the reward for making it to the top 10? At that moment, Su Tong's voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. I never imagined that someone from this backward planet would discover the remarkable use of this substance. Do you know what this is? Su Luo inquired, perplexed. Of course. With my ancestral memory, there is scarcely anything under this starry sky that I am unaware of, Su Tong replied with a hint of pride. Then do enlighten me. Su Luo implored eagerly. In the universe, there exists a universal currency known as starstones. Starstones are energy crystals formed from the convergence of stellar power. They contain energy that all beings can absorb, which is why they have become the universal currency throughout the cosmos. The powder you see here is called stardust, also derived from stellar energy. However, Its internal energy is inferior to that of star stones, classifying it as a lower-tier universal currency. But it can still be absorbed by living beings as energy. Su Luo gazed in astonishment at the small box of powder, realizing that it held considerable significance. How many levels do you estimate these powders could help me ascend? Su Luo asked. To be frank, Su Luo, I would not advise you to absorb the energy within it just yet, Su Tong replied without hesitation. Why not? Su Luo queried, bewildered. Your current life level is too low. You would be unable to fully absorb the energy from this box, and most of it would leak away. It would be better to wait until after your next life transition before attempting to absorb it, Su Tong explained. Another life transition? That would mean I must wait until I reach the celestial blessing stage before undergoing the next transition, Su Luo contemplated internally. All right. I shall heed your advice and store this for later. Returning to the villa, he opened the door only to find no trace of Yuzi. He assumed she was upstairs. Still cultivating? Su Luo wondered aloud. As he approached the dining table, his gaze inadvertently swept across it, landing on a small note. Su Luo stepped forward to pick it up, his brow furrowing deeper with each word he read. Your maid is in my possession. If you wish to find her, come to villa number 44. If you dare inform anyone else, she will vanish. Signed, Void. After a long silence, his expression gradually turned grave. Contemplating the situation, he could not fathom whom he had offended to warrant such an abduction at his villa. It was undoubtedly a trap, meticulously laid in wait for him to spring. Yet he could not abandon Yuzi. Referring to the villa district map, he located villa number 44. The villa's door stood ajar, clearly intentional. As he surveyed the eerie stillness of villa number 44, a chill crept down his spine. The entire structure seemed to yawn open, ready to swallow Su Luo whole, leaving no remnants behind. Taking a deep breath, he activated his protective shield, wary of an ambush. He stepped into the villa, heading straight for the main building. Meanwhile, within a nearby villa, a pair of beautiful eyes fixated on Su Luo as he entered the ominous building, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Su Luo? Why would he venture into that villa? As Su Luo reached the base of the villa, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the birds had ceased their songs. As if he were the last person remaining in the world. Cautiously scanning his environment, he approached the slightly ajar door. With a gentle push, it swung open, and he stepped inside. The moment Su Luo's foot crossed the threshold, the surroundings plunged into darkness, akin to entering another realm. His brow furrowed in concentration as he calmly assessed the pitch-black environment, his mind swiftly analyzing the situation. Just then, a sinister chuckle echoed from the shadows. Ha ha, human. No matter how great your talent, you are still a fool. You actually came when called, truly fearless. Su Luo scanned the darkness, utterly unaware of the source of the voice. Such hidden foes were often the most perilous. Resolute, he activated the third eye on his forehead, intent on locating the enemy first. To his astonishment, upon activation, the figure concealed in the darkness seemed to perceive something extraordinary. With his third eye active, Su Luo discerned a shadowy figure, reminiscent of a human, yet radiating an energy that felt distinctly unhuman. Su Luo, be cautious. This entity's true identity is an extraterrestrial race. The Soul Devourers, Su Tong warned, her tone unusually grave. Extraterrestrial race, the Soul Devourers? Su Luo's pupils contracted, instinctively shifting into a combat stance. Su Tong began to elucidate. The Soul Devourers possess limited combat strength, but thrive by possessing various races. They exploit the innate talents of those races through their ability, known as the soul-devouring black hole, consuming the powerful individuals of that race, and gradually becoming the strongest among them. Due to their malevolence, the major races united to obliterate the Soul Devourer's home planet. Yet many managed to escape. I never anticipated such a creature would manifest on your planet. Given its state, it seems to have consumed numerous individuals already. Su Luo, it is imperative to eliminate it here. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc. At Su Tong's words, a smile crept across Su Luo's face, clearly sharing the same intent. The shadowy figure, upon witnessing Su Luo's grin, felt its authority challenged. Yet what anger could it direct at Su Luo, whose demise was imminent? Human, I must admit, your fortune is quite remarkable. Even a treasure like the eye worm has formed a symbiotic relationship with you. But today, your talent, your very essence will belong to me. As the shadow's words fell, Su Luo felt an inexplicable, immense power tearing at his body. Had he not possessed sufficient strength, he would have been torn to shreds by now. What astonished him further was the unmistakable sensation that his abilities were indeed being stripped away. Is this the power of the soul-devouring black hole? Truly formidable, but I am not to be trifled with. In an instant, tendrils of black smoke emanated from Su Luo's body, an endless darkness beginning to spread outward from his feet. Chapter 66. The Might of the Water Blossom Pearl. An infinite dark sea, the boundless darkness, akin to a tsunami, rapidly expanded in all directions. Observing this scene, the shadow hastily sought to counteract it using the power of the soul-devouring black hole, attempting to absorb the dark sea that Su Luo had unleashed. Yet Su Luo would not permit it to succeed, enduring the sensation of his body being torn apart by the soul-devouring black hole. With wings of azure flames sprouting from his back, Su Luo charged directly towards the shadow. Upon noticing Su Luo's approach, the shadow swiftly turned and vanished into thin air. Su Luo's attack met with emptiness, and the force of the devouring spirit black hole inflicted several grievous wounds upon his body, crimson blood staining his garments. Fortunately, the Phoenix's azure flames granted him the ability to instantaneously mend his injuries. Ha! Human, do you truly believe I summoned you here for no reason? The moment you stepped into this room, you effectively entered the confines of my black hole space. Within my domain, I am invincible. I can manifest wherever I desire. And you stand no chance of striking me. Upon hearing these words, Su Luo furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament he faced. It appeared he would have to endure this confrontation. At that moment, Su Tong urgently interjected, Su Luo, utilize the water radiance pearl to suppress his power. It is our only option. Immediately, Su Luo retrieved the luminescent blue water radiance pearl from the depths of the dark space. The shadow, observing Su Luo's sudden extraction of the orb, regarded it with disdain. However, upon sensing the energy emanating from the pearl, his countenance changed dramatically, involuntarily retreating a few steps. This is a treasure of the laws. The shadow's voice trembled, as if confronted by an unimaginable horror. Seeing the shadow's palpable fear of the pearl amused Su Luo. Indeed, though it only contains a sliver of the water element's law, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. As soon as Su Luo's words faded, he activated the energy within the water radiance pearl. In the pitch-black expanse, the pearl radiated light akin to that of the sun. Following this, a surge of azure energy surged toward the shadow's position. The shadow narrowly evaded this strike. Yet the energy from the water radiance pearl shattered the devouring spirit black hole, creating a gaping void. As the devouring spirit black hole was intrinsically linked to the shadow's true form, its rupture inflicted substantial damage upon the shadow, rendering it exceedingly weak. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with terror as it gazed at the cold-faced Su Luo. Please, spare me. I can become your follower, your servant. With your talent, you will undoubtedly soar through the vast cosmos, contending with the elite of powerful races. I can be your right-hand man, assisting you with any trivial matters. Trust me. Su Luo approached slowly, gripping the shadow's throat and lifting him off the ground. Upon contact with the shadow's physical form, the entire devouring spirit black hole instantly crumbled, transporting them back into the confines of the villa. Only then did Su Luo clearly discern the true appearance of the figure before him. This individual bore the facade of an ordinary human, yet the depths of his pitch-black eyes and the arcane runes upon his cheeks signaled that he was far from human. What is your name among humans? Answer me, Su Luo demanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Cough. Song Xunyan. Upon hearing this name, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He had not anticipated that this wretched being had infiltrated the top 5 of the school. It was evident that this creature had clandestinely devoured a multitude of souls. Where's my maid? Su Luo's voice turned low and frigid, reminiscent of an echo from the abyss. I can tell you, but you must guarantee not to kill me. His voice carried a hint of desperation, laced with cunning. Su Luo's expression shifted slightly, his grip loosening just a fraction as he fell into contemplation, weighing the risks and benefits. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well. I can assure you that I will not kill you, but you must never approach me again. If you see me, you are to avoid me like a dog. Agreed. I promise I will never appear before you again. A flicker of provocation, coupled with a hint of malice, flashed in Song Xunyan's eyes. Su Luo, this is unwise. Letting him go is tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the wild. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Su Tong urged, her tone filled with urgency. However, Su Luo remained unresponsive. Speak. Where is she? He impatiently pressed Song Xunyan. In truth, I did not abduct her. She is in your villa's basement. I merely rendered her unconscious. She should be waking up shortly, Song Xunyan boasted with evident pride. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's breath caught in his throat, and he quickly inquired within his mind, is what he says true? It should be. I cannot detect any deceit in his heartbeat, Su Tong replied, her tone tinged with resignation. Taking a deep breath, Su Luo relaxed his fingers, allowing Song Xunyan to crash to the ground. Gasping for air, Song Xunyan appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope for escape. He cast a defiant glance at Su Luo before reopening the devouring spirit black hole in an attempt to flee. Suddenly, a foot came crashing down upon Song Xunyan's head, quelling any thoughts of escape. What do you intend to do? You promised to let me go, Song Xunyan exclaimed, pressed face down against the ground, panic evident in his voice. I personally made that promise, but my dark powers did not yield to your demands, Su Luo replied coldly, regarding the figure beneath his foot. Song Xunyan's complexion turned pale as he desperately activated the devouring spirit black hole, striving to escape into its depths. Yet, Su Luo's hand, imbued with dark power, had already seized Song Xunyan's throat once more. The devouring spirit black hole, a racial talent of Song Xunyan, was rendered ineffective as Su Luo's dark power grasped its essence, compounded by the grievous damage inflicted by the water radiance pearl. Depart now, Dark Star, Su Luo intoned icily. In the face of Song Shunyan's abject terror, the dark energy coalescing in Su Luo's hand transformed into a miniature sphere. The Dark Star possessed a unique magic that forcibly extracted the essence of the devouring spirit race from Song Shunyan. This essence manifested as a repugnant mass of unknown black viscous substance, which, once absorbed by the Dark Star, was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only Song Shunyan's human form. With the absence of the devouring spirit's possession, the black runes upon Song Shunyan's face vanished instantaneously, revealing the visage of an authentic human. Witnessing this transformation, Su Luo finally felt a sense of relief, his expression noticeably lightening. Without further regard for the unconscious Song Shunyan, he departed from villa number 44. Not far from there, in another villa, a pair of enchanting eyes beheld Su Luo's emergence with a flicker of surprise. To emerge unscathed, Su Luo, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable to me. Chapter 67, Lush Branches Surpassing the Sacred Law. Su Luo hastened back to the villa, immediately making his way to the basement. He opened the basement door, switched on the lights, and focused his gaze on the interior. Indeed, Yuji lay there, adorned in a maid's outfit, reclining on the ground. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Su Luo approached, bending down to lift Yuji, and then exited the basement, placing her gently upon the sofa. As half an hour passed, Yuji remained unresponsive, which puzzled Su Luo. Logically, she should have awakened by now. Advancing closer, he crouched before her, observing her sleeping visage for several minutes. Ultimately, through the slight twitching of her brows and the irregularity of her breath, Su Luo deduced that she had likely awakened long ago and was feigning sleep. This revelation prompted an involuntary smile to grace Su Luo's lips, as he found it exceedingly amusing. Yuji, if you continue to pretend, I may have to take a more assertive approach, he whispered softly into her ear. As Su Luo spoke, the warm breath emanating from him made Yuzi's ears tingle with an unusual sensation. However, she regarded his words with disdain, confident that Su Luo would not dare to act against her, merely engaging in empty threats. Just as Yuzi felt emboldened by her assumptions, a large hand unexpectedly found its way to her waist, beginning a daring exploration that ventured downward. Observing the audacity of his actions, Su Luo was taken aback that Yuzi continued to feign innocence, showing no signs of awakening from her pretense. He contemplated whether retreating would portray him as less than beastly, and after a moment's reflection, he resolved to impart a profound lesson upon her. Feeling a gradual warmth envelop her body, Yuzi was seized by an inexplicable excitement, which filled her with extreme embarrassment. Ultimately, under the influence of Su Luo's ministrations, she could no longer resist and opened her glistening eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. With you playing around like this, I might never get married, she exclaimed, her face crimson and her gaze dazed, as she languished on the sofa, playfully reproaching him. Upon hearing the word play, Su Luo felt a slight flush on his face, acknowledging the truth in her words. Little rabbit, still pretending, are we? Su Luo chuckled with a sense of triumph. Yuzi lifted her flushed face, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Su Luo's gaze directly. Little rabbit, hurry and cook for me. I'm starving, Su Luo declared. Rising with an air of undeniable authority, Yuzi roused herself, trembling slightly as she stood. Yes, I'll go change my clothes, and then come down to prepare the meal, she replied, her head bowed, before hastily ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, Su Luo made his way to the downstairs restroom to wash his hands briefly. When Yuzi returned downstairs with the meal prepared, Su Luo seated himself at the dining table, gesturing for her to sit across from him, which she did obediently. Yuzi, first and foremost, I owe you an apology. It was my actions that led to your fainting in the basement. May I inquire as to why this occurred? Yuzi asked with curiosity etched upon her face. You needn't concern yourself with the details. Simply know that the individual responsible has completely vanished from this world. Su Luo replied without reservation. Oh, understood, Yuzi acknowledged, her comprehension evident. And how goes your cultivation of the Cold Moon scripture? Su Luo inquired. That manual is perfectly suited for me. I predict that within the next few days, I shall break through to a higher realm, Yuzi declared, her excitement palpable. That's splendid, Su Luo nodded, thoroughly satisfied with her progress. Indeed, the disparity between having a manual and lacking one was remarkably significant. As night descended, Su Luo returned to his room, drawing the curtains closed. He retrieved the water pearl from the depths of darkness once more. At this moment, the water pearl had lost its luster, appearing far less radiant than before. What is happening? Why does my water pearl seem to be rendered useless? Su Luo questioned, perplexed, as he reached out to Su Tong in his mind. Today, your use of the water pearl has temporarily depleted its energy. It will require several days to recover. Su Tong explained. What? That enormous toad used this thing on me multiple times, and its energy seemed abundant. I have only utilized it once. How could it be drained? Su Luo expressed his confusion. The toad replenished the water pearl's energy with its own water-based energy. You, lacking such energy, cannot restore it, Su Tong clarified. Ah, I see. No wonder. It seems I can only use the water pearl in crucial moments, as it takes days to recharge. It's far too precious an opportunity, Su Luo remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. Alternatively, you could find a place rich in water energy and immerse the water pearl within to replenish its power swiftly, Su Tong suggested. Easier said than done. Where am I to find such a location? I suppose I must patiently wait for it to recharge on its own, Su Luo replied. Just as he was about to stow away the water pearl, he felt a sudden stirring within him. His demon fruit tree burst forth uncontrollably from his body. Hovering in midair, Su Luo gazed at the demon fruit tree, bewildered by its unexpected emergence. It was only when he looked at the water pearl in his hand that a bold idea struck him. He attempted to lift the water pearl and place it beside the demon fruit tree. Suddenly, the water pearl began to channel energy into the tree, nurturing it. In the realm of the 5 elements, water nourishes wood. The water principles within the water pearl invigorated the demon fruit tree, causing it to undergo a remarkable transformation. As the tree was sustained by the water principles, its previously sparse branches burgeoned into a lush canopy. Abruptly, the demon fruit tree radiated an extraordinary green light, and some incomprehensible characters materialized in Su Luo's mind. When everything settled, and the water pearl ceased its energy transfer to the demon fruit tree, the tree returned to Su Luo's body. The characters in his mind flickered incessantly, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar method of cultivation. Su Tong, still reflecting on the earlier events, was evidently witnessing such phenomena for the first time. Seeing Su Luo lost in thought, with no immediate reaction, Su Tong urgently called out, "Hey, Su Luo, wake up!" Su Luo, entranced, remained unresponsive to Su Tong's voice. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his senses and uttered several words. "The flourishing branches surpass sacred methods." "Huh? What on earth is that?" Su Tong inquired, utterly perplexed by Su Luo's proclamation. "My demon fruit tree, under the nourishment of the water principles, has bestowed upon me a remarkably powerful method of cultivation," Su Luo declared, leaving Su Tong astounded. Chapter 68, The Transcendent Method. Su Tong contemplated deeply. Given that the tree could bear such extraordinary fruit, it was hardly surprising that it could create a method of cultivation. What is the purpose of this method? Su Tong inquired calmly. Su Luo, his expression brimming with excitement, elaborated. "I can forge a contract with a follower, allowing her to become a branch of this towering tree. The benefit is that we share one of my unique abilities, enhancing her potential. The drawback is that she must obey me unconditionally, otherwise, I shall sever that branch, rendering her powerless. Moreover, as the follower's ability level increases, mine will automatically rise as well. However, it appears I currently have only 4 slots available. To expand this capacity, I must continue to enhance the quality of the demon fruit tree." Upon hearing Su Luo's explanation, Su Tong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zing, it mused. For its kind had existed in the universe for countless years, yet this was the first time it had heard of such an extraordinary method. This was distinctly different from the symbiotic relationships it had known. This method posed no risk to Su Luo, only pure gain. "Su Luo, if you sever a branch from a contracted individual, will that slot still exist?" Su Tong asked. "No, once a slot has been used, it vanishes and cannot be reclaimed," Su Luo replied with a shake of his head. "Well then, you must carefully consider your choices of contract partners," Su Tong advised. "Indeed. Each slot is immensely valuable and requires thorough contemplation," Su Luo affirmed, reclining on his bed, already envisioning the first candidate for the slot, his maid. The little rabbit Yuzi, her B-grade ability, Moonlight Rabbit, significantly limited her potential, even with her unwavering determination to grow stronger. Breaking through her innate limits would be a formidable challenge. If he were to forge a pact with Yuzi, sharing with her a remarkable supernatural ability, it would undeniably elevate her potential significantly. As a dual ability wielder, her aptitude would surely surpass that of 9 out of 10 peers. However, one must also consider the compatibility of their respective abilities. Currently, it seems that his powers do not align harmoniously with the Moonlight Rabbit. Vibrations, shadows, gravity, fleshy orbs, the phoenix of immortality, none appears suitable for Yuzi's Moonlight Rabbit. Moreover, he felt it unnecessary to mention the slippery nature of his own abilities, as he believed Yuzi was already sufficiently captivating. Patience is key. After all, his demon fruit tree has advanced to B rank, with 6 demon fruits yet to ripen. So there is no urgency. The following day, Moto summoned Su Luo to his office bright and early. After a light breakfast, Su Luo promptly made his way to the principal's office. Upon entering, he discovered that Moto was not alone. A well-dressed man in a black suit and glasses stood beside him. "Teacher, I have arrived," Su Luo announced, cautiously addressing the unfamiliar figure. The man smiled and introduced himself. "Su, I have long admired your reputation. I am Jean Lang, an old friend of Moto's." "Ah, Uncle Jean, greetings," Su Luo replied with respect. "Moto, have Su Luo bring out a barrel of your crimson fire wine for him to taste," Moto instructed. Su Luo immediately retrieved a barrel from the dark space. Upon tasting, Jean Lang's expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. "This wine will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes, and the demand will be insatiable," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "And how much do you believe a bottle could fetch?" Su Luo inquired tentatively. "Ah, a bottle could command a price of 4 level 4 crystal cores," Jean Lang asserted confidently. Su Luo was taken aback by the figure. "So expensive? Will anyone actually buy it?" he questioned skeptically. "Rest assured," Jean Lang replied with assuredness. "While ordinary individuals may not afford it, the affluent will certainly vie for it. After all, who among them would not desire enhanced physical prowess and longevity?" Su Luo, "Hand over the remaining wine. He will manage everything else," Moto said with a gentle smile, as Su Luo approached the window and waved his hand. All the remaining barrels appeared. Jean Lang gazed at the barrels, a smile creeping onto his face. "With 200 milliliters per bottle, this stock will surely suffice." Su Luo, "We must ensure a steady supply. I plan to expand into foreign markets," Jean Lang declared. Su Luo nodded confidently. With his mark of irreverence upon those 2 crimson fire-red apes, the supply would remain unbroken. "Very well, I shall arrange for the transport immediately. You can simply await the profits," Jean Lang stated decisively, departing without delay. Such is the swiftness of a businessman. Once Jean Lang had left, Moto regarded Su Luo with an inscrutable expression, as if grappling with a dilemma. "Teacher, what troubles you?" Su Luo inquired, puzzled. "Su Luo, tell me truthfully. Is there any connection between you and Song Xunyun's predicament?" Moto asked gravely. At this, Su Luo froze momentarily. He had indeed vanquished the spirit-devouring clan within Song Xunyun. Yet what transpired afterward remained beyond his knowledge. "Song Xunyun? What has happened to him?" Su Luo asked, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Moto's gaze bore into Su Luo's eyes, seeking to discern whether he was genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance. However, Su Luo maintained unwavering focus, betraying no hint of guilt. "He lost his memory, and his ability vanished. There are whispers of you visiting his villa and staying for some time. Hence, I must inquire, is there any connection between you and this matter?" Moto's piercing gaze held an immense weight, pressing down upon Su Luo, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Teacher, his amnesia and loss of abilities are certainly unrelated to me. Please trust me," Su Luo asserted with remarkable conviction. Indeed, he had merely eliminated a remnant of the spirit-devouring clan that had possessed Song Xunyun, and there was little relation to be drawn. If anything, one could argue he had saved Song Xunyun from a far worse fate. Moto, sensing Su Luo's sincerity, smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction, swiftly retracting his formidable presence. "Very well, remember, this matter does not concern you. Let us not discuss it further." As the oppressive aura dissipated, the suffocating sensation vanished in an instant. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Su Luo was astonished by the mere pressure of Moto's aura, which had rendered him breathless. Truly, one of the 3 strongest individuals in Hucking Nation possessed terrifying power. "Su Luo, how fares your practice of 9 heavens?" Moto asked, his voice warm and inviting. "Teacher, I have already reached the 2nd heaven," Su Luo replied respectfully. "Oh, such rapid progress. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed exceptionally suited for this tome," Moto remarked proudly, patting Su Luo on the shoulder. Chapter 69. The Scheming Girl. Upon hearing this, Su Luo pondered. "Teacher, why do some of the creators of these tomes have human names while others remain unknown?" Moto paused at this question, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. "Su Luo, I once shared your curiosity. However, all the mysteries that puzzled me were resolved once I became a true powerhouse. So, devote yourself to your training, to unravel the questions that plague your mind. Strive to ascend. When you reach a certain height, clarity will naturally follow." Su Luo regarded Moto, the enigma, and nodded in a manner that suggested he was only partially enlightened. Upon exiting the principal's office and walking back to the villa, he suddenly encountered a familiar figure approaching him. Squinting, he recognized Kong Yu, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Since their last separation after dividing the villa, they had not crossed paths again. Their acquaintance was minimal, merely a coincidence of being in the same cohort. Moreover, Kong Yu's family background seemed remarkably distinguished, prompting Su Luo to avoid unnecessary complications. He chose not to engage with her and walked past her without a word. Kong Yu turned to Su Luo, speaking up. "You were the one who caused Song Xunyun to end up like that, weren't you?" Su Luo halted abruptly, glancing back at Kong Yu, who wore a calm expression. A thought crossed his mind. How could she possibly know about Song Xunyun? "I can see you're wondering how I came to know," Kong Yu noted, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Your knowledge of my awareness is of no concern to me. Song Xunyun's condition has nothing to do with me. If anything, one might argue I saved him," Su Luo replied, attempting to turn away. "Is it related to what he possesses?" Kong Yu remarked nonchalantly. Taken aback, Su Luo slowly turned to meet Kong Yu's gaze. "I can discern that the energy emanating from his body is entirely unlike that of an ordinary human. Thus, I deduce he must be possessed by something," Kong Yu stated confidently, suggesting her assertion was more than mere speculation. "Is that an effect of your ability?" Su Luo inquired with intrigue. Kong Yu nodded, scrutinizing Su Luo closely. "Indeed, my ability allows me to perceive the energy that inadvertently escapes from life. And you, Su Luo? From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, The myriad energies emanating from your being left me utterly astonished. Typically, an ordinary ability user possesses but a single energy. Yet your energies are remarkably chaotic, undoubtedly indicating the presence of multiple abilities. It appears that you have acquired yet another power, likely associated with your fruit tree ability. Upon hearing this, Su Luo felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this girl's abilities were so extraordinarily formidable. The fact that he had also gained an additional ability related to the demonic fruit tree was evident to her. Hold on, what do you intend to do? Just say it plainly. Su Luo gestured for her to cease. I hope to establish a marriage pact with you, Kangyu proclaimed. Her words striking Su Luo with the force of an unexpected thunderbolt. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Why? Kangyu smiled lightly. Because I do not wish to return to my family after graduation and marry someone I do not like. So you like me? Su Luo inquired, pointing to himself. Not particularly. However, you possess considerable talent and are quite presentable. My family would surely consent to this union. Most importantly, you seem to harbor no interest in me, which I find exceedingly displeasing. With that, a mischievous smirk danced upon Kang's lips. Come on, you sly vixen. There are countless men in the world indifferent to you. Surely you can find a multitude of them. Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean you can latch onto me. Su Luo retorted with a tone of indignation. Really? Kangyu stepped forward, nestling into Su Luo's embrace, her hands resting upon his chest. She gazed up at him with her large, pitiful eyes. Su Luo looked down into those sparkling eyes, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Though he could not identify the perfume, it undeniably appealed to his senses. Seeing Su Luo's nostrils flare, Kang's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised that he had such a fondness. Isn't it lovely? If you agree to the marriage pact, you can indulge in my presence and breathe in my scent every day. Kangyu whispered enticingly into Su Luo's ear. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile crept onto Su Luo's lips as he leaned down to peck her ear. Kangyu immediately pushed him away, covering her ear, her eyes narrowing in shock as her face flushed crimson. You, how dare you tease me? Do you wish to meet your demise? A strange glint flickered in Kang's eyes, her tone seething with indignation, as if she longed to tear Su Luo apart. Observing the stark contrast in her demeanor, Su Luo chuckled softly. He then crossed his arms, gazing at the now ruffled Kangyu, and spoke. Kangyu, I understand you've been playing the obedient daughter in your family for far too long. Now that you've finally gained some freedom, you seek to unleash your cunning nature. However, you must exercise restraint and refrain from getting too close to men, especially not to me. I won't allow a woman to tease me so easily. I shall retaliate fiercely. As for the marriage pact you mentioned, I shall never agree to it. If you wish to speak of it, do so. Lastly, whether in trivial matters or significant ones, keep your distance from me. If you push me too far, I am capable of anything. Farewell. With that, Su Luo turned and left, disregarding Kang's feelings entirely. Kangyu watched him walk away, her teeth clenched in frustration. Yet she found herself powerless against Su Luo's indifference. Instead of returning to the villa, Su Luo made his way directly to the training area of the school. There, Shun Huayue and her companions would undoubtedly be honing their respective skills. Upon arriving at the training zone, Su Luo observed the scattered students engaged in their exercises. He meandered through the various training grounds until he soon spotted Shun Huayue and Shun Huayu, who were fervently cheering for the combatants in front of them, utterly oblivious to Su Luo's presence. Stealthily, Su Luo approached the two from behind and, with a swift motion, placed his hands upon their shoulders. They spun around in shock, and upon seeing Su Luo, their faces brightened with smiles. Su Luo, look. Yun is engaged in combat training, Shun Huayu exclaimed, pointing towards the arena. Lifting his gaze, Su Luo beheld the scene. The noble-level third-tier Lu Yuni, gripping her sword tightly, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Clearly, she had just endured a grueling battle. Opposing her was a 3-meter-tall humanoid rhinoceros clad in rugged rock armor, also at the noble-level third tier. If his observations served him right, this being possessed an A-level ability. The rock armor rampaging rhinoceros, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities, particularly unfriendly to sword wielders. Lu Yuni was acutely aware that her stamina was nearly depleted, and she could no longer afford to delay. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Ground shatter." In an instant, Lu Yuni vanished from sight, reappearing before her opponent in the blink of an eye. The adversary reacted with remarkable speed, hastily raising his arms in an attempt to use the hardened rock armor covering them to shield against Lu Yuni's assault. With unwavering determination, Lu Yuni gripped her sword, its blade shimmering with a brownish hue, and then swung with all her might. The moment the sword met the rock armor, a deafening explosion reverberated through the arena. Yet, regrettably, such a powerful strike failed to breach the defenses of the rock armor rampaging rhinoceros. Lu Yuni's face contorted in disbelief, while the rhinoceros's lips curled into a sneer as it charged forward. Its massive, unyielding body barreled forth like a speeding train. Though Lu Yuni valiantly attempted to fend off the blow with her sword, she was unceremoniously sent flying, crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating potential internal injuries, and she could only embed her sword into the earth to muster the strength to rise. As she stood, Lu Yuni's gaze remained resolute, her grip on her sword tightening as she pointed it defiantly at her opponent, prepared to continue the fight. The rock armor rampaging rhinoceros user shook his head derisively. Woman, your sword cannot breach my defenses. It would be wise to concede, for this is not a competition. Without a word, Lu Yuni continued to silently gather her strength. The rhinoceros user, observing her silence, ceased his verbal taunts. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he charged toward Lu Yuni, the ground trembling beneath his colossal weight. Lu Yuni crouched low, gripping her sword with both hands. Just as the rhinoceros closed in, she summoned her strength and leaped, soaring over the creature's head. Void break, she bellowed, swinging her sword toward the rhinoceros's face. Realizing the impending danger, the rhinoceros attempted to shield itself with its arm, but time was against it. The sword was already descending. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Lu Yuni's sword shattered upon impact, fragments scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, the rhinoceros unleashed a powerful punch, striking Lu Yuni with tremendous force. With wide eyes, she could do nothing but watch as she was sent hurtling through the air. Lu Yuni's body soared over 10 meters before crashing violently to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Lu Yuni suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at the remaining half of her broken sword in her hand, a fleeting shadow of indescribable sorrow flickering in her eyes. The rock armor rampant rhinoceros esper had nearly terrified her to death, but fortunately, the sword broke at a critical moment, leaving her with merely a superficial wound. You little coward, how dare you strike at my face? Luckily, your piece of junk broke, sparing my handsome visage. Otherwise, I would have ensured you regretted it. Just then, Su Luo swiftly appeared before Lu Yuni, supporting her and handing her over to Shun Huayu outside the arena for treatment. He then turned back to face the rock armor rampant rhinoceros esper. I'm here to fight you. Are you brave enough to accept? Su Luo said coldly. Who are you? The woman's lover? The esper asked curiously. As Su Luo was about to respond, Lu Yuni reached out to stop him. She looked up at Su Luo, shaking her head, and said with utmost seriousness, Su Luo, do not always stand in front of me. He is my opponent. I must defeat him myself. Taken aback, Su Luo smiled faintly and nodded. The three of them escorted the gravely injured Lu Yuni back to the dormitory to recuperate. Su Luo reflected on the broken sword tightly gripped in Lu Yuni's hand. Standing still, pondering something. Instead of returning to the villa, he headed straight to the commercial district. Upon arriving at the area dedicated to sword sales, he was overwhelmed by the myriad of swords on display. Su Luo scrutinized the dazzling array of swords in the showcase, feeling as though something was missing. Perhaps noticing Su Luo's indecision, a cheerful shopkeeper beckoned him over. Student, what kind of sword are you looking for? I can offer some recommendations. Su Luo stepped forward. Glancing around, I seek a sword with a feminine flair, sturdy and sharp, ideally one that can be wielded until the transcendent realm. Do you have such a sword? Upon hearing Su Luo's request, the shopkeeper recognized a significant opportunity. Of course. Please wait a moment. I will fetch some for you. The shopkeeper hurried away and soon returned with 2 swords. Student, these 2 swords perfectly match your requirements. Allow me to introduce them. This sword is named Golden Shadow, forged from the fangs of a 5th-level golden tiger coupled with rare gold minerals. Its blade is incredibly hard, and its sharpness is unmatched. This sword is called Winter's Chill, crafted from the reverse scales of a 5th-level cold water serpent and rare water minerals. The blade emanates a chilling aura, and its techniques carry a biting cold wind that can restrict opponents' movements. Now, which one do you prefer? Su Luo contemplated the 2 swords and ultimately decided on the Golden Shadow sword. Lu Yuni needed a sword that was relentless in its advance. The subtlety of the Winter's Chill sword clearly did not align with her character. I'll take the Golden Shadow sword. How much is it? The shopkeeper grinned, holding up 2 fingers. 2 5th-level crystal cores. Su Luo nodded, finding the price acceptable, and was about to take out the crystal cores when a sharp voice interrupted from behind. I'll take that sword. Su Luo turned to see an arrogant woman pointing at the Golden Shadow sword, looking defiantly at him. Su Luo frowned and replied coldly, I've already purchased this sword. Perhaps you should look at others. He handed the 2 5th-level crystal cores to the shopkeeper and picked up the Golden Shadow sword to leave. The woman immediately blocked his path, scoffing with her arms crossed. Do you know who my man is? He asked one of the rare SSS-level awakened espers in the world, and the school even arranged a villa for him to stay in. Dare to disrespect me, and I'll have him teach you a lesson that will make it impossible for you to remain in school. Su Luo couldn't help but cover his mouth, a chuckle escaping him as he looked at the brazen woman. A phrase echoed in his mind. When your strength is exceedingly weak, threats not only fail to shake the opponent, but can also provoke laughter. Madam, I have no idea who your man is, nor do I care to know. However, if you dare obstruct my path again, I might just slap you. Su Luo replied with a smile. Chapter 71. A Reunion with Zhou Yan. The woman dismissed Su Luo's words with a scoff, her face filled with disdain. Dare to hit me? Go ahead and try, she challenged. If you touch even a finger, Hu Lili will make you pay. Smack. Su Luo's slap landed like a comet, striking Hu Lili's left cheek with considerable force, sending her tumbling 3.5 times in the air before landing near a trash can. Su Luo glanced disdainfully at his hand, wiped it with a tissue from his pocket, then crumpled the tissue and tossed it onto Hu Lili. I tried. What will you do about it? He said coldly. Dazed from the slap, Hu Lili struggled to regain her bearings, her surroundings spinning, and she could no longer see where Su Luo was. Even in her disoriented state, she stubbornly muttered, just wait. My man will be here soon, and then you'll realize how serious the consequences of hitting me are. Su Luo snorted coldly and turned to leave. He had no time to waste here. Just then, a voice called out, Lili, I'm coming. Where are you? Hearing this, Hu Lili's expression brightened, and she grinned with delight. Yen, I'm over here. I've been hit. Su Luo paused, a glimmer of interest crossing his face as he observed the disheveled Hu Lili. After her shout, Hu Lili, dazed, pointed at Su Luo. You're finished. My man is coming. For that slap, I'll return it tenfold. Moments later, a man hurriedly dashed over. At first sight, he noticed Hu Lili lying on the ground, and his expression darkened immediately. He rushed to help her up. Once Hu Lili was upright, she immediately clung to her man, tears welling in her eyes, and pointed at Su Luo, seeking sympathy. Yen, he slapped me. Look at my poor little face, all swollen. He has no sense of compassion at all. Doesn't he realize how much psychological damage a slap can inflict on a girl? The man placed a hand on Hu Lili's back, soothing her gently. However, upon hearing her words, his fury ignited. The thought that someone had dared to slap his woman was utterly unacceptable. He glanced up, following Hu Lili's pointing finger to see who had so little regard for him. But when his gaze met Su Luo's, his expression froze. The anger that had initially consumed him shifted to shock, laced with a hint of fear. Su Luo. Su Luo observed the man's changing countenance and slightly raised his chin, speaking in a tone reminiscent of an old friend meeting again. Zhou Yin, how have you been? Does your face still hurt? This man was indeed Zhou Yin, the awakened SSS level esper known as the Infernal Flame Dragon. Hearing Su Luo's words, Zhou Yan's expression darkened instantly, his eyes darting between Su Luo's face and his hand. Since the last incident, when he was knocked unconscious by Su Luo's punch, an inexplicable dread of Su Luo had taken root within him. Numerous times, he dreamt of being struck dead by Su Luo's fist, utterly powerless to resist, merely awaiting his demise. Each time he awoke from these nightmares, he found it imperative to resort to sleeping pills to reclaim slumber. It is fair to say that Su Luo had morphed into his own personal nightmare, likely ensuring that he would never again experience peaceful rest throughout his life. Su Luo, observing Zhou Yan's fearful glances towards his fists, could not suppress a faint, mocking smile. Zhou Yan, you're trash. You belong with trash. Is there any objection? Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, glanced at the nearby garbage bin, realizing the truth in Su Luo's words. The blatant humiliation left Zhou Yan seething with indignation. Yet the terror within him rendered him incapable of retorting. Hu Lili, nestled in Zhou Yan's embrace, sensed his inaction and felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Ordinarily, all it took was a little coaxing from her to elicit a fierce response from him against anyone who dared to bully her. What was different today? Yen, what's wrong? Is he someone you know? Even if he is, he slapped your girlfriend. Doesn't that mean he slapped you? Why haven't you taught him a lesson yet? Zhou Yan felt a flush of embarrassment at Hu Lili's words. He too yearned to retaliate against Su Luo. Yet the thought of enduring another punch that would render him unconscious was utterly mortifying. Noticing Zhou Yan's lack of response, Su Luo felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He had expected Zhou Yan to charge at him like a reckless fool as he had previously. To his surprise, it appeared that Zhou Yan had learned to think critically. He turned away, preparing to leave. Wait, Zhou Yan shouted. Su Luo halted, turning to regard the anxious Zhou Yan, whose forehead glistened with sweat. Do you have something to say? Su Luo inquired, puzzled. What realm are you at now? Zhou Yan's tone was filled with urgency. A subtle smile graced Su Luo's lips as he unleashed his transcendent aura, a force akin to a tsunami crashing towards Zhou Yan and Hu Lili. Zhou Yan had only recently attained the first stage of the Transcendence realm, while Hu Lili was merely at the 5th stage of the Noble realm. Under the oppressive weight of Su Luo's formidable presence, they struggled to maintain their footing, their breaths coming in labored gasps. Zhou Yan raised his arm defensively, squinting at Su Luo's unmatched gaze. A profound sense of subservience surged through him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Minutes later, the pressure abruptly ceased. Without uttering a word, Su Luo turned and departed. Zhou Yan and Hu Lili, utterly drained, collapsed to the ground. As Zhou Yan watched Su Luo's retreating figure, a profound sense of defeat washed over him, quelling any rebellious thoughts he may have harbored towards Su Luo. If he had previously entertained notions of defeating Su Luo, such fantastical ideas were now best cast aside. If a peer could overpower him solely through sheer presence, what was there left to fight for? He might as well resign himself to being a stepping stone for others. With this realization, Zhou Yan felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. The burdens weighing upon him were alleviated, ensuring that he could finally attain a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Hu Lili remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend how a peer could possess such overwhelming strength. Even her exceptionally gifted boyfriend was rendered utterly powerless before him. Lily, perhaps you should temper your expectations. Zhou Yan gently assisted Hu Lili to her feet. Ah Yan, is he a senior? Hu Lili inquired tentatively. Zhou Yan shook his head, offering a wry smile. No. He is just like us, a freshman. His seemingly casual statement detonated like a bombshell, leaving Hu Lili stunned into silence. Chapter 72. A gifted sword, a warm bed? Su Luo arrived at the entrance of the dormitory complex and called Lu Yuni to come down. Before long, he spotted Lu Yuni descending the stairs. At that moment, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her movements lacked vigor, suggesting that her earlier injuries were indeed severe. Su Luo stepped forward to support Lu Yuni, guiding her to a row of wooden benches where he urged her to sit down. Lu Yuni was filled with curiosity about why Su Luo had summoned only her, insisting that she keep it a secret from Huayue and Huayu. With a mysterious smile, Su Luo reached into the dark space and retrieved the golden shadow sword, presenting it before Lu Yuni. Your sword was broken, so I specifically chose this one for you. This sword, named Golden Shadow, is of the metal attribute. I believe it perfectly complements your sharp temperament, and you can wield it all the way to the transcendence realm. Here, take it. Lu Yuni gazed at the sword before her, radiating golden light and exuding an unparalleled sharpness. A glimmer of longing flickered in her eyes as she looked up at Su Luo. Su Luo, why are you being so kind to me? Su Luo paused for a moment, then smiled gently. Aren't we friends? It's just a sword, nothing extraordinary. Moreover, the fruit wine business is already on the right track. I'm not lacking in small amounts of money. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Yuni drew the hilt of her broken sword from its sheath. As she beheld the completely useless blade, a hint of sorrow glimmered in her eyes. Su Luo, this sword holds immense significance for me. It was given to me by my sister, who adored me dearly, and I idolized her. However, she mysteriously disappeared when I was 9. And I have received no news since. Although my family remains silent, I fear the worst for her. This sword is my only spiritual connection to her. Every time I wield it in battle, I feel as though she is still by my side. But how could it have shattered? As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lu Yuni's cheeks as she stared at the broken sword. Su Luo sat beside her, allowing Lu Yuni to lean against him, patiently waiting for her to release the pent-up emotions within her. Passers-by observed the intimate embrace of the two, consumed by envy and resentment. Those infuriating lovebirds, embracing so tightly in public without a shred of embarrassment, may they explode on the spot. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuni's sobs gradually subsided, and she lifted her gaze to Su Luo, a look of confusion clouding her features. She was uncertain about what feelings to harbor towards this man. Although her two best friends had not explicitly stated anything, she sensed that both of them had developed feelings for him. If she were to stake her claim, wouldn't he that create chaos? Sighing, the sadness that had once engulfed Lu Yuni now morphed into a tangle of emotions. Noticing her prolonged silence, Su Luo glanced down, only to find Lu Yuni staring intently at him. What is it? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Nothing. Upon meeting Su Luo's concerned gaze, Lu Yuni felt her cheeks flush, hastily bowing her head and quickly distancing herself from his embrace. Seeing that Lu Yuni had regained her composure brought a smile to Su Luo's face. It was good that she had expressed her emotions. Take it, he urged, once again extending the golden shadow sword towards her. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yuni stood decisively, extending her hands to accept the sword with utmost seriousness. Gripping the hilt tightly, she inhaled deeply. With a swift motion, the golden shadow sword was unsheathed with a resounding whoosh, pointing skyward. The sunlight cascaded upon the golden blade, emanating a series of resplendent golden glimmers. The razor-sharp edge of the sword exuded an aura so piercing that, even from several meters away, one could feel its chilling presence. Lu Yuni surveyed the sword from tip to hilt, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with delight. With this sword in hand, that detestable rock-armored rampaging rhino esper stands no chance against me. Su Luo, observing the revitalized Lu Yuni, felt an immense sense of joy. Then I shall await your triumphant retribution. Lu Yuni nodded confidently. Tomorrow, I will confront him. You must come to witness it. Splendid. Just don't forget to message me when the time comes. I shall take my leave now. Su Luo rose, preparing to bid farewell, reassured by Lu Yuni's evident well-being. As Lu Yuni gazed at Su Luo's retreating figure, a mysterious smile graced her lips. She fastened the golden shadow sword to her waist and, skipping lightly, made her way back to the dormitory. Upon entering, she was immediately beset by Shun Huayue and Shun Huayu, who rushed over, their expressions filled with concern for Lu Yuni's state. Yuni, are you all right? Shun Huayue inquired with genuine concern. What could possibly be wrong? I'm perfectly fine. Lu Yuni replied cheerfully. Sister Yuni, that sword is of great significance to you. As we both know, you can express your feelings freely, but please, do not pretend that nothing is amiss. It's detrimental to your health, Shun Huayu said. Worry etched across her face. Seeing the two sisters' earnest concern, Lu Yuni's heart fluttered. Instantly, she opened her arms and embraced them both. Thank you for your concern. I'm truly fine. Having you two as friends is a blessing I cherish for a lifetime, Lu Yuni said with heartfelt sincerity. The two sisters, reassured by her words, felt relief wash over them. A few minutes later, Lu Yuni released them and, with playful intent, turned to reveal the golden shadow sword at her waist. Sister Yuni, how do you possess two swords? Exclaimed Shen Huayu, finally noticing the second blade. Shen Huayu, upon hearing this, focused her gaze on Lu Yuni's waist and confirmed that indeed, there were two swords. Yuni, did you just purchase a new sword? Shen Huayu surmised. Surprisingly, Lu Yuni shook her head, letting out a light chuckle. This sword was a gift from Su Luo. As soon as Lu Yuni finished speaking, the two sisters exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Indeed, Su Luo was quite thoughtful. Observing their reaction, Lu Yuni couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. However, this sword was rather expensive. He requested that I warm his bed for a few months as repayment. Lu Yuni's words struck like thunder, leaving the sisters momentarily dumbfounded, their pupils wide with shock. Frozen in place. Su Luo brother. They opened their mouths to speak, but the words caught in their throats. Amused by their reaction, Lu Yuni stifled a laugh and approached to gently pat their heads. Do not worry. I won't be moving out today. The bed warming begins tomorrow. With that, she turned and left, leaving the two sisters in a state of bewilderment at the doorway. Upon returning to his villa, Su Luo settled onto the sofa to watch the latest news, taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Chapter 73, Farewell, Manhwa. Checking his phone, he discovered messages from both Huayu and Huayu, and upon opening them, he was met with the same three words from each: stinky pervert. Frowning at the messages, Su Luo was perplexed, unable to recall any instance of impropriety towards them. Yet here they were, simultaneously labeling him a stinky pervert. Unable to comprehend, he decided to inquire further when he encountered them the next day. The following day, as Su Luo awoke and completed his morning routine, he sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the vicinity. Stepping out of his room and approaching Yuzi's door, he could distinctly feel a chill permeating the air. Surely, it was the energy fluctuations resulting from Yuzi's ascension to the noble realm. Descending to the living room, he awaited her arrival. Shortly after, Yuzi descended the stairs, her face alight with excitement. Spotting Su Luo, she rushed over, her voice brimming with pride. Su Luo, I've ascended to the noble realm. At that moment, Yuzi appeared as if she were possessed by the moonlight rabbit esper, with two long, white ears standing upright atop her head. As she spoke, they twitched adorably, enhancing her charm. Su Luo found himself completely captivated by those delightful ears, missing the entirety of her proclamation. Noticing his distraction, Yuzi waved a hand in front of his face, attempting to regain his attention, but to no avail. Leaning down, she pressed her forehead against his, wanting to ascertain if he was unwell. Their eyes met, causing Su Luo's heart to skip a beat. It was only when a faint fragrance reached him that he snapped back to reality, hastily pushing Yuzi away, maintaining a respectful distance. In a room alone with a girl, such proximity was hardly appropriate. Surprised by Su Luo's sudden push, Yuzi felt a twinge of displeasure. Hadn't they shared more intimate moments before? Pouting, she shot him a discontented glare, her ears drooping in tandem with her mood. Su Luo, witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. This unsuspecting little rabbit was blissfully unaware of her perilous allure. If the unquenchable fire within him were to take over, this little rabbit would surely be devoured whole. Yuzi, in the future, do not come too close. It could lead to unfortunate incidents. Su Luo admonished seriously. Yuzi, confused, gazed at him, unable to fathom his reasoning. Little rabbit, my words are not up for debate. Now, come here and let me touch your long ears. Su Luo announced, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin as he beckoned her. Overwhelmed by his audacious request, Yuzi felt a thrill run through her body, almost succumbing to the urge to kneel at his feet. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, she slowly knelt before Su Luo, obediently extending her ears towards him. Su Luo, pleased, nodded in satisfaction as he grasped her long ears, exploring them thoroughly. After more than 10 minutes of indulgence, he finally released her ears, nodding in contentment. The sensation is truly delightful. From now on, these ears shall belong solely to me. I shall touch them every day, little rabbit. Do you understand? I understand. Yuzi replied, lethargically collapsing onto Su Luo's lap, her eyes shimmering like pools of autumn water, invoking an irresistible urge to tease her. Just then, Su Luo's phone vibrated in his pocket, shattering the intimate atmosphere between them. Holding his phone in one hand while the other remained on Yuzi's head, he found it difficult to part from the delightful touch. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Lu Yuni, requesting he meet her at the training area to witness her defeat of the rock-armored rampaging rhino esper. A smile graced his lips as he replied with a simple, okay, before turning his gaze back to Yuzi. Little bunny, I must step out for a moment. Please prepare a meal for me. Upon hearing this, Yuzi promptly sprang to her feet. I will head upstairs briefly and come right down to cook for you, she declared, swiftly turning to ascend the stairs without any hesitation. Su Luo was about to rise to fetch the television remote, intending to check the news. After breakfast, just as he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar face, Manhwa, the son of teacher Mo Tuesday. Su Luo scrutinized him closely and noticed that he appeared to be troubled. His expression strained as he hugged his arms tightly and stared at the ground, lost in thought. Noticing this, Su Luo quickly approached and patted Manhwa on the shoulder. Hey! The sudden contact jolted Manhwa out of his reverie. Upon recognizing Su Luo, his expression softened somewhat. Su Luo, long time no see. I heard you went to the combat zone with 3 girls for field training? Su Luo's face instantly froze, nearly choking on Manhwa's words. Did the teacher tell you? He asked with a resigned smile. Huh, how did you know? It was my dad who mentioned it. He even suggested I learn from you and find a few more women, Manhwa replied candidly. At this, a wry smile flickered across Su Luo's face. He felt utterly helpless regarding teacher Mo too, who had no scruples about making such outrageous comments. Let us not dwell on this topic any longer, shall we? I can see from your expression that something is bothering you. Su Luo redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Manhwa's demeanor wilted, as if he were a frostbitten eggplant. Sigh. Su Luo, your senior sister, Jianbu Bai, is returning. The mention of Jianbu Bai's return instantly revitalized Su Luo. Isn't it a good thing for her to come back? You seem rather troubled about it, though. Manhwa's complexion turned pale, and he appeared to be recalling something unpleasant, a faint ache beginning to manifest in his body. She's a lunatic, a sword-wielding madwoman. Every time she returns, she insists on sparring with me, claiming it's to help me build my strength, but in reality, she just wants a punching bag to beat up. Su Luo, do you know my reputation at school? Manhwa asked, his gaze vacant as he turned to Su Luo. Su Luo's mind flashed back to the words Yuzi had said on his first day at school, leading him to respond cautiously. The one who can take the most punishment? Manhwa's eyes brightened with fervor upon hearing Su Luo's words, and with an almost childlike excitement. He pointed at Su Luo's nose, exclaiming, Yes, yes, that's it. The reason I can withstand so much is all thanks to her relentless beatings since childhood. Every time she comes back, she won't rest until I've been thoroughly bruised. Just thinking about her return makes me feel like 1,000 ants are crawling all over me. Observing Manhwa's outrage and the redness in his eyes, Su Luo grew increasingly curious about this senior sister of his. However, she was the teacher's disciple. Why didn't the teacher intervene? Su Luo pondered aloud. I asked him about it, and he said Jianbu Bai does this for my own good, even telling me to be grateful to her. What a biased old man. I am his biological son, after all. Is this how a father should act? Manhwa's expression twisted with frustration. Su Luo couldn't help but stifle a laugh, barely managing to suppress it in time. Nevertheless, his reaction did not escape the keen ears of Manhwa. Manhwa suddenly lifted his head, glaring indignantly at Su Luo, who was pretending as if nothing had happened. Su Luo, if I'm not mistaken, you just laughed out loud, didn't you? No, impossible. Don't say such things. I, Su Luo, am certainly not the type to take pleasure in others' misfortunes, Su Luo replied with righteous indignation. Hearing Su Luo's earnest declaration made Manhwa question whether he had misheard. Well then, perhaps it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. I'll take my leave now. I need to contemplate where I can find refuge in this world. With that, Manhwa furrowed his brow and walked away, deep in thought. As Su Luo watched Manhwa's retreating figure, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Though he managed to restrain himself, he considered himself a person of noble character, not one who revels in others' misfortunes. Turning away, he resumed his brisk pace toward the training area. At that moment, in his buoyant mood, he could hardly foresee that Manhwa's unfortunate fate would soon mirror his own. Su Luo hurriedly arrived at the training area, which, despite the early hour, was already bustling with activity. Most individuals were diligently practicing their respective techniques, while a few engaged in sparring matches. As Su Luo surveyed the various training grounds, he finally spotted Lu Yunyi and her companions. At that moment, Lu Yunyi, adorned with 2 swords at her waist, had just stepped onto the dueling platform. Her opponent remained the formidable rock-armored rampaging rhinoceros ability user. The area was crowded with eager spectators, all keenly interested in this impending battle. Su Luo approached Shun Huayu and Shun Huayu from behind, gently placing his hands on their shoulders. Both girls tensed momentarily, then turned around to find Su Luo, feeling a bit awkward. This was due to the fact that, in a moment of impulsivity the previous day, they had insulted Su Luo by calling him a lecherous scoundrel. Lu Yunyi later clarified that Su Luo's remark about warming her bed had merely been a jest. However, by the time they realized this, it was too late to retract their words, leaving them feeling sheepish in Su Luo's presence. Noticing their discomfort, Su Luo suspected that yesterday's incident was simply a misunderstanding. Instead of confronting them sternly, he inquired, "How has your training been progressing?" Both girls paused, gazing up at Su Luo's gentle eyes, devoid of reproach, causing their hearts to flutter. Shun Huayu was the first to respond. "It's going well. I can feel a significant improvement in my ability, the rotating wind speed." and my range has expanded considerably. However, I still have a ways to go before reaching S rank. Upon hearing her sister speak, Manhwaedit also shared her progress. After practicing the healing technique, my healing capacity has indeed increased, and its duration has lengthened somewhat. However, the technique that sacrifices one's vitality to extend the life of the injured is not available at the first level. It should be at the second or third. Listening to their reports, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, keep it up. In a few days, we shall venture to the combat zone again to gather more crystal cores, ensuring your swift advancement to the transformation realm. Su Luo's words, filled with encouragement and assurance, brought immense joy to the two sisters, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles. Su Luo then turned his gaze to Lu Yun-yi on the field. As if sensing his presence, she simultaneously glanced back at him. Their eyes met, and Su Luo offered her a supportive look. Lu Yun-yi subtly nodded, gripping the hilt of her golden shadow sword, steeling herself as she faced her familiar opponent, her fighting spirit surging. Upon noticing that Lu Yun-yi was equipped with two swords, her opponent couldn't help but scoff. You're still wearing that sword, even though it's broken? I can't fathom what you're thinking. Don't you find it burdensome? Lu Yun-yi merely huffed in disdain. Ignoring the taunt, with a swift motion, the golden blade was drawn from its sheath, aimed directly at the opponent. The blade shimmered with a brilliant golden light, radiating an intensity that far surpassed the sword from the previous day. Yet, despite this display, the rock-armored rampage rhinoceros, an adept of extraordinary defensive prowess, remained dismissive of Lu Yun-yi. Such beings, endowed with formidable defenses, proved to be as challenging to cut through as a tough bone for blade-wielding practitioners. As long as they leveraged their inherent advantages, it would be exceedingly difficult for sword users to breach their defenses. You think swapping to a broken sword will lead to my defeat? Don't repeat yesterday's folly, striking me only to have your weapon shatter once more, Lu Yun-yi remarked coldly, her demeanor radiating an even greater intensity than before. Come forth, taste my technique. Divide the sea. Chapter 75, Shattering the Void. Apologize to my sword. Lu Yun-yi gripped the golden blade tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Then, with a fierce swing, she unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy. The sword energy carved a deep chasm into the ground, cleaving the battlefield in two. The rock-armored rampage rhinoceros, taken aback by the sword's might, smirked derisively. Bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his defense, he believed that, under equal conditions, no sword wielder could ever penetrate his formidable shield. Raising his arms, encased in solid rock armor, he confidently positioned them in front of himself. The sword energy rent the air, producing a deafening roar. Boom. Upon striking the armored appendages of the rampage rhinoceros, the impact resonated with a thunderous sound. Instantly, a cloud of dust erupted, sending sand swirling around the arena, causing onlookers to instinctively take several steps back. This alone attested to the substantial power of Lu Yun-yi's divide the sea technique. Su Luo squinted through the haze. Observing Lu Yun-yi's condition, she appeared resolute, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, indicating that the immense energy exerted from her strike had taken a considerable toll on her. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astounded to witness the state of the rock-armored rampage rhinoceros. A long gash marred his stony arm, from which blood began to seep forth. A smile crept onto Lu Yun-yi's lips, clearly satisfied with the potency of her strike. Meanwhile, the rampage rhinoceros stared in disbelief, his pupils dilating as he felt the pain radiating from his arm. He could not fathom how a sword user of his own level could have breached his defenses. Seizing the opportunity while her opponent stood in stunned silence, Lu Yun-yi launched herself forward, her leg muscles propelling her towards the rock-armored rampage rhinoceros. Reacting quickly, he adjusted his stance and raised his fist to deliver a powerful strike to the ground. Solid stone wall. Instantly, a yellow-brown stone barrier erupted from the earth. Positioning itself before him, Lu Yun-yi, undeterred, leaped onto the stone wall and swung her sword down towards her opponent's shoulder. The rampage rhinoceros, eyes wide in alarm at the approaching blade, shouted and raised his fist to counter. The fist and sword clashed, igniting a shower of sparks at the point of contact. With a tremendous exertion of strength, the rampage rhinoceros's punch sent Lu Yun-yi hurtling backward. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to position her sword defensively, or else that strike would have been catastrophic. She tumbled through the air, performing 2.5 rotations before landing gracefully on the ground. Her sharp gaze fixed on the rampage rhinoceros's arm, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The rampage rhinoceros stood rooted in place, his expression grave, now fully acknowledging Lu Yun-yi as a worthy adversary. During their previous bout, he had underestimated her, believing she lacked the ability to breach his defenses. Even at the beginning of today's match, he had taken her lightly until she inflicted a wound upon him, prompting him to take the contest seriously. I, Hien, acknowledge you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun-yi's expression remained unaltered. She sought more than mere acknowledgement. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us continue, she declared, charging forward once more. Hien roared in response, then surged forward, the ground trembling beneath his formidable strength. Lu Yun-yi, seizing the moment, gracefully leapt into the air above him. Hien, Anticipating another of Lu Yuni's previous tactics, instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. Little did he know, he had fallen into her trap. A smile graced Lu Yuni's lips as she swiftly adjusted her grip on the sword, her eyes glinting with a frosty resolve. Shatter the void. With a powerful cry, she struck downward with incredible speed. A blue-white blade of energy descended like a crescent moon, crashing into Hiyan's arm. At such close quarters, the impact of her devastating strike was nothing short of explosive. Boom. Following the resounding blast, Lu Yuni executed several flips before landing deftly. However, the exertion had left her somewhat weakened. She could only raise her sword to the ground to support herself, preventing her from collapsing. Meanwhile, Hiyan stood frozen, resembling a statue, lost in thought. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his arm, gushing forth with alarming intensity, showing no signs of abating. Witnessing this, Hiyan's disbelief transformed into realization as he glanced at the deep wound. Lu Yuni's objective had never been his face, but rather the arm she had previously injured. The wound now widened, blood streaming forth, causing Hiyan's complexion to pale as he lost more blood. In the next moment, he slumped backward, lying motionless on the ground, his powers dissipating as he reverted to his normal form. Observing this, Lu Yuni sheathed her golden blade and turned to Shun Huayu. Their unspoken understanding required no words. Shun Huayu rushed forward, employing her healing abilities to tend to the unconscious Hiyan, as a fatality in the training area would be most undesirable. Under Shun Huayu's diligent care, the wound on Hiyan's arm gradually healed, and the bleeding subsided. Hiyan awoke groggily, his lips pale, indicating that he had not fully replenished his lost blood. Upon noticing Hiyan had regained consciousness, Lu Yuni stepped closer to him. Hiyan, sensing her concern, managed a faint smile. Yet, Lu Yuni's subsequent words caused that smile to freeze on his face. Hiyan, apologize to my sword. Lu Yuni withdrew a broken blade from her waist, cradling it delicately in her hands as she gazed at Hiyan. At her words, Hiyan's smile morphed into a grimace. My lady, it was you who insisted on striking me in the face. How is its breaking my fault? Besides, it's merely a sword. I can compensate you for it. There's no need for such theatrics. Lu Yuni huffed, indignation evident in her voice. Do you think this is merely a sword? This was the last item my missing sister gifted me, holding immense value to me. And now it lies shattered because of you. Don't you think an apology is in order? Upon hearing her words, Hiyan was taken aback, realizing the fragile sword held profound significance for her. Very well, I apologize. I should not have interrupted. Are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she nodded in contentment, promptly reattaching the broken sword to her waist. All right, let us depart, Huayu, Lu Yuni declared. As Shun Huayu prepared to rise and leave, Hiyan suddenly interjected with urgency. Wait a moment. Chapter 76, 6th in School Rankings, Reneo. Lu Yuni and Shun Huayu exchanged puzzled glances towards Hiyan. Do you have something to say? Lu Yuni inquired, perplexed. Hiyan, somewhat bashful, cast furtive glances at Shun Huayu. Upon awakening, he had been greeted by a girl who had devoted herself to his care. It was the first time he had experienced such tender treatment from a girl, making him feel as if he had encountered a true celestial being. May I ask, do you have a boyfriend? Hiyan looked at Shun Huayu, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Shun Huayu's expression froze at his question, and she turned to Lu Yuni, casting a disapproving glance before subtly gesturing with her lips. Her expression seemed to imply that Lu Yuni should suggest that she treat him, which had resulted in this predicament. Seeing this, Lu Yuni stifled a laugh, directing a glance at Shun Huayu that conveyed her helplessness in the situation. Shun Huayu furrowed her brow, inadvertently catching sight of Su Luo outside the venue, her lips curling into a faint smile. I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend. It's that person. Shun Huayu pointed in Su Luo's direction. Hiyan's expression turned blank as he followed the direction of her finger, and only when he recognized Su Luo's face did realization dawn upon him. Him? But isn't he your boyfriend? Hiyan stated, bewildered, pointing at Lu Yuni, clearly recalling Su Luo's visage from the previous day. Indeed, he is exceedingly exceptional, which is why we have decided to share him. We keep watch over him to prevent other women from intervening. Shun Huayu replied nonchalantly with a smile. Her words stirred a tempest of emotions within Hiyan. At the same time, they left Lu Yuni in stunned silence, contemplating whether Shun Huayu was jesting or speaking earnestly. Hiyan's eyes dimmed, his pallid complexion growing even paler as his lips quivered, struggling to ask, why? What does he possess that makes him worthy of such devotion from you? Well, Shun Huayu pondered for a brief moment before effortlessly enumerating Su Luo's merits. He is handsome, strong, and possesses great stamina. The last attribute she mentioned struck Hiyan like a heavy blow, nearly robbing him of breath. He clutched his chest tightly before collapsing onto the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The two girls exchanged glances before turning to leave. After all, they had already treated his sword injury. If he were to suffer from heartache again, it was no longer their concern. A splendid battle, Su Luo remarked, beaming at Lu Yuni as she approached. Thanks to that unbeatable sword technique and this golden shadow sword, I was able to breach his defenses, Lu Uni replied with delight. Are the three moves, Rift Earth, Split Sea, and Sever Sky, all techniques from that unbeatable sword technique? Shen Huayu inquired. Indeed, although I have mastered them, my ability level is too low to unleash their true power. Lu Uni lamented. In a few days, let us venture to the combat zone once more to gather more crystal cores, which will expedite your advancement, Su Luo suggested. Absolutely. I agree. We are finally setting off again. Shen Huayu exclaimed with excitement. Prepare well over the next few days. Gather ample supplies for a stay of 10 days to half a month, Su Luo advised. Understood. As the four were about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Su Luo. You must be Su Luo. Startled, Su Luo turned around, expecting to see an acquaintance, but instead found a stranger he had never encountered. The man was rather handsome, with a well-proportioned physique, slightly long black hair, and fair skin. Clad in a white and blue outfit. Who are you? Have we met? Su Luo asked, furrowing his brow. Hello, I am Reneo. We have not met, but I know of you. After all, you are quite renowned, Reneo said, extending his hand. Observing the politeness of the gesture, Su Luo reciprocated with a handshake. Greetings. What brings you here? Reneo chuckled lightly, but his expression quickly turned serious as he spoke with unwavering conviction. I challenge you. Oh, Su Luo was perplexed, unsure of the man's motives for the challenge. However, since he had approached him directly, outright rejection seemed impolite. I do not engage in battles with the weak. If you wish for me to accept your challenge, demonstrate your strength, Su Luo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Reneo unleashed his aura. A formidable presence at the 5th tier of the transcendent realm, crashing towards Su Luo like a tidal wave. Feeling the force emanating from Reneo, Su Luo's interest in the challenge began to peak. Not bad. With your strength, you should rank among the top 10 in the school, Su Luo assessed. Reneo, upon hearing this, chuckled before proudly declaring, I am Reneo, ranked 6th in the school, with SS-level abilities, the Proud Whale. And at the 5th tier of the transcendent realm. Su Luo, do you dare to spar with me? Shen Huayu and the others fell into contemplation, curious about Reneo's motives for challenging Su Luo. Sensing their intrigue, Su Luo also became interested, noting that there was still time before noon and mealtime approached. Very well. I accept your challenge, Su Luo said, his enthusiasm evident. Excellent. Follow me. We shall go to the ranking battle zone. This venue is too small for us to fully unleash our abilities. Reneo gestured for Su Luo to accompany him. The four followed suit. Soon arriving at the ranking battle zone, which comprised large combat arenas. Peering inside, Su Luo observed that each combat arena covered approximately 1,000 square meters. Ample space for their exhibition of prowess. Upon reaching the front desk of the ranking battle zone, they were greeted by familiar biomechanical robots. Reneo stepped forward first. I am Reneo. I wish to challenge Su Luo. The robot acknowledged Reneo's directive, bowing to retrieve specific information. Third-year student, Reneo. Ranked 6th in the battle zone. First-year student, Su Luo, unranked in the battle zone. Please, third-year student Reneo, consider carefully. Your opponent's ranking does not surpass yours. And initiating this battle holds no benefits for you. I do not care. I wish to challenge Su Luo directly, Reneo replied decisively. Ding dong. Challenge initiated, Su Luo. Please step forward and select either to refuse or accept the challenge. I accept the challenge. Su Luo stepped forward. Ding dong. Su Luo has accepted the challenge. The ranking battle is established. Both parties are to proceed immediately to Arena 1. As one of the contenders is ranked within the top 10, this battle will be live-streamed to large screens throughout the campus. Please treat this battle with the utmost seriousness. As the robot concluded its announcement, a mechanical door leading to Arena 1 slowly opened. The screens, previously black, instantly displayed a clear image of Arena 1. Chapter 77, The Proud Whale. Let us go? Su Luo, Reneo beckoned, indicating for Su Luo to enter Arena 1 with him. I'm going in, Su Luo said with a smile to Shen Huayu and the others. All three harbored unwavering confidence in Su Luo's abilities. After all, he was capable of slaying 6th-tier beasts even underwater. An esper of equal caliber should have no difficulty defeating his opponent. Su Luo, after this battle, you'll surely become a legend in the school. Shen Huayu chuckled, pointing at the live broadcast images on the wall. Go for it, Su Luo, cheered Shen Huayu. Be careful, Su Luo. Do not underestimate your opponent, cautioned Lu Uni, her eyes brimming with concern. Thank you, dear friends, for your encouragement and advice. I shall proceed now. Su Luo smiled, waving his hand before stepping into the passage leading to Battle Zone 1. Reneo led the way, with Su Luo following closely behind. An atmosphere charged with combat fervor began to envelop the two of them. Forgive my curiosity, but why do you wish to challenge me? Su Luo inquired suddenly. Defeat me, and I shall reveal the reason, Reneo replied, glancing back at Su Luo. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the vast expanse of Battle Zone 1. Simultaneously, the live broadcast within the school displayed their presence, captivating the audience. Every corner of the school was filled with spectators, all attentively fixated on the screens. Their curiosity piqued by the impending clash between the top 10 students. with a powerful thrust of his legs. Ren-Ao leaped gracefully across to the opposite half of the arena. Observing this, Su Luo's intrigue in Ren-Ao's SS-level power, awe of the great whale, intensified. Ren-Ao assumed a steady stance, his expression gravely focused, as blue streaks appeared on his forehead, followed by a flash of white light in his eyes. Suddenly, a mist began to emanate from around Ren-Ao, thickening into a dense fog that gradually enveloped the entire battle zone 1. Su Luo gazed with keen interest at the fog-laden arena, where visibility had dwindled to less than 5 meters, rendering him unable to see Ren-Ao. Abruptly, a pair of colossal eyes, glowing with a cerulean luminescence, pierced through the haze. Soon after, Su Luo caught a whiff of the salty tang of seawater, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a towering wave, dozens of meters high, surged forth. As he beheld the monstrous wave blotting out the sun, Su Luo instinctively gasped. The audience, who had gathered to witness the battle, were rendered speechless by the sight of the immense wave. Is this the strength of the top 10? It feels as though he hails from an entirely different dimension. Ren-Ao, who ranked 6th in the school, had ascended due to the sudden disappearance of Song Xunyan, who was previously 5th. I heard through the grapevine that Ren-Ao hails from an extraordinary lineage. Indeed, the Ren family has produced an SSS-level Esper in the past. They are anything but ordinary. No wonder Ren-Ao ranks 6th. It appears his genetics are exceptionally formidable. Within the tumultuous wave, the blue eyes flickered with an enigmatic brilliance, fixated intently on Su Luo. Upon witnessing this, a smile crept onto Su Luo's face. Now this is what I call a true battle. Let the fight commence, he bellowed, tilting his head back. No sooner had his words echoed than the colossal wave descended upon the diminutive Su Luo like a collapsing wall. Su Luo raised his hand, summoning a layer of elastic shielding to protect himself from being submerged, and then boldly charged into the heart of the wave. As the wave crashed down, the ground trembled, and the chaotic waters surged, inundating the entire arena. The once pristine grassland transformed into a vast ocean. Plunging into the waves, Su Luo scanned his surroundings, searching for the telltale blue eyes. Suddenly, a gigantic blue whale erupted from beneath him, its tail striking down with tremendous force. Su Luo instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself. Even with the protective barrier, he was hurled a considerable distance away. By the time he regained his footing, the whale had vanished from sight. Furrowing his brow, Su Luo was perplexed by the sudden emergence of the creature. Just then, a powerful water jet surged from behind him. Caught off guard, Su Luo was propelled backward, crashing violently against the outer wall. The impact was not severely damaging, yet it was profoundly humiliating. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Su Luo, he must be able to merge with the water, which is why you cannot pinpoint his location. Upon hearing this, Su Luo grimaced, baring his teeth in frustration. Very well. If I cannot find him, then I shan't bother. With renewed determination, he surged forward, leaping out of the water to the center of the arena. His eyes shimmered with purple light as he raised his right fist, pulsating with resonant energy. Prepare to face my strike. Gravity Shockwave Fist. He swung his fist downward, unleashing a torrent of purple gravitational energy infused with white shockwaves, akin to a meteor plummeting into the ocean's depths. The explosive force sent waves crashing violently, as the powerful gravitational energy created a vacuum in the center of the water. Yet, this was not the end. 2 streams of energy continued to penetrate the ground, culminating in a deafening explosion that left behind a massive crater, several dozen meters in diameter. The surrounding waters surged into the gaping void. Seizing this opportunity, Su Luo meticulously scrutinized the area, eager to locate the elusive whale. At last, he spotted a solid mass of water, and a smile graced his features. You thought you could sneak attack me? I shall drain your watery refuge, and see how you fare then. Ren-Ao had never anticipated that Su Luo would deviate from the conventional tactics, forcing him to reveal his true form by depleting the water. With a sweeping motion of his hand, immense gravitational pressure bore down upon Ren-Ao, rendering his movements laborious. Unexpectedly, Ren-Ao opened his mouth wide, creating a vast vortex that drew in the surrounding waters with tremendous force. Su Luo found himself being gradually pulled forward by the sudden suction. Observing this, a mischievous grin crept onto Su Luo's face. You enjoy sucking in? Then let me grant you an ample supply. Suddenly, Su Luo's body exuded dark smoke as he raised his hand, concentrating the power of darkness into his palm. Dark water. As the words slipped from his lips, a torrent of dark water erupted from his hand, all of which was eagerly absorbed by Ren-Ao without a hint of caution. Su Luo chuckled, relishing the moment. Now, let us see how you respond to this. Before long, Ren-Ao's movements abruptly froze. He felt as though something was churning within his abdomen, and with the passage of time, his powerful form began to exhibit signs of instability. What is happening? In a matter of seconds, Ren-Ao's colossal whale form began to shrink rapidly. Within moments, he transformed into a diminutive whale, measuring only a few meters in length. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how something could weaken his abilities and render him uncontrollable. Su Luo burst into laughter at the sight. Ren-Ao, while you are indeed formidable in the water, I cannot see you. But once I force you to reveal your true form, you pose no threat to me whatsoever. Reneo, though unwilling to concede, lifted his gaze to Su Luo, fully aware that he could not deny the truth in those words. Once he emerged from the water, he would be utterly defenseless. The core reason lay in Su Luo's overwhelming array of abilities. With an increase in abilities comes a multitude of transformations, leaving Reneo utterly bewildered by Su Luo's methods. Reneo, concede defeat. The disparity between us is insurmountable. You stand no chance of victory against me, Su Luo stated with utmost seriousness. Yet, the more earnest Su Luo became, the more defiant Reneo grew. Not a chance. I can still fight, he bellowed, his eyes glinting with determination. The surrounding seawater began to coalesce, under Reneo's power, into a colossal water dragon that surged towards Su Luo, suspended in midair. Seeing this, Su Luo shook his head in resignation. With a mere thought, an invisible gravitational force enveloped him, halting the water dragon mid-flight, as if ensnared by unseen hands. Then, with a swift motion, Su Luo clenched his fist, and under the pressure of gravity, the enormous water dragon erupted, dissolving back into sea water that cascaded downwards. Reneo, witnessing this turn of events, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the calm-faced Su Luo. A profound sense of defeat washed over him. He could hardly fathom that his final, desperate strike had failed to even graze Su Luo. It's over, Su Luo remarked with an expression of indifference. His voice soft yet resolute. He extended a finger, and with a resounding boom, an invisible air cannon struck Reneo, forcefully plunging him into the depths of the sea. The onlookers, watching the live broadcast, were left agape, for this was truly a one-sided battle. From start to finish, Su Luo emerged virtually unscathed, thoroughly dominating Reneo, who held the 6th rank, while Su Luo maintained an aura of serenity. Ding dong, the ranking battle has concluded. Reneo has lost his combat capabilities. The victor is Su Luo. Reneo's rank automatically dropped to 7th, while Su Luo ascended to 6th, usurping Reneo's previous position. Ding dong. Water levels in Battle Zone 1 are excessive, drainage commencing. Suddenly, drainage holes opened at the edges of the arena, and the sea water rapidly siphoned away, revealing Reneo, who had reverted to his human form. Su Luo gently descended from the sky, standing beside Reneo. Now, Reneo, can you explain why you chose to challenge me? Reneo, catching his breath, looked up at Su Luo and offered a resigned smile. It was our family head who insisted I build a rapport with you. To be honest, I was rather skeptical of you at first. You are merely a tad more handsome, a touch more powerful, and possess more abilities than I do. But I thought you might not necessarily be superior to me. Hence, I challenged you to show our family head how I would defeat you. Yet, it has been proven that I was mistaken. You are indeed formidable. Under your prowess, I have no glimmer of hope for victory. I concede. Su Luo chuckled softly in response. Reneo, remember this. If someone is more handsome than you, possesses greater abilities, and has more powers, then they are indeed superior. He crouched down, patting Reneo on the shoulder. Farewell. At that moment, Reneo suddenly turned to Su Luo and said, Su Luo, may I become your follower? Su Luo was taken aback, perplexed by Reneo's erratic thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado, and now he sought to follow him. I'm afraid I do not require a follower, Su Luo decisively declined, turning away to leave. Reneo stood there, momentarily stunned, not expecting such a blunt rejection without any hint of subtlety. Upon exiting Battle Zone 1, Manhwaedit and her companions wore faint smiles, knowing full well that Su Luo would undoubtedly triumph, leaving them with no cause for concern. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal, Su Luo said with a smile, gesturing for the 3 to follow. After dining together, he purchased some fruits and snacks, distributing them among them. Upon returning to his villa, he noticed Yuzi busily attending to tasks in the corridor and nodded to himself, hoping that after returning from the combat zone, he would gain an ability that could synergize with Yuzi. The potential of the Moonlight Rabbit was too limited. It would be a miracle if it could merely break through to the transformation realm. Yuzi, I bought some fruits and snacks. They're on the table. Remember to take them back to your room, Su Luo called out. Yuzi looked up at him, her face brightening with a nod of appreciation. Once back in his room, Su Luo took out his phone, intending to search for information on the undefeated swordsman. However, he was met with an oddity. There was absolutely no information available online about the undefeated swordsman, no photographs, not even a record of their gender. This peculiarity made Su Luo furrow his brow. How strange, a top student from a prestigious university has no information available online. If I didn't know that the undefeated swordsman is my senior, I might even doubt their existence. Suddenly inspired, he searched for information on Manhwa. Unlike the undefeated swordsman, Manhwa's details were extensively documented online, including information about his parents and siblings. How curious it is that Manhwa's information is so comprehensive while the undefeated swordsman is entirely absent. Does this person truly exist? Su Luo found himself questioning internally. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Beast continent, A colossal golden ape emanating the aura of a 7th-level beast stared in bewilderment at a diminutive human girl at its feet. Surrounding it lay the corpses of golden apes. Ranging from 5th to 6th level, each brutally cleaved in half or bisected at the head, their deaths gruesomely tragic. The 7th-level golden ape's legs quaked, instinctively taking a few steps back in terror, uttering in human speech, "Who are you?" "Someone who wields a sword." The girl replied after a brief contemplation. "What nonsense is this?" the golden ape exclaimed, immediately resorting to all fours and bolting away. The girl merely watched the retreating figure of the golden ape. Gripping her sword tightly, "I shall sever the void."